Mo ṣe Àbọrú, Àbọyè, Àbọṣíṣẹ. Juliet, where are you streaming from today? Ẹ ṣé gan ni, a dúpẹ́. Ifá Elédùmarè. Ibo lẹ ti ń gbọ́ wa lénìí o. A ṣe Àbọrú, Àbọyè, Àbọṣíṣẹ o. A ṣe ogbó atọ́, àsúre ìwòrìwò fún. Where are we streaming from today? Babalawo Afro Film Media. How are we doing? So today we are having an impromptu live streaming. Àtìgbà tí wọdún tuntun, we have not streamed. Since the beginning of this new year, we have not streamed. Right? We have not streamed this year. So we are going to stream this. We are streaming today to talk about the Odù Ifá for the new year. Odù Ifá ọ̀sà méjì ni Odù Ifá tá dá fún wa ní ọdún tuntun yìí. And we're going to be talking about Odù Ifá ọ̀sà méjì. What does it mean for us as a people? What does it mean for us as a collective? Kí ni Ifá ń sọ fún wa gan nínú Odù Ifá ọ̀sà méjì fún ọdún yìí? What's Ifá telling us in Odù Ifá ọ̀sà méjì? But before we start, ẹ jẹ́ ká Isafa blessing, aku ọdún, aku ìyèdún, àṣèyí ṣàmọ́dún, wọ́n ní ọdọọdún là ń bórógbó, ọdọọdún là ń rọ́mọ obì lórí àtẹ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ọdún ò ní gbé wa lọ, adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ orí, adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Elédùmarè, adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo àwọn tó nílé ayé, adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ifá, adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Odù, adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ orí àtẹlẹ́dàá pé àwa náà rí ọdún tuntun. Àṣèbà Elédùmarè ọba tẹ́rẹrẹ kárí ayé, we are grateful that we are experiencing this new year. Elédùmarè ọba á túnbọ̀ máa dáàbò ẹ̀bò wá láṣẹ Èdùmarè. Greet everybody in the comment section and say Happy New Year. For those of you that are not aware, this is year 10,068 in the Yoruba calendar. Nínú Ifá calendar, year 10,068 la wà báyìí, and it started a few days ago on Sunday. And so this is a good time to say Happy New Year. Aku ọdún, aku ìyèdún, àṣèyí ṣàmọ́dún fún gbogbo ọmọ awo. Thank you very much for joining us. It is impromptu today, but today's live streaming, you don't even want to miss it. Ẹ má kánjú, don't go and be saying, let me just sneak in and sneak out. Those of you in the window, if I can see you, àwọn rúmọlẹ̀ ń rí yín báyìí lójú window tẹ́ hang sí yẹn, just make sure that you are listening today, because those of you that were there last year, nígbà tó kí Odù ọlọ́gbọ́n méjì, Odù òtúrúpọ̀ méjì for last year, you saw how this year went. Everything tí Ifá sọ pé ó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ ló ṣẹlẹ̀ ní last year yẹn. Like everything Ifá talked about was what happened last year. So when the Odù Ifá for this year was divine and they said ọ̀sà méjì, Odù Ifá àwọn ìyá mi, Odù Ifá àwọn ẹlẹ́yẹ. I think we really want to know, because there's been a lot of misconceptions about àwọn ìyá mi, about àwọn ẹlẹ́yẹ, about àwọn ìyá mi òṣòròǹgà. Some people call them witches, some people call them evil, some people say they are the ones that disturb and manipulate people. Some people even think they are the village people. Àwọn ló máa ń ṣèyàn. Once àwọn ìyá mi is involved in your problem, hey, something is happening. In fact, a client asked me a couple of days ago that, what exactly can I do for the mothers so that they can leave me? Every time I do a divination, they are always there. I said, hold on. This year is their year. I'll be talking about it in detail. So, this is the right time to say Happy New Year. Year 10,068 has officially started. And you know, when I always say that if you want to do anything, normalize making divination, normalize asking Ifá. Ẹ jẹ́ kó jẹ́ everyday life wa pé à ń béèrè lọ́wọ́ Ifá. A new year is starting for Yoruba people all over the world. Adédáfá gbogbo àgbáyé. Now, that is a reflection of how our ancestors used to live. At the beginning of a new year, a divination was done for the entire world, for as many people as are Ifá devotees and followers. Even if you are not an Ifá devotee and follower, Odù Ifá has already given you the direction that this year will go. Imagine a divination will be done for the entire world to tell us the direction that everybody will go. A new year started and we normalize asking Ifá. Tí gbogbo àgbáyé bá lè dá Ifá, If the whole world under the administration of the Oni of Ife, mo ṣe bá kábíyèsí o, if they can come and do a divination before we set out into the year, excuse me, who are you? Who is your daddy that you will not ask Ifa? Ta ló ń tì ẹ́ lẹ́yìn that you will think that you cannot speak to Ifa before you do things? We started a new year in Yoruba calendar, and as always, a divination was done. We waited for an Odù to come out to set the tone for the whole year, and everybody is going to follow the directions of that year. Bá a ṣe ń ṣe nìyẹn. Before the missionaries and the colonizers and the people from the other world decided to come and turn everything upside down, sideways. Just by that little practice, you should know what they stole from us and why they stole it from us. A divination will be done to guide and direct the entire people on where to go, and they replace that with 31st of December, you should come and be praying. Olúwa, Olúwa, ọdún tuntun yìí. Write your prayer point for the new year. You will write it every year. The one you wrote last year, you will still write it for the year. One person will come and say, this year is the year of double portion and beautiful anointing. The other one will say, is the year of unlimited favor. The other one will say, is the year of... Nobody ever wakes up one year and say, this year you should have sense. This is the year that karma will catch up with you. Nothing like that. Everybody is following one same God according to them, yet different messages from different people. If the husband is going to New Age Pentecostal church, the pastor of New Age Pentecostal church will say, it's the year of supernatural increase. If the wife is going to Old Age Pentecostal church, our own pastor will say, it's the year of turning around. The husband is increasing, the wife is turning around inside the same house. You see the confusion that is going on. They cannot even agree on a single thing for an entire year. They cannot even come together and agree that our God is speaking one language to one people. No, that's the confusion they gave to us in place of a divination that every single Yoruba person is waiting for. People gathered all over the world that day, watching it physically and virtually, to listen to just one instruction, a direction for everybody, irrespective of where you are, what your color is, what your race is, what your language is, what your gender is, what your preferences are. Odù Ifá kan ṣoṣo ni gbogbo wa gbà. And for 10,068 years, we have been receiving one single Odù that lines up the life of people. You think if that Odù stopped working and the year did not turn out that way, you think people will gather the following year again? You think the people that left religion that asked questions to leave religion, you think if they came into Ifa and the direction was not the direction, you think they will remain there? Those are the things that they took from us. But adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ orí, adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Elédùmarè, adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn tó ṣawo kù sẹ́yìn pé we are here today experiencing what our ancestors longed for us to experience. Gbogbo wa ti gba Ifá ọdún tuntun báyìí. Àti kúrò ní year of goodness, every year in Yoruba calendar comes with instructions. Please continue to click on your screen and share with as many people as you can. It comes with instructions. It's not every year that if I will say, it's milk and honey, it's favor, it's goodness. It will give you instruction and direction. It will call you out. If it tell you, if you don't sit down in the right place you are supposed to sit down, X, Y, Z and ABC will happen. That sounds like reality. Àtijọ́ tí wọ́n ti ń ṣe happy new year in church, kò síjọ́ kan tí pastor jókòó sọ pé ọdún yìí ẹni tí ò bá gbọ́ràn máa ṣègbé. No, every year has to be, we are happy, we are joyful, we are moving forward. How does the year go? These are the things that they took away from us, the divine direction. But like I said, adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ifá, adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ orí, adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Elédùmarè that we are experiencing what our ancestors fought for and they longed for. So you and I are no longer in Okweru. We are no longer in confusion. We are no longer under manipulation. We are receiving the divine instruction the way it is said. We are receiving the divine instruction the way it is said. Royal Arts, please do your work in the comment section. God of bẹ̀rẹ̀ ọdún tuntun pẹ̀lú àwọn aláìní nǹkan ṣe. Comment section, please go and take them away from there. Royal Art, are you in the building? Iyanifa Owini, Sacred Grove, I say thank you very much for joining. Eshe Goni Adupe. So now that we have received the Odù Ifá for the year, remember that I told you that when it comes to Ifa College and Iyanifa Ewa, I don't just give you an Odù Ifá. What do I say to you? I break it down for you, extracting the lessons, the blessings, and the instructions in that Odù Ifá. Then I tell you how to apply it to your everyday life. That's what we are going to do today. Odù Ifá Osameji is a very heavy Odu. It is big and it is huge. How does it apply to you as a person? Wọ́n ti dá Ifá ní òkè ìtàsẹ̀ for everybody. A divination was made for everybody. We do not all live in the same place. We are not all of the same gender. We do not have the same financial situation. So many things is different for us. But a single Odu was given to all of us. Your question should be, Iyanifa Ewa, how can they say one instruction for everybody? How is that even possible? That there's just one instruction for everybody? Yes, there's one instruction for everybody. One instruction for everybody. Adetigba instruction yen by. Now, inside that instruction, that Odu contains, as we know it today, over 400 essays. So it's pointing out to different people at the situation that you are. Question we are asking is, how does this Odù Ifá apply to you? Before we delve into our teaching and our breakdown today, the first thing we do is to make our Iba. And they told us during this Odù Ifá for the new year, if you have not learned how to make Iba to àwọn Oyami, this is the year you need to learn it. It has become expedient that you learn it. It has become compulsory that you learn it this year. So if you do not know how to make Iba, please head over to the website ifakole.ng. Website ifakole.ng and go and buy the book Ise. The book Ise is on the website. Go and buy it. Iba for àwọn Yami is there. Iba to Olódùmarè, Iba to all the Orishas, they are there. Learn the one for Yami. You want to learn it by heart. If you purchase the audio copy, you want to put that part of it on repeat. You want to put that part of the Odu on repeat. You want to put that part of the Iba on repeat. To constantly be making Iba to àwọn Yami, because ọdún yìí especially àwọn Elédùmarè gbé fún. First of all, we say àwọn Yami Elédùmarè gbé lé ayé lé lọ́wọ́, àwọn ló ń jẹ́ ayé. Olódùmarè has already given the earth to them. Some people say he gave it to them for free. Some people say he sold it to them for cheap. Bottom line is that they are the ones that is holding it. In Kodonji Aye, àwọn ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀, they are the ones that are called Aye, they are the ones that are called this world in and out. That's their nickname. Now, having been given the whole world, Olódùmarè still now decided that this year is for them alone. You don't understand. Somebody owns something already. You already own it. And you are giving it to everybody to use it. You now decide that at this time, it is only me that I'm going to use it. Like, I want to stamp my feet and remind everybody that I'm the owner. That's what we are experiencing this year. So if there is any point where you have been running away from àwọn Yami, me, I don't want anything to do with àwọn àgbàlagbà. I don't want anything to do with àwọn Yami. Come back here. Do you want to live this life? No, you don't want to live. You want to exist in this life. So as long as you want to exist in this life at this time, you have to make friends with them. You have to understand who they are. Kí ló dé t'Elédùmarè ṣe máa gbé ọdún yìí lé wọn lọ́wọ́? If truly they are the witches, they are wicked, they are evil, why will Olódùmarè give this entire year, 365 days, bam, into their hand, an entire earth movement around the sun? It's because they are not. So we are about to find out who they are. We are about to find out who they are. The misconceptions that have been said about them. How are we supposed to relate to them? How do we get on their side this year? Because trust me, you want to be on their side. You know how government changes power. The office remains the same, but a new government comes in. You want to make friends with the government of the day. This is the government of the day. We want to make friends with the government of the day. We want to understand how the government of the day will be in our favor. Right. So that's what we're about to do right now. TikTok has sent us a flash goal. For those of you that are on our YouTube, what's it called? Love you so much is a gift for today. 25 people to send in their gifts. Love you so much. For those of you that are on our YouTube channel, if you notice, YouTube is streaming 24 hours now. So our YouTube channel is streaming 24 hours. Our YouTube channel is Iyanifa Ewa TV. And it will be streaming 24 hours now. So every time you get on our YouTube channel, there is one teaching of Iyanifa Ewa that is playing. There is at least one streaming that is playing. You would always catch a live streaming on our YouTube channel, Iyanifa Ewa TV. So we're going to be streaming 24 hours. It's streaming 24 hours as we speak right now. 24 hours. So anytime you tune into that channel, there's always something to learn from Ifa. Adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ifa, adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Elédùmarè for that feat that we just crossed, right? So for those of you, sorry on YouTube that you are not able to watch that, but you are going to get a replay of this. So this will be downloaded from here and taken to our YouTube channel for people on YouTube to be able to catch a replay. So the love you so much is a gift for today. So ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣèbà. Akọ́dá ayé àṣèbà o, àṣèbà tí wáyé ọjọ́ o, àṣèbà tí wọ̀run. Elédùmarè ọba tẹ́rẹrẹ kárí ayé, Elédùmarè ọba lè ṣe lè wí, Elédùmarè ọba lè wí lè ṣe àṣèbà, àníkíbà wá ṣẹun. Ajagunmalé olúwo òde ọ̀run àṣèbà, olúbíkin ọ̀sán ìbíkin àṣèbà. Àṣèbà àwọn tó solé ayé ró, àṣèbà Elédùmarè ọba lè ṣe lè wí, ọba lè wí lè ṣe. Kábíyèsí, wọ́n ní kábíyèsí ẹ̀rù jẹ̀jẹ̀ tí migbó kìjikìji. Elédùmarè ọba tó tẹ́ sọ́mọ̀ bí ẹni tẹ́ aṣọ, ọba tó tẹ́lẹ̀ bí ẹni tẹ́ni, ọba lánàá, ọba lénìí, ọba títí ayérayé àṣèbà, àníkíbà wá ṣẹ o. Ajagunmalé olúwo òde ọ̀run ìbà láṣẹ o, olúbíkin ọ̀sán ìbíkin ìbà láṣẹ. Àṣèbà ẹ̀yin ìyá mi ọ̀pàkẹ́ àlàkẹ́, ẹ̀yin alágogo idẹ, ẹ̀yin arógbá aṣọ má balẹ̀, ẹ̀yin ìyá mi ọlọ́mú kan tí ń fún gba ọmọ lọ́mú, ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ kan tí ń bẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀ méjì jà, ẹ̀yin atẹ̀dọ̀ jòròró, ẹ̀yin ajẹ̀fun èèyàn má yó, ẹ̀yin apanimáyọ̀dà, ẹ̀yin olókìkí òru, ẹ̀yin abiyamọ ọlọ́jà gbọ̀rọ̀gbọ̀rọ̀ tí ò jẹ́ kọ́mọ ó jábọ́, ẹ̀yin ìyá mi ọlọ́wọ́ gbọgbọrọ tí ń gbọmọ ẹ̀ lọ́fìn ayé, ẹ̀yin abiyamọ ayé abiyamọ ọ̀run. Àṣèbà, àṣèbà ọ̀sá méjì, àṣèbà àwọn ẹlẹ́yẹ, àṣèbà àwọn ọ̀yà dúdú, àwọn ọ̀yà funfun, àwọn ọ̀yà pupa, àṣèbà òṣòro mọ̀nìgà, àníkíbà wá ṣẹ o. Gbogbo òrìṣà tá à ń ṣọ̀sẹ̀ fún léni la ṣèbà fún. Èní lọ̀sẹ̀ Ifá, èní lọ̀sẹ̀ awo, èní lọ̀sẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun. Àṣẹ Ifá orí mi rèé o, Ifá olókun asọ̀rọ̀dọ̀ ayọ̀, Ifá ẹlẹ́rìí ìpín, Ifá torí ẹni tí ò sunwọ̀n ṣe. Ifá afinimọ̀nà ọmọ aráyé, Ifá ohun ẹnu Olódùmarè. Àṣèbà, 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 àṣeyé ìpa Ifá yé ìpa ẹkí, àníkíbà wá ṣẹ. Ọ̀ṣun ṣẹ̀ǹgẹ̀ṣẹ̀ olóyin ayọ̀ ládé kojú ẹbọra tí ń gbé nínú omi, ìyá mi ẹ̀wùjí alágbolódò, ó wáyánrìn kówó sí. Ìyá mi awẹdẹ kó tó wẹmọ, ìyá mi alágbolódò àṣèbà, aṣọre yèyé o, omi o, ọ̀tá o, ẹ̀rí o, àgbá o, aṣọre yèyé Ọ̀ṣun, àníkíbà wá ṣẹ o. Àfitifá àti Ọ̀ṣun àfi ṣe ìbà fún gbogbo àwọn òrìṣà tá à ń ṣọ̀sẹ̀ fún lénìí. A ní kọ́ lọ́sẹ̀ ó gbà á, kọ́ má dà sí wa lára, kí bà wá ṣe o. Àṣèbà orí, àṣèbà ẹlẹ́dà, mo ṣèbà ọmọdé, mo ṣèbà àgbàlagbà, mo ṣèbà tonílé, mo ṣèbà tàlejò, mo ṣèbà gbogbo wa lórígun mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin àgbálá ayé níbi gbogbo tẹ́ ẹ ti ń gbọ́ mi, tẹ́ ẹ ti ń wò mí. Mo ṣèbà orí yín, mo ṣèbà ẹlẹ́dà yín, mo ní kí bà wá ṣe o. Láti gúúsù títí dé àríwá, láti ìlà oòrùn títí dé ìwọ̀ oòrùn, títí dé àárín gbùngbùn Ifẹ̀, mo ṣèbà, mo ní kí bà wá ṣẹ o. Àwọn lọ́balọ́ba níjòyè níjòyè, ẹ̀yin kábíyèsí, ẹ̀yin olóyè àṣèbà, gbogbo àwọn olórí, gbogbo àwọn ayaba, gbogbo àwọn ìyá ọba, gbogbo àwọn tó ń bẹ láàfin la ṣèbà fún. Àní kádé ó pẹ́ lórí àwọn kábíyèsí, àní kí bàtà pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀, àní kí rùkẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ́ lọ́wọ́, àní káṣẹ́ pẹ́ lẹ́nu, àní kí ìlú yẹn má torí yín kó má ti orí tiyín kó tú, ẹ̀yin aláṣẹ èkejì òòṣà, àní kí bà wá ṣẹ o. Àṣèbà Jíbọ́lá mi ògbódò ọ̀rà, mo ṣèbà ìyá mi ẹ̀dán, mo ṣèbà onílé, mo ṣèbà ohun tó ń gbénú létí ń fohùn, mo ṣèbà ìyá mi Àbẹ̀ní, mo ṣèbà Jíbọ́lá, mo ṣèbà ẹ̀dán, mo fi yẹn ṣèbà gbogbo àwọn ọmọ onílé pátápátá, mo ṣe ogbó atọ́, mo ṣe ogbó alàwòrò lótùfẹ́, mo ṣe ogbó kọrin kése, mo ṣe ayé tó ayé àkámọ́ra fún gbogbo àwọn ọmọlé Ajíbọ́lá. Látòrí àwọn olúwomi àsápéọlà ni mo ṣèbà fún o, ẹ̀yin kábíyèsí alábẹ́nú àsásí, ògbé màálù mi tiwótiwó, mo ṣèbà, mo ní kí bà wá ṣe o. Mo ṣèbà àwọn ìyá àbíyè, ẹ̀yin lègélègé gbàràdá mọ́dà àbíyè, mo ṣèbà àwọn ìyá mi, ṣío, mo ṣèbà àwọn ìyá funfun, mo ní kí bà mí ṣe o. Láti orí àwọn Erelú títí dóṣùgbó ni mo ṣèbà fún láì dápá kan sí, gbogbo àpènà, gbogbo balógun, gbogbo lísà, gbogbo ọmọ ilé Ajíbọ́lá pátápátá ni mo ṣe ogbó ẹ̀dàn fún, mo ní kí bà wá ṣe o. Mo wá ṣèbà fún àwọn ìyá àti bàbá tó ṣọlọ́kọ̀ tó wá sáyé, a ṣèbà àwọn ìyá wa tó dẹ̀jẹ̀ lé wa lórí, àwọn tó ṣọlọ́kọ̀ tó tì wá sáyé, àwọn tó wà pẹ̀lú wa àtàwọn tó ti rebi àgbáre, a ṣèbà, a ní kí bà wá ṣe o. Àwa ṣèbà Ifá, a ṣèbà ọ̀sá méjì, a ṣèbà odù ọ̀sá ẹlẹ́yẹ, odù tó bí ọdún tá a wà yìí, a ṣèbà, a ṣeyé ìpà odù. A ní ẹ̀kọ́ Ifá tá a fẹ́ kọ́ lénìí, ọgbọ́n ìmọ̀ àti òye tó wà ńbẹ̀ òun ni kó jẹ́ tiwa, èrè tó wà ńbẹ̀, ayọ̀ tó wà ńbẹ̀, ìdùnnú tó wà ńbẹ̀, àlàáfíà tó wà ńbẹ̀, ire gbogbo tó wà ńbẹ̀, ajé tó wà níbẹ̀, ọlá tó wà ńbẹ̀, ìlera pípé tó wà ńbẹ̀, àti àìkú tí ń ṣe baálé ọrọ̀ tó wà ńbẹ̀ òun ni kó jẹ́ tiwa, tilé tẹbí tará tọkọtaya tọmọ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àìríná, àìríjẹ, wàhálà, ìdààmú tó wà nínú odù yìí kò ní jẹ́ tiwa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ọdún tuntun tá a wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ lénìí, a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ orí pé àwa náà wọ́n kà wá yẹ sínú ọdún yìí. Àwa ní fẹnukọ lọ́dún yìí o, àní taṣọ àgbà mọ́lẹ̀. Àwọn tó láyé, àwọn tó nílẹ̀ tElédùmarè gbé ọdún yìí lé lọ́wọ́, wọn ò ní kọ̀dí àìmọ̀ṣe sí wa. Àní taṣọ àgbà mọ́lẹ̀, àní tójú ayé mọ́lẹ̀, àní gbọ́ àwọn ọ̀yà mi lẹ́nu, àní ṣẹni tí ò ní dáríjì wá. Ọmọ ayé làwa, àwa ò kì í ṣẹran ayé. Gbogbo bá a ṣe wá ń gbé tùtù àti pèsè fáwọn ìyá mi lọ́dún yìí, wọ́n á máa gbà á ni. Wọn ò ní kọ̀dí àìmọ̀ṣe sí wa, wọn ò ní dà sí wa lára láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àwa ò ní rúbọ àìmágbà, àní bá wọn ṣètùtù tí ò ní gbà, àní gbé pèsè tí ò ní gbà láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo bá a ṣe wá ń rú ẹbọ, tá a ṣe ń ṣètùtù, tá a ń ṣèpèsè fáwọn ìyá mi lọ́dún yìí, èrè ibẹ̀ ló máa jẹ́ tiwa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Mo wá fìtìyẹn ṣèbà fún gbogbo babaláwo, gbogbo Iyanifa bàbá lóríṣà, ìyá lóríṣà, àwọn eléwé ọmọ, àwọn àpẹ̀tẹ̀bí, àwọn oníṣègùn, gbogbo àwa tá a jókòó tá à ń ṣiṣẹ́ ẹrúnmọlẹ̀, àwọn bàbá ẹgbẹ́ ni o, ìyá ẹgbẹ́ ni o, àwọn lékúlẹ́jà ní gbogbo wa jákèjádò orílẹ̀-èdè àgbáyé tá a ti ń ṣiṣẹ́ ẹrúnmọlẹ̀ pé àní ṣìṣe lọ́dún yìí. Ẹrù tálábíàmọ ìtúwọ̀n ní gbé wákà kọ̀ọ̀kan nu wa mọ́lẹ̀ o, àní fọmọ ṣiṣẹ́, àní fọkọ ṣiṣẹ́, àní fàyà ṣiṣẹ́, àní fara wa ṣiṣẹ́ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Iṣẹ́ táwọn ìyá mi Ọ̀pàkẹ́ Àlàkẹ́ tó ti yọ́nú sí, tó ti parí, tElédùmarè fúnra wọn ti parí, òun ló máa gbé wákà wa mọ́lẹ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Wọn ò ní fìkan gbà kan lọ́wọ́ wa o. Ọmọ aráyé ò ní fìkan gbà kan lọ́wọ́ wa. Iṣẹ́ tá a máa ṣe tá a fi máa kàbùkù lọ́wọ́ àwọn tó láyé, Elédùmarè ò ní jẹ́ kó gbé wá ká wa mọ́lé láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àwọn tó láyé, àwọn tó nílẹ̀, wọ́n á máa yọ́nú sí wa. Àwọn tElédùmarè gbélé ayé lé lọ́wọ́, wọ́n á máa yọ́nú sémi àti yín láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àní ṣe lásán. Ifá ti gbé àwọn ará iwájú, òun lèmi àti yín ṣe ń ṣe fá o. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè kò wá ní dórí èmi àti yín kó wá dàṣetì. Ifá ti gbé àwọn tó lọ níwájú, àwọn aláṣẹkù ṣe é débi tó ṣe é dé ni, àwa ò wá ní ṣe láṣetì láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àwọn tó láyé wọ́n á fún wa ṣe, àwọn tó nílẹ̀ wọ́n á fún wa ṣe láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àṣẹ. Mo ní ẹ káàbọ̀ sí ọdún tuntun. Welcome to the year 10,067. Ẹ ṣé gan ni a dúpẹ́. Our flash goal. What is up? What is up with all of you people? 25 gifters to give us the love you so much gift. Àti rí èèyàn mẹ́sàn-án nínú 25. Kí ló ṣàwọn tó kù? Thank you so much for your gifts. Like I always say, this is the part that you have to play. Our own part is to come here and teach. Make ourselves available to teach. Your part is to come here to send in your gift so that the algorithm will know that yes, this is good content. Push it to more and more people. Ẹ ṣé gan ni. As you send in your gift, àwọn tó láyé, àwọn tó nílẹ̀, wọ́n á bá wa ṣe tiwa náà láṣepé láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Odù Ifá ọ̀sá méjì, Odù Ifá ọ̀sá ẹlẹ́yẹ. I'm going to start that Odù by reciting a very popular essay from that Odù. Gbogbo wa la ti gbọ́ Odù Ifá yẹn, And there's a popular Yoruba actor that made that Odù Ifá very popular. But ibi odù yẹn láti máa mú iṣẹ́ tá fẹ́ ṣe lénìí. Odù Ifá yẹn lọ báyìí, wọ́n ní sára bojú sákánsákán, gbòǹgbò ọ̀nà àbímí gbìngbìngbìn mọ́lẹ̀. Adífá fún ẹ̀rù bà mí, níjọ́ tó lọ rèé ṣòwò àkàrà. Yèyé ẹlẹ́yẹ tọrọ àkàrà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀rù bà mí ò fún. Wọ́n ní bí alalẹ́ bá ti lẹ́, àwọn ògbìn mi gbìn wọn máa rìn gbìngbìngbìn lẹ́ǹkùlé ẹ̀rù bà mí. Ní bá fi ń pariwo ẹ̀rù bà mí ó. Aṣọ mẹ́rìndínlógún laṣọ ṣọ̀pọ̀nná, ọ̀kan láhùn lára. Àti ká máa sọ yìmìyìmì bí igi ọgọgọ rúmọrúmọ apanimáyọ̀ aago lókìkí òru. I will break it down in English as we move. Wọ́n ní sára bojú sákánsákán, gbòǹgbò ọ̀nà àbímí gbìn mọ́lẹ̀. Àwọn ò gbìn. Wọ́n ní ẹni tá a dáfá fún nínú Odù Ifá yẹn ni ẹ̀rù bà mí. The person that Odù Ifá was done for, his name is ẹ̀rù bà mí. Ẹ̀rù bà mí simply means I'm afraid, I'm scared. They said there was a time that ẹ̀rù bà mí wanted to start a business. Ó fẹ́ máa ṣòwò àkàrà. He wanted to start business of frying àkàrà bean cake. Ẹ dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé oúnjẹ ayé làkàrà. Ó fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ òwò àkàrà. He wanted to start the business. Ó wá lọ dáfá. As usual, he went to make a divination that I'm about to start a new business, so Ifá, tell me what I'm going to do, tell me what's going to happen in this business. And wọ́n fún ní instruction nínú ìtàn yẹn. They told him that, you see this business you are going to do, people will come from time to time to ask you for free akara. Give it to them. Don't say no. Ẹ̀rù bà mí said, what's the meaning of that? Am I running a charity organization? How can you say that a business that I just started, I've not even broken even, the profit has not even, the economics and the profit of demand and supply has not even come into play. I have not even balanced the debit side and the credit side. The trial balance is not even. The account balance is not even in there. I have not paid the investors. I have not profit and loss. I have not. I mean, I cannot give anybody anything free. Ifá, the only thing I want to hear is that what is the ebo and the to make this business go forward? That's the only thing I'm going to hear. Business have not even gone forward. You are saying we should be dashing somebody something free. Where in what accounting principle is that? Yes, that's you. Anti financial accounting, that's you. You want to start up a business. Ifá says some people are going to come to you to need help. Make sure you don't turn them. No. I've been helping people since 1974. What's the profits? 1909, that's why I started to help people. What has come out of it? Nothing. I'm about to start a new venture. You want me to? I'm not the one that wants you to. You are the one that walked into here with your two left legs and you asked, what does Ifá say about this new business? And I'm telling you what Ifá said. I'm just echoing a statement. Ifá says people will come to you, show kindness. Out of that product, give it to them. Ẹ̀rù bà mí said no. So life continued. He kept on sending his they always set themselves up by not listening. Why did they come to Ifá in the first place? Ẹ bá mi bèrè lọ́wọ́ wọn. If you know you are not going to listen to the structure of Ifá, kí ló dé tó ṣe wá? Why did you come? But your village people followed you there that day. Anyway, he started frying his akara. Ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí dín àkàrà ẹ̀. Àwọn èèyàn máa wá, ó máa dín àkàrà. Àkàrà elépo ló dín o. And how many people knows that epo is part of oúnjẹ àwọn ìyá mi? Ó tún fi ẹ̀wà, ó tún fi ṣe àkàrà. Ó fi ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ epo, ó fi dín àkàrà. Wọ́n dẹ̀ sọ fún pé kó fún wọn tó bá dé o. He is frying àkàrà, the food of àwọn ìyá mi. So they came that day and they came visiting and they asked him to give them àkàrà. As usual, ẹ̀rù bà mí is looking at the profit and loss, looking at his account. No, kò tí ìyọ̀dé bí tá a máa fún yàn. This business has not broken even to the point where they are going to be giving people. But Ifá gave a specific instruction. A specific instruction was given. Ifa did not say everybody that starts a business to start to dash out their products before they break even. Ifa gave Erubami a specific instruction. And that day came. He did not give them the akara. He went home as usual, got his profit, and he went home. Àwọn gbìngbìngbìn tán máa ń rìn gbìngbìngbìn lẹ́ǹkùlé ẹni tó bá wù wọ́n tí ò sẹ́ni tó lè bí wọ́n lẹ́jọ́. They visited his house. Àwọn Ìyàmí came at night and visited his house. Trust me, when he met them during the day, they did not look like àwọn Ìyàmí. Did they look like them? Ṣé wọ́n á ń kọ́ sórí ni? Àwọn tó ti gbẹ̀yẹ ṣé wọ́n á ń kọ́ sórí wọn? Look at my head. Is there any sign of hair on it like this? No. Look at the head of your mother. Does she have a sign of hair? Have you ever seen anybody on the road that has sign to say, this is Eleye, this is Yami? Nobody has it. You will never know the day that they come. You will never know the form that they will take. But they will come. They will come. This year they have come with full force. They came this year. They will come this year. This is their year. They don't need invitation this year. They are in this year. They have come already into this year. And when he did not respond to them, they visited his house at night. Olukikiuru, that's what we call them. They are the famous ones of the night. They are the rulers of darkness of this world. They are the principalities and the powers. They are the one that holds the principalities of this world. They are the ones that hold the powers of this world. Even your Bible recognizes them. Your Bible just hid them under the fact that you want to fight them. You cannot fight them. But even your Bible recognizes that there are people that are seated in the heavenly places of this world. They are the rulers of this world. Àwọn ló ń rule ayé yìí, the rulers of this world. This world is called ayé. Àwọn tó ń jí ayé nìyẹn. Even your Bible recognize them, that they are there. Don't be ignorant of them. But what your Bible did not tell you is that you don't fight them. You align with them. Let's continue. So they came visiting at night, and they were doing bing, bing, bing behind his house. He was the only one that was hearing the sound. Then he will come out and say, neighbor, did you hear anything that was sounding bing, bing, bing? No, nothing is sounding. Everything is as silent as a graveyard. That's not possible. That is not possible. I was hearing some sound. Erubami was hearing some sound. He went into the house again. 2 days later, bing, 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 at the back of his house. He came outside again. What was going on? What was happening? I said, I can hear a sound. Neighbors now started to look like, a shock, babe, you are okay. They went to his wife. Ẹjọ́ ṣé kò ń ṣe pé atẹ́gùn fẹ́ sọpọ̀ yín lọ́pọlọ, ṣé kò ń ṣe pé ó rẹ̀ wọ́n díẹ̀? Kí ló sọ máa sọ pé ṣe rẹ ọkọ mi? Kò sí nǹkan tó ṣọkọ mi, nǹkan tó ń gbọ́ gbogbo wa lájíjọ́ ẹ̀yin nìkan lẹ̀ ń gbọ́ àǹtí, kò dé bíbáyìí, àwọn ò gbọ́ ń bíbáyìí. They went to the neighbors and the neighbors were asking, are you sure this man is okay? The way he runs out every night to say, what's sounding? He was the only one that heard that sound. When Iyami wants to deal with somebody, ẹni á dẹ̀ dá dúró báyìí, òjò á dẹ̀ máa dá nìkan pa òun nìkan láàrin aginjù. He will stand alone and rain will be beating him alone in a desert. When they decide to deal with somebody, it is always, it comes in a way that you will look at it and you will say by experience, we know the pattern. They will deal with the person with invisible forces. They will be dealing with the person inside themselves. The person will not be able to explain. Everybody will be looking at them like, but there is nothing wrong. Something is wrong. They are trying to explain to the whole world what is wrong, but nobody sees anything. The sickness will come without any diagnosis. The doctors cannot lay their hands on anything. They cannot see what's there. They will try carrying the person from left, right, center to everywhere. They cannot say, but anything can shame up being shame. The person they are dealing with knows that there is something wrong with him and is wondering why can't the rest of the world see it. They started to deal with him. They dealt with Erubami. They dealt with him. Money àwọn gbìngbìngbìn a máa rìn gbìngbìngbìn lẹ́ǹkùlé Erubami ní bá fi ń pariwo Erubami o. They dealt with him to the point that he shouted out. He's afraid of what's happening. This is not normal again. Something is going on here. I cannot continue to pretend that I'm not hallucinating. Something is going on here. Then he went back to his babalawo. Ha! You are playing with fire. You want to use your wrapper to cover fire. You think the smoke is not going to come out. Oh, you don't know the people you are dealing with. Àwọn olókìkí ọ̀rọ̀, àwọn apanimáyọ̀dà olókìkí ọ̀rọ̀. Wọ́n ní aṣọ mẹ́rìndínlógún láṣọ ṣọ̀pọ̀nà. Don't let's go into that conversation. They ended it with saying, apanimáyọ̀dà olókìkí ọ̀rọ̀. Àwọn apanimáyọ̀dà. Do you know what apanimáyọ̀dà is? The person that unalives somebody without a weapon. The person that unalives a person without a weapon. No evidence, no case. No face, no case. They are not going to show any face. No face, no case. And they are dealing with the person. They are looking at the person like this. And they are there and they are smiling. Wọ́n ní táwọn ẹ̀yà mi bá máa tó bá fẹ́ jẹ̀yàn lè bẹ́jẹ̀ lẹ́nu wọn. They will sit down and eat a human flesh and blood, and you will not find evidence of a red substance. This is it. Look at their mouth. Look at the person you are accusing. She has not even tasted water today, and you are accusing her that she's the one that àwọn ẹ̀yà mi ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. You don't want to cross their path. You don't want to be at loggerheads with them. You don't want to be on the other side of the table. Who is your lawyer that wants to defend you in the presence of àwọn ẹ̀yà mi? I don't understand. So yes, for those of you that they told you that they are wicked, there is a wicked side of it. If you call for, they have it in every measure. If you bring it like this, they will give you like this. If you bring it like this, they will give it to you like this. They are there everywhere, waiting for you in the measure that you have given it to them. And this year, we will see a lot of them. This year, we are going to see a lot of them. Now, let's go back to the story of Erubami. There's something to learn there. Lessons, blessings, and instructions. Every one of us, Erubami wá sílé ayé ó wá ṣòwò àkàrà, òwò ní gbogbo wa ń ṣe nínú ilé ayé o. Every one of us are here on a business. Life is a business. Yoruba says life is a business. The business of life, especially adult life, òwò la wá ṣe nílé ayé. Different businesses for different people. Ọjà, ilé ayé yìí ọjà ni. Yoruba says this world is a marketplace. Ànájà káàkiri à ń rajà ń tajà ni. We are all involved in one business or the other. This life is a marketplace. You have done a divination of this life in this marketplace, and Ifá has given you instruction. This year, one of the instructions or the major instruction that you are given is what? Everything you are doing, tẹ́ ẹ bá ń gúnyán ẹ̀kọ́ tí wọ́n mọ̀, ẹ̀gún tí wọ́n mọ̀, tẹ́ ẹ bá ń roka ẹ̀rọ tí wọ́n mọ̀, tẹ́ ẹ bá ń kọ ẹ̀bà ẹ̀kọ́ tí wọ́n mọ̀, tẹ́ ẹ bá sè ọbẹ̀ ẹ̀sẹ̀ tí wọ́n mọ̀. Whatever you are doing in this life, especially this year and for the rest of your human life, make allowance for them. Make allowance for them. You don't need to get into any trouble before they say go and give able to them. Just give it to them. They will come to you to ask you for something. They went to Erubami to ask for something. This year, they have given us instruction of what they are asking for. I'm pointing in this direction because my iPad is here. I'm going to be reading from there. They have given us instruction of what they want this year. And some of you will still not do it. Some of you will still not do it. How do you make allowance for them? Listen, we are still talking. We have not paused the live streaming. And some of you will still not listen to this instruction I'm about to read out. Some of you will follow it. You will follow it halfway. You will forget it. Aduni Folashade Akinyo Eshegoni Adupe. Ejo, if you have ever skipped any instruction of Ifá, don't skip the one for this year. ẹ má jẹ́ káwọn olókìkí òru fi yín ṣe mental case. Wọ́n fẹ́ sọ ẹ̀rù bà mí di wèrè torí òun nìkan ló ń gbáriwo. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ káyé lùlù fún wa jó. Àwọn táyé bá lù fún jó, àwọn nìkan ló ń gbọ́ ìlú o, kò sẹ́ni tó ń gbọ́ o. Ẹni tí ò gbọ́ ìlú tó bá ń dájó, ó ti ń jáwọ́jà, ó ti ń ṣẹ̀sìn. There is an ìwúre that we make. We say, may ayé, the people that own the world, may they not drum for us to dance. If they drum for somebody to dance, that person is the only one that will be hearing the sound of the drum and is drumming. And every human person will be looking at them like, ibo lele ti rí kí ló ń pè, kí lẹ̀ ń jó sí bàbá, and the person will be doing like this and they cannot hear any sound of the drum. Hey, ayé ò ní lùlù fún wa jó, àní bí àwọn tó láyé nínú, àní bí àwọn tó nílẹ̀ nínú. Give what is due to them, make allowance for them, acknowledge them, don't argue with them. Even when you don't understand, just follow the instruction. It's okay. They are not the kind of people that you say, I want to understand what I'm doing first before I do it. Until do it first and understand as you go. Especially this year, do it first and understand it as you go. Let me make one thing very clear. Screen record what I'm about to say and save it, and then we come back and tell me that Iyanifa Ewa said it. You see this year, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ máa ń ṣoṣólẹ̀, tẹ́ máa ń ṣe ọṣẹ, tẹ́ máa ń ṣe bu, tẹ́ máa ń ṣe iṣẹ́ Ifá, tẹ́ ń ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀. All of you people that like to do oṣólẹ̀, spiritual work, they are giving you soap, they are giving you herbs, they are giving you all of these things. Wonderful stuff, excellent stuff, super powerful stuff. But in this year, 90% of them are not going to work. Go and frame it like this on the wall. 90% of them are not going to work. You know what you are supposed to focus on this year? Ẹ̀bẹ̀ àwọn àgbàlagbà. Àwọn nǹkan ẹ̀yọ́nú àwọn àgbàlagbà. Àwọn nǹkan ẹ̀bẹ̀ àwọn àgbàlagbà. I don't know how to say it in Yoruba, but those are products that is demanding mercy and favor and grace from àwọn ìyá mi. Iyanifa Ewa, thank you so much. She said she has heard that. Gbogbo iṣẹ́ tẹ́ ní nílé, go and put it one side. Ó ti pause, kò expire, but ó ti pause. Ẹ ṣáà rárá gbé sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ kan báyìí. Kẹ́ ẹ wá ìmùlẹ̀ àgbà, kẹ́ ẹ wá ẹ̀bẹ̀ àgbà, kẹ́ ẹ wá ìyọ́nú àwọn àgbàlagbà, kẹ́ ẹ lọ jókòó tì í. Kẹ́ ẹ wá ìyọ́nú àwọn àgbàlagbà, kẹ́ ẹ lọ jókòó tì í. For this year, I don't know of forevermore, but ọdún 10,067 tá a wà yìí, focus on that. Number 2, if you do not have a spiritual woman in your circle, you do not have a representative of àwọn ìyá mi that is standing behind you, Tony Majolo Monwenye. If you do not have an ìyá that is in your corner, my dear sister and brother in Awo, ó máa rìn hòhò lọ́dún yìí. You will walk around this year like someone that is naked. Immediately they divine that Odù Ifá or Sameji. See all the babalawos on my team. Everybody is calling the ìyá that they know. Ìyá mi ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́ mà, ó tójọ́ mẹ́ta tá a rí yín, mo kàn ní kí n kí yín ni. Everybody is texting the mothers that they have. Yeah, I just said I should greet you. It's been a while. Ẹjọ́ ẹ bá wa, àwọn oní hook up yẹn. If you come on my live streaming to type hook up, whether with a fake account or a public account, in this year, àwọn tó láyé máa hook you up for disgrace, because this is height of disrespect, and I'm going to say it here plain and plain. If you come on this live streaming and you decide to be stupid, àwọn tó nílé ayé, if you don't understand Yoruba, the people that are called the wickedness of this world, they will make a public disgrace of you. Because you can scroll past this. You see Ifá written there, you can literally scroll past and go somewhere else. I will not block you. No, I won't block you. Àmọ́ pé wọn ò ní fi yín ṣe ẹ̀sín lọ́dún yìí, there's no way around it. wọ́n ti fún wa ní go ahead lọ́dún yìí pé ẹni tó bá ṣe stupidity ká fún ní size ẹ̀. So stay on my live streaming and be stupid. Àwọn tó láyé wọ́n máa kọ́ ẹ ní stupidity níbi tó wà, tó ò bá kọ́ ẹ nílé tó ti jáde. Don't block them, don't mute them. Tí kan nú wọn ò bá tí ṣẹ̀ sí ìta gbangba, táwọn tó láyé ò bá tí lùlù fún kan nú wọn jó, the rest of them will not understand until they start to carry one of them up and down, and their parents are on a live streaming with them saying, Iyanifa, we are sorry, this is what happened, their daughter came to your live streaming and was stupid, and every other person sees that stupidity in plain sight. They will not know that there is something called being respectful in a public place. That's warning to every other person. So I was saying this: if you do not have a woman, a spiritual woman, sitting beside you, supporting you as a backbone, go and find one. Go and find one this year. They can come in form of Iyanifa, Iyalorisha, Iyaegbe, àwọn ọmọ ìyá mẹ́ta. It might be your grandmother. It might be one Iyalogi down the street. You will shall know them. You will know them. You know all those Iya. If you stay in the city or you are living in the abroad, find somebody to mole, find somebody that knows traditional family areas, that know those women. Take care of them this year. Get close to them this year. Their energy is heightened this year times 1 million, times 1 billion. Find them this year. If you are in the habit of disrespecting women, Chairman Association of Patriarchy, Chairman Association of Egocentric Masculinity, calm down this year. Get off that high horse. See, this year, even if it's only this year that you are going to have sense, this year, sit down. This is year of women. Just go and sit down this year. If you don't want them to use you as passion to flog every other person in that your association, sit down somewhere this year. We've been talking about it. For those of you that followed me throughout last year, we started the women in Ifa and ÌṢЭШE community. And I told you one of the reasons we started that community is to reinstate the position of women in Ifa and ΙШΕШE. To remind the men that what we have going on today as patriarchy in Yoruba land is not our culture, is not our tradition. For those of you that followed me last year, please type it in the comment section. Type it in the comment section. And a lot of things we wanted to do last year. We wanted to have our conference. We wanted to have our magazine. People kept on asking. Somebody was even thinking that she was spiting me. She said, that Iyanifa, she will just start something and stop it halfway. I looked at her like, when I announced this, were you the one that gave me instruction? When I decided to pause it, were you the one that gave me instruction? Ifa says, hold on. The time for it is near, but it's not yet now. School of Iyanifa, there are hundreds of you that have submitted your application there. Have you gotten any response? Those of you that submitted your application for School of Iyanifa, for both the students and the teachers, have you gotten any response yet? Please, comment section. I need you to understand that when I do something, I understand what I'm doing, and I'm receiving instruction. I need those of you that have signed up. I can see you, teachers and students, for School of Iyanifa on Ifa College. Have you received any instruction at all? And I'm going to tell you why you haven't received any instruction. I need comments in the comment section. I'm not speaking to myself alone. Ẹ̀yin ni mò ń bá sọ̀rọ̀. Ẹ̀yin ni mò ń bá sọ̀rọ̀. Ta ló ń jẹ́ Nova? Kí ló ń jẹ́ Nova? Kí ni Nova ṣe? Ṣé ká hand over sí court àwọn ìyá mi ni? Mi ò rí nǹkan tó ṣe o. Iyanifa Owini said no, she has not received the response, but she's not worried. Exactly. We had not responded to anybody because Ifa says it is not yet time. He said a short while. I didn't know how long the short while was going to be, but I told myself until we receive any further instruction on the short while, we're not going to do anything. And now that short while is over. Immediately that Odù Ifá came, I knew this is a short while Ifa says we should wait for. And now we are here. There is a reason we started that last year. If we started this year, it will look as if, oh, because it's Osameji, that's why we started it last year. Women in Ifa and ÌṢẸШE. I didn't tell anybody, I didn't announce to anybody that we're going to be having a monthly publication. I made a divination, and Ifa says the name of that magazine is going to be called Iya. I showed it to Sacred Grove, Iyanifa Ewa. I showed it to you, right? The very day that Odù came out, I showed her the magazine that I had designed. I showed her the magazine that I designed. I showed her the name on the magazine. I sent it to her. I had already had this. I had designed for the 12 months, and it was there waiting for Ifa to say, this is the time, let it go out. And now is the time. I need you to understand that if you follow the directions of Ifa, at the time you are doing something, it might look stupid, it might look somehow. You might not even be able to explain to people in full what is going on. You might not be able to explain to people in full what is going on. But you are following the instructions of Ifa, it will make sense. Someone says, are you in UK or in Nigeria? Why did you pick UK as the country? Why didn't you say, are you in US or Nigeria? Why didn't you say, are you in Ghana or Nigeria? Why UK? I'm interested to know why you picked UK. Do I look like someone you have seen in London before? I've not been to London before. You know, the London real. I have not been to London before, by choice though. So no, I'm not in UK, I'm in Nigeria. I'm in Nigeria. Babalawo Ifá told me Lola Moshe Àbọrú Àbọyè Àbọṣíṣẹ Ẹṣé púpọ̀. So I'm telling you that this year is not that year you want to throw patriarchy in the face of anybody. Let that your patriarchy rest. He says she's coming to the UK by force. Let that your patriarchy, let it rest. You look like a UK sister. How does UK sister you to look? Èmi ọmọ Èkó arómi sálẹ̀gbẹ̀lẹ̀gbẹ̀, èmi ọmọ Ìjẹ̀bú ọmọ alárẹ̀, èmi ọmọ Ìjẹ̀bú, èmi ọmọ Èkó. I am representing Lagos and Ìjẹ̀bú. I don't look UK in any way. UK, wow. UK has nothing on me. Kini, Ekeke. Is Nigeria in and out? Somebody is asking you about Jesus. De feni yisile. You people leave this person alone. You people don't know the move that we are having this year. Leave them alone. Just leave them alone. Just continue. Leave them alone. Àwa ọmọ alágẹmọ mẹ́rìndínlógún, yes, I'm answering you. Ìjẹ̀bú rèé, owó rèé, look at us. Àwa Ìbú owó ni. Kékeré Ìjẹ̀bú owó ni. We are the... That is us, we are us, that's us. But don't worry, London is calling and we're going to answer for London because I'm going to be having my book tour, and definitely we're going to be making it to London during the book tour. So those of you that are already seeing London Sister, Ifa is already telling you that something is cooking. When the time comes, I'll let you know. So let's go back to the story of Erubami. Let's go back to the story of Erubami. So Ifa said Erubami should make sure that you are giving something. Something must come out of that business. Gbogbo wa la noja báyìí. Gbogbo wa la noja. Nova, I understand you. Just drop your question. I'll respond to you. Just relax. Gbogbo wa la noja báyìí. Is that okay? We are all in the marketplace of life. And Ifa is giving us an instruction this year. Ọjà ayé tá ń ná ní ọdún yìí, the instruction is from Odù Ifá Osameji. So let's go into that instruction and find out what Ifa said to us in this year. Kí ni Ifá sọ fún wa nínú Odù Ifá Osameji lọ́dún tá a wà yìí? Odù Ifá Osameji this year. I'll be reading the instructions both in Yoruba, in English, and we'll be breaking it down. And I beg you, with everything you hold there. Should I tell you the story of this thing? Look at this thing. Can anybody see what this thing, this brass thing on my neck is? What does it look like? Yoruba people, what does it look like? What does it look like? Ayobami the poet. How are you doing? What does it look like? It looks like a comb, bẹ́ẹ̀ni. But olórúkọ kan tá máa ń pè nílẹ̀ Yorùbá. Kí la máa ń pè nílẹ̀ Yorùbá? Kí la máa ń pè irú comb yìí? Ìlarun àbí ìlàrí? Àwọn wo ló máa ń lo ìlàrí? Àwọn wo ló máa ń lo ìlàrí? àwọn wo ló máa ń lo ìlàrí, àwọn wo ló máa ń lo ìlàrí, ẹ mọ̀ tó máa fi ń larun yẹn, àwọn wo ló máa ń lò, àwọn wo ni? Answer in comment section. Odù Ifá ọ̀sà méjì, Odù Ifá tí a dá fún gbogbo àgbáyé ní òkè ìtasẹ̀ ní ọjọ́ kẹfà oṣù kẹfà. Ìjọ tá a dá fún yẹn was 6/6/2026. Àbí àwọn ìyá mi àdé the 666 that we are talking about, we don't know. Àwọn onídìrí, àkùnṣe onídìrí là ń sọ yìí o. Ṣé ẹ rí tó bá fi kinní yìí tó bá so mọ́ nǹkan, àwọn ìyá ayé ló ní, àwọn ìyá ayé ló ní kinní yìí, àwọn ìyá ayé ló ní, àwọn ìyá ló ní, àwọn ìyá ló ní. Tó bá ti sín gbẹ́rẹ́ sára ẹ̀ tó fi larun fún yàn báyìí, wọ́n ti kọ destiny ẹ̀ nìyẹn o. Ẹ má jẹ́ ká, ẹ má la ọ̀dẹ, wọ́n ti kọ destiny ẹ̀ nìyẹn. So on the 6th day of the 6th month in the year 2026 was when this divination was done. 666 has come up there. Maybe that 66 in the Bible is àwọn I not say that too. I'm just saying that maybe we don't know what it is, but I just saw the numbers today. It didn't even come to me before now. Number 1, Ifá says kí a máa ṣe ìbà fún àwọn ìyá mi. Number 1, kí a máa ṣe ìbà fún àwọn ìyá mi. We should make ìbà fún àwọn ìyá mi. First instruction. I beg you with everything tó mí àti tí ò mí nínú ìrìn àjò ẹ lọ́dún yìí. Don't leave your house this year without giving ìbà to àwọn ìyá mi. Don't let a day pass without giving ìbà to àwọn ìyá mi. Don't let a day pass without giving ìbà to àwọn ìyá mi. Somebody said, tell us about Ifá. What is the advantage and disadvantage of joining? Please head over to the YouTube channel, Iyanifa Ewa TV on YouTube. There are so many videos there that talks about Ifá, so many videos, but in the course of this live streaming too, you will learn what are the advantages and the disadvantages, if there is any, for joining Ifá. But stay with the program. Number 1, they said give ìbà to àwọn ìyá mi. This is me telling you that if you have to set an alarm on your phone, periodic alarm, maybe an alarm that will come up every 1 hour or every 2 hours or every 3 hours. Kábíyèsí Ẹ̀rífá Abégúndé, mo ṣe Àbọrú Àbọyè Àbọṣíṣẹ fún yín, mo ṣe Ogbó Atọ́ Àsúre Ìwòrìwò fún Kábíyèsí Akínyìn Àṣìbáwọn. If it's every 1 hour or every 2 hours, set alarm and let the alarm be written ìbà to remind you to make ìbà. Kò kí ń pọ̀ jù. I'm giving you cheat sheets. It doesn't get too much. Don't reduce it to I only make ìbà to àwọn ìyá mi in the morning. When you forget in the morning, that's the rest for that day. Don't do it. Set an alarm to make ìbà regularly. If you do not understand how to make ìbà, I beg you, please go to the website ifakole.ng and purchase the book Ìbáṣẹ. It comes in physical copy, e-copy and audio copy. You can purchase all 3, but make sure you have the audio copy. Put that audio copy on replay. Let that ìbà continue to replay in your house, in your home, in your neighborhood, in your family, in your car, everywhere. Listen to it to sleep. Make it. That's the first instruction that came out. The very first one. Give ìbà to àwọn ìyá mi throughout this year. Instruction number 2. Let me see. Okay, English àti sọ. Instruction number 2 said, a kò gbọ́dọ̀ fi ènìyàn ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́ tàbí ṣe ẹlẹ́yà. This year, those of you, something cannot pass, you will laugh at the person. Look at that girl. Look at her. Look at her. How is she looking like that? Wá wọ ọ̀rẹ́ wọ́n ti lọ́rẹ́ ẹ lẹ́nu iṣẹ́. Don't laugh at people this year. No, let me explain to you why you will not do that. I was speaking to a friend of mine earlier today and I said most people don't understand that when people are going through certain circumstance, tí situation wọn ti ń di pé wọ́n ti ń ṣẹlẹ́yà, wọ́n ti ń ṣẹ̀sín, 90% of the time àwọn tó láyé ló wà ń di ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn o. 90% of the time àwọn ìyá mi ló wà ń di ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn o. You are looking at them like, look at this one. She has done all the business in the world. Nothing is working for her. And you are making fun of her and you are laughing at her. You don't know the reason she's in that predicament. You don't know why she's going through that thing. If you cannot offer a word of iwure, a word of prayer, you cannot be kind. This year, learn to shut up and waka back. This is the year that those of you, comment section, association of comment section, there is free speech. You now hide behind the camera. You are typing anything. All these Ifa people, you people's head is not correct. You people's eyes is not correct. You people's nose is looking like Kiniko. I can't see anything to anybody. Ha! See, me, I'm going to advise you, don't stop this year. Don't. Murasi, must stop. Murasi. I want people to be made public example this year. Oh, shemi yeah, ye be kasha mara wanta won yami ma fi shekini. We need it. We need people as sample and scapegoat. So I will tell you, don't stop it. Murasi, stand behind your keypad and be saying, there's nothing you can do. Look at her head. This one is calling herself Yami. She's calling herself Iyanifa and she's doing Kiniko. Please continue this year. I will not tell you to stop. If alone can stop, Emi can stop. Emi mo yin láti bi kankan bo ti mo daddy yin. If alone can stop, Emi ko mo can stop. Emi o mo mi yin láti bi kankan. Ifa is the one that say you should not do it. So, but me, I'm saying do it with your full chest. I will buy you data. I will recharge your phone. Do it. Kó wá lọ látorí fóònù yẹn kó lọ síbi táwọn ayé ń gbèyàn sí, kó lọ síbi táwọn àwọn tí ò lókun fi máa hang èèyàn báyìí wọ́n máa hang ẹni yẹn báyìí ẹ̀wọ̀n ọ̀dẹ̀ ní rókùn lọ́rùn ẹ̀. You see, this year I want physical manifestation of these spiritual powers. Me, I'm rooting for it this year. I want physical manifestation that Ifa is real, in a way that it will be very, very obvious. And I like that this year, àwọn ìyá mi ló gbé fún. Last year it was Egungun, àwọn Aláṣẹkù, Òtúrúpọ̀ méjì, Odù Ifá àwọn Aláṣẹkù ni, Odù Ifá Egun, Odù Ifá àwọn tó ti ṣàwòkù sẹ́yìn. And they are very nice people. But I'm happy that this year is àwọn ìyá mi. Do anyhow and collect times 10. So I will not ask you not to do anyhow this year, especially those of you keyboard warrior. Go and recharge your phone this year. Recharge your phone. Do more this year. Somebody is asking for the WhatsApp number. Please post it in the comment section. The person that is asking for the WhatsApp number has been pinned on your screen. A moderator has pinned it on your screen. But if I said I should tell you this year that do not make fun of people. Don't ridicule anybody's situation. Don't mock them. Don't look down on anybody. It's Ifa that said it, and Ifa loves you. But maybe I don't. So me, I'm telling you, Murasi, wo, teramo foolishness, Murasi. Take off your example. Tó bá ti fi ẹ́ ṣe example, wọ́n á fi ẹ́ ṣe pàṣọ tó fi máa ná gbogbo àwọn tó kù. Every other person will have sense. But this year, from the love of a mother to another child, don't. If you cannot be kind to people this year, just look away. Because as little as putting your mouth into something you don't know the cause, you are judging somebody that you met online, somebody that you don't know the options that was given to them. You are judging their decision. I told a friend of mine, I said, my father taught me something that stuck with me. You cannot judge the decision of a person until you know the options that they had. Between the devil and the deep blue sea, somebody chooses the devil and you look at them and say, how can you choose the devil? What kind of person are you? The only option they had, the other option they had was the deep blue sea. If they dived into the deep blue sea, oh, why did you have to dive into the deep blue sea? Because the other option they had was the devil. You don't know if the only options they had is the devil or the deep blue sea, and they chose one, and you are there judging their decisions. People that have mocked your disability, they will collect times 10. Let's just relax and be. So I'm begging you, judging people. I just cannot say, I cannot see what is wrong and not say it. I cannot see what you can see, what you can keep quiet. No, you can shut up. Wọ́n ní fẹnumẹ́nu báyìí òun la fawó ṣe. You will see it in the course of this teaching. Fẹnumẹ́nu shut up òun la fawó ṣe lọ́dún yìí. Learn to keep quiet. Let's continue. Number three says ká mójútó àwọn ọmọ wa ju owó lọ. Pay attention to your children more than money. Ogbó atọ́ yín o, aṣojú ààrẹ ọba àrìṣà. Ogbó atọ́ yín o, Olúwomi Àsápẹ́ ọ̀la mú kí yín o, kábíyèsí. Ẹ ṣé gan ni tẹ́ ẹ darapọ̀ mọ́ wa lórí ètò lénìí o. A kú ọdún, a kú ìyèdún, àṣèyí ṣàmọ́dún. Odù Ifá ọ̀sà méjì tó dá fún wa lọ́dún yìí, òun là ń gbé yẹ̀wò. Wọ́n ní kí a mójútó àwọn ọmọ wa ju owó lọ. Pay attention to your children more than money. Association of parents that live in Lagos, in New York, in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi, in California, in London, that you are looking for money. It is because of these children that I'm looking for money. It is because of these children. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ lé owó, kẹ́ ẹ sọ àwọn ọmọ tẹ́ ẹ̀ ń tì torí wọn ṣiṣẹ́, kẹ́ ẹ sọ wọ́n nù. May you not run after money and lose the children that you are working because of them. Your excuse of working like a crazy person is because of those children. May you not lose them in the course of this. You are the one that brought those children into this world. You are the one that brought those children into this world. Spiritual Wi-Fi. I greet you. I see you. You brought those children into this world. The least you can do is pay attention to them. Àwọn Yami says pay attention to them. The mothers of the earth, the mothers of life, the ones that give life, they are reminding you that you should pay attention to your children this year. We don't know what is about to happen, but may we not mourn our children physically, spiritually, materially, mentally, emotionally, academically, socially. May we not divine a loss over any of our children, either biological children or any form. This is the year that parenting requires extra efforts. I know there is no manual to parenting, but this year, go and find the manual that works for you. Pay attention to your children more than money. This is the year that you will relax with that money you are chasing. Spend time with your children. Protect them the more. Money atakoro wọnú àdó kan ò lè mọ́mọ́ ẹ̀wọ́ o. Àwọn ọmọ máa wọnú àdó tiwọn ni o. There is no, I've done it is going to cover for me and my, there is nothing in Ifá called for me and my family. Kò sẹ́ni tó ń dáfá for me and my family. Kò sẹ́ni tó ń rúbọ for me and my family. Kò sẹ́ni tó ń lo share for me and my family. There is nothing in Ifá that this divination is for me and my family. This sacrifice for me and my family. I'm using this spiritual work on behalf of me and my family. Ifá treats us as single individuals. We are single individuals. Every one of your children, for those of you that have plenty like me, every one of your children are single individuals. They require to be addressed as single individuals. If you are making a divination for yourself, you are making for each one of your children. If you are making Ebo, you are making it for each one of them. It doesn't matter if that child is 7 weeks old or 70 years old or 17-year-old. But Iyanifa, they are minor. We will put them together. There is nothing like minor in Ifa. Everybody is a single. This year, pay attention to your children more than money. Pay attention to them more than money. Priestess of let me just, since we are ahead, this is the year for the mothers. You see that lady that is sending in gifts right now, that goddess, that priestess, that voodoo priestess, that Mami Water priestess that is sending us gifts. That's another Iya. So we are going to take time to celebrate her because it's everywhere we see Iya this year. So Mosheba, I pay homage to the powers that you represent, spiritual Wi-Fi. I pay homage to the spirits that you represent. I pay homage to the goddesses and the gods that you represent. I pay homage to the powers that you hold in the part of the world where you exist. I pay homage to them, and I say that this year we would all experience it fully. Sis, you remember the other day we were talking about women and power, and we talked about menstrual cycle of women and everything the last time I was in Ghana. This is the year we are experiencing it. I am super happy. We will get there. We will get into that conversation. A lot of things that they have covered and manipulated, we will get there. All over the world, women are being, this is the year, let me not digress too much, but Asheba, 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 Asheba. I acknowledge every power that cuts across Africa that is grounded in spirituality in every form that it comes. It's not only in Ifa. And that is one thing that I love about African spirituality. You will never find one Ifa priest go into Ghana and say, what is voodoo? Voodoo is not, there is nothing like that. You are not supposed to be wearing this color. You are not supposed, no. We recognize every spiritual authority in Africa. We recognize every spirituality in Africa as an entity on their own, backed up by the divine and supreme being. You will never find a Yoruba priest, a Babala will go into the east and tell the ordinary priest, the Ezenwai and the Dibia, and tell them, you are not doing it the right way. Elédùmarè is the only right one. That is the difference between spirituality and religion. Religion is fighting right now. Christianity and Muslim. It is Allah that is the God. Jesus is the one. Methodist is the one. Anglican in the... they cannot even unite inside that one religion. They cannot unite inside one religion. Methodist and Anglican and Pentecostal and white garment, they are all calling Jesus with one Bible, one book of instruction. They cannot even unite inside one. Shey you see where the problem is? Meanwhile, African spirituality is as diverse and as beautiful as it is. Nobody will say, Olodumare is the only divine being. If you do not add Olodumare, what you are doing. No. Shey you see, that's by the way. But we're coming back to that. Number 3 instruction says, number 4 instruction, we've read number 3. Number 4 instructions is for traditional rulers. So we are going to skip that part. Traditional rulers, there is no, all the traditional rulers have received their instruction. Number 5 talks about òrìṣà ńlá Ọbàtálá. He said ká bíbọ òrìṣà ńlá kí ìṣẹ́gun lè wà fún wa lórílẹ̀-èdè wa. He says that we should give ẹbọ to òrìṣà ńlá. Ẹbọ should be carried out to òrìṣà ńlá so that victory will come to our community and our nation, particularly Nigeria. I don't need to go into details of what's going on in Nigeria at the moment, but Ifa has an answer for us. Ifa says ká gbẹ́bọ fún òrìṣà ńlá. So for every one of you that are patriotic citizens of Nigeria or whatever country you are represented right now that is going through one form of insecurity or dilemma or unease, unrest, some African countries are going through some made up sickness issues right now. There is Ebola somewhere, there is something, a lot is going on right now in different African countries. A lot is going on right now all over the world. Whatever country you find yourself and whatever way it applies, please, on behalf of, instead of you to be doing fasting and pray, let's pray for Nigeria. Oh Lord, Nigeria will not fall. 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 Are we out at this point? Look at where it was in the days of Jonathan. Nigeria will not fall. Nigeria will not fall. Look at where it is today. Instead of wasting your time, your father fasted for Nigeria for 40 years of his life. Your mother was in that fasting. Your grandfather was in that fasting. If you love Nigeria, go and give Ebo to Oshanla over that country. Those of you that are non-Nigerians, you are in the diaspora and your country is peaceful and you love Nigeria from afar because all your Ebo and Etutu is being done in Nigeria. Your Babalawo and Iyanifa lives in Nigeria. ÌṢẸШE is rooted in Nigeria and you love Nigeria. Give Ebo to Oshanla on behalf of Nigeria. That's what's going to change. How am I sure that if Orishala is going to do it? Shebi, you have tried prayer, it did not work. Try this one too. What's the worst that will happen? The worst that will happen is that it will not work. What has that changed? Nothing. Did prayer work? No. The worst that will happen is that it will not work. What are you going to lose? Nothing. And it will work. So if you, every time you remember to pray for the peace of your country, to pray for Nigeria as a country, I beg of you, give Ebo to Oshanla and remember, this is me as the little part of Nigeria that I am. Instead of me to complain, what is the government doing? The government is not doing anything. The president is Ginika and they are supposed to do this. All that talk, nobody will hear you. the president is not going to hear you from your house. So after you have argued about Nigeria in the football park, after you have argued about Nigeria on the bed with your wife, wake up the next day and give ebo to Oshanla. Ifa says that is where victory will come from. Ifa said it. So let's do that regularly this year. Number 6, Ifa says that Ifa ní pé ire ìṣẹ́gun máa dé, ó máa wá sí fún wa ní orílẹ̀-èdè wa. Wọ́n ní ore ìṣẹ́gun. Ifa says in number 6, Ifa says that blessings of victory will come and it will remain in this land. It will not only come, it will remain. Those are the blessings for this year. So go and stay rest assured. Ifa ti ní ore ìṣẹ́gun máa wá. Ifa says there will be victory. Put your mind at rest. Now that you know that Ifa says there will be victory, you can do ebo to Oshanla with confidence, knowing that Ifa says there will be victory. Iyanifa, I don't know when you are having ebo in your shrine. No, I want to add something to it for Oshanla on behalf of my family. I don't stay in Nigeria, but my mother is there, my grandmother is there, my uncles and aunties are there. The peace of Nigeria is the peace of all of us. Do it knowing that Ifa has promised us victory. Ifa says that every Ifa shrine should offer a goat to Ifa. The goat's head should be placed upon Ifa and it should be left there to rot on the sacred Ifa for victory over malevolent forces. Àwọn ajogun ibi. Ifa says àwọn ajogun ibi máa dìde gan lọ́dún yìí o. Ajoguns are the negative forces of life. You know, like I said, there is nothing like God is one that is doing good, the devil is one that is doing bad, then God and the devil are fighting, good and evil is fighting. No. Ifa says tibitire nile aye, Elédùmarè ló dá. Olódùmarè created what we consider good, what we consider evil is created together like this, words and opposites. Negative forces, positive forces on life, they coexist in this life. That's the way Olódùmarè made it. So that the negative forces àwọn ajogun ibi will not overpower the positive forces of life. Ifa says in every Ifa shrine, for those of you that belong to one Ile or the other, ask your Babalawo and your Iyanifa, if this ebo that they said we should make with a goat, to place the head of the goat on the Ifa, when are we going to do it? Now, we will do it collectively as a shrine. As an individual, if you have your Ifa, do it. It will not delay Ifa kan. You are the only person that has Ifa in your family. You are representing a shrine in that family. Give a goat as ebo to your Ifa. Let them place it on your Ifa. Let it rot there, so that àwọn ajogun eshu will take it to the negative forces of life. Àwọn ajogun, they will take it and know that negativity is not your portion this year. It's not by mouth. It's not by, I confess that negativity is not my part in the name of whoever it is, in the name of jollof rice and fried rice. I confess negativity will not come to my children in the name of fufu and egusi. I confess negativity will not come to my children in the name of summer and winter. That's not going to work this year. Put that name aside. Put the name aside. Go and do what Ifa says you should do. And as you are doing it, remember you are doing it to take negativity away. So as you go on in life, and somebody is trying to channel negativity to you, remember the head of the goat that you placed on your Ifa and look at that negativity in the face and say, oh, delay, oh, lodi, oh, delay, oh, delay, ọ̀tá mi. Ha ha ha. Ìṣẹ̀dá mi kọ èmi kọ mú ta ká ìdànù ó dilé olódi ó dilé àwọn ọ̀tá mi lè gbẹ́rù bí síwájú lé mi gbé continue move on a straight line, keep it moving. Every negativity you are carrying, just carry it and move it. Tell yourself every morning, I've given the ebo that Ifa says we should give. Wọn ò lè di ẹrù ọ̀ràn síwájú lé mi. Ẹni tó bá dẹrù ọ̀ràn dandan ni kó forí ara ẹ̀ gbé. Anybody that is tying a luggage of wickedness, the person that tied it with their hands is the one that will carry it and go. They will carry it like this. Come out below, keep it moving. You will confidently tell negativity, keep it moving this year. Don't stop in front of my house. You will recognize negative energy in form of friends, in form of environment, in form of information. The moment you recognize negative energy this year, keep it moving. Don't tolerate it. This year, Ajogunbi is looking for where to stay and thrive. If you give them 1 inch, they will go 200 miles and settle in your house. Wọ́n wá bí tó máa sọ̀kalẹ̀ sí. Understand that. This year, you will experience negativity from people that are close to you in such a way that you will be wondering, but this person is my friend, but this person is àwọn ajogun ló ń yálò. Especially for people that are not spiritually sensitive. The negative forces of this life will borrow their physical body. They are looking for where to perpetrate their negativity. Don't let your house be a resting place. Normalize seeing negativity this year and say, no, I don't want it. Beginning from information, people come to you and they are talking trash. And you say, I don't want them to feel a certain kind of way. I don't want them to feel, no problem. When Ajogun ibi tó bá wọnú ilé ọ̀tá ẹ̀ láì ṣe wọ, you too will not feel a certain kind of way. This year, don't allow it. Don't allow it this year. Don't joke with it. You cite anything negative, keep it moving. Not here. I don't have time for that. No time for foolishness this year. Please, and they will come in form of friendship. Wickedness that wants to deal with you is not going to come with wickedness written boldly on his face like this. It will come in form of things that you love, through people that you love. Pay attention to it. Don't give it a resting place. Don't give it a room. After you have done your ebo, they have told you nǹkan ebo, wọ́n ní ewúrẹ́ la máa lò, is a goat that we are going to use. So, Ifá says that Ifá ní pé gbogbo rògbòdìyàn tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lórílẹ̀‐èdè wa, Ifá wí pé àwọn kan ni wọ́n ń bẹ nídìí ọ̀rọ̀. Àwọn kan ni wọ́n ń bẹ nídìí ọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀‐èdè yìí, ṣùgbọ́n kí àwọn ọba kọ̀ọ̀kan kó ṣe ẹbọ ọ̀sà méjì. Kọ́rú ẹbọ ọ̀sà méjì fún ìlú kọ̀ọ̀kan. Ifá says what is going on in this, Ifá says the disturbance that is occurring in this nation is because some people are secretly working against this nation. Haven't we seen it? Haven't we seen it? Bandits are there up and down. Now they are asking for ransom, and one of their conditions for ransom is to put Sharia law in Yoruba state. You see that it has become plain. Before, we thought it was headsmen were just fighting for space. We thought it was Muslims are just fighting Christians. We thought it was people just wanted to take people away and collect money. Now we can see the reason they are doing it. Sharia law. They want Sharia law to be established in every place of Nigeria. What was the problem? Every geopolitical region has 6 states. You have implemented Sharia law in the north. People have accepted it because you people are predominantly Christian. Why should you force it into? Can you see that thing has a backing that is more than just a few headsmen are just being whatever it is? Their aim is Sharia law. The other 1 billion they're asking for, one man not ìṣẹ́jú mélòó ló fi ń ná 1 billion naira tán. If you have your head together, if they give you 1 billion naira today and you put out all the projects you want to, how many days will you use to finish spending 1 billion? $1 billion is not up to $1 million. 1 billion naira is not up to $1 billion. It's not up to $1 million. If you enter into some choice part of the US, you will finish it on buying just one property. Just one property. So it's not the money that they really want. You see that Sharia law they are implementing, that's what they want. Ifá said it there. Ifá says some people are secretly working against the country. Therefore, kings and leaders should ensure that the prescribed sacrifice of àwọn ọ̀sà méjì is performed in every town. The kings and the leaders, this one is to them. But like I said, it's not only kings and leaders that want an environment that is Sharia free. If you also want an environment that is Sharia free, ìwọ náà ṣe ẹbọ yẹn ò pọ̀jù nǹkan téèyàn lè ṣe. I am making this ẹbọ to àwọn ọ̀sà méjì on behalf of Nigeria. Sharia will not take, Nigeria will not become a Sharia state. If you want Sharia, relocate to the Middle East. If you want Sharia, go to the country where it is happening. You don't force something on people. How? So if you are also a part of saying no to that, whatever it is that Ifa has asked them to do it in your own little way. Àgbájọwọ́ báyìí la fi ń gbẹ́rù dórí. Àgbájọwọ́ ni. If you want to put a load on your head, you carry it with your two hands. With your two hands and carry it up like this. Àgbájọwọ́ la fi ń gbẹ́rù dórí. Àwọn ọba àtàwọn òjòyè nìkan kọ́. It's not only the kings and the leaders that is responsible. Let's all do it together and make sure, say, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Now we have seen that their secret has been exposed. We see where they are heading towards. It's not going to happen. Abba. Missionaries came, Christianity came, they took over the land. We are still fighting to get ourselves out of this. Àwọn kan tún wá pera wọn ní bandits, wọ́n ní Sharia law. Ó di àfihàn tégún fi aṣọ àfọlá ní. Tó bá lè ní lọ́ máa mú ọ̀la lọ́ máa mú àfọlá ní. Ìyẹn ò dẹ̀ lè ṣẹlẹ̀ mọ́. Ìgbà tó lè ṣẹlẹ̀ ti kọjá lọ. Now we are enlightened. Now we are waking. Now we are receiving instructions and we are following it. It's not going to happen. Not under the watch of every practitioner of Ifa spirituality, of African spirituality that we have. My friends have reached out for me from outside of Africa. What can we do to contribute to this peace that has to reign in Nigeria? They have started calling. What did Ifa say? Did Ifa say anything about what's going on in Nigeria, the insecurities? I said yes. What can we do as friends of Nigeria to contribute to that peace? So if you are Ọmọ Yorùbá, Ọmọ Káàárọ̀ Oòjíire, tó ẹ pé orí ẹ lọ fi sọlẹ̀ sílẹ̀ bàbá ẹ, and the bones and the body of your parents and grandparents and whatever it is breathing inside this soil. You cannot say Efefida Oba Konikan. Do you know what Sharia means? Let's not go into that. But wọ́n ti sọ fún wa pé àwọn kan ló wà nídìí. Elédùmarè ò dẹ̀ ní fún wọn ṣe, àwa gan ò ní gbà fún wọn. So gbogbo ẹbọ tá a ní láti ṣe, ẹbọ ní tiwa. Our secret is our sacrifice and our appeasement. Ifa did not tell us to go and fight them. Can you explain the connection between Ifa and Ori? Ifa is not telling us to go and fight anybody, because I saw one video a couple of days ago. Aunty Yede wa fi old age wọn ṣẹ̀sín lórí internet. She recorded a video. All these Ifa people that are telling us to go back home, telling us that Christianity is not good, our religion is not good. We have heard, but what are you people doing about all those children? She now set ring light, she's crying. Look at all those children that are there. You people are suppose, if your orishas are real, go and save them. Ẹ̀ṣẹ̀nu pẹ́tẹpẹ́tẹ bí ẹni tí ò nínú tó ń rò. Àwọn dádì jíò tí yín ò gbọdọ̀ gbégbá kinní kan. Àtijọ́ tá a ti ń dáfá, has Ifa ever told us to go into all the world and prove that Ifa is Lord? What Odù Ifá has told us to go and prove that Elédùmarè is the king. Wọ́n rán wa níṣẹ́ yẹn. Ifa òfin yẹn rán wa, that's not our job. It has never. You are the one that they gave mandate to go into all the world and go and show signs and wonders. Let your daddy Jew enter into that forest and go and show signs and wonders. Why is your signs and wonders only in church? The only people they can raise from the dead, the only chains that can be broken is inside the four walls. Go outside. Ẹ̀yin ló ní kẹ́ ẹ lọ máa break chain ẹgbàta. The woman is now crying. Look at the children that are there. You people are not doing it. What are you doing? She's setting ring lights in the abroad. Say the babalawos. Shebi we are watching. She now ended her statement of foolishness with. Shebi we see them in Yoruba film. When the babalawo we just go there. Shebi we see it in Mount Zion film too. When they raise Bible and they'll come to a shrine and say, we destroy you in the name of Jesus. Fire the thunder will now do chara 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 chara. The babalawo will now fall. Jesus will now be Lord. We have seen it in Mount Zion film too. Amen. Lord, she Mount Zion film. Àwọn daddy tó ń ṣe Mount Zion ń bọ̀ lọ́wọ́. Níbo ni daddy Bamiloye wà? Ó yẹ kó wá ṣe film yẹn in real life now. Let them come and complete all those films that they used to do. Ultimate power, agbára ńlá, gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ wo agbára tó ju agbára lọ. Let them come and show us. We have never said anything about Olódùmarè. We have never said Olódùmarè is the only God. Olódùmarè is the only kinikan. We have never said it before. Foolishness that is boring all of you. tó ń ṣe bí ẹni tó ti forí wọn gbá kinní kan sílẹ̀. Ifá says we know those that are behind it and we are not going to allow them. Our own way of fighting back is with our Ebo and Ètùtù. It is not with going into the world and show signs and wonders. Except they come and meet us. Tó bá gun ẹṣin wá ká wa mọ́lé. Èyí tó bá bí ijó tó bí orí ẹ̀ ìsàlẹ̀ lọ bí sí, àbí tó bá forí méjì jáde nínú ìyá ẹ̀ tó wá gẹṣin wá sínú ilé babaláwo pé òun wá fẹ́ dán agbára wò, let him come. That's the only time a babalawo is entitled to show signs and wonders. You drive your ketekete into his house, he will show you. But a babalawo has never been called to go out and go and show somebody. We will now get somewhere and say, let us prove that what? Nobody needs proof of nothing. That's not how Ifá works. So those of you that are saying it's time for no, that's not how it works. This is how it works here. Our Ebo and Ètùtù, we are going to do it. So for you, either you are Yoruba, you love Nigeria, you are part of Nigeria directly or indirectly, you have done your ancestral DNA and they say it's Nigeria. This is the time to prove your love for Nigeria. Join us in making this Ebo. Ebo Okimpoju is never too much. Number 8 says, Number 9 says every town should make offering to Ṣàngó for victory over negative forces. Number 9, wọ́n ní kí ìlú kọ̀ọ̀kan kan bọ Ṣàngó nítorí ìṣẹ́gun àwọn ajogun ibi. This is the second time they are mentioning ajogun ibi again, the negative forces of life. This is the second time it's being mentioned in the Odù Ifá for this year. I told you that there will be a lot of this year. It will look as if negativity went to carry sprinters' shoes. It will be as if they put negativity on 10x this year. Expect it. Olódùmarè is not promising. It's a year of milk and honey. The only place that milk and honey exists is inside your cup. See, there's nothing like milk and honey in this life. The land that is flowing with milk and honey is only inside your cup that it exists. Olódùmarè is giving us, Ifá is giving us the reality of life. Negativity will triple. It will quadruple. If you don't want to be a part of it, these are the able to give. Ìlú kọ̀ọ̀kan wọ́n ní kẹ́ ẹ lọ bọ Ṣàngó, kábíyèsí Ṣàngó àyàrá iná, kábíyèsí Ṣàngó ọba kòso, kábíyèsí Ṣàngó alágbádá iná aláwọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ oòrùn, alágbádá iná aláwọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ oòrùn, arábámbí ọkọ Ọya lógun lẹ́kọ̀ọ́, iná lójú, iná nímú, iná lẹ́nu bàbá mi, wọ́n níná ń bẹ lọ́dọ̀ bàbá mi lókè, èéfín nìkan là ń gbá láyé, kábíyèsí Ṣàngó àṣebà. They said we should give ẹbọ to Ṣàngó so that ajogun ibi ò ní délé wa. The second one, what was the first ẹbọ that they asked us to give so that ajogun will not come? First ẹbọ, I just listed it now. Let's be fast. What was the first ẹbọ that we were asked to give for àwọn ajogun? What was the first ẹbọ? What was the first ẹbọ tó ní ká rú fún àwọn ajogun? The first ẹbọ is to Ifá. Wọ́n ní kẹ́ ẹ bọ Ifá with a goat. Put the head of the goat on your Ifá. Be writing it down. Be writing it down. Wọ́n ní ká bọ Ifá, ẹ máa kọ sílẹ̀ with the goat. The second one is ẹbọ to Ṣàngó against negativity. Don't forget it. If you joke with any ẹbọ this year, don't joke with that one. That's number 9, right? Number 10 says every town should make offering to the elders and the ancestors at the 4 traditional boundaries or gateway in their community for victory over benevolent forces. Ẹ jẹ́ ká kà ní Yorùbá. Wọ́n ní kí àwọn ìlú kọ̀ọ̀kan ṣe ìpèsè àwọn àgbà sí orígun mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin ìlú wọn nítorí ìṣẹ́gun àwọn ajogun ibi. Ajogun ibi again. Ó délé ẹ̀kẹta báyìí. Wọ́n ní kó gbé ẹbọ, kó ṣe ètùtù fún àwọn tani, wọ́n ní kó ṣe fún àwọn àgbà, kó ṣe ìpèsè fún àwọn àgbà, kó wá gbé sí orígun mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin ìlú yẹn nítorí àwọn ajogun. They said we should make ẹbọ. Let's read it in in English. They said every town should make ìpèsè to àwọn àgbàlagbà. Àwọn wo là ń pè láwọn àgbàlagbà? Àwọn wo là ń pè láwọn àgbàlagbà? Please, if you're experiencing any difficulty, I don't think is everywhere. I think you should exit and come back in again. Àwọn wo là ń pè láwọn àgbàlagbà? Àwọn ìyá mi. Wọ́n ní ká gbé pèsè fáwọn ìyá mi. Ká wá gbé sórígun mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin ìlú yẹn nítorí àwọn àjogún. Ẹ̀yin náà ẹ gbé pèsè. Ẹ gbé pèsè. Let it be represented at the four corners of your life, of your home. Nítorí àwọn ajogun ibi. Ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kẹta ni the first one, give ẹbọ to Ifá. Second one, give ẹbọ to Ṣàngó. Third one, give ìpèsè to àwọn ìyá mi. Nítorí àwọn ajogun ibi. I'm not the one that said it, Ifá ló sọ o. Àwọn ajogun ibi ò ní sọ ẹrù ìbànújẹ́ síwájú ilé wa. Wọn ò ní sọ ẹrù ìbànújẹ́ síwájú ilé mi àti yín. Ẹrù tálábíàmọ ìtú wọn ní gbé wá ká wa mọ́lé. Nǹkan tó ń dùn wá nínú, ọmọ aráyé ò ní sọ dìbànújẹ́ fún wa. Iṣẹ́ tá à ń ṣe, ọmọ aráyé ò ní dá kíkan àti kíkorò sí i. Àwọn ajogun bí ò ní sọ ẹrù wọn kalẹ̀ síwájú ilé wa. Ẹ máa ṣàṣẹ, bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ̀ ṣe ń ṣàṣẹ, ẹ máa kọ nǹkan ẹbọ sílẹ̀ kẹ́ ẹ lọ ṣe é. Ẹ kọ nǹkan ẹbọ sílẹ̀ kẹ́ ẹ lọ ṣe. Negativity is coming, but wọ́n ní ó ń bọ̀ àwọn là ń dẹ́ẹ̀dẹ́ o. Wọ́n ní ogun àsọtẹ́lẹ̀ kì í parọ́. Ìyẹn arọ tó bá ní sense, arọ tó bá gbọ́n, arọ tí ò bá foolish, arọ tó bá gọ̀ tó foolish. Ogun àsọtẹ́lẹ̀ wọn bá ti sọ 20 years tẹ́lẹ̀ ó máa pa síbi tó wà yẹn. They said a word that is foretold does not unalive a crippled person. A crippled person does not get destroyed in a word that has been foretold. But that is the one that has sense, because the moment they foretell that something is coming, he knows that he's crippled. He starts to walk. He knows that he doesn't have the luxury of running like an able-bodied person. He starts to run out of that city like 10 years before. But a crippled person that does not have sense, like most adult human beings that do not have sense, we sit down and wait. There's no panic in town now. Nobody is saying anything yet. Shebi they announced to everybody. People are still eating and drinking. Those people that are eating and drinking, they have two legs. They can run. They have car, they can drive it. They have private jet, they can fly it. Ìwọ arọ ni ẹ́, ẹsẹ̀ ò ní, mọ́tò ò ní, private jet ò lówó ẹ̀, ó wá ń fara wé wọn. Wọ́n dẹ̀ ti pa, wọ́n ti kìlọ̀ fún ẹ pé ogun ń bọ̀. Instead of you to have started journey, and people should be asking you, what's going on? Why are you waiting? Shebi they said the war is in 10 years time. You tell the person to look at you now. Ó fẹ́ máa farawé mi ò lè farawé ẹ. Wọ́n ní ọmọ tí ò ní ìyá òun dégbò ẹ̀yìn. A lot of you don't have mothers that will fight for you this year. You don't have mothers that have entered into ẹgbẹ́ tó ti ṣe ìmùlẹ̀, tó ti wọ ẹgbẹ́ àgbà, tó ń ti àwọn ọmọ wọn lẹ́yìn. You don't have, you are like me. Your mommy wọ́n ti ṣáájú ẹ lọ, wọ́n ti lọ sọ́run. You don't have money, mommy, you don't have daddy. Grandma, I don't have. On both sides, mi lè dégbò ẹ̀yìn. People like us, ojú méjèèjì báyìí, òun lálákàn wa fi ń ṣọ́rí. People like us, we are watching ourselves left, right, and center like this. We are taking care of ourselves by ourselves. Ogun àsọtẹ́lẹ̀ ni a ti gbọ́, kò ní pa wá. I miss the times when I would just call my mother on the phone. I have a dream. Mommy, as I'm still telling her the dream, I'm dozing off. The moment I hang up, she say I will just hang up and go back and sleep. But I don't have that luxury anymore. Wọ́n ti wá sọ pé ajogun ń bọ̀, ẹ̀mẹ́ta ló sọ. In Yoruba culture, if they call you 3 times, know that something is about to happen. If your mommy calls you, Omolola, yes, mommy. Omolola, yes, mommy. Omolola, ẹ̀mí ló mọ̀ pé. Just know that you have entered it today. Oh, you have entered it today. It is, there's no way around it. So if this Odù mentioned it 3 times, just know that it's not a joke. We have entered it this year. They came with full force this year. But Ifá, you know how beautiful Ifá is. Ifá ò kàn ní sọ fún ẹ pé nǹkan kan máa ṣẹlẹ̀. Ifá will not just tell you that something is going to happen and leave you hanging in limbo. Ifá will tell you that something is going to happen. Ifá will give you solution to that thing that is going to happen. Ifá will give you instructions for it. It's now left to you if you have sense. Yes, she will now say, how many times did I call you? I know. Ifá is telling us here, how many times did you hear Ajogun Ibi? 3 times. The moment they say 3 times, you will know more pay is not a small thing. So that instruction of àwọn Ajogun Ibi, please don't take it for granted this year. The worst that will happen is that nothing will happen. The best that will happen is that you would have protected yourself from it. Ifá ò purọ́, Ifá ò mú forí o, Ifá ò purọ́ rí o. Ifá has never said anything that somebody came to say is a lie before. He's not going to start with you. He's not going to start with now. Let's go to number 10. So wọ́n ní ká gbé ẹbọ fún Ṣàngó nítorí àwọn Ajogun. Wọ́n tún ní ká gbé pèsè fún àwọn àgbàlagbà nítorí àwọn Ajogun. Ifá says the worship of Òrìṣà Ẹgbẹ̀rún should be carried out in every. Ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́ nǹkan tí Yorùbá sọ ń bẹ̀, because we are trying to translate. Wọ́n ní bíbọ òrìṣà ẹgbẹ̀rún ní gbogbo ìlú kọ̀ọ̀kan. Okay, so gbogbo ibi tó ti ń bọ òrìṣà yẹn, gbogbo àwọn òrìṣà yẹn nílùú kọ̀ọ̀kan, ẹ jẹ́ káwa náà èyí tágbára wa bá ká láti lè bọ, the one that we can give ẹbọ to, let's join them to do it. Ifá says that kí àwọn ìlú kọ̀ọ̀kan ṣe ìpèsè. Okay, àti sọ yẹn. Kí àwọn ìlú kọ̀ọ̀kan ṣe ìpèsè, àti sọ yẹn. Ifá ní ìjúbà àwọn ọ̀yàmí ẹlẹ́yẹ lóòrèkóòrè nítorí ìṣẹ́gun àti ìlọsíwájú. Again, they have repeated it. Give ìbà to àwọn ìyàmí ẹlẹ́yẹ constantly for victory and progress. You see how this one is. Ifá ò ní kẹ́ mẹ́kọ wá, kò ní kẹ́ mẹ́ja wá, kò ní kẹ́ mówó wá, ó kàn ní kẹ́ máa ṣe bá ní. Ifá did not ask you for pepper and salt. Ifá did not ask you for money. Ifá just said, go and learn how to give ìbà to àwọn ọ̀yàmí. Just continue to give ìbà to them continuously. Wọ́n ní lóòrèkóòrè. It should not stop. It should not be paused. It should not be something you will forget. Make ìbà to àwọn ọ̀yàmí. Make ìbà to the mothers around you. They are represented there. Remember that when they went to Erubami in the story to ask for akara, Erubami did not know that I was there. They came in a physical form that you do not know. They are around you, represented in your neighborhood. In the Iyanifas you have, the Iyalorishas, the Ẹgbẹ́, àwọn ìyá mẹ́ta, àwọn ìyá àbíyè, your mothers, the grandmother down the street, that mama that is always looking somehow. Àwọn ìyá ẹlẹ́yẹ, àwọn ṣéo, they are represented. Some of you in your daughters, some of you in your girlfriends, some of you in your wives, they are represented there. Give ìbà to them. Give ìbà to them. It's better for you to give ìbà and it's too much than komato. But I don't know who this person is. Who is she? How old is she? That we now, as long as she's a she, as long as it's a she this year, give it to her. What was it taking away from you? Nothing. As long as she's a she, give it to her this year. Especially if she's in a spiritual environment, give it to her. It's not going to cost you anything. Nobody is paying for it. There is no charges for it. There is no subscription to be paid for it. Just open your mouth and say it and mean it in your heart. Lobaton. That was the very first instruction. And it still happens to be the 12th instruction. Number 1 and number 12. Number 13, Ifá says we should not misuse authority, titles, or position granted through goodwill, so that we will not become ingrate. Number 13, Ifá ní kí a má ṣe jẹ oyè àfibùsù olóore. Ṣé ká má ṣe joyè àfibùsù olóore ni nature art interpreters? We should not abuse authority. Wọ́n ní kẹ́ má joyè àfibùsù olóore. Don't be an ingrate. Nature art. Parí Yorùbá class yẹ o. Kí ló gbà nù Yorùbá? Oyè àfibùsù olóore ló sọ o ní we should not kíní kan authority. Nítorí pọ́ sọ oyè tí wá. Nítorí pé Yorùbá ní ẹ má joyè àfibùsù olóore. nature art ní ẹ ti joyè authority, kò ń ṣoyè authority, wọ́n ní má joyè àfibisú lóore. Don't become the chief of people that pay evil for evil. Don't become the balógun of àwọn tó ń san evil for good. Ibisu olóore. Don't repay negativity for people that have been kind to you. Don't do it. A lot of you are in the habit of doing that, especially those of you that are raised on survival. People are showing you love. You think you are being smart. You are taking from them. You are taking from them. You don't know that they are just being kind. Olóore wọn ni ẹ́. Olódùmarè, the universe sent them to you to be kind to you. Nǹkan kékeré kan wá ṣẹlẹ̀. You are now like, who are you? What have you done? I don't even Somebody did it towards the end of last year. Ó dẹ̀ dùn mí bí tó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ wá, because that person has been good in this community. Ọ̀rọ̀ kan wá ṣẹlẹ̀, ẹni yẹn wá ń fi ibi ó fi ń sú olóore. Ẹni yẹn dẹ̀ ní o, ibi tó ti ṣoore fún, ó sáré gbàjarè débẹ̀ ni pé ẹgbàún. Ariwo ẹgbàmí òun lòun àtàwọn ẹbí ẹ̀ sá débí o. Ariwo ẹgbàmí ni wọ́n sá débí o. Wọ́n sá débí tán, wọn ò rí ṣe ń bi tó ti ń bọ̀ o. Elédùmarè wá fún wa ṣe ń bi tá a wà yìí pé kó ti ọwọ́ wa. Káwọn náà wá yin awo, káwọn yin Ifá, kífá yin Elédùmarè. Wọ́n gbore tán. Ọ̀rọ̀ kékeré kan wá ṣẹlẹ̀. Ẹnu tí ẹni yẹn ti fi yin Ifá tó ti fi ṣe ìbà, ó tún wá padà wá fi ẹnu yẹn ló wá fi ẹnu àtẹ́ tó ló. Ó dùn mí bí tó ṣẹlẹ̀ sí, torí kò sí káwọn tó láyé má gbẹ̀tọ́ wọn, kò sí kán má jà. You cannot like, it's paining me that it had to be that person. It's paining me that it had to be that person. Àmọ́ I pray that as the person is going through life, torí the person will go through life, kò sọ́nà tó fẹ́ gbé gbà. The person will go through life will go through them. Èmi kọ́ ni mo sọ, Ifá ló sọ. I pray that the person is able to learn, because I feel like this period was a period for them to learn. Ẹ má fibi sú olóore. Ẹ má ṣe é. Ifá ti rán yàn sí yín, Elédùmarè ti rán yàn sí yín. You come to somebody in the name of Ifá. The person shows up for you in the name of Ifá. Ọ̀rọ̀ wá ṣẹlẹ̀. You now use that same mouth tó ti sọ pé àwọn yin Ifá yin Elédùmarè. You now use that same mouth. Ó wá fi ẹnu yẹn ó fi bu àtẹ́ lu Ifá. Ó bu àtẹ́ lu àwọn tÉlédùmarè ti lò fún ẹ. Wọ́n ní ẹnu tí òrìṣà ẹ tó fi bú, ẹnu tí ìgbín ẹ fi bú òrìṣà, ó ń bọ̀ àfi gbolẹ̀ níwájú òrìṣà. Èmi kọ́ ni mo sọ o, àwọn tó láyé ló sọ. Don't do it. Don't do it. Ẹ rántí ìjọ́ kan tẹ́ni yẹn ti ṣe oore fún yín. This year, if the people that have come through for you happen to do something that hurts you, remember that one day that they showed up for you. Ẹ má fibi sú wọn. I know it can hurt you, it can pain you. Go into your room. Jókòó ti orí ẹ pé ẹni yìí ti ṣoore fún mi rí, àmọ́ èyí tó ṣe fún mi lénìí ó dùn mí, ó dùn ẹlẹ́dàá mi. Lọ fẹjọ́ sun orí, lọ fẹjọ́ sun ẹlẹ́dàá. Tó o bá nífá, gbé fàyè síwájú, fi ẹjọ́ sun Ifá. Má fi ibi sún wọn. Especially people that have come through for you in things that has to do with life. Nǹkan tó kù díẹ̀ kó la ẹ̀mí lọ. Tẹ́lédùmarè wá ti ara wọn ṣe fún ẹ. Èèyàn ni wá àwọn òrìṣà, àwọn rúmọlẹ̀. Every one of us is imperfect. So ẹni tó ṣoore fún ẹ can be imperfect. That's normal. Nǹkan tá a fi ń jẹ́ èèyàn nìyẹn. But ẹ rántí ìjọ́ kan tí wọ́n ti fi ṣoore o. Ẹ rántí ìjọ́ kan tó ti fi ṣoore o. Think of that single day that they have shown up for you, and let that be your restraining force. Ifá ló sọ, is not me. So wọ́n ní àwọn tó sọ pé ká má misuse authority, ọ̀tọ̀ ní nǹkan tó ń sọ ń bẹ̀. Ifá says we should be careful of betrayal, especially betrayal involving women. Ifá ní kí a ṣọ́ra fún Ifá ní ká ṣọ́ra fún, what is betrayal in Yoruba? Ọ̀dàlẹ̀. Ifá ní ká ṣọ́ra fún ọ̀dàlẹ̀, dídalẹ̀. Wọ́n ní pàápàá jùlọ lọ́dọ̀ obìnrin. Ifá ní ká ṣọ́ra fún dídalẹ̀ pàápàá jùlọ lọ́dọ̀ obìnrin. Ifá says be careful of betrayal, particularly when it involves a woman. This is the year to be careful of women. The energy with which women are working this year is heightened to times 10 million. Those of you that are men, especially men, we are coming to women, but let's start with men. Because you have money, because you are a fine boy, because you are whatever it is they say you are, you think you can, shebi is women. Once I give her this, is okay. Once I, de mirawo. Wọ́n ní kẹ́ ẹ lọ ti ọwọ́ ọmọ yín kẹ́ ẹ lọ ti báṣọ. Lọ́dún yìí, they said you should ẹ kóra yín níjàánu. This year, put a restraint on yourself. Put a leash on yourself. Ẹ lọ wá olówó yín, ẹ jẹ́ kó sokùn ajá mọ́ yín lọ́rùn ní ọdún yìí. Go and find your owner. Let them put a leash on you and hang you somewhere lọ́dún yìí. Relax. This year, no, don't do it. Don't do it this year. From your girlfriend to your side chick to your wife to your sister to your mothers to your friends, be careful with women this year. That's all I will say to you. In summary, be careful with women this year. See, allow women to just have their way. Ẹ máa fojú fò, ẹ kàn yáfì ẹ̀ fún Elédùmarè ní ọdún, ẹ yáfì ẹ̀ fáwọn ìyá mi, ẹ gbà pé àwọn ìyá mi ló ṣẹ̀yìn, ẹ dẹ̀ lè bí wọn, just let it go. Anything that is done against you this way that come from women, just take it like àwọn ìyá mi is the one that offended you and you cannot, just let it go. Just take it that what if it's your mommy that did it? What if it's your 2-year-old daughter that did it? Just let it go. Don't let any woman tempt you into foolishness this year. My dear brothers, I love you guys so much. Do not let any woman tempt you into foolishness this year. When a girl is displaying, just look at her this year. Say, I see you. Oh, Iyanifa has told us to be careful. You are not going to use your foolishness to trap me into nonsense this year. No. Tell yourself no. Let the women around you say, Bobo Emma de tiwa go, Mati slow, is okay. Let them take advantage, let women take advantage of you this year, it's okay. It's okay. You two, you have been taking advantage all these years. Let them take advantage of you this year. What's the worst that will happen? They will collect your money and they will not show up. Leave them alone. Let's see. Don't do it. Don't do it. Give women maximum respect this year. Now to women, Association of Women Supporting Women. Meanwhile, women are the greatest enemies of women. I keep saying it. I've said it 1,000,001 times for those that have been listening to me. I would rather fight one man than, I would rather fight 10,000 men than one woman. How many of you have heard me say that? Type in the comment section if you have heard me say that before. I would rather fight 10,000 men than fight one woman. Me, Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ ká ríjà obìnrin. Even I as a woman, me ìfẹ́ ríjà obìnrin. I was telling somebody a couple of months ago, the person started one association, one group, one club. He said he wanted to create what was it called? WhatsApp group for women. I said, don't do it. Don't do it. A group of women. Who are you to think that you want to put a group of women together? You want to coordinate a group of women. Who are you? Ta ló gúnyán fún ẹ tó ní tọbẹ̀ òṣòro? Ta ló gbágbára lé ẹ lọ́wọ́? Ta ló ń tì ẹ́ lẹ́yìn? You want to put a group of women together in a spiritual place and they did not give you the mandate and the mantle. You think you can do it. I told the person not to do it. She still went ahead to do it. It has not passed 2 months. Ó ti tú lé lórí. Ìlú ti tú mọ́ lórí. It has not reached 2 months. Everything has scattered. Me that I'm telling you with all this my years of experience, I'm telling wọ́n ní nǹkan tágbàlagbà bá rí láti òkè báyìí. Wọ́n ní nǹkan tágbàlagbà bá ń wò báyìí. Tọ́mọdé bá gorí àjà kò lè rí. And Agba is telling you don't do something. You went behind my back to create the WhatsApp group. You're not saying Iyanifa Ewa is threatened by what I'm creating. Oko 20 people, Joe. 16 of them, they came from my page. I'm supposed... Let me say it to you again. This year, respect women. Isafa Blessing said even sometimes she's scared of herself. Me, as your Iyanifa, Amy. I run away from women. Me, Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ n ríjà obìnrin o. Èmi Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ n ríjà obìnrin o. Elédùmarè ò ní jẹ́ ká ríjà kankan, ṣùgbọ́n já obìnrin. Be praying every day, má ṣe wúre lójoojúmọ́ pé orí mi Ẹlẹ́dàá mi má jẹ́ kí n ríjà obìnrin. There is one gist that is going on TikTok right now. You know me, I'm not always on that street. They are calling out one person that is a babalawo, that is in Benin, over something that involves another person. That thing involves manhood and erection of the person. The Shah said the person is having zero erection, that they came to the babalawo. Now, the Odù Ifá that they divined for that client, àwọn àgbáwo, they've broken down that Odù Ifá to say that Odù Ifá yẹn sọ pé àrùn ọkọ tó ń bẹ́ nìyẹn jà wọ́n lóbìnrin ló wà ń díẹ̀. One of the essay of that Odù started by saying that òrìṣà jẹ́ ń pé méjì obìnrin ò sí, adífá fún Ọ̀rúnmìlà nígbà tí kinní kan fẹ́ lọ ṣe kinní kan bẹ́yẹn ṣá. Everybody that broke down that Odù said obìnrin ló lọ́wọ́ sí okó ẹni yẹn tí ò dìde, obìnrin ló lọ́wọ́ sí. Now that situation ó ti sọ babaláwo yẹn donírọ́, ó ti sọ di èké, ó ti sọ di 419. Wọ́n ní babaláwo yẹn náà ní tiẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ tẹ́lẹ̀ o. Àmọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ yìí báyìí òun ṣáà lè mi fi gbọ́ pé nǹkan kan ṣẹlẹ̀, mi mọ̀ pé nǹkan kan ti ṣẹlẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀. That situation has turned around to make that babaláwo look like a scam, make him look like he doesn't know what he's doing. Ó wá kó babaláwo yẹn jáde bí ọjọ́ mẹ́jọ. Everybody is now dissecting his story. Wọ́n fi ẹni yẹn láì ṣe awo, wọ́n fi ń ṣe ẹlẹ́yà níta. Every live streaming, everybody has something to say. And when they broke it down, wọ́n láwọn ìyá àwọn obìnrin ló wà ń díẹ̀. Now, let's bring that home. Ìjọ tí babaláwo yẹn tó fẹ́ dáwọ́ lé kinní yẹn, ó yẹ kó bi Ifá pé ṣé nǹkan tí mo lè ṣe ni. Obìnrin báyàn jà, olóò fẹ́ ṣe lọ́ọ̀yà agbẹjọ́rò, ibo ló fẹ́ rojọ́ dé? A woman is fighting a man that she's involved with. She's fighting the man with the powers of a woman. You are telling me you want to defend her. As how now? Àwọn tó wá ń di ẹ̀ máa fi ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ sìn. Obìnrin máa lápè. Àwọn tó wá ń di ẹ̀ máa fi wọ́n ṣe ẹ̀sìn. Obìnrin dé èèyàn mọ́lé olóòfẹ́ tú. Ó kọ́kọ́ lọ tọrọ ẹ̀bẹ̀ lọ́dọ̀ àwọn obìnrin tó dé mọ́lẹ̀ pé ẹ jọ̀ọ́ kí lẹ fẹ́ gbà, ẹ ṣáà foríjì. Ẹ̀bẹ̀ ló ń bẹ̀rù àwọn èèyàn bẹ́yẹn. Ẹ̀bẹ̀ ló ń bẹ̀ wọ́n. Kò sẹ́bù ẹ̀, kò sétùtù ẹ̀, kò sákòóso Ifá, ẹ̀bẹ̀ ni. Let me say this thing in English. So the story of the babalawo went does is in Benin country. He did Odù Ifá for somebody. The person came because they had zero erection. Blah blah blah. He did the ebo and the tutu. Some people say the money he collected was too much. That one is not my own. There is no money that is too much. Anybody can charge whatever they want to charge. That's their own. But at the end of the day, the thing they still did not work. And the people that broke down the Ifá, when we heard the Odù clearly says that it is a woman that is behind that zero erection. Is a woman. And then this babalawo thinks that is chess that they used to do it. He thinks that is Ige that they used to do it. He thinks that is by popularity that you will take somebody out of the bondage of a woman. You will first of all, the moment you see an Odù and it says it's a woman that is behind it, go to the women, àwọn tó láyé, go and approach them and ask them, should I do it or not? If they say no, tell the person and say, I don't know where you brought this problem from, but I'm not going to do it. But you see these unrealistic expectations that a lot of Babalawo has created, especially on social media, this black app. Oh, there is nothing you bring to us that we cannot do. Because we are the one that has arisen and arose. There is nothing we know better than everybody. Ẹ má jẹ́ káwọn tó láyé kọ̀ dí àìmọ̀ṣe sí yín. Low key, I feel like they are trying to teach that person a lesson. And I hope he understands the lesson at this time. I hope he understands what they are trying to tell him. Àdúrà tá máa ń ìwúre tá máa ń ṣe fún babaláwo, I do it on my live streaming every now and then. I say tá a bá ń ṣe ìwúre fáwọn babaláwo, iṣẹ́ tẹ́lẹ́dùmarè ti parí, iṣẹ́ táwọn ìyá mi ti yọ́nú sí, táwọn obìnrin ti yọ́nú sí ni kó máa gbé wá fún wa. A woman is fighting somebody, you say you are advocating for her. Ọ̀gá, go and sit down, wọ́n á di ẹrù tí yóò ṣe tiẹ̀ lé ẹ lórí. Àtẹ̀ntì nǹkan ń ṣe, àtẹ̀ntì babaláwo tó ní òun fẹ́ bá ṣe báyìí, ẹ wo gbogbo wọn báyìí. The man's story too is now online. Everybody knows his bedroom problem, his privacy problem, his manhood problem. Everybody has known it. And the person that was trying to help him, wọ́n kó gbogbo wọn jáde bí ọmọ ọjọ́ mẹ́jọ. People that are now thinking of coming back to Ifá are now looking at all of us, say, ṣé Ifá ní kí n wá ṣe ni? No, look at it. I was thinking, if I were to be a Christian and I'm hearing this story, ṣé inú mi máa dùn, rí mi máa wú láti wá ṣe Ifá? Ọ̀rọ̀ tó yẹ kí wọ́n ti rọra fi síbi tó wà. Ẹ má bóbìnrin jà lọ́dún yìí o, Ifá ló sọ, èmi kọ́ mo sọ, ẹ má wá jà obìnrin o. Ẹ má wá jà obìnrin o. Let me re-echo that statement. Ṣọ́ra fúnbìnrin, Ọlọ́run á wà pẹ̀lú ẹ o. How many of you remember that skit? Ṣọ́ra fúnbìnrin, Ọlọ́run á wà pẹ̀lú ẹ o. Lọ́dún yìí, ẹ ṣọ́ra fúnbìnrin, Ọlọ́run á wà pẹ̀lú yín o. Elédùmarè á wà pẹ̀lú yín o. Ẹ ṣọ́ra fúnbìnrin. Conclusion nìyẹn. Ọ̀rọ̀ tó bá ti involve obìnrin, ẹ ṣáà máa ṣọ́ra. Lọ́dún yìí, àwọn tó láyé ò ní fi wá ṣe example o. Àwọn tí Elédùmarè gbélé ayé lọ́wọ́ wọn ò ní fi wá ṣe example. Ifá says be very careful of betrayal, especially the one involving women. Number 15, Ifá says we should be cautious of conflict around river and stream and well and water sources and avoid becoming involved with dispute and trouble associated with àwọn ìyá mi. Wọ́n ní ká ṣọ́ra fún ìjà tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ omi. Wọ́n ní kí a ṣọ́ra fún ìjà níbi omi tàbí kànga kí a má bá ríjà àwọn ìyá mi. Water is going to be a very mighty force this year. For women that know their power and know their self, people will do a lot of things with water this year. Elédùmarè ò ní jẹ́ ká ríjà omi o. Àní ríjà àwọn tó láyé o. Ẹ má lọ báyàn jáǹdì omi o. Ẹ má lọ bí àwọn inú kó fomi ṣépè fún yín lọ́dún yìí o. The power that water is carrying this year is heavy o, especially from women o. Ẹ má ṣe o. Uncle, if that auntie is taking you, let's go and promise ourselves love in front of water. Iyanifa said, don't do it. Don't let anybody carry his water and say, if you love me, stand in front of this water and say that you love Uncle, run. Even if you love her, run. You can tell her inside the house that has cement that you love her. Stay inside the house that has cement, and tell her you love her inside it. Don't follow anybody to one. Let's put our hand under the water and let's see. As long as this water is alive, don't do it. Don't do it. Leave water alone this year. Let water rest this year. Leave water alone. Leave it alone. Ẹ má lọ ṣe gbìrìgbìrì níwájú omi lọ́dún yìí. And you know water is in so many places. Water is in so many places. It's not until you get to river. Any water, omi one tap, ema rora. And those of you that like to maltreat the women in your life, and you say, I will not eat her food. You know you have hurt your wife. I'm not going to eat her food so that she will not put something inside it. Uncle, you will bath water in that house. Uncle, you will drink water in that house. Uncle, they are going to wash your clothes with water in that house. Uncle, there are so many things that will pass through water in that. They will mop the floor of water in that house. If that auntie understands the spirit and the power that water carries, I can shadra this, you know me. I there feel for sure. Are you not going to wear the clothes? So this year, don't push any woman to you, because water is going to be very free to get, very easy to get. And most of the, look at all the orishas that are associated with water. Obìnrin ló pọ̀ jù nínú wọn, àwọn ìyá wa ló pọ̀ jù nínú wọn. Ẹ má ṣe gbèrègbèrè lọ sí di omi lọ́dún yìí. And on the flip side of it, women, this year, water is there for you to use. A little ìwúre you are making for your ẹ ṣèwúre sómi, gbogbo àwọn ìyá tó ti omi yìí lẹ́yìn láti ibi tó rísun ẹ̀ ti ń bọ̀, ẹ wá bẹ́mi náà ṣe tèmi, ẹ wá bẹ́mi náà ṣe tèmi. Ẹ̀yin tó mi wá pè tó ẹ pé omi gangan ló pè yín, nǹkan tá a máa fi omi ṣe ní rere ní dáadáa lọ́dún yìí òun ló ń lọ wájú yẹn. All of you that have been called out, you are reincarnating orishas that take its source from water. This year, thank you very much, Royal Art. Royal Art says the tears from their eyes gone must not come out. Royal, you see, Royal Art, àwọn tó láyé àwọn tó nílẹ̀ wọ́n á dúró tì yín lọ́dún yìí. Ẹ ní ṣe obìnrin ò ní bínú sí yín. Gbogbo àwọn obìnrin tó wà ní sàkání yín lọ́dún yìí, ire báyìí òun ló máa ẹnu yọ̀ báyìí ló máa fi wí tì yín láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. They say there is water in tears. Oh, you that you like to just, I don't beat women, but I will keep malice with her to the point that she will sit down and she will cry. I don't know how to beat women, but I will not touch her. I will not touch her. I will not move close to her this year. I will show her that your wife will now hold pillow. Our the pillow our masunkun otisore the onion. You have turned yourself into onion in your house. Your wife will now pillow and be crying. Not this year. Uncle, keep it next year, maybe, but not this year. King of, I'm not going to touch you. King of malice, king of, I'm not going to do anything for her. I will buy something. I will be greeting all my children. On her friend's birthday, I will buy a gift for her friend and her sister. I will not buy for her. I went to teach her a lesson. Koswala. Let's see the person that will learn lesson this year. Let's see the person that is going to learn lesson this year. Don't allow any woman to shed tears because of you this year. Ẹ má gbomijé lójú obìnrin lọ́dún yìí. Frankly speaking, Monica sọ fún yín pé frankly speaking, don't do it. If there's anything you want this year, jokes apart, if there's anything you want this year, is for the women around you to be happy with you, to love you, to support you, to move you to greater heights. And if you are a man and you recognize that this year will look like for you like it's a walkover, you will be wondering, you will move through this year like as if you have made it in life. You will move through this year like everything is just working out for you. You see, I don't want to use the word take advantage in the sense of take advantage, but please take advantage of the women you have in your life this year. Take advantage of that female relationship you have in your life this year. As fellow women, you too take advantage of the women you have in your life this year. This is not the year to be gossiping behind the back of your fellow friends. There are some women that, you know what I'm talking about? And acknowledge the blessings of their connection. Acknowledge, yes. When their connection is bringing blessings to you this year, acknowledge it. Association of, I'm not a romantic man. I don't know how to express love. Go and learn how to express love to the women you have in your life this year. Emma Monu Wondu. Ẹ máa múrí wọn wú. Make them happy. This year is a secret. Ẹ má jẹ́ ká waste time. Number 16 says kí oníkálùkù máa tọ́jú. Wọ́n ní kẹ́ máa tọ́jú ẹ̀mí yín dáadáa o. Ifá says you should take care of your life o. Ifá says take proper care of your life this year. Guard your physical life so that it will not be snatched away. Ẹ má fi all those extreme sports tẹ́ máa ń ṣe. Èmi náà lọ ṣe kan lénìí. Àmọ́ a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Elédùmarè bá délé láyọ̀ àtàlàáfíà. All those extreme sports. There's one guy on TikTok that says this. He tags his videos as things that white people do that other people should not try, something like that. How many of you have seen those videos? Things that white people do that other people should not try. I don't think that's the word, but you know what I'm talking about. Like going to the top of Kilimanjaro and diving into the universe. Don't try foolishness. Don't try stupid things this year. Guard your life so that it will not be cut short. Don't. Guard your physical and spiritual life this year. Guard it jealously. Every individual should take proper care of their life. Protect yourself this year. Physically protect yourself. Look for spiritual products that physically protect you. I'm not going to tell you twice. Protect yourself this year. Please protect yourself. Ifá says religious practitioners should be mindful of their conduct and avoid mocking or belittling others so that conflict does not come on their community. Number 18, Ifá says, kí àwọn ẹlẹ́sìnjẹ̀sí ṣe ara wọn lọ́kan, kí wọ́n má ṣe ẹlẹ́yàmẹ̀yà, kí ogun má bàa ja orílẹ̀-èdè wọn. You see, Ifá even has warning for people in religion. Shey you see? Ifá is telling them that you have chosen religion, choose it, but don't have diversity among yourself. Shey you have chosen religion, hold yourself together in that religion that you have chosen. Don't let your diversity and your competition within your religion be the reason that unease and unrest will come to your country. Ifá is telling us to beg you people. You have chosen religion. Nobody is inviting you to come home. We are not preaching any gospel. There is no crown that is waiting for us in heaven if you come to Ifá. Nobody cares about you that much. But Ifá is telling you, you want to be Christian, all of you hold yourself together. You want to be Muslim, hold yourself together. In your senselessness, have a little bit of sense. You have chosen foolishness. Apply sense inside that foolishness. Some of us, but at least have sense. You don't want to do it, at least have sense. Ifá says, the religious leaders among them, don't use your ẹlẹ́yàmẹ̀yà, all your diversity and interdenominational nonsense that you are doing. You want to focus on your Jesus, go and focus in one place. Because all we want is peace. There is no part of Odù Ifá that tells us that we should go and be unaliving people because there is 72 virgins waiting for somebody somewhere. There is no part of Odù Ifá that is telling us that be not unequally yoked with your family that you grew up in. Turn your back against them. We don't have that. You people that have that, so to everyone around you, Ifá has a word for you. Ifá is not telling you that you should come back home. Nobody cares about you that much. But inside your foolishness of religion, please, can you maintain peace there? Can you at least maintain peace there for the rest of us that are your neighbors? The rest of us, can you at least, because of us, allow peace? Can you focus on your focus? Especially those of you that are prophesying, just focus on so many other things. Focus on building the image of your religion that is damaging already. Focus on salvaging what is left of your religion. Don't bring insecurity and panic, and it's okay. This is Ifa's word for you. You see, Ifa has word for everybody. That will bring us to number, what is it now? That will bring us to number 17. Ifa says you should use egg to regularly offer ebo to àwọn ìyá, but there's a kind of egg. It's not ẹyin agric, it's not the white egg in the crate at Walmart or the one in ShopRite. It's not the one that your neighbor is selling in front. Irú ẹyin ẹ̀kọ́ ló ní ká ṣe o. Wọ́n ní kí a fi ẹyin wo? Wọ́n ní kí a máa fi ẹyin adìẹ òróró ká fi máa ṣe ìpèsè fún àwọn ìyá mi. The local egg, there is a certain kind of egg. You are not the one that is going to do the ìpèsè yourself, yes. So just tell your babalawo that this particular egg that they mentioned, ẹyin adìẹ ìbílẹ̀, you want to add it, ẹ fẹ́ fi kún ẹbọrú fáwọn ìyá mi. Those of you that joined in the 21 days ìpèsè and ètùtù àwọn ìyá mi that we did last year, right? You know that that egg was one of the things I listed. This is at this point that I will tell you that on the 1st of July, we're going to start another 21-day ìpèsè fún àwọn ìyá mi. We're supposed to start it immediately. I mean, some of us have started, it may have started my own already, but as a community, as an Ile together, we are going to start on the 1st of July. And why we have picked 1st of July is to give you ample time to financially get ready, particularly those of you that are salary earners, fixed income earners, those of you that are still going to call your husband to give you money, or you are going to call your daddy to give you money, or your wife to give you money, whoever it is you are going to call. Greetings from Holland. Whoever it is that you're going to call them and get ready. From the 1st to the 21st of July 2026, we are going to give ìpèsè to àwọn ìyá mi step by every day. Gbogbo nǹkan tó máa gbà, ìjọ́ tá máa fún wọn lẹ́yìn, ìjọ́ tá máa fún wọn ládìyẹ, ìjọ́ tá máa fún wọn ní òkété, ìjọ́ tá máa fún wọn lẹ́ran àlàkẹ́, ìjọ́ tá máa fún everything like that every day. 21 different things in Kotinumoje. Send a message to the WhatsApp number that is showing on the screen if it's something that you are interested in. If you are catching a replay, every information you need will be in the description box below. You are new here, thank you so much for joining us. Just pay attention as we are teaching, and then you can get more information on our website ifakole.ng and on our YouTube channel Iyanifa Ewa TV. You will catch replays of so many other teachings. We can't teach everything today, right? There's something specific we're talking about today. We are breaking down the Odù Ifá, the instructions of Ifa for this new Yoruba calendar year, right? So send the message to the WhatsApp number that is showing on your screen. So Ama Bere on the 1st of July. On the 1st of July, ètùtù àwọn ìyá mi ò kí ń pọ̀ jù. This year we need loads and tons of it. So we're going to be doing that as a community. So send the message. The WhatsApp number is pinned on your screen right now. So Ifa says ká fi ẹyin ìbílẹ̀ yẹn, ẹyin adìẹ òróró yẹn, ká fi ṣe ìpèsè fún àwọn ìyá mi lóòrèkóòrè. Lóòrèkóòrè means regularly. Regularly. Ifa says regularly. We should add that egg, that particular local egg, to ìpèsè to ẹbọ for àwọn ìyá mi. Now, where are we going to now? Number killer and lobai. Number 18. Ifa says no, at number 18. Yeah. So I think we're going to number 19. Number 19 says all the children of Karo Ojiri should be courageous, diligent, and they should not be lazy, so that they may overcome their enemies. Ifa says we should be courageous. Gbogbo àwọn ọmọ Karo Ojiri, gbogbo àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá, gbogbo àwọn ọmọ Ilẹ̀ Oòduà. Ifa says that we should be courageous. Ifa ní kí a ní ìgboyà dáadáa. Kí a ní ìgboyà dáadáa. Ká má ṣojo. Ifa ní ká má ṣojo kí a lè bá ṣẹ́gun àwọn ọ̀tá wa. Ifa says this year you need to develop confidence in your Ifa. Stop doubting. Stop saying maybe it will work. Maybe it will not. Ẹ má jẹ́ ká ṣeyèméjì. Ifa ní ká má ṣeyèméjì. Ìgboyà. ìgboyà yẹn ẹ̀yin tó bá ní láti ṣiṣẹ́ ìgboyà sí yín lára, you are naturally timid, ẹ lọ bá àwọn babaláwo àti Iyanifa yín pé kọ́ bá yín ṣiṣẹ́ ìgboyà, iṣẹ́ ìbẹ̀rù kọ́ ṣe sí yín lára, so that you can be more confident. Okay, you need a lot of that because things will happen. Ifa says, so that you may be able to overcome your enemies. Ká lè ṣẹ́gun àwọn ọ̀tá wa. Your enemies will come this year and be, wọ́n máa halẹ̀ mọ́ yín pé, are you there? Oh, no, it's you. You two will look at them that ẹ̀yin bulletin board. Who are you? No, now we safe, we full ground remain for here. Who are you? Tani, who is the rat that wants to be doing koko more and to nile? No, they will know that you safe. More ma buy nile. They will try you, but don't worry, don't shake. They will come and try you, but one ma ba won gan le money lako báyìí ló ma ba yin le bí ìbọn. They will know that yes, you two are not okay. Nínú gbogbo nǹkan tá à ń sọ yìí. So please make yourself. Just because I'm laid back doesn't mean I won't lean forward. Okay, the text has skipped. If you are looking at everybody this year like no. We are all doing it. Everybody develop your confidence, develop your courage and your backup. Go and rearrange your backup so that when they come from anywhere, lákọ̀ọ́gan ló máa bá ọ̀gàn bí ìbọn pé ọkùnrin mẹ́ta ni, ọkùnrin 240 gan, ọkùnrin 1 million gan, àtobìnrin 1 million. Everybody inside you. You are not just one person. You are going back to the gym. Okay. It's gym that we are talking about. Nature art, kò sí wàhálà. Nature art is going to build his confidence of Ifa in the gym. No problem. They are waiting for you in the gym. When you come back, come to the gym of Ifa and come and build spiritual muscle. Ifa says we should be careful. I want to read this one in Yoruba first. Ifa says, kí a ṣọ́ra fún àìní inú à ń kọ́rọ̀ sí. Ifa says we should be careful of not being, how will I put it? Not being confidential. You see that attitude of not being confidential, of not being able to zip it. This is where I say that ní ọdún yìí fenomenu la fawóṣe. Wọ́n ní àgbàlagbà máa ń nínú tó ń kọ́rọ̀ sí ni. You have to build that confidentiality. Àwo secrecy. You have to be very secretive with information this year. Àgbàlagbà ni, you should not just be doing cho every year. This year, you don't need that. Fenomenu la fawóṣe lọ́dún yìí, shut up la fawóṣe. In fact, me too have received instruction of that. Fenomenu shut up òun la fawóṣe lọ́dún yìí. Wọ́n ní ká ṣọ́ra fún àìní inú à ń kọ́rọ̀ sí. This year you have to be, if you are the person that once they tell you something, CNN ti gbọ́, you are the CNN of the community. Once they tell you something, cho ni. Wọ́n ní kẹ́ ẹ lọ jó ẹnu yín báyìí. Wọ́n ní wíwo lẹ́nu awo máa ń wo. Ẹ lọ fi kíní jó ẹ̀yin tó fi kíní jó yín lẹ́nu ní kékeré. Ẹ lọ jó ẹnu yín, ẹ lọ mọ̀ pé ọ̀rọ̀ kan lèèyàn kì í sọ. Ọ̀rọ̀ kan lèèyàn kì í sọ. There are certain things that ẹ kàn máa gbé mi ni, just swallow it, let it be there. Some people ẹnu ló máa kó bá wọn lọ́dún yìí. Ẹnu àwọn tó máa fẹnu kọ́ máa pọ̀ lọ́dún yìí o. Torí ẹ̀ẹ̀mẹ́ tẹ́ ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ mọ nǹkan tẹ́ ń sọ. And because ẹ̀ẹ̀mẹ́ tẹ́ ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ mọ nǹkan tẹ́ ń sọ, fẹnumẹ́nu la fawóṣe. A lot of people will get into trouble this year with their mouths, with their words. Their words will trap them into things this year that it will rap like this with speed. No. Our of this year is shut up. Phenomenon. Keep quiet. It's okay. Just keep it. Zip it. Put it on a low this year. Put it on a low. Wọ́n ní ká yára láti gbọ́rọ̀, ká lọ́ra láti fèsì lọ́dún yìí. Ẹ ṣé gan ni bàbá mi àbí ìyá ni yín àmọ́ lẹ́yìn pé Mike ló pé Mikey àbí Mickey. Ẹ ṣé gan ni, mo kí yín àwò lọ́kùnrin lóbìnrin. This year, be quick to listen and be reluctant to speak. Listen twice as much as you are speaking this year. Life will test you with your words this year. Don't fall for it. Life will test you through your words this year. Don't fall victim. Certain things should be kept on a low this year. Nǹkan tá a bá dọwọ́ bò báyìí, òun ló níyì o. The things that you cover up is what has you want to increase the value of your life this year. Cover it like this. Fishawo. Awola fishe. Fishawo. It's not everybody. Your life is not a community project. Your life is not a community project this year. Keep it. Why should I be keeping it? There's nothing anybody, it's not because of anybody. Sit down. There's nothing anybody wants to do to you. We don't care about you that much. Relax. Nobody cares about you that much. It's because it's an instruction, and I'm not the one that gave the instruction. Like I said, even me, just shortly before this year started, I got that same instruction that is coming out in Judo. I was looking at my friend like this. Wow. If I can be so loud. Ifa came to me directly. My friend looked at my face and said, shut up. Ifa came to me directly and said, shut up. Like, just shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. It's okay. But I'm thinking, therefore, that is to say, it is because if I said no, zip it. It's okay. We have heard you. Just zip it. It came to me as an instruction just shortly before this Odù was done, and I have learned to shut up. I'll be looking like this now. Those of you that know me know that Iyanifa doesn't like to shut up in certain situations, but those of you that know me too know that lately I've been shutting up, but you don't understand it. But I'm also, when I now saw it as an express instruction this year, I said, this is what Ifa is saying. Okay, we will shut up, we'll keep quiet. So this year, you will see a lot of, Iyanifa did not tell us this was happening. You will just see it after it has happened. Remember that Ifa says we should shut up. It's not me. It's Ifa that said it. Categorically, Ifa just said shut up. Shadows of Ifa says, Efenumenu, Erinu chorus. Ifa did not give me all those nice words. Ifa just looked and said, shut up. Just shut it. Shut the fuck up. Shut your motherfucking mouth up. Shut it. Just shut up. Like, mute. So if I is telling all of us here, so some of you it will come as a hard shut it, just shut up, and some of you it will come as a mild, keep quiet, keep it on a low, whichever way it comes to you. That's it. So what's the next number? The next number is number 21. Ifa says, Fifi ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ epo pupa fún àwọn ìyàmí ẹlẹ́yẹ. Ifa says we need a lot of palm oil. Wọ́n ní kẹ́ dákẹ́ ń bẹ̀ yẹn. Ifa ní kó dákẹ́ ẹnu ẹ̀ dákẹ́ òtítọ́. Má sọ̀rọ̀ mọ́. Mitrọ́nu. Báwo ló ṣe tún máa ń ṣe sọ? Mitrọ́nu is Igbo àbí? Dákẹ́ is Yorùbá. What else? Every other language. Shut up. Just shut it. Shut it up. It's okay, just keep quiet. Shut up. Nobody wants to know. Nobody needs to know. Nobody cares to know. Nobody's listening. So just shut up. Like, just sit there, keep quiet. It's okay. Keep quiet. It's okay. We have heard enough. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Keep quiet. You see the way I'm whispering it into your ears? That's the way if I will be whispering it on that day. You just hear Iyanifa say, no. Don't say anything. Just keep quiet. Just shut up. Shut up. Keep quiet. Shut up. It's okay. Don't say anything. Shut up. That's the way you'll be hearing it inside your ears like that on that day. Because that day will come several times this year. Me too. I just wanted to pause. If I just say shut up, I was like, I don't like this one. No. Somebody cannot just post in peace. Those of you that know that my WhatsApp status is TV, there's so my WhatsApp status is internet, is Netflix. So those of you that know me, you know my WhatsApp status is Netflix. But if I say no, and I will look at it like that, and I don't want to post this thing, and I feel like posting this. If I say no, shut up, just shut up. It's hard, though. Yíṣírù. Wọ́n ní Yíṣírù làwọn Haúsá ń pè. Yíṣírù ṣá pé dáadáa. Ṣé Ṣírù ni? Yíṣírù. Wọ́n ní kẹ̀dákẹ́. People will get away with a lot this year because I have to shut up. Ah, yes. You see that part? People have started getting away with a lot because I cannot. Because somebody said something to me towards the end of last year. The person said something to all of us in this space. Níjọ́ yẹn, àṣírọ́ lẹni yẹn ń pa. I went out to find out from the person that was involved in that conversation. You see, I can't even say it out because they say I should shut up. I went to find out that the person was lying. The person lied to us in a community as big as this, a community of almost 200k people. When I now confirm the conversation, if not because if I say shut up, I wanted to tell the person, please send me screenshots. Give me evidence. Me, I like evidence. Let's go and post the evidence. Some of you already know that that person lied. We found that later, but I can't see anything. If I say skin fish share butter, kin fi para. If I need kafi adiagun kafi para, kama fi shine, added fi para. We've shut up. There's nothing you can see. We just get quiet. I can't even in the example, I still cannot say it. But if I said shut up, so let's just shut up. We are not about to go against the warning of Ifa. Ifa says we should add a lot of palm oil to our ìpèsè. Now, there are two sides of it. So when you are giving your ebo, please add a lot of palm oil. Tell your babalawo pé this year is not the year that they will now be pouring báwo ló ṣe ń ṣe tọ́wọ́ máa máa da epo torí ẹ̀rọ àwọn babalawo kan báyìí sìn wọ́n fẹ́ ṣèpèsè. They will now take the palm oil like this and do like this. No, it's not this year that they used to do that. This year, carry the whole bottle, elora ego epo kan ẹ̀dá sórí ẹ̀. Carry keg and buy ẹ̀yìn lè lówó ni. Tí báwọn client ló sanwó fún yín, ẹ má ra epo nú nylon kankan kẹ́ ẹ máa já nylon kankan. Ẹ wá yọ epo díẹ̀ lọ bá ń gbé epo tó kù yẹn. This year, ẹ máa rọ epo lé lórí ẹ jẹ́ kó máa ṣe ṣìnkìn, kó máa ẹ lọ dà sí, ẹ̀yin kọ́ lẹ fẹ́ jẹ. Àwọn tó láyé ní nǹkan táwọn fẹ́ nìyẹn. Baba empty the whole bottle. I'm telling you. Empty the whole bottle. If they are sending you video of your ìpèsè, ẹ wo odindi ìgò kan ní kẹ́ dà sí o. Ẹ má yọ epo. Ifá ní kẹ́ fọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ epo. This year, remind your babalawo and your Iyanifa that the epo is plenty. Let it be plenty this year. Now, there is a flip side of it. Whatever it is that palm oil represents to us spiritually, we need to take advantage of it. Make sure that you have ogere epo around you. That either palm kernel oil or that's the part of the oil that is like settles on top. No, not settle. Settle is down. That floats on top of the palm oil. Right. Even if it's regular palm oil, have it. It's going to help you take away a lot of negativity. Wọ́n ní tí àjẹ́ bá mu epo, ojú ẹ̀ máa wálẹ̀. Wọ́n ní tó ṣú bá mu epo, ojú ẹ̀ máa wálẹ̀. Wọ́n ní tí nǹkan bá le tó bá ń há tá a bá bu epo sí ó máa ń rọ̀ ni. Ẹ̀rọ̀ ni epo, make sure you have it by your side. You want things to be eased out. You want things to calm down. You want things to take ease. Even if it's going to happen, let it happen with ease. Have a lot of palm oil around you. Have a lot of palm oil around you. Ẹ̀yin gan máa mú epo ṣeré ẹ ti di òòṣà tó máa ń lepo lórí lọ́dún yìí. Any little thing that is happening, you slept, you had a dream, they gave you food, they gave you water. Some of you are still scared of eating in the tree. Ẹ̀yin tó bá gbóúnjẹ wá fún mi lójú, I will eat it. Wọ́n ní tí adìyẹ bá jẹ òkúta tó bá jẹ òkúta, ìtọ̀ ló máa fi tọ̀ jáde kò sí nǹkan tó lè ṣe anybody kan bí kankan. Don't let it stop in the dream. Saying jollof rice, Nigerian jollof rice, smoky jollof rice, àjẹ gbogbo ẹ̀ mọ́ ní kò sí nǹkan tó ní kankan fi ń ṣe nǹkan bí kankan. But those of you that are still thinking about, you ate in your dream, wake up and drink palm oil. Wake up and drink palm oil. Kini kan ṣẹlẹ̀ ń bì kan. Ask Royal Art, was it you that day when we went for Odù Ifá l'Óṣogbo? My 10-year-old daughter was coughing. She was coughing and all of that. The first thing she asked Royal Arts was, Uncle, please, can you help me get palm oil when you go out? She did not say cough me short. She did not say, Uncle, please, can you help me get palm oil when you go out? He had to come and tell me that, whoa, she asked for palm oil. I said yes, because they know anything you are feeling in your body that is on ease, whether it's physical or spiritual, Omaro. Let's start with that one. 2 spoons of it. Then every other thing will follow. I've told you that story before, right? Yes. Every other thing will follow. Royal Art said, I actually remember that. It still shocked me. That's it. And those of you that have met my children, you know that they are English speaking. Ase, you know, orientate on the Yoruba way, because at least from her to the younger ones, they were not, you know, born in this country. Every ailment I have, my Baba wanted to give me palm oil. It's palm oil, Kusi. They are telling us now that even àwọn Yami, they want abundance of palm oil. So you too, Emma Mepo. And physically, like nutritionally, scientifically, biologically, dietitian, dietically, whatever it is, palm oil is good. It nourishes your body. It is good for your body. You cannot go wrong with palm oil gidi. So it doesn't matter. There's nothing about it. Àfi tó bá kọ èwo ẹ̀ fún ẹ tí Ifá bá ní kó má gbé, mi ò tí ì rí ẹni tí Ifá ní kó má jẹ pọ̀. I've not seen anybody that their taboo is palm oil. But as long as it is not your taboo, as long as it is not your taboo, please take it often. And take it not just like you're drinking water or something. Take it with the spiritual side of it in your thought. Don't forget that I said we're starting our 21-day IPC. Ètùtù àwọn Yami on the 1st of July. If you want to be a part of it, send a message to the WhatsApp number that is now showing on your screen. Ifá says kí oníkálùkù wá ṣe iṣẹ́ owó, ká ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀wọ̀ sí ara wa. I like that part. I like that part. Ifá says every individual should provide for protection for themselves, spiritually, financially, and materially, self-reliance and self-defense. That English does not explain it. Oníṣẹ́ ọ̀wọ̀ ká ṣe fúnra wa. Kọ́mọ aráyé lè máa kọ́ máa bọ̀wọ̀ fún wa níbi tó bá wà, níbi tá bá lọ. Èrò ni, like, people will see you and reverence you. There will be this fear when people see you. Wọ́n máa bú ọwọ́ tiẹ̀ fún ẹni. They will not disrespect you. They will not cross your path. They will acknowledge you, honor you, and just keep it moving. It's a spiritual walk. If you have your personal Babalawo and Iyanifa, ask them. Honor, yes. And if you don't have, send the message to the WhatsApp number on your screen. And Iyanifa is the one that is speaking to you right now. My entire team is filled with Iyanifas, Babalorishas, Iyalorishas, Babalawos, Bobowa. Ben Lori team, Ejo, Eloshishe Owo si ara yin. Let people see you and reverence you. Let people see you and honor you. The people that people honor, they don't disregard them. Do you do consultation? That's our first job description. Always reverence. Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, I do. Send a message to the WhatsApp number that is pinned on your screen right now for a divination. And on that note, let me also remind you, I was going to say it at the end of this, but just in case some other people leave before the end. If you have not done a divination for yourself this year, to find out how Odù Ifá or Sameji applies to you as a person. You see, all this instruction is general instruction. How does it apply to you as a person this year? Odù Ifá or Sameji tó jáde ní ọdún tuntun. What is the instruction for me this year as a person? How do I apply it to my life at the level that I am, in the condition and situation that I am? Which part of it aligns with me as I'm happening in life this year? If you have not done your own divination, send a message to the WhatsApp number that is pinned on your screen. I've been posting it since Sunday. A lot of you have turned out, you've done your own, you've received your instruction. And everybody, almost everybody that I've sent that to is saying, wow, Iyanifa, how did you know what plan I had for this year? How did you know the things that were bothering me from this year? How I know is that I asked Ifa, it is not it does not pass like that. It's still Ifá. I don't know you. I don't know anything about you. I'm telling you what Ifá said about you. It's as simple as that. Make your divination and find out the direction of you. These are general instructions that we all have to go by, but there are specific instructions. Someone says, when is the right time to take Ebo? Early morning or last thing at night? Iron Man, are you a Babalawo or an Iyanifa or a Babalorisha or an Iyanurisha? Which one of them are you? If you are any of those four, you already know what to do because you are taught. But if you are not a Babalawo and Iyanifa and you want to be carrying Ebo in the morning and afternoon, I don't understand what you are doing. It's like somebody is saying, please ma, where is the what is the best time to carry out surgery on your wife? Ṣé ẹbọ lọ́pẹ́ ní àbẹ́pọ̀? Ẹ bá wa scroll up o, bóyá mi ò rí dáadáa, ẹbọ lèmi rí láti bíbá ẹ o. Torí àwọn tó máa ń béèrè báwo ló ṣe ń rú ẹbọ. Let's see, ó dà ní pé epo lọ́pẹ́. When is the best time to take epo? Epo lẹ́pẹ́, mo rò pé ẹbọ ni torí àwọn kan wà tó ti joyè ẹlẹ́bọ báyìí láì ṣe bàbá nífá. When is the best time to take it? There is no best time. Take it when you need it. Kò sí best time kankan bẹ́ẹ̀. If you wake up at night and you need it at night, take it. If it's afternoon, ló yọ sí epo need it, take it. Tó bá jálẹ́ ni, take care. I didn't read that very well because there are so many people right now. Oníkálùkù wa ló ti di ẹlẹ́bọ emergency báyìí. Àti fẹ́ máa ṣe ẹbọ fún ara wa. So for the palm oil, you can take it as time that is necessary. Good evening, Ma. It's my first time here. Nice to connect with you. Thank you so much for joining us. We are super grateful. Smile Fitness, where have you been? We have not seen you in a while. Kilo Shele, where have you been? You can even bath with it. Yes, there are some spiritual soaps. Àwọn ọṣẹ kan wà tó yẹ pé wọ́n á ní kó kọ́kọ́ fi epo para ẹ délẹ̀ náà kó o máa ṣe ìwúre tó bá ti fi epo para tán wàá ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá fọṣẹ yẹn wẹ̀. So you see that there's so many things you can use it for. You can rub it all over your body before you use your cleansing soaps. Depends on the kind of soap. Make sure instruction is following it. But some people will just use it on their body and then use a new sponge to just wash off, the oil and wipe it out completely, as a form of body cleansing to extract negative things out of them. Palm oil is going to do a lot of wonders this year, Sha. So wọ́n ní kẹ́ ẹ ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀wọ̀ síra yín lára, ẹ ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀wọ̀ sí ara yín, ẹ ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀wọ̀ sára yín, kọ́mọ aráyé lè máa bá bọ̀wọ̀ fún yín. You know when Yoruba says, bọ̀wọ̀ fún bàbá àti ìyá rẹ̀, àti gbogbo ẹni tó bá jù ẹ́ lọ, meaning respect and reverence your father and your mother and everybody that is older than you. A máa ń bọ̀wọ̀ fáwọn tó jù wá lọ ni. So tẹ́ ẹ bá ti ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀wọ̀, gbogbo ibi tẹ́ ẹ bá dé ẹ ti jù wọ́n lọ ni wọ́n á máa wò yín pé àwọn ilé jù mí lọ, ẹni yìí jù yàn lọ, ẹni tó dẹ̀ jù ni lọ wọ́n ló lè jù nínú. A máa ń bẹ̀rù ẹni tó bá jù wá lọ ni. So tẹ́ ẹ bá ti ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀wọ̀ sí ara yín, tó bá rí yín wọ́n á mọ̀ pé ẹ ti ju àwọn lọ, wọ́n á bọ̀wọ̀ fún yín, wọ́n á mọ̀ pé bí ẹ ṣe ju àwọn lọ ẹ lè ju àwọn nù. They will respect you and keep it moving. I just joined. Can I know the topic, anyone? Okay, they will type the topic for you in the comment section. Ṣé ẹ understand? So wọ́n ní kẹ́ ẹ ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀wọ̀, go and ask your babaláwo pé ibo ló ti ń ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀wọ̀, báwo ló ṣe ń ṣe, wọ́n á ṣe fún yín. And if you don't have babaláwo or Iyanifa, send a message to the WhatsApp number that is showing on your screen right now. There is a babaláwo and Iyanifa in the house. There is one Iyanifa that is speaking to you right now. You will receive your iṣẹ́ ọ̀wọ̀. Ifá says every town should offer a dog to Ogun, the Orisha of iron of war, so that victory and peace may come into that community. Wọ́n ní ká lọ fàájà bo Ògún, wọ́n ní ká lọ bẹ́rí ajá, ká bẹ́rí ajá sórí Ògún, ká bẹ́ ajá sórí Ògún. How do we do iṣẹ́ ọ̀wọ̀? I just said go to your Babalawo Iyanifa. If you don't have Babalawo Iyanifa, send a message to the WhatsApp number that is showing on your screen right now. That's my number, Iyanifa Ewa. A máa ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀wọ̀ fún yín. Wọ́n ní ká lọ bẹ́ ajá sórí Ògún. Those of you that, oh my God, I love dogs so much. Iyanifa, can we use something else? Can we use cockroach instead of dog? I don't like dogs. Can we kill mosquito on the Ògún instead of dogs? Or can we use butterflies? I just love the excellent. Wọ́n ní kí o bẹ́ orí ajá sórí Ògún so that you can have victory. Only can we use cockroach instead of that? Kò ń ṣe cockroach lẹ máa lò. Cockroach kọ́. ẹ ṣì máa lo sẹ́sẹ́ fly àti caterpillar àbí cake wọ́n ní ṣebí orí ògùn ni àǹtí yẹn gbé kéèkì lọ́njọ́ yẹn Sumaya ṣebí ògùn láǹtí yẹn ń bọ̀ tó gbé kéèkì àti fanta lọ́njọ́ yẹn ẹ máa gbé frozen yogurt lọ frozen yogurt ní time yìí frozen yogurt àti burger speaking of burger mo máa ló ń jẹ tó yẹ kí n jẹ ẹ máa gbé burger lọ ẹ má gbàjà ẹ ṣáà gbé burger lọ parfait àti grilled turkey mo like àwọn audience yìí I'm telling you somebody did ẹnìkan ṣe ẹnìkan bọ Ògún lórí ẹnìyẹn dẹ̀ set ring light ó dẹ̀ set ring light síwájú ara ẹ̀ ó dẹ̀ gbé cake síwájú Ògún I won't say anything I will not say anything mi ì tẹ̀ mí sàn kankan èmi kọ́ lóríṣà tó gbé kéèkì fún èmi kọ́ mo bake kéèkì èmi kọ́ mo ta flour èmi kọ́ ni mo ní oven tó fi ṣe èmi kọ́ mo set ring light èmi kọ́ mo ní phone tó fi post ẹ̀ so there is nothing I'm going to say but please ajá lọ ní ká fi bẹ́ Ògún so he say you should zip it ẹ ṣe I'm zipping it mi ì tẹ́ gbọ́dọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ báyìí kò kàn mí we are saying ẹbọ àfin ẹbọ àdà ẹbọ àdòdì ọ̀run nǹkan tá a máa fi parí ẹ̀ ní. igúnnugún tí ń jẹ kéèkì ọ̀ṣálú ayé àjẹ tìyín àkàlàmọ̀gbò tí ń gbé kéèkì lọ sọ́run àwọn àgbà tìyín náà gbé o ẹ padà wá yánwó pé a ti fi kéèkì rúbọ Ifá ti gbà ogun ti yè lórí kéèkì ogun ti yè o parfait àti tọ́kì ogun ti yè kò sí wàhálà ń bẹ ẹ̀yin ọmọ awo tẹ ẹ fẹ́ fún òrìṣà yín ní nǹkan tó ń jẹ ajá lọ ní ká fi bẹ so this year on a more serious note this year amọ̀pá máa ń fi adìẹ a máa fi ń bọ Ògún Ògún máa ń gba adìẹ ó máa ń gba rooster for those of you that are English speaking you can use rooster but this year Ifá specifically says is a dog yeah. I know so many dogs will be unalive this year. So even if you love dogs, you have a pet dog and you don't want to watch the videos, it's okay not to watch the videos, but please, a dog is what they have asked you to use. Use a dog. Yeah, this year go long, go this zip is we are learning it. So ajá lọ ní kẹ́ bẹ́ sórí Ògún ajá ní kẹ́ bẹ́ sórí Ògún make sure that you do it regularly. Ifá says that so that there will be victory in that community. Ifá says for victory nítorí ìṣẹ́gun wọ́n ní kí ìlú kọ̀ọ̀kan fi ajá bọ Ògún nílùú wọn kí ìṣẹ́gun àti ìsinmi lè wà fún wa for victory and peace. Ifá says we should give ẹbọ to Ògún using a dog. Ifá says kí a ṣọ́ra fún erékéré ní ṣíṣe pàápàá jùlọ kí a ṣọ́ra fún ojú wa. Ifá says we should avoid dangerous play erékéré jokingly and we should avoid playing. It's a joke being careless without caution particularly with your eyes. Ẹ má ṣe erékéré débi ojú yín Ọlọ́run ò ní fọ́ wa lójú o ayé ò ní sọ wá sí òkùnkùn ayé o àní di ta ló wọlé ta ló jáde o ayé ò ní fi ọ̀pá wọn ò ní fi máa direct wa o we will not go and buy dog that will be guiding us nítorí pójú ti fọ́ o Ifá ní ẹ ṣọ́ra fojú yín is this physical eyes Ifá is talking about o not ojú inú this your physical eyes Ifá ní kẹ́ ẹ má ṣe erékéré débi tó ti máa fi nǹkan gún yín lójú and let it be known to your children too. Tell your children to give your children instruction. Don't play with anybody to involve anything with your eyes. And you that your children are active in sports, ẹ máa ṣẹbọ fún wọn as you make ẹbọ and ètùtù for them this year. Pray constantly about their eyes. May they not play ball or do whatever it is tó máa gbójú lọ́dọ̀ wọn. Ojú ò ṣe é rọ́pò o. Mi ò ríbi tó ti ṣe artificial eyes fún èèyàn rí o. Apá wọ́n ṣe yẹn, ẹsẹ̀ wọ́n ṣe yẹn. Wọ́n ṣe ẹni tó bá fárun ẹ̀ wọ́n máa rírun míì so many things ló ń ṣe wọ́n ń ṣe heart transplant èmi ò ríbi tó ti ṣe eye transplant rí bóyá ọ̀dẹ̀ tí ń ṣe tó bá ń ṣe ó máa wọ́n o ẹ má fojú yín ṣeré Ifá ní kẹ́ ẹ má ṣeré pa kankan eré gélé tó máa involve ojú ẹ má ṣe it was a play I didn't know that. Sit your children down and tell them Sit your children down and tell them. Don't get involved in any risky play that might affect your eyes. And those of you that have eye infection, take care of them. Don't wave it off. Don't ignore it. Is that okay? Don't ignore it. I'm even glad that I got these glasses before this year started, because I knew that I had needed glasses, but I just kept on telling myself, no, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Towards the end of when I went to China, I just took the opportunity. Hey, I'm in China. I know it should be a whole lot cheaper than doing it in Nigeria. And I got this for myself. And yes, I know that so it's okay to take care of your eyes. Check your eyes regularly. Kí nǹkan kékeré má lọ di nǹkan ńlá tó máa gbójú lọ́wọ́ wa. Ọmọ aráyé ò ní sọ wá sóòkun ayé o. Àní di ta ló wọlé, ta ló wà ńbẹ̀ yẹn, kíní kan Elédùmarè ò ní fi tiyẹn ṣe wa. Àwọn tó láyé ò ní fi tiyẹn ṣe, wọn ò ní gbójú lọ́wọ́ wa o. Ojú wa will follow us to the end of life. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Kò sí bá a ṣe lè pẹ́ tó nílé ayé, wọn ò ní gbójú lọ́wọ́ wa. Àrùn ojú Elédùmarè ò ní jẹ́ ká rí o. So please be cautious of your eyes. Be conscious with your eyes. Níbi la parí ẹ̀ sí. These are all the instructions that we were given. All 24 instructions. Overall, Osameji for this year, the central message of Osameji is one of prosperity, victory, vigilance, respect for spiritual powers, communal responsibility, and proper conduct. Ifa foresees wealth and success, but emphasizes that these blessings will be sustained through humility, sacrifices, respect to elders and spiritual forces, honesty, self-discipline, and unity within communities. Is that okay? How can one do live consultation with you? Send a message to the WhatsApp number that is pinned on your screen. This is our year 10,068 commandments. This is our commandment. You want to ask a question, just go ahead and tap your questions. This is what Ifa has instructed us. Now, these instructions I just read now was given to everybody at Oketa Sale. I didn't make this up, right? This is not my words. I explained them, but number 1 to 24 like this was given to everybody. Every Babalawo and Iyanifa has the same instructions. It's just the way we explain it and we interpret it that is different. Now, those of you that know Iyanifa Ewa, you know that Iyanifa Ewa has talent in breaking down Odù. Is that okay? So we are still going to break down this Odù Ifá Osameji in the way that Iyanifa Ewa usually breaks it down. You know, those of you that came to me to break down your Odù, and for 30 minutes you turned to ambulance and you are doing wow, 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 Iyanifa, wow, this is so wow, this is so wow, wow. I say, the ambulance effect is it. That ambulance effect always follows everybody that I break down the audio. There is no way you will not be ambulance effect. Wow, wow, wow. So we're about to experience another ambulance effect when we break down the Odù Ifá Osameji, the way Iyanifa breaks it down. Tí àwọn irúnmọlẹ̀ fi rán Iyanifa Ewa pé kó lọ máa ṣe. We are going to break that one down. Maybe on Sunday, I don't know. Today is Wednesday, Abi. Today is Wednesday. In between, I might not be on the live streaming tomorrow, but Kabiyesi Erifa's birthday is tomorrow. Kabiyesi Erifa's birthday is tomorrow. Shola Nisha. Olako. Kileni, what's today's date? Hey, why is this day slow like this? Me, I thought it was Kimi. What's today's date, please? Is it my calendar that is slow? This day has not passed since. What's today's date, I beg? Today is 10th. It's not tomorrow, Jare. It's the day after tomorrow. I wanted it to come fast. He's on the 12th, June 12th. His birthday is on the June 12th. Kabiyesi Erifa's birthday is on June 12th, 12th of June. That's the democracy holiday in Nigeria, right? 12th of June. Ìjọ tí wọ́n ṣe kíní Ah, somebody is June 12th too. Kabiyesi, come and carry your birthday mate too. The day of Abiola's one thing like that. So June 12th is his birthday. I don't know if I'll be able to come on the live streaming, or maybe we'll be celebrating behind closed doors. But please join us to celebrate somebody that has been a huge support on this live streaming. How can I join the school? Send a website is ifakole.ng. Ifakole.ng is the website. For those of you that knew Kabiyesi Erifa when he was Mr. Mike, that year that he was still Mr. Mike, you know how he was always supporting Ifa College. Even before we became an item, he was always supporting Ifa College, always supporting Ifa College. I mean, like, no, even on the list till today, he's still our number one supporter. He was the one that made me know that TikTok gift made any meaning. I didn't know anything about TikTok gift until the day he sent us lion. I mean, I just said thank you. That he was like, oh, thank you for the gift. Me, I shall saw one lion that I shall have danced in somewhere. So after the live streaming that day, my staff said, he gave you a lion. I say I saw lion. What happened to lion? Lion is skinny. I say, me, I don't know. I just thought it was just any other thing, So he has just always been there. He will make sure that he fills up our gallery. That's what he calls it. I don't know what he means. I was like, oh, I'm going to fill up your gallery, and the amount of money he has spent to support Ifa College. We all deserve to celebrate him. We all need to celebrate him. He deserves that. He deserves that. He deserves that. So on his birthday, I don't know if I will be on the live stream, whether I'm there or not. In your private spaces, just eshewure for, make an iwure for him. He is a generous giver. He is. He has just always been there, and this is not even him doing it. He was not doing it at the time because, hey, I'm seeing Iyanifa Ewa, or that's my wife, or that's the person I'm dating. He was just doing it as a friend. So these are one of those days when we also get to celebrate him, So in your houses, you could just, say an iwure for him, make an iba for him, send in your gift if you want to. I'm not campaigning for any gift. I already have gifts. I'm going to give to him, correct, in cash and in kind. But the rest of you that are from Alabagbe, Alabashe, somebody said, no, he had a mission. He's an intentional man. Oh, and he didn't have a mission. At the time he was sending gifts to Ifa College, I was happily married in my house. So I was somebody's wife at that time. And he was just supporting me genuinely, as nobody knew that was going to go that way, but story for another day. But yeah, he's a kind person. So send in your gift to him, whatever. If you want to give him a gift, you can just send me a message to say, hey, Iyanifa Ewa, I want to send a birthday gift to Kabiyesi, on behalf of those of us that love it. I think he's not on the live streaming at the moment. He was here earlier. Maybe he's taking care of something. So June 12th is going to be that day. So I was saying, before I said that, I said maybe on Sunday. I'm not sure, right? I'm having series of meetings. Those of you that know me know what Osameji means to me. Odù Ifá Osameji, you guys know what it means to me as a person. So you know that it's just been a lot for me, meetings here and there, information here and there. So that's why I have not been, I've not been consistent on the live streaming. I'd even said I wasn't going to stream until this first 1 week is over. But yeah, so on Sunday, if time permits, we will break down Osameji the way Iyanifa breaks down Odù. That one that will give you wow effect. That will be like, whoa, this and that. So, and that is why I also said that make a personal divination of how Osameji applies to you this year. For you, Ifa is not a collective thing, as it were. It's an individual journey. So find out how Odù Ifá Osameji has to do with you this year. Send a message to the WhatsApp number that is showing on your screen and say, Iyanifa, I want a divination for myself for this year. I want to know how this Osameji applies to me. I want to know the personal instruction for me this year on this journey. All right. Yes, just send a message. Divination is done both online and offline. I serve a community that is diverse, geographically diverse. So who is typing the WhatsApp number here? Please type it and pin it out for consultation for this year. So, Atibo nkan tí Ifá sọ báyìí. We have heard what Ifá said. We have heard the instructions. This year, ẹ má fojú di àwọn ìyá mi o, so that your case will not be like Erubami to one pariwo. Let's go back and recite that Odù. The Odù that we read today is Odù Ifá Osamiji. And I'm writing a book. I'm always writing a book. Iyanifa Olori Ifadumade is not here. Olori Ifadumade, where is she? Olori Ifadumade is not here. She had said something earlier in the day. Let me check on her. Let me see if she's, or maybe she's at work. Olori Ifadumade one. I think she's at work. I think she's at work. She had said something she mentioned something, but I'll talk about it when she's there. I want her to be there when I'm talking about it. Right. So I was going to say this. For those of you that have not downloaded the free book, people will say, Iyanifa, I want to buy your book, but I don't have money. There's a free book on Eshu. Eshu is not Satan. Eshu is not Satan. If you have not downloaded a free copy of that book, head over to the website ifakole.ng and download a free copy. ifakole.ng. It's on the home page. Download it, read it. That's me just saying thank you to everybody, because we had been streaming Ase For Today 100 episode. When we reached our 100th episode, I put out that book. So there's a lot of misconceptions that has gone on about àwọn, right? A lot of misconceptions. A lot of misconceptions about Eshu too. So it looks like this month we're going to be doing a lot of unlearning misconceptions. I've been writing a book about àwọn. I've been making research about àwọn like from way back, but when I got initiated into àwọn meta, I started writing more based on the things that I got to know from inside. I started writing more and more about it, and that book is not gonna end. It's never gonna end. There's just always something to write. Thank you so much, Sumaya. She said the Ifá book, the Eshu book that I give out for free, it's a beautiful book. Thank you so much for that. So I feel like at this point, with this Odù that came out this year, I'm going to at least wrap up the book, even if it's one volume or one whatever it is, wrap up the book about àwọn, so that we would understand the truth about who they are, what they are not, what they are, and how we're able to relate to them. How do they apply to their lives? Why did Elédùmarè allow that entity to exist? What is their purpose in this side of life? That's what that book is going to be talking about, right? So we're going to be having a shop, an online bookshop on Ifá College website. An online bookshop is going to launch in a couple of days, or maybe like a week or two. It's going to be a bookshop. You're going to be able to buy books and merch that is for Ifá College. So I'm not going to be announcing every now and then that, hey, I have a new book. I feel like that shop is just going to be, how you guys used to go to church and you just have a bookshop and you just pick up the books, from time to time. All the archives that I've been writing, I write a lot. I write books a lot, just the same way I teach and I speak. I love to write. I do a lot of writing, and I've been doing a lot of writings here and there. I do a lot of research. I gather information that have been there, by a lot of elderly people. Some people have passed. A lot of people who have family members, grandfathers, grandmothers that had ancient books, they reach out to me from time to time to either give it to us in Ifá College or sell it to us. So I have a lot of information that is written that I'm putting together to make sure that the next generation doesn't have to go through what you and I have gone through, having to research Ifá all over again. So once the bookshop is open, the online bookshop, just go there from time to time and be checking books. I'm not going to be doing book launch for every book. I can put out like 4 in a month. I have them already in different archives. All I just have to do is finish them up, like give it to the editor, put them together and just have them there. So from time to time, you will just go to the bookshop and check what else has Iyanifa put out today that I want to talk about. Royal Art said you should check out the blog section of the website to read some of the related topics. Eshe Goni. Royal Art is the one in charge of the website. So he's saying go to the blog of the website and also read articles. You know, most of those articles are extracts of books that I'm writing or that I have written. Is that okay? And then, like I said, people bring resources to me based on the fact that I am running Ifa College, which is a school intending to be the first University of Ifa and Yoruba Studies from Nigeria to the rest of the world. We are already in the accreditation phase, right? Getting all the paperwork done. So by virtue of that, a lot of people bring content to me. They bring information to me. What do you study? What did you study before Ifa College? I have a first degree in computer engineering technology. I have a master's in international business and strategy. Yeah. So those information come to me and I'm trying to preserve them. So some of them have given me the right to rewrite their book, you know, preserve it in a way that people will be able to access it later in the future. So I'm going to be having a lot of those materials. So don't wait for one loud book launch. Just go to the bookstore, online bookstore, and buy books They would always be there for yourself, for your children, for your teenagers, for everybody that loves Ifa. So we're going to have that in a couple of days. So on Sunday, I think we'll be breaking down the Odù Ifá in a way that I usually do it. But before then, please get your divination for what this year holds for you as a person. Showing what this year holds for you as a person. Our live streaming might be moderated this year because before this year, we have been streaming early in the morning, Nigerian time, really early. That's not going to stop though. And then EST too is like very early, pretty early, like midnight or 1 a.m. Then Sundays is always Sundays, you know. So, but I feel like this time, most people are more available on both time zones this time. So maybe we might just pull up something that will put us together at this time. I don't know yet, but I feel like there might be a little modification or addition to our live streaming so that we can accommodate more people, you know, a time that just, you know, favors more people. But I would announce to you as that goes. So I missed you guys a lot for the days we were off, and I'm grateful to Elédùmarè for the opportunity to be here today. Adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ifá, adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn Olódùmarè, adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ifá, adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Olódùmarè, adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn òrìṣà wa, adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn ọ̀rúnmọlẹ̀. What that person that said they are facing a challenge, please, what is it? Send a message. Oh, it's midnight in your place already. Oh wow, it's midnight already. It's about 10 p.m. Nigerian time. It's past 10 in Nigeria right now. So Eshe Goni Adupe, thank you so much. And for those of you that are catching a replay, every information you need is in the description box. The WhatsApp number is pinned on your screen for those that are watching live. The website is Iyanifa. The website is ifakole.ng. The YouTube channel is Iyanifa Ewa TV on YouTube. Our YouTube channel is streaming live right now. We're having live streaming right now. It's continuously 24/7. We're streaming. There's something to catch there 24 hours of the day. I'm super excited about that. It can't be like, say, you better take it easy. Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with you. You are fine. Send a message to the WhatsApp number that is on your screen. You have sent a message. Thank you so much. Let's round off our teaching today by making Iba. If you have any personal questions, send the message to the WhatsApp number that is showing on your screen. If you have not gotten a copy of your book, The Sacred Text of Ifa or Olódùmarè, so head over to the website, The Sacred Text of Ifa or Olódùmarè. So Queen Mira, how are you doing? Send the message, go to the website, ifakole.ng, and get a copy of your own. So this book contains the Odù Ifá in Yoruba translated to English, the lessons and the blessings of that Ase Ifá, and then how the different ways to apply it to your everyday life for each essay of this book. And I'm glad to officially announce to you that the French translation of this book is ready. The French translation is ready. I'm thinking I should officially launch it on my birthday, but birthday is about 70 days to my birthday. I mean 69 days or something. But the French is ready, Sha. It's not available for sales yet. We're still, it's with the editors, but it's ready. French translation is ready. And I want to say thank you to the person that made that a success. Sisi Alagbo Marilaw, I think she's on this live streaming. Sisi Alagbo Marilaw translated this book to French for us at no cost at all. Zero cost. She did not charge nothing. The same thing that somebody wanted to do for us, that the person said, after I translate for you, I will get 5 years exclusive right to your book. Then you will still pay me for the translation. Then I will still collect royalty on top of book that I wrote. On top of, if you want to collect royalty for a book and you want to have full exclusive right, and you still want someone to pay you for translation, àǹtí kí ló dé tẹ́ ẹ gbé báírò kẹ́ ẹ kọ̀wé tiyín àbóṣe wá le tó yẹn wọ́n yàn yín mọ́ mi ni, àbí báwo ni Yorùbá ṣe ń sọ, wọ́n yàn yín mọ́ mi ni, rárá. A dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Iyanifa Ewa, don't do that right now. So we're grateful, Marilaw. Thank you so much for being a part of this. Iṣẹ́ ẹrúnmọlẹ̀ lẹ́ṣẹ̀. Àwọn tó láyé wọ́n á fi kún yín lọ́wọ́. Àwọn tó nílẹ̀ wọ́n á fi kún yín lọ́wọ́. Àwọn tó ṣílẹ̀kùn ọjọ́ ìní wọ́n á fi kún yín lọ́wọ́ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àwọn aláṣẹkù wọ́n á bá yín ṣe tiyín náà láṣepé láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. For every one of your time that went into this, for every effort that you made that went into this, Lashe Edumare is going to be returned back to you in a million folds. Now, for every single person that reads it, whether in this life or the next life to come, Elédùmarè Ọba Aláàánú will apportion a blessing for you that is bigger than what your effort has capacity for. Lashe Edumare. For every single francophone person that is going to pick up this book to read, ire tó wà nínú Ifá òun ló máa jẹ́ tiyín Lashe Edumare. Ire tọ́mọ aráyé máa wò pé ire tó ju ọjọ́ orí yín lọ, ire tó ju effort yín lọ, tó ju gbogbo iṣẹ́ tẹ̀yin gan lè ṣe, ire tó jù lọ òun l'Elédùmarè á gbélé yín lọ́wọ́ Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Not only you àti gbogbo àwọn ọmọ tó máa ti ara yín jáde, àwa bá yín yọ̀, àbá yín yọ̀ ayọ̀ ọmọ, àbá yín yọ̀ ayọ̀ ilé, àbá yín yọ̀ ayọ̀ ìgbéga, ayọ̀ ìdùnnú àti ayọ̀ àlàáfíà. Eléyìí tẹ́ ṣe yìí, èmi kọ́ lẹ ṣe fún, àwọn ọ̀rúnmọlẹ̀ lẹ ṣe fún, wọ́n dẹ̀ máa san yín ní ire, ayọ̀, ìdùnnú, ìlera pípé Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. By virtue of this thing that you have done, àìsàn kéré ó tóbi ni, ó gbóògùn ni kò gbóògùn ni, ọmọ aráyé ò ní fi kankan nù ẹ̀ ṣe yín Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ọ̀rọ̀ yín ò wá ní dàbí ejò tó kọjá lórí àpáta tí ò nípa. Nílé ayé tẹ́ wá yìí, ẹ̀ nípa ọmọ, ẹ̀ nípa owó, ẹ̀ nípa ọlá, ẹ̀ nípa ọlà Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè, ẹ̀ ní ṣe lásán. Àwọn kan ti ṣe irú ẹ̀ síwájú, Ifá gbé wọn. Ẹ̀yin náà ti ṣe tiyín báyìí Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àwọn tó láyé, àwọn tó nílẹ̀ wọ́n á gbé yín Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Because you have chosen to honor me, to honor Ifá College, ọ̀wọ̀ tá à ń sọ yẹn, Elédùmarè á dá ọ̀wọ̀ báyìí, á dàbò yín lára Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo bí tẹ́ ẹ bá ṣí ojú sí, ní gúúsù, ní láríwá, ní lílà oòrùn, ní ìwọ̀ oòrùn, ní ọ̀wọ̀ lọmọ aráyé á máa fi wọ̀ yín Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Wọ́n ní kò lè tán lára ọmọọba kó má kú dànsákì lára ẹ̀. Kò sí bó ṣe lè ṣẹlẹ̀, lábẹ́ bó ti lè wù kó rí, ọmọ aráyé á máa dá ọ̀wọ̀ bò yín ní Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ẹ̀ ní ṣe lásán. Thank you so much. Ẹ̀yin lẹ jẹ́ kójú tì wá. Àwọn kan jókòó lánàá, wọ́n ní táwọn ò bá ṣe kò sẹ́ni tó lè ṣe. Àwọn ọ̀rúnmọlẹ̀ ní irú Elédùmarè ni ò sí, irú èèyàn pọ̀ jàǹtìrẹrẹ. Ẹ ṣé gan ni. Thank you for making yourself available for this. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ajé ògúngúlùsọ àfilé yín ṣẹlẹ̀, àfi ọ̀nà yín ṣọ̀nà Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. This is me telling everybody pé whoever it is that Olódùmarè has laid on their mind to say help us do this, help us, particularly translation. That translation part is very important. That translation part is very important. People that are Swahili speaking people have already started sending message. Iyanifa, when are they going to translate to Swahili? I said, but you people understand English. No, we want to read it in our native language. Ejo, Portuguese, Spanish, Swahili. Àwọn ló tún kù. Swahili. Kí ló tún kù náà? Àwọn èdè wo ló tún? Igbo gan wà ńbẹ̀, Chi wà ńbẹ̀, Gan wà ńbẹ̀, àwọn èdè wo ló tún kù nílé ayé? Hindu wà ń bẹ, Cantonese wà ń bẹ, Mandarin wà ń bẹ, oríṣiríṣi èdè tẹ́ bá ṣáà ti gbọ́. Dutch gan wà ń bẹ, ẹ̀yin Dutch, German ẹ wà ń bẹ náà, Lingua, Russian, Italian, Russian, the people on the other side of Sumaya, gbogbo yín lẹ pọ̀ ń bẹ, plenty, àwọn ará Caribbean, gbogbo yín bẹ́ẹ̀. So èdè tẹ́ bá ti rí, tẹ́ bá ti lè bá wa translate, whichever language you understand that you know that you can make effort to translate, Daori is laying it on your hand. Let's know so that together, Sheroro Ofai, it has to get everywhere. It has to get everywhere. Everybody has to get it. Yes. The same strategy with which they cover the whole earth with Bible, we are covering it. If someone says, Iyanifa, I've downloaded your book on issue, thank you so much. Ẹ ṣé gan ni, adúpẹ́. Iṣẹ́ ìrúnmọlẹ̀ là ń ṣe. We have come to the end of today's live streaming. Ó ń ṣe wá bákà má lọ, ó ń ṣe wá bí àmì lọ, àmọ́ àmì lọ àpẹ̀yìndà. Ó ń ṣe wá bí àmà ìlọ, àmì lọ àpẹ̀yìndà. Ó ń ṣe wá bí àmà ìlọ, àmì lọ àpẹ̀yìndà. He's doing us like we should not go, but we are going to sleep in our house. We are going to sleep. Ẹ̀yin tó láyé adúpẹ́ Elédùmarè ọba láàánú, ọba tẹrẹrẹ kárí ayé, ọba lánàá, ọba lénìí, ọba títí ayérayé àìnípẹ̀kun, àṣèbà àníkíbà wá ṣe o. Kábíyèsí ò rán ọmọ níṣẹ́ fàyàtì, ọba tí ń fọba jẹ, ọba lánàá, ọba lénìí, ọba títí ayérayé, ọ̀pá tínrín kọ̀ọ̀rún ó kanlẹ̀, ọba tó lọ kọrin kése, ọba tí ò ní ìbẹ̀rẹ̀, tí ò ní òpin, àmọ́ tó jẹ́ ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ àti òpin ohun gbogbo, àṣèbà àníkíbà wá ṣe o. Ẹ̀yin ìyá mi Ọ̀pákí Àlàkẹ́ tẹ́lẹ́dùmarè gbélé ayé lé lọ́wọ́, ẹ̀yin ọ̀sà méjì, ọ̀sà ẹlẹ́yẹ, àṣèbà ọ̀sà méjì, àníkíbà wá ṣe o. Àṣèbà gbogbo àwọn òrìṣà, àwọn rúmọlẹ̀ tó dilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ òjíire mú, àṣèbà àníkíbà wá ṣe. Àṣèbà orí, àṣèbà ẹlẹ́dàá, àṣèbà àwọn lọ́kọ̀ tó wá sáyé. Ọmọdé ni, àgbà ni, dúdú ni, funfun ni, lórígun mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin àgbáláyé níbi tẹ́ ẹ ti ń wò mí, tẹ́ ẹ dẹ̀ ti ń gbọ́ mi. Mo ṣèbà orí àtẹlẹ́dàá yín, mo ní kórí ìgbà kẹlẹ́dàá àgbà láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Wọ́n ti wá àti kọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ Ifá léni o. Wọ́n ti fún wa ní gbogbo nǹkan tá a máa ṣe lọ́dún yìí. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè kò ní gbé tí ọ̀tún wọlé kó gba tòsí jáde o. Ọ̀rọ̀ wa ò ní dàbí ẹni tó gbọ́ tó wá gbàgbé. Àní fi gbígbọ́ ṣaláìgbọ́, àní pawó lékè, àní pèṣù lólè, àní wọ̀run yànyàn bí ẹni tí ò ní kú mọ́. Gbogbo àwọn ẹbọ tó ní ká ṣe, ajé á kún wa lọ́wọ́ láti ṣe, ẹbọ á fi ẹbọ á dà láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo ètùtù tó ní ká ṣe, àgbérú ọ̀pẹ̀ àtù, ètùtù wa máa gbà láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo òpèsè tán ní ká gbé, àgbépèsè àwọn tó láyé á bá wa gbà, wọn ní dá sí wa lára láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo ọgbọ́n tí Ifá yìí kọ́ wa la máa múlò láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ọmọ aráyé ò ní gba ojú lọ́wọ́ wa, ọmọ aráyé ò ní kọ̀dí àìmọ̀ṣe sí wa, àwọn títí wọ́n ti bàjẹ́ wọn ò ní bá wa tò pọ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àwọn tó wá ń gbéjà wá, tó ń gbé wàhálà àti ìdààmú wa, wọn ò ní bá wa nílé láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ibi báyìí àwọn máa gbé forí wa kọjá ni. Àrùn, wàhálà, ìdààmú, ó dilé olódi, ó dilé àwọn ọ̀tá, ó dibi gbogbo tí wọ́n ti di ẹrù láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ẹnikẹ́ni tó bá di ẹrù ọ̀ràn torí èmi àti yín, dandan ni kó forí ara ẹ̀ gbé. Àwọn ló máa forí ara wọn kó láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àwa ọba wọn jẹ gbè láṣẹ àwọn tó nílẹ̀, àní bá wọn kó gbè. Ifá gbè wá, ilẹ̀ á gbè wá, àwọn ìyàmí á gbè wá. Wọn ò ní kọ̀dí àìmọ̀ṣe sí àwọn tó láyé á bá wa kún wa lọ́wọ́, wá fàyè gbà wá, wá fọ̀nà gbà wá láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo àwa tá à ń ṣiṣẹ́ irúnmọlẹ̀, iṣẹ́ táwọn ìyá mi ti parí, tó ti yọ́ní sí, tó ti parí báyìí, òun ló máa gbé wá síwájú wa. Àní ṣiṣẹ́ ṣe o, àní fọmọ ṣiṣẹ́, fọkọ ṣiṣẹ́, faya ṣiṣẹ́, àní fara wa ṣiṣẹ́ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Lórígun mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin àgbáláyé, wọ́n máa fi ọwọ́ tiwa báyìí, wọ́n á fi wọ̀ wá ni. Ọmọ aráyé á máa fọwọ́ tiwa wọ̀ wá ni. Gbogbo bí tá a bá dé sẹ́, ọ̀wọ̀ báyìí ló máa fi wọ̀ wá láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àwa náà á wá padà wá, àṣẹnu rere yẹn àwo àyìn Ifá yìn Elédùmarè ọba lọ́run torí wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè, àṣẹ. Títí ìgbà mìíràn tá a tún máa pàdé lórí ètò lórí ìkànnì Ifá College lórí TikTok àti orí YouTube tẹ́ bá ti ń wò wá. Èmi ni tiyín ní tòótọ́, Iyanifa Awobamikẹfa tí gbogbo ènìyàn mọ̀ sí Iyanifa Ewa. On behalf of Ifa College, I say thank you so much for watching. You can catch a replay on our YouTube channel, Iyanifa Ewa TV. Until the next time, we have not fixed the next time that I'll be live streaming again. I say Ifa Gbewa, ÌṢẹ̀ṣe Gbewa, àwọn Aláṣẹkù, wọn bá wa ṣe tiwa Aláṣẹpé. Thank you so much for every Babalawo, Iyanifa, Baba Lóríṣà, Ìyá Lóríṣà, Ìyá Ẹgbẹ́, Baba Ẹgbẹ́ that joined us today. This year, 10,067. is a year of joy, a year of greatness, a year of wisdom, a year of direction, a year of obedience for us. Wọ́n ti sọ pé ká shut up, àwa náà máa rí ikùn tó ń gbọ́rọ̀ sí láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ifá gbè wá o, àṣẹ. Thank you so much for your gift, Eshegoni. Thank you for the gift. Thank you so much. Ajé akùnyín lọ́wọ́, ajé abáyín ṣe tí yín láṣepé ibi tẹ́ ẹ ti mú jáde, àbùdí ní tó lókun, àbùdí ní tọlọ́sà, Ifá àbùdí fún yín, àwọn tó lajẹ́ àbùdí fún yín láṣẹ Èdùmàrè, àwọn tó nílẹ̀ wọ́n àbùdí fún yín o láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Eshegoni adúpẹ́. Thank you so much for the gift. Oh wow, let's wait for people that are sending in their gift. Eshegoni. Ifá mọ orúkọ yín, àwọn tó láyé mà account number yín o, wọ́n mọ ilé yín, wọ́n mọ ọ̀nà yín o. Ifá gbè yín, Ifá fi kún yín lọ́wọ́ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ẹ ṣé gan ni adúpẹ́. Thank you so much. Iyanifa Ewa ni ẹ ṣé gan ni. Sumaya, thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. We really do appreciate it. Ẹ ṣé gan ni adúpẹ́. TikTok gan fẹ́ ká lọ.
Àbọrú, Àbọyè, Àbọṣíṣẹ, Grand Rising, and welcome to another episode of our Sunday morning live streaming. As you join in, please let me know where you're streaming from today. Let me know where you're streaming from today as you've joined in. Àbọrú, Àbọyè, Àbọṣíṣẹ, Grand Rising, and welcome to another episode of Ase For Today. Another episode of our Sunday morning live streaming. Where are you streaming from today? Where are we streaming from today? Àbọrú, Àbọyè, Àbọṣíṣẹ. Where are we streaming from today? Ojúmọ́ ayọ̀ to every one of us, wherever it is that we are streaming from today. Call your brother for me. Welcome to another episode of our Sunday morning live streaming. It's been a while that we have been here. Olori Adiola, you're watching from England. Eshegoni Adupe. It's been a while that we have been here, right? I took a break to attend to what the year has for us, what this year has for us. The year 10,068 started a couple of weeks ago, precisely on the 7th of June. The year started on the 7th of June, precisely on the 7th of June. Remove this one. And the Odù Ifá for that, take it out. Push this one back. And then connect it. The Odù Ifá for the year had been, let's go from the front here. The Odù Ifá for the year is Osameji. So we have been out here getting to know what Osameji means for us. Thank you very much, those of you that are streaming from Lagos. Eko ojúmọ́, ojúmọ́ ire, ojúmọ́ ayọ̀, ojúmọ́ ìdùnnú àti àlàáfíà ni fún wa. Share with as many people as you can. Click on the screen and let's get our viewers in the live streaming. We are live. If you are on the Global Ifá community, or if you are able to view the WhatsApp status, you know what we are speaking about today. If you are on the Global Ifá community, or you are able to view the WhatsApp status, you already know what we are talking about today. We are talking about the destruction of our educational system, of our indigenous African and Yoruba educational system. We're talking about what it has done to the society. I have been talking about it a lot, which was why I started Ifa College in the first place. A lot of people think Ifa College is just about us gaining knowledge of Ifa. A lot of you think Ifa Business School was just about us gaining the knowledge of Ifa. No, it's about us returning back to what our educational system is. The kind of education that our people had, that our forefathers had before today. That kind of educational system that got us a life, that got us the life that we wanted, that got us the life that was favorable to live, as against what is going on right now. That one was what was taken away from us. So that was what was stolen from us. That was the thing that was taken away from us. And I've been talking about it. Different things keep coming up in the society that pushes us towards that. And one of such things happened recently. In the social media part of Nigeria, there is an uproar that came up about 2-3 days ago titled Olodo Uprising. When I saw it, I smiled. I was like, is this not the same thing we have been saying? Is this not what we have been talking about? Is this not the same thing that we have been talking about, that people think, oh, these Ifa people are just talking about religion? It is more than that. What Ifa represents, what African tradition represents, when we say people should return to their roots, what it represents is more than a religion. In fact, it doesn't even have anything to do with religion. But if you want to call religion, if you want to call spirituality religion, then I will say to you that it's more than that. One of such things is what has come into play right now. When YC talked about, he coined the phrase Olodo Uprising, a lot of people thought it was about TikTok. A lot of people thought it was about Pella. No, it's bigger than that. It's a moral decadence that has gotten into our roots, into our culture, into the people we are. And we're going to break it down today. You are going to understand that this is not something that just started recently. This is not something that just came up with TikTok. This is not something that started with this Gen Z. It's not a generation, it's not a this generation thing. It's something that has always been there. It is something that has always been there. And it would uplift itself. It will show up itself. Turn this on. It would uplift itself and show up itself in different ways. You need to type it in the comment section. The topic of today, you need to type it. Reduce it. Push it back. Push it back, and let it rotate. You need to type it in the... Can you hear me though? Can you hear me like from the... At the other side, is it... It's clear, okay. So as you join in, let me know where you're streaming from today. Type in the comment section, let me know where you're streaming from today. If you're on the Global Ifa Community page, if you're in the Global Ifa Community page and you have seen the topic of today, type it in the comment section. If you have seen the topic of today and you're in the Global Ifa Community page, type it in the comment section. Today we are going to be talking about something that I have been shouting and yelling about: the consequences of the destruction of our indigenous knowledge system. That is what gave birth to what is called Olodo Uprising. Now, I don't want to assume that everybody in the audience is Nigerian or everybody in the audience has heard what is happening. So if you are non-Nigerian and you don't know what the word Olodo means, it means a dullard. It means somebody that is not educated, somebody that is not sound when it comes to education, right? And there is an uprising of it. We have seen it in everything that is going on. People have been giving more kudos to people that are not educated. When you have a dullard putting out certain content, it is more celebrated because it looks like that's where the money is going. And the bad thing about it is people still think this thing is about money. And a lot of people still think this thing started with TikTok, started with this generation. Just sit down, wait for it. Let's break it down one by one and understand, how did we get here? How did Yoruba people get here? How did Africans get here? We are the definition of intelligent. We are the definition of super intelligent. We are the definition of knowledgeable people, intelligent people. How did we get here? How did it become a norm that, generally speaking, the word Olodo, dullard, is what will just describe general people? How did we get here? Is this not the same Nigerians that leave Nigeria, out of the shores of Nigeria, and go to do great things in foreign countries? These other people that we are calling Olodos, where did they come from? Who are they? Where did they stem from? That's what we'll be talking about today, and we will definitely be looking at it from the angle of an African enthusiast, from the angle of an Ifa devotee, from the angle of somebody that is deeply rooted in the culture and the tradition of Yoruba people. But before we start, there's always one thing that we do. First of all, I want to welcome us. I know it's been a while that we have been here. I took a break for a couple of weeks. The Yoruba calendar started officially on the 7th of July. And unlike every other person, unlike the regular calendar where you are the one that decides where the year goes, the year just goes in different ways for people. In Yoruba tradition, it is the Ifa, the Odù Ifá, that decides where we go. We say Ifa ni afini monomo araye. Ifa is the GPS of life. Ifa is the one that directs us on where to go. So one of that direction that we receive from Ifa as a collective people is the direction of every calendar year. And the Yoruba calendar year for this year, year 1068, started on the 7th of July. A divination was made for us, which was the Odù Ifá or Sameji. So we usually take off time to break down what does that Odù mean for us as a people. What does it mean for us as a person? Collectively, as a group of people, what does that Odù Ifá mean for us? So we usually take time to break that down. Now, this year is peculiar because it is the year June, not July. Sorry, we are not yet in July. My mind is racing. It was on the 7th of June. Thank you very much for that. Now, this year is peculiar for women, for people that are members of the Egbe Iyami, and I belong to about 3 of such groups. So we had several meetings. Immediately the Odù was cast, and that was why I had to take a break. So we're back. We're back with our regular live streamings, and we're back with our regular teachings. For those of you that visited the YouTube channel while we were away from live streaming, thank you very much for going there to increase your knowledge. So today I'll be talking about something, but before we start, how do we start? Go upstairs and bring me the stand for this. What's the first thing we do before we go into our teaching? What's the first thing we do? What's the first thing that we do? Those of you in the comment section, have you forgotten? What's the first thing that we do when we come to the house of Ifa? Give it to him. What's the first thing that we do? Iba. Iba is the first thing that we do. Iba is the first thing that we do. That is our own way of paying homage to the powers that be, respecting the authority that holds the entire universal system. And we make our Iba. So we are going to start today by making our Iba. Turn that off. Akoda ayé àṣèbà o. Àṣèbà tí wáyé ọjọ́. Elédùmarè ọba lè ṣe lè wí, ọba lè wí lè ṣe àṣèbà, àníkíbà wá ṣe o. Ọ̀ràn ọmọ oníṣẹ́ fàyà tí àṣèbà, ọba tó lọ kọrin kése, ọba lánàá, ọba lénìí, ọba títí ayérayé àṣèbà, àníkíbà wá ṣe o. Kábíyèsí ọba àwọn ọba, ọba tí ń fọba jẹ, ọba tí ò ní ìbẹ̀rẹ̀, tí ò ní òpin, ọba dániwáyé àṣèbà, àníkíbà wá ṣe o. Ajagunmalè olúwo òde ọ̀run àṣèbà, olúbíkin ọ̀sán ìbíkin àṣèbà, ẹ̀yin agbára tó so lé ayé ró àṣèbà, ẹ̀yin agbára tó so ọjọ́ òní ró àṣèbà, àníkíbà wá ṣe o. Lórígun mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin àgbálá ayé níbi gbogbo tá a ti ń ṣe fá òun la ṣèbà, àwọn òrìṣà tó ṣílẹ̀kùn ọjọ́ èní la ṣèbà fún, àníkíbà wá ṣe o. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè, gbogbo agbára, gbogbo ìmọ̀, gbogbo ọgbọ́n tó wà nínú ẹ̀kọ́ Ifá lénìí, òun ni kẹ́ ẹ fún wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. níbi gbogbo tá a bá ti péjọpọ̀ lénìí àṣèbá orí àṣèbá ẹlẹ́dàá ìkọ̀kànnú wa ọmọdé ni àgbà ni dúdú ni funfun ni àṣèbá àníkíbà wa ṣe ọ̀rọ̀. ẹ̀yin ìyá mi ọ̀pàkẹ́ àlàkẹ́ ọ̀sá méjì ọ̀sá ẹlẹ́yẹ tó ní ọdún tá a wà yìí àṣèbà ọ̀sá méjì àṣèbà ọ̀sá ẹlẹ́yẹ àṣèbà ẹ̀yin ìyá mi ọ̀pàkẹ́ àlàkẹ́ ẹ̀yin alágogo idẹ ẹ̀yin ìyá mi arúgbaṣọ má balẹ̀ ẹ̀yin ọlọ́mú kan tí ń fún bọ ọmọ ọlọ́mọ ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ kan tí ń bẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀ méjì ìjà àṣèbà àníkíbà wa ṣẹ o. níbi gbogbo tá a ti ń pe fá tá a ti ń pe àwọn ẹrúnmọlẹ̀ àṣèbà àwọn ẹrúnmọlẹ̀ àṣèbà àwọn òrìṣà wa àníkíbà wa ṣẹ o. láṣẹ Èdùmàrè ọgbọ́n ìmọ̀ àti òye tó wà nínú ẹ̀kọ́ Ifá èní òun ló máa jẹ́ tiwa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. àní ṣe lásán Ifá gbè wá ìṣẹ̀ṣe á gbè wá láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. àṣebá gbogbo babaláwo Iyanifa bàbá lóríṣà ìyá lóríṣà gbogbo àpẹ̀tẹ̀ bí gbogbo àwọn eléwé ọmọ àṣebá gbogbo àwọn tó jókòó tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ ẹrúnmọlẹ̀ àníkíbà wá ṣe ọ̀rọ̀. ẹgbẹ́ ayé ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀run àṣèbà àṣemúsòmúsò ẹgbẹ́ àṣẹ ẹgbẹ́ àkíkà lórígun mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin àgbálá ayé àṣèbà yín àníkíbà wá ṣẹ ọ̀rọ̀. ọ̀ṣun ṣẹ̀ǹgẹ̀ṣẹ̀ olóòyàn ayò ládéfojú ẹbọra tí ń gbé nínú omi ìyá mi ẹ̀wùjì alágbólódò àṣèbà àníkíbà wá ṣẹ ọ̀rọ̀. Ifá olókun asọ̀rọ̀ dayọ̀ Ifá ẹlẹ́rìí ìpín Ifá torí ẹni tí ò sunwọ̀n ṣe àṣèbà àníkíbà wá ṣẹ ọ̀rọ̀. ọgbọ́n ìmọ̀ àti òye ìfihàn ìlànà tó wà nínú Ifá òun ni kó jẹ́ tiwa o láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. níbi gbogbo tá a bá ti ń gbọ́ wa lénìí níbi gbogbo tá ẹ bá ti ń gbọ́ mi lénìí mo ní ẹ̀kọ́ ìmọ̀ àti òye tó wà nínú ẹ̀kọ́ Ifá tá a máa kọ́ lénìí òun ni kó jẹ́ tiwa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. àní fetí ọ̀tún gbọ́ kó gba tòsí jáde á dénú wa á dodindi á mú ire wá á mú ọlá wá á mú ìtọ́sọ́nà wá fún wa ní láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. àṣẹ. mo ṣe àbọrú àbọyè àbọṣíṣẹ fún gbogbo wa nílé Ifá fún gbogbo wa nílé awo. What we are going to be talking about today, what we are going to be teaching on today, ẹ̀kọ́ Ifá tá a máa kọ́ lénìí. We are going to be talking about. I was asking you if you could hear me. It's connected. It's on. Or it's on. All the green buttons are on. Please, in the comment section, if you can hear me, let me know.
Oh, they can't hear you.
Yeah, so as long as you can hear me, that's fine. As long as you can hear me, that's fine. There's nothing I can do to this right now. If you can hear me in the comment section, please let me know. If you can hear me clearly, do let me know that you can hear me clearly. If you can hear me clearly, all right. So, in Kota Makoleni, this is something I've been talking about for a while. And when we talk about it, people like to think that we are trying to make everything about religion, we are trying to make everything about Ifá, but what they don't know is that everything is about Ifá. Everything is about the knowledge that we are receiving. Now, for those of you that are on the Nigerian side of TikTok, bring the other one. For those of you that are on the Nigerian side of TikTok, there is a phrase that has been flying around on the Nigerian TikTok. We like call it Nigerian TikTok market. There's a phrase that's been flying around in the Nigerian TikTok market, and it's called they've been talking about the phrase Olodo uprising. There was an interview held recently, and the reason I'm talking about this is not to jump on a trend. The reason I'm talking about this is for us as àwọn ọmọ Káàárọ̀ Oòjíire, àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá, as people of African descent, to understand that the slavery that captured our forefathers in chain is still very much available. The chains are still there, and the chain is in the mind, the chain is in the spirit, the chain is in the soul. So as you are deconstructing yourself, your deconstruction is not just about spirituality, it's beyond that. I keep saying that Ifá is not just about spirituality. Is there spirituality in Ifá? Yes. Spirituality is just a part of Ifá. The deconstruction has to be in so many ways, and the emphasis on today is that
from also the place of education. When I started up the Ifá Business School, one of the things I taught there was that The educational system we have right now, the Western education that we are all used to right now, is a broken system. The Western education we have right now is designed to keep Black people in chains, to continue the slavery. To continue the slavery and to keep Black people in chains. You are not typing anything in the comment section. People are sending me DMs to ask for the contact number. What are you doing? This educational system was designed to keep people in chains, continue to keep them in chains, and you and I have been part of it. Now, when you hear an average person saying things like education is a scam, that person does not mean education is a scam. Education is a big word. Education is a global word. Education is bigger than the four walls of a school. The person doesn't mean education as a global system is a scam. The person means that going to school with the intention of getting a degree to get a job is a scam. Why is it a scam? Because when people go to school and they get a degree, that job that they were promised was not given. That is a scam. So what's a scam? You do something, you want to sell something, and you promise the person a certain return. The person buys it and doesn't get what you promised. They feel that they have been scammed. So that is exactly what people mean when they say education is a scam. They mean that the promises that the government gave to them for going to school, the government has not fulfilled their part of the promise. So at the end of the day, everybody looks at it like, what's the essence of going to school when I'm not going to get the other part of the bargain? Why should I get a student loan to get a bachelor's degree when I'm not going to get a job that can pay off that student loan in my first 5 years of getting a job? If the whole aim is to make money, there are several other ways to make money than going through the four walls of a Western school. Do you understand where that is coming from? Now, it is obvious that Western education has failed a lot of us. And this Olodo uprising, I will give you backstory. For those of you that are non-Nigerians, the word Olodo means dullard, somebody that is not educated, somebody that is half educated, somebody that academically the person is not sound. That's what we call Olodo. So there is an uprising of it. I will give you backstory, but before we get there, Western education has failed a lot of us, in the sense that it has not delivered to us what it promised. Those that have a job have gone into the jobs to discover that the jobs are not there to give you money, and they are not there to make you rich. They are not there to give you money, and they are not there to make you rich. Please, can you delete the person that posted their number in the comment section? Why are you doing that? Taiwo, please, that number does not have anything to do with Ifa College or Iyanifa Ewa. Please, can you block the person? All right, please ignore. That number doesn't have anything to do with us. If I could delete the comment from here, I would have deleted it. So it is not what it has promised a lot of us to be. It has been designed. You know, when you promise somebody something, when you want to scam someone, you don't start from the first day. You give them the first time they buy $10, 10 naira, 10 cedis. They buy from you, they get what they want. The second time they buy 100 naira, $100, 100,000, you give them. Then the third time you promise them, bring 5 million, bring 10 million. Based on the initial trust, they buy, and then you run away with their money. That's exactly what Western education has done to us. So the first set of people that got educated through the Western system, they got results. They got a job. The job was okay. They could take care of their family. They could live a decent life. The next set of people, it was not a bit like that. But they were still promised a job because there was no other thing that they could do. Now, the third set of people is a generation of you and I. We went to school, we didn't get a job. And then we looked at it like the system has failed us. The education has failed us. Now, let's take a back step. What kind of education did we have before Western education was introduced to us? We had our indigenous African education system. Now, the indigenous African education system did not promise anybody that it will make you rich. The aim was not money. The aim was not money. Was money part of the things that you were going to get when you get educated through the African system that we had? Yes, you would eventually get financial remuneration for it, but it wasn't about money. The sole purpose of getting educated back then was not just about money. Let me break it down for a lot of you that don't understand. Back in the day, let me take a typical Yoruba setting before colonization. Typical Yoruba setting, when a child is born, there is an Ifa divination that is done for that child called Akosejaye or Isentaye. That divination is done to know the path of that child in life. They are going to tell you this is the kind of business that child is supposed to build, this is the kind of career that child is supposed to build. And the parents of the child will continue to guide the child from age 0 into that path. The places that the child will be visiting will be in accordance with that path. So let's take, for instance, that child is supposed to be a carpenter. Ifa says that child is going to go into furniture and woodwork. They already know that. Once the child starts to walk around, once the child becomes of age, maybe age 5, age 6, if his father is not a carpenter, the people that are carpenters around them, they will make sure that the child is visiting the place. That is where education starts from. The child is made to visit, the child is putting wood together. When they see the child taking 2, 3 wood, setting them up on each other, nobody says, put it aside, go and read your book. No, they already know that is where the child is going. Ifa has already said that's what the child is coming to do in this life as a career. That child is encouraged. The moment the child turns either 8, 10, depends on where and what age is accepted where they are, they put the child under the tutelage of an established furniture maker, a very big person who has gone on to have factories in the sawmill, in this, in that produces furniture. Now, when we say carpenter in old or ancient Yoruba setting, I hope you are not thinking about the man that just says, please help me repair my stool, and then he'll put a nail and nail it. We are talking about people that build furniture for houses, for the palace, for schools, for hospitals, every furnishing item. People were the one that did it. So you put your child in the one that is available around you, and the child starts to learn. That child is going to be there minimum of like 7 or 8 years, sometimes 10 years, and the child starts to learn. Now, the day the child gets enrolled is not the first day he holds a hammer to start to hit something. No. That child is learning so many things along the line. For the first 1 year, the only thing that child might be doing is just come to the workshop and sweep. All he's doing is sweeping. He's running errands. Drop this thing here. Pack this sawdust. Throw the nails away. Do this. As he's learning that, as he's going through that first year of learning, just sweeping and all of that, he's learning something. He's learning that his work environment has to be tidy. He's learning that his work environment has to be safe. This little sharp object needs to be thrown away. Your customer has to come in to meet a clean environment. He's learning that you have to get to work early. 7 o'clock, he has to be there before his oga is there. He's learning that in the first year. The second year, he probably learns the difference between 3 inches nails and 4 inches nails. That might be the only thing that he's learning. The difference between the big hammer and the small hammer. Oh, yeah, go and arrange the tools. That might be the year that he's allowed to arrange the tools. As he's learning arrangement of tools, he's watching his boss. Take, for instance, if his boss is married, his oga is married, the wife will come there to visit. He's watching how a man is taking care of his work and his family. his children comes around. There are days when his child will be ill and the wife will call, the child is gone to Iyalago's place, or they've gone to the traditional hospital. The man leaves the workshop and follows his wife quickly. He is learning that family comes first. He is watching that from his oga, and he's learning that. He's learning all of these things in the first few years that he came. His oga has a family function, and they said, on Saturday, our oga is having, his sister is having graduation or naming ceremony or something. Gbogbo àwọn ọmọ ìkọ́ṣẹ́, all the children that are learning, all the young ones that are learning, they will wear ashrebi and follow them there. He is going there to also see, this my boss, he has a family side of him. How is he handling his family? How is he able to do his work and put his family first? He's learning all of that, and that has got nothing to do with money. He's learning how his boss is attending to customers. He will join the trade union. In that trade union, people are being taught community development and community dependence. This is the kind of educational system we had before this Western education came in. This is the kind of educational system that they took away from us. He's learning how his oga is attending to customers. A customer comes with he's shouting. He's learning how his boss is able to calm the situation down. If his boss is also a hot-tempered person and shouts at every customer and the customer is gone, he's learning how not to do that. On that same job, with the same number of years that he's spending there, he's learning. That is education. That does not entirely translate into money, but he's learning it. He gets into the trade union and there is trade society. He's learning how the big bosses in the trade union are putting money together in ajo and contribution to buy property, to build their house, to send their children abroad, to buy cars, to do this. He's learning community value, that we all depend on each other. As against what Western education is teaching us now, that everything is a competition. Everybody has to outdo everybody. As he's learning over the years, he's learning that there is a part of carpentry that he's very good at. He knows that the other, maybe there are 6 of them that are training about the same time. This one is good with chairs. This one is good with table. This one is good with designing on the furniture. This one can carve a lot of things in the furniture. This one can work under 5 minutes. When you need something done with speed, you know this is the person they are learning that from each other. By the time they grow and they are out of that apprenticeship system and they set up their own, the day a customer comes to him and says, please, we need this wedding chair and it has to be delivered in 48 hours, he knows who to go to. They all belong to a trade system. While he's learning, he starts to hammer the stool. Somebody brings the stool and say, this stool, it fell down while the customer was doing her hair. They bring the stool to the carpenter's workshop. By the 3rd year, his boss gives it to him, tells him to take care of it. He will hammer the stool and do it well. His boss will get paid. He is saving his boss money, saving him time. The moment he can do that, when he's on break in his own neighborhood, 2-3 people will bring their stool. He will hammer that stool and get money. While he's still on his apprenticeship, he has started making money. That is the educational system we had before Western education came in. By the time that man has spent 7 years training, look at all the things he has learned. That man cannot open his mouth and say education is a scam. He cannot open his mouth and say education is a scam. Because when he thinks about everything he learned while in that apprenticeship, he cannot call it a scam. it develops you wholly. When a man is going to get married back in the day, he will have àti kọ́ṣẹ́ mọṣẹ́, àti níṣẹ́ lọ́wọ́, àti lọ ṣe apprentice níbì kan, àti kọ́ dójú àmì kó tó lè fìyàwó fún. Before they can hand over a woman to him, they know what his trade is. He has learned his trade somewhere and is able to say, now I'm a master of my own. Now I've learned something. Maybe he has completed, maybe he's in the process, but there is an education attached to that man. He cannot sit down at home when his mates are going to caution beacon. Who is going to follow him from his family? Láti lọ dáná. Ẹni tí ò níṣẹ́ lọ́wọ́. Who is going to follow him to go and dáná? That is the educational system we had before Western education came in. Western education came in. If they had brought Western education in as an addition, it will have made sense. Nobody is saying Western education is not good. If it came in as an addition to what our ancestors practiced, it will have been good. But it came in as a replacement. Now tell me, how does 6334 replace what I just explained right now? And then we are concerned about Olodo uprising. Ìgbà wo làwọn èèyàn ò ní ya Olodo? When won't people become dullards? Everybody that is going to school today, you just want to finish with a 2-1, finish with a first class. You just want to pass so that you can have a good result and get a job. You are not being educated. You are not being educated. You are just reading book to reproduce what is living, and somebody will score you and grade you and mark you based on a system, and then you go into the society with that and get a job. The aim is to get a job. So you spend 6, 3, 3, 4. That's 12 plus 4, 16 years minimum just to get a job. How does that even make sense? So the moment you cannot get that job, people begin to lose interest in education. And you are wondering why a graduate is sounding like that. No, I need to pull up some statistics so that you will not think this is my opinion. I need to pull up some statistics this morning. You know, I usually write down so that it will guide me, because if you leave me here, we'll be here till tomorrow. I don't have any problem with, as long as I'm snacking on something, I'm drinking water, we will continue to talk. Now, let me start by giving everybody the full picture. I told you I will give you the backstory, the full picture of what happened, because it's not everybody that is watching me right now that has seen what sparked this conversation. And I want everybody in the room to have the same foundation before we take it from there. A few days ago, a Nigerian rapper named YC, spelled YCEE, appeared on this podcast, Afro Political Podcast. And he said something that cracked the Nigerian internet wide open. He said, and I'm going to quote him directly, he said, Nigerian society is no longer celebrating academic excellence. It is not even the Yahoo culture anymore. It is now Pella culture. This Olodo uprising we are witnessing is terrible. It feels like we are trying so hard to accommodate ignorant and unintelligent people so that they will not feel bad, because now they seem to be the majority. He used the word Olodo, which is a Yoruba word that means dullard, somebody considered academically weak, and he used it to describe what he sees as a cultural shift in Nigeria, where ignorance is not just tolerated, but it is rewarded. Now, we are going to come back to who exactly is rewarding these Olodos. Who exactly is rewarding this culture and this system? He pointed specifically to a young TikTok streamer named Pella, whose real name is Habib Hamzat. He's a symbol of that culture. He's a young man who has built millions of followers through live stream and viral content without a formal education. Of course, Pella fired back, and he accused YC of using his name to go viral. But his response stopped everyone. And the response that stopped everyone came from Pella's partner. Her name is Jarvis. And she said, I went to school. I graduated. Since the government did not provide jobs for us, what exactly are you expecting us to do? And the Nigerian internet exploded. Because both of them landed something true. Both of them are true. Two things can be true at the same time. The entire country has been arguing over it. Now, here is what I want us to know before we go further. YC is not wrong that something has shifted. He's not wrong that there is a problem, but he's looking at the wrong thing. And today I'm going to show you exactly what I mean. Because this conversation that YC started is a very important one and is worthy of note. But where it needs to go is somewhere that is much deeper than just a disagreement between a rapper and a content creation or a content creator. Let me tell you what I believe, and I will back it up with proof. Nigeria is not producing olodos. Nigeria is not producing ignorant people. Nigeria is producing more people that have stopped believing in the system that used to save them. And this is a completely different problem. Now, people not wanting to be academically or westernly educated is not a problem of the people. You cannot blame people for not wanting to go to school. You cannot blame people for not wanting to be educated. The system is not saving them anymore. The system says go to school and get a job and make money. In the last 40 years, how many people have gone to school, gotten a job and made money? The system has failed. That's the truth. Jarvis responded, and her response is true. She said she went to school. She doesn't have a job. Shebi, it was a couple of days ago that the wife of the president, the person of Madam Remi Tinubu, said that people should start frying akara and making kuli, that she and her husband, they've helped Nigerians enough. People can make money from kuli and akara. Imagine. So imagine that the wife of the president says we should go and be frying bean cake, akara, 100 naira. How much are they selling akara today? 200 naira. We should stand in the sun or maybe make a shade and carry a very big frying pan, pour oil into it and be frying akara. And I'm a graduate and be making kuli. No insult to people that fry akara and make kuli for a living. But if that is the thing, why am I going to school then? That's the question. Why do I need to go to school? If at the end of the day, the president's wife will advise us to fry akara and sell kuli. Nobody needs a formal education to fry akara and sell kuli. So if you see the society becoming olodo without Western education, these are the people that funded it. I'm a graduate. I don't have any regret over my certificate. I had my BSc in Computer Science Technology from Babcock University in 2005, and I finished with a 2-1, a second-class upper division honors. We are still going to come back to that because something is vexing me at the moment, but let's not go into that right now. Have I ever used my certificate for anything? No. The type of life I envisioned for myself, the type of money I wanted to make in this life and the type of life I wanted to live, there was no job that could offer me at the time I was in school. Bank job, telecommunications, those were the two things that was reigning when I just left school in 2005. And I told myself, it is not possible. There is no office job that is designed to give me the kind of money that I want. So there is no point going to get a job. Let me sit down and set up a system. And my father said something. He said, if I knew that business was what you wanted to focus on, instead of putting money into sending you into a private university, you will have just gone to UI or Unilag and use the other part of the money to set up a business. Shey you see? Even my father thought of it that at this point we have wasted money to get a degree if you are not going to use it. That is what Western education degree has been reduced to, just money. So when people have alternatives way to make money, why would they go to school first? Why don't they just jump into it? And this school we are even talking about, is it that easy? Those of you that are graduates, was it easy to bag a BSc? Even private university, that a lot of you think private university graduates is easy. Those of us that went to private university, we know it was not easy. Education, Western education is not easy like that. I went into school to study computer science. And then I was taking history and international whatever. I was taking use of library. I was taking use of English. I took a course called God in Modern Society. I took a course called History and World Civilization. What am I doing with all of that? What am I doing with all of that? What am I doing with all of that? It was not easy reading those courses because I hate reading history. But we had to do it to get that degree. And at the end of the day, what has that degree done for me as a person? Nothing. But will I as a person say education is a scam? No. Because I know that education is beyond getting a Western degree. Somebody asked a question. Please read that question. Somebody asked a question that has... Because the first lady has a mission to keep people in poverty. It's simple. The first lady has a mission. She and her husband has one mission: to keep as many Nigerians below poverty level. We already know that. Does anybody need to be telling us that? So that's why we are all looking for alternative. Now, you are following me somewhere. Follow me. We are going somewhere. Let's go to the data. I did not come to this conversation like this with opinions only. I came with evidence. So let me show you what is actually happening in Nigeria right now, because this debate deserves numbers, not just feelings. Can somebody get me my glasses? Give it to your brother. Get me my glasses. Now, I need you to listen to these figures. Listen to these figures and also go and confirm these figures. The World Bank confirmed in April 2026, the time of recording this video is June what? What day of June? June 28, 2026 is the time of recording this video, in case you are catching a replay years after. As at April 2026, World Bank confirmed that 63% of Nigerians are currently living below the poverty line. 63% of Nigerians are living below poverty line. Hold that. That is 140 million people are living below poverty line. That's not a projection, it's not a forecast, it's not in the future. It's the present reality of Nigeria, the giant of Africa. 140 million people are poor. Only 28% of Nigerian primary school children can read proficiently. Primary school children, I'm not saying children that have not seen the four walls of school, is only 28% of them. According to world statistics, go and confirm it, is only 28% that can read. Meaning that out of every 10 children that is enrolled in primary school in Nigeria, is only 2, not up to 3. Let's put it at 3. Let's round it off to 3. Let's round it off to 30%. Is only 3 out of every 10 primary school children that can read proficiently, that can read in English proficiently. Even in Yoruba, it will shock you that a lot of Yoruba speaking people whose only language is Yoruba, they cannot read and write in Yoruba. So don't come here to say you are basing it on English. Is it not what they taught us? It's not English that we are communicating with. How many of you Yoruba speaking people can read, write and speak Yoruba fluently on a scale of 8 out of 10? Like if you read, write and speak Yoruba, they will give you 80%. How many people? Some of my babalawos will be texting me in Yoruba, and I will tell them, put me on this thing, put the tonal marking on it. If you don't put tonal marking on it, I cannot read it. You are writing OWO. I don't know if it's 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 Owo. They don't know how to put tonal marking on Yoruba word, and that is the only language that they speak. That's the education we are talking about. That's the Olodo uprising we are talking about. Your only language is Igbo. You cannot write it with the tonal marking. You can't even write it. So you see that this is not about English. Okay, let's continue to look. They said 3. Less than 3 out of 10 students that is studying in the primary school in Nigeria can actually read proficiently. Not university students, not secondary school, primary school students. Now, 96% of employed Nigerian youth work in the informal sector. 96% of the Nigerian youths that are employed are working in an informal sector. They are working outside of corporate Nigeria. They are working outside of what you call, I got a white collar job. So it means that it's only 4% of Nigerian youths that is working, that is employed in corporate Nigeria. Just 4%. Mark these figures and go and check them. I pulled them up online too. I didn't make them up. It means that the formal economy in Nigeria, that economy that YC is essentially defending, it employs less than 4% of Nigerian youths. 4% of the people that are employable, that have gone to school and gotten degrees, only 4% of them actually have a job that they applied for with their degrees in a formal setting. So, excuse me, why do the rest of the people want to go to school and spend money and time and efforts in getting that degree? What is encouraging it? Nothing. I don't blame them. Let's call a spade a spade. It's easy to point fingers at somebody and call the person Olodo, but can we take back steps and ask ourselves how we got to that place? Okay. The statistics also show that 23% of young Nigerians are actively looking for work and cannot find it. Another 32% have given up entirely. They are not even looking for a job. They are not even applying. They don't want to go through the emotional, mental, and psychological stress of no. 200 people apply. It's only 2 people that they are going to pick. One of them is the CEO that is going to pick the person itself. Then they will pick the other person on merit. Meanwhile, 200 people have applied. That's the reality of what formal education is. That degree that they went to school to get, that's the only thing that is being used for. That is the only thing that your degree is okay for. In Nigeria, you don't need a degree to set up a business. In China, you do. I registered my company in China a couple of months ago. Bachelor's degree is a requirement before you can set up a company in China. So at least people will go to school in China, and the government is giving them reason to go to school, which is either you get a job or you start a business. You need it. You don't need it in Nigeria. So you wonder why an average Nigerian is writing I am. They don't know the difference of where to write AM and I am, and I with the apostrophe M. You wonder why somebody is making a statement and is saying the most worst part of this school is where they were supposed to learn that. While they were in school, they didn't know that one of the things they could learn was to be able to speak English fluently and communicate with the rest of the world in fluent English. The only reason they were in school is get a degree and go. Their parents were buying results for them so that they can move to the next class and get a degree and get a job. Because at the end of the day, when you get a job, the organization is still going to train you on actually doing the job. A political science graduate gets a job in a bank. Bank is still going to train him on how to work in a bank. So at the end of the day, he knows that his political science courses are just there. You are wondering why people are like, this is where it starts from. Let's not lie to ourselves. Again, listen, I'm an advocate of Western education. I love when people go to school and get a degree, even if it's just for pride. Every degree I've gotten is just for pride. I don't need it for nothing. Maybe I can become a politician tomorrow and my degree might be needed. Or like when I set up my company in China now, my degree was needed. So yes, it worked for me. But aside from that, it's just for pride. Even if it's just for that, I'm happy. So I'm not an advocate of don't go to school. What I'm saying here is this: something destroyed the educational system we once had, and this is what they replaced it with. And if you know what is good for you, as you are going to school to get a Western degree, please take your time to educate yourself the way your forefathers knew education was. Find out that skill that you are born to use in this. Nobody was born into this world without a skill that they will survive with. And at the end of the day, that skill is what you are going to make it with. There is no job. There is no educational qualification. There is no employer that has designed this business to make you rich. It's not. Every system is designed to keep you at a certain level, paycheck to paycheck. So if you want to make it in life, do more than just get a university degree. But is it important? Yes. But do more than that for yourself. Sit down. Find out what is that thing. Your ability to be more. Find out what that thing is that you are inborn with. If you are an Ifa devotee, go and do your Etefa and find out the career and the business that your Ori has picked before you even came into this world, and go and get educated on that. Let your everyday life be about getting educated and becoming knowledgeable. Western education has failed us. Yes, every other form of education does not fail. And as it stands right now, every other form of education, you need to get it yourself. As an adult human being, the responsibility is on you to educate yourself in every possible way and stop showing up as a dullard. I will give you examples of how people are shown up as a dullard. I don't know if I'm able to pull up that video, but you help me turn this on. You help me pull up that video when the time comes. Now, here's another number that makes me the most angry. Nigeria allocates just 6.1% of the national budget to education. 6.1%. 6.1 out of 100. Let me explain to you. Somebody has 100 naira and the person removes 6 naira and says take. That's 6% out of 100%. That is what this government has allocated to education. So you see that the government itself is not taking education seriously. Why should I? Why should Pella take it seriously when the government itself is not taking it seriously? Why? The only time people's certificate is important is when they are trying to get a scholarship to Japa. The people that read and want to use their certificate to work want in Japa, want in law already. You see, the rest of us that is left, it only sense in wow, morala. I want only sense it's in law, want in law for degree, want in kotoda. The people that have sense among us, that is not Olodo, they have dusted their certificate. They've gone to the abroad to use their certificate. The rest of us that's left, the people that have sense among us is few. It's just logical statistics. Brazil has a program, a scholarship program coming up now. You will see the number of people that will hit Brazil. Do you know why you don't have a lot of Nigerians roaming into those other countries? They've not found opportunity to go. Cape Verde was the one I was hearing a couple of months ago. Everybody is running there. Degree. For somebody that has applied for a scholarship program to do masters and take his family abroad, it's because the person knows that academically he or she is sound. Are you going to put in for masters when you yourself, you know that your first degree certificate you carried, you paid your way through, you slept your way through to get it? You will not go and do masters. You too, you will not sell your father's property and go to UK and do masters. It's because you know that to a certain extent, Ori Egbewe is why you are looking for scholarship to go and study abroad. So those set of people have left. Those that are left now are people that know that school show off. People that don't have money. School show off, but they don't have money. What they are looking for right now is money. They are not talking about it. They are looking for money. People are looking for what is going to pay them. And newsflash, the algorithm of social media is doing that for them. So we cannot just sit down in a podcast and guilt trip people into telling them they are Olodo and thinking that that's going to change anything. No, you are attacking a problem at surface level. It's deeper than that. Give people the reason to get educated. Give people the reason. Let them see what real education is. I'll give you an example. Please, can I have that phone? Please, can I have my phone? I would flip my phone in a bit and I will show you something. And I'm going to call out, and this thing is personal to me, or I would give you the reasons why it's personal to me. I will flip my phone now and I will show it to you. Let me see. So that you will understand what's happening and how bad it is. You understand what is going on and how bad what is going on is. I know a lot of you have seen that video. Somebody, once Nigerian celebrity, I don't even know his name, but maybe if you people see him, you can recognize him. One Nigerian celebrity, people called him out and said that he is. I'm going to see video and see. I think I did that video on this phone, right? I posted it on my status this morning. Yeah, I will find it. Let me see. Okay, yes, I posted it here. I'm going to pull out video here. That video that I was talking about this morning, about the guy that said he had a degree. Okay, I don't know where I took it out from, but I would flip my camera shortly and I will show it to you. Let me flip my camera now and play that video. Let me see. How do I flip my camera? Flip camera. Okay. So I'm flipping my camera now and I'm going to play this video.
You know, I didn't take
I'm
this.
coming.
That he had a first class offer. I went to Bangkok University. I graduated with first class offer. One asked, I studied biochemistry. Okay, I was the best in my set. When I know they use me, they pray.
Please, hold on. I will do it again.
But he had a first class offer. I went to Bangkok University. I graduated with first class offer. One asked, I studied. If you hear what I studied biochemistry. Okay, I was the best in my set. When I know they use me, they play. So most of them, we all call my life on our face, whether I be on our mate. Like I see you most of them now. Okay, more than a year, I see you most of them now. More than what they do. No, as a matter of fact, you know, I didn't take this whole thing.
Now we've seen that video, right? A lot of us have seen the video. Somebody said it's not in Nigeria. If Adumade said it's not in Nigeria, is it this person you're talking about that he said it's not in Nigeria? Okay. Because his name is
People from Edo. So I will explain something to you before Uncle. Sure. I will explain something to you. Oh yeah, bring the video to me. We will analyze that video one by one and we will see what Olodo uprising is actually. What Olodo uprising actually is. We will analyze it one by one. So you see that video, I did a screenshot, I will analyze it. That video was talking about a celebrity who was saying that maybe people were coming to his live streaming to talk down on him, also calling him Olodo. And the guy said, he came out to make a statement and he put a degree, a certificate out. That certificate was what I showed you. That certificate is right in front of me, so I will analyze it. The certificate reads Babcock University, Ilishan-Remo, Ogun State. That's why I'm taking it personal. I'm a graduate of Babcock University. I graduated from Babcock University 21 years ago with a Bachelor's of Science in with a Bachelor's of Science in the degree Computer Science Technology, and I finished with a second class upper division. So it's upsetting me that this guy is saying that he finished from the same school I finished from with the first class. Is a lie. I will continue to mail Babcock University until they come and respond to this thing publicly, and here is why. Now, after that degree, after that name, Babcock University, the next thing that comes out is here. It says Babcock University Biochemistry and Computer Club. That's the next thing. Babcock University Biochemistry and Computer Club. Throughout my stay in Babcock University, we had a club called BUCC. We call it BUCC, the Babcock University Computer Club. I was an executive member at one point. I don't know the relationship between biochemistry and computer, that the Department of Biochemistry and Computer we made together and form a club. I'm yet to understand that, because I've sent a message, a mail. So, backstory, while I was in Babcock, I was the second set. First set was in 1999. First set to fifth set, I was aware that once you finish from school, Babcock will offer you a job. If you want to do your master's in Babcock, they will offer you a job. So a lot of people in my set got a job in Babcock. So they are still there right now. And I'm asking them if there is a department that has been formed, a club that was formed between biochemistry and computer. It doesn't exist. It's a lie. Because the relationship in biochemistry and computer, but let's leave that. The next part says honorary certificates. That young man said, I graduated from Babcock University. I studied biochemistry. Between when he said I studied and he said biochemistry, if you notice, he stalled. He was trying to remember the name of, because we know how these things work. He stalled and he quickly pulled up the name of the course as biochemistry. He said he was the best student. He finished with a first class upper. And the certificate he has reads honorary certificate. This is part of the Olodo uprising. People are in his comment section saying, you see, he went to school, he's a graduate, you people should stop talking down on people. His fans, the community of Olodo people, you don't know the difference between an academic certificate and an honorary certificate. Since this is an educational platform, let me educate you. Academic certificate is the certificate you get when you go to school. You register in the school, you have a matric number, you write all the courses, you pass and you satisfy every exam and assignment, and then you get a certificate after graduation. It's called an academic certificate. When the tertiary institution looks at you and says, we acknowledge what you have done in our school or in the society, they award you a certificate of honor. That is why it is called honorary. It's from the root word honor. We are just honoring you with this thing. You did not write the exam. You are not admitted to the school. You didn't graduate from the school. That is what an honorary certificate is. So whoever it is that gave this young man this certificate in Babcock University, if they really did, they just did it to honor him. You see why I said Babcock University needs to come and make a disclaimer. He didn't get admitted into Babcock. He did not graduate from Babcock. He was not the best student in his class based on this certificate, except if he has another certificate. But do you know why I know he doesn't have another certificate? We'll get there. They said presented to, they put his name there. In recognition of your outstanding performance and contribution to biochemistry in Babcock University, they said your outstanding performance and contribution. A student that goes to school to study, the school does not give you degree and say your contribution. What did you contribute? You came here to learn. Please, those of you that have BSc, be looking at your results, your certificate, and tell me where they put Kini there. And let me show you what a certificate looks like. They said he contributed to biochemistry, so we don't know what he contributed to biochemistry. And they gave him this honorary. They now said, look at the next line here. It's very tiny. You might not see it. They said, for achieving first class upper. That's the part that makes me cringe. It upsets me. It literally feels like dagger through my skin. It feels like a sharp object is crawling under my skin. Stop it. What was the meaning of first class upper? You see the Olodo uprising that we're talking about. You can't even get your facts right. You can't even go to ChatGPT and get your facts right. Family àwọn blessing CEO. This is them. Olodo àwọn tó ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. That one too went on national TV to defend stage 4 cancer that she claims to have without having knowledge about the cancer. She just went there to disgrace her village people. That's what this one is doing. For the sake of education, and those of you that were in the comment section of that guy saying, yes, he finished from Babcock, see the results. There are 4 first class, second class upper, third class, pass and fail. There are 5 classes in a bachelor's first degree, 5 classes in your result. First class, second class, third class, pass and fail. Those are the 5 classes. Pass and fail is not called a class, but those are the 5 classes. The only class that has a division in all those 5 classes is second class. That's the only class that has a division. And it is second class upper division, second class lower division. Emphasis on the word division. A tertiary institution will never write you a certificate without adding the division. Second class upper division, second class lower division. And you know though, first class and third class don't have divisions. First class is first class, third class is third class. So there is no school that will write first class upper. It's not possible. It's not a slip of the typewriter, it's not a slip of the computer, it's not a slip of hand, it's not a slip of tongue, it's not a slip of nada. It is a lie. And to think that that young man believes what he said, and he said it with confidence, and the fact that he thinks the rest of us will believe it, that is the Olodo uprising they are talking about. If you want to say something, have knowledge, educate yourself. That's the education we are talking about. You don't need to pass through the 4 walls of a tertiary institution before you know this. You can learn this thing. As long as you have chosen to come and speak about it, get information about it. Oh, they have it in Olodo institution. Okay. But Babcock University is not one of it because it's paining me. I know how much my daddy paid to get me a degree in Babcock University. I know how much hard work I put before I got second class upper division from Babcock University in computer engineering tech. I know how much I put into it. So you cannot come to social media space and be showing ground level ignorance and attach it to the name of my alma mater. Is not possible, because very soon they will start looking at all of us as the same thing. They will now say, is that not your Babcock that you people finish from? No, this one is not my own Babcock. Now let's go further. They said it was signed on 4th of March 2023, meaning that this young man gained admission into Babcock in 2019 in case he studied biochemistry. Please, can he give us his matric number? There is nothing anybody wants to do with your matric number. It's not your DNA, it's not your Odù Ifá. Can you give us your matric number? My own matric number is 00/0545. Go to Babcock and confirm it. I finished from school 2021. 2026, 21 years ago. I still know my matric number offhand. 0005/0545. That was my matric number in Babcock. I need the guy to come and produce his matric number because this is insulting. on our parents that spent money to get us degree in that school, on those of us that went there, studied hard to get a degree, on the entire institution, on Nigerian education system itself. But Nigeria does not care about that, so it's okay. Now, this certificate is signed by BUCC president and BUCC sponsor. BUCC is acronym for Babcock University Computer Club, of which I was a member while I was in school. Now we are members of Babcock University Alumni Association. Babcock University Computer Club has nothing to do with biochemistry, I repeat. Now, look at that. And this young man came on a live streaming and was saying this with his full chest. You see how sad it is that people have reduced education to money, and the moment they can show money, they feel that they don't need to be educated. This is one of them. This is one of them. Another female celebrity, I will not mention her name because a lot of people allowed her to go that year. A lot of people allowed her to go that year. In the US, Canada, and England, they even have to cross-check all your certificates before anything. Definitely. Even in Nigeria, I told you that I applied for, what's it called? I opened a company in China. The Chinese government has to, before they can receive my certificates, hard copy of my certificate, it has to pass through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Education, to verify and certify. Jọba mi block ẹni, ó tún ti dé o, ìtòpá yẹn, ó tún ti dé, Ọlọ́run ló mọ iye account tẹ́ni yẹn ń ṣí. To verify that the certificate is genuine before you can take it out of Nigeria to use it. Now, the female celebrity I was talking about, she came on a live streaming and she was doing, what was it called? Their defense will be is richer than you. Yes, I'm still coming to that. The lady came to talk about, she was motivational speaking. She was talking to young ladies and she was talking about how she had a first degree in law and now she's in, I don't know if it's fashion or something, and she has built an empire for herself. And the lady said, I had a BSc in law, but right now I'm building my fashion empire. Take, for instance, is fashion. I saw the video on Instablog Niger that year on Instagram. BSc law. That was, my brain just tuned off. I didn't hear anything she said after then. I ran to the comment section. I almost fell down running to the comment section. Where is the comment section? I got there. I read about 60-something comments. Nobody was saying anything about it. Nobody said anything about BSc in law. That was when I knew, something is going on in this country. But if I said it out, people will say, you are judging people by Western education, this and this one and that one. At least she's rich, she has made it. I'm not saying she's not rich. I don't have a problem with her money. I'm saying BSc law, bawo. If you want to say, I keep saying it, if you want to say something, be sure of what you are saying. It's part of education and intelligence. Understand the fact that the people that are listening to you, they are also thinking. It's an insult on you and the people you are listening to when you come up with these things. As part of education, to reconstruct the Olodo people that will be watching this video. When you go to a tertiary institution, post high school, post secondary school, they give, it's gone off. When you go to a tertiary institution, your first degree is called bachelor's degree. Bachelor's. It's called bachelor's degree because there are different type of bachelor's degree. It's called bachelor's. There are different types of it. That's why we say bachelor's degree. Now, there's bachelor's of science for people that are in the sciences. We will pull it up. There's bachelors of science for people in the sciences. So if the course that you studied is not a science course, if it is not a science course, you don't have any business saying you have BSc. BSc is bachelors of science. Law is an arts course. It's under the faculty. In fact, it's not under faculty of arts. There's faculty of law on its own, but it is not science. It is considered art. But in a university that offers law, there is a faculty on its own called faculty of law. The bachelors they award there is not bachelors of science. There is bachelors of art for people under faculty of arts. Faculty of arts is àwọn wo ló wà ní under faculty of arts yẹn náà, education àwọn theatre art, àwọn kìíní kan, those ones they have BA, they call it BA, bachelors of art. Those of you in sciences, biochemistry, microbiology, computer science, and lab tech, one thing like that, we have BSc. Now, because BSc is the most common, Auntie picked BSc and combined it with law. That's not a slip of tongue. That is an olodo. That is a plain liar. That's a blatant lie. That's an olodo that doesn't even have the intelligence to lie. She wants to lie and she's lying without knowledge. If you have a degree in law, it's called LLB. LLB. Let's find out what that LLB is. What does that acronym mean? What is the meaning of the acronym LLB? Let's find out what LLB. LLB is what people that study law receive. LLB is a Latin word that means legum baccalaureus, something that sounds like legum bachelors. It is the undergraduate law degree in most common law countries. LLB is the acronym for Bachelors of Law. Now, LLM should be the master's equivalent. Is that okay? You are learning today so that you will not be old. Be learning it today in the comment section. She said it boldly and proudly, and her fans, their brain has tuned off because all of them, yes. So LLM is the Masters of Law. That's the master's equivalent. MSc is the Masters of Science. MBA is Masters of Business Administration. Now, because medical science, medicine and surgery is under Department of Science, it's not BSc Medicine. Before you go and lie tomorrow, I have BSc Medicine from University of Ibadan. It's a lie. It is called MBBS for people that studied medicine. Their first degree is called MBBS. Let's find out what that one means. What is the meaning of the acronym MBBS? You are learning something today. Since you have refused to go to school, stop showing yourself as Olodo. It's called MBBS. MBBS stands for Masters of Medicine, Bachelors of Surgery. That's MBBS. That's what people get when they have first degree in medicine in most countries, including Nigeria. These are basic things. You don't need to go through 4 walls of school to learn this. I beg of you, educate yourself. And it doesn't have anything to do with English. You can also be awarded a BA in law. Yes, that's why I said it depends on the country. For the country where I come from and I speak for, it's called LLB. Those of us that use the UK educational system, is called LLB here. But in no country is it called BSc law. There is no Jupiter that they give BSc law. Now, get educated. It doesn't have anything to do with English. Now, I'm going to talk about the English part of it. I know we are a society that grades people's level of intelligence by their eloquence in English language, which is absolutely wrong. They are very educated and exposed people, very intelligent people that don't speak English. English is just a language. So you can be intelligent and be a native Yoruba speaker, native Igbo, native French, native Spanish, native whatever. You can even be native, no, you cannot be native Pidgin English. But Pidgin English might be the language that you speak most fluently, and you can still be intelligent. But here is what will not make you intelligent. You will never be considered intelligent if you don't understand English very well. Then you come out into the public place and you are speaking English anyhow. You are constructing English with grammatical errors. And then you want to defend it with English is not my first language, English is not my mother tongue. Then don't speak it. Don't speak it. If you must speak it, learn it correctly. It's not that hard. If you must speak English, learn it correctly. Let me give you an example in Yoruba. Iyanifa. Ifa is widely spread. There are so many Babalawos and Iyanifas in the diaspora. Imagine somebody that is a Babalawo in the diaspora wanting to wanting to communicate with me in Yoruba. Then the person is trying to say, ọmọ ọwọ́ kì í kú lójú ọwọ́, ọmọ ẹsẹ̀ kì í kú lójú ẹsẹ̀. Then the person now said, ọmọ òwò kì í kú lójú òwò. That's not Yoruba. That's rubbish. That's rubbish. Grammatically, that is wrong in Yoruba. You are saying something else. Omo in Yoruba is a unanimous word that we have accepted as detergent. Is a brand of detergent, but collectively in Yoruba, that's what we call detergent. Omo, owo is not owo. It sounds like owo in Yoruba. It sounds like money. Owo sounds like the nickname for that man. What's that man in that movie? Owo blow. That is grammatically wrong in Yoruba. So when somebody comes to me and is speaking Yoruba like that, I just said, it's okay. I understand English, speak in English. Iyanifa, I'm just learning Yoruba and communicating. You have not learned it. Go and continue learning. Everything you said now is wrong. I can't understand you. Or imagine that you are just learning to speak Yoruba. You are writing Yoruba without the tonal marking. You are not making sense. You are writing Yoruba with grammatical error. It is not your native language. Speak a language that you understand. So don't misconstruct English. Don't speak English with grammatical errors and gaslight the rest of the world into saying English is not my mother tongue. Are you now saying that because I'm not speaking English, I'm not intelligent? I didn't say that. I just said this is grammatically wrong. If you do not understand English, speak your native language. Make your videos in Yoruba, subtitle it in English. We watch Korean movies now. Koreans are not trying to speak English with grammatical errors. If you are in a public place, tell them that your preferred language is Yoruba. They should give you an interpreter. If they need you there, they will get an interpreter for you, or bring an interpreter that you trust to say, I don't know how to communicate in good English. Or me, this is the interpreter that will interpret for me. So don't come here and gaslight us into saying, are you now saying that because people cannot speak English well, they are not intelligent? We are not saying that. We are saying your English is grammatically wrong. And some of us, our brain just switches off. I was asking a friend of mine a couple of days ago. He's also a Babalawo. I asked him, that's before I even saw this. In fact, I think it was 2 days before this whole Olodo uprising thing. And then he said, I asked him, I said, am I being classist or am I being segregatory when somebody speaks English or writes English with a grammatical error and my brain just turns off? Like, I literally can't hear anything past that again. I was asking him, maybe I'm classist or maybe I'm I'm judging people based on English. So if it's a bad thing, let me start to correct it. And he smiled at me. He said, if your Ori is telling you are classy, then you are classy. I said, but I don't know. That day, I was on my phone. I was speaking to my friend on my other phone. I was holding my phone, watching a video on somebody's status, and the person said, one of the most worst things. I didn't hear anything after that. My brain just goes off after that. After you make that kind of statement, I don't hear anything again. Don't do it. You are not good with English. Speak Yoruba, subtitle it. Those of us that understand Yoruba will hear you. Those that don't understand Yoruba, we will read the subtitle. Don't do it. Don't use he instead of she. It makes you, it's olodo. That's what the society say. You cannot guilt-trip us into thinking otherwise. How do we know that you are intelligent when you cannot even communicate in a language successfully? Pick the language you can communicate in successfully. Communicate your intelligence through that language. If Yoruba is your language, sit down today, learn how to read and write fluently. Write very well in Yoruba. Learn how to write very well in Yoruba. If Yoruba is a language that you have chosen. Intelligence is not measured in language, but one of the ways we measure people's intelligence is via their communication. That's the only way I can know if you are intelligent. I need to hear you speak for the most part. So if you are not good with English, there is no need coming to make grammatical blunder in English and then gaslighting us into saying, you cannot judge my level of intelligence with my English. You have given us nothing else to judge you with. You have given us nothing else to perceive you with. So please, education is important. Western education might have failed us. Yes, it was designed to fail us at the end of the day. But let's return back to the education that our forefathers built this continent on. Your life is in your hands now as a Nigerian. The president's wife has said, go and sell akara and kuli. You have heard it. Your future is in your hands now. Your life is in your hands now. Your education is in your hands now. The national budget has just 6.1% allocated to education. You should know that the future of your children's education is in your hands right now. If your children are going to focus on the same educational system that has failed them, that has failed you, or if you are going to really sit down and look at what your forefathers built education as and follow that path. We are educating ourselves every day. Your social media FYP, your social media timeline is your basic form of education today. The algorithm will bring to you the kind of content that they know that you are ready to consume. If the content that keeps coming on your feed, on your timeline, on your FYP is association of these Olodo people, it's because you asked for it. I'm not asking you not to consume entertaining content, but you need to define what is entertaining and what is disgusting. And here is what it is. Somebody had mentioned earlier, I said I will come back to that part. The person mentioned that, oh, these people we talk, they will say because you don't have as much money as the Olodo people and you are jealous of them. I saw a video this morning, somebody saying that those of us that are educated and schooled, we are just jealous of them. It saddens my heart that this is where we are right now. It saddens my heart, but let me explain to you how we got there. It's not as if intelligent, educated, eloquent people, brilliant people are not putting out content. No. It's because the algorithm favors empty trash content. You can put it to test. Create a video, the same number of minutes, 3 minutes, same you, educating the society about something that is important. Create another video, the same you, half nude, shaking your butt online, doing all sorts of ridiculous things, cracking derogatory and messed up jokes. Post both of them at the same time, under the same algorithm. Put it out and see the one that the algorithm will favor. See the one that is likely to go viral more. See, this one does not even have anything to do with us. It's the algorithm. The algorithm is continuing slavery through that form. Western world is slavery is being continued through that. The chains are being continued through that. The chains on our forefathers was on their hands and their legs. The chains that is on this generation is on their mind through the content that they are consuming. TikTok is owned by a Chinese company, right? So let's say TikTok is owned by China, quote and unquote. I was in China a couple of months ago. I was there for about a month. This TikTok that you and I view is called international TikTok. Then there is China TikTok. You cannot view international TikTok in China without a VPN, meaning that you are viewing international TikTok in China against the will of the government of China. They are the ones paying these influencers. They are the ones paying these influencers. When you say immorality sells, somebody is paying for it. In this case of what YC was regarding as Olodo uprising, he was referring to, he called it a Pella culture. This doesn't even have anything to do with Pella as a person. It is the entire community of content creators that are like that. The algorithm is the one paying them. Nigerian government is not the one paying them. We that we are watching them, quote and unquote, we are not the one paying them. People are watching my content. I don't get paid for it. You make a content that is educational, that is intelligent. It is either it will be taken down because they will say you said something that violated something. You are trying to correct the ill in a society. They take it down or they shadow ban it. But you put out content that is messed up. People that are not following you, people will see it against their will. Everything I know about Pella today in the last 72 hours that I first heard of him, I know it against my will. I don't know him. I first of all heard his name when this Olodo uprising thing came. I don't know him. Those that are paying and funding this are the same people that put our forefathers in chains. And that chain is hanging around social media platforms right now. But you still have a choice whether to wrap that chain around yourself or not. You can build your social media feed. You can build your social media timeline. You can build your FYP by yourself. You can use the block button to remove all those things away from you. There is a reason they are paying those content creators more than they are paying people that are educating you. There is a reason. You think it's because they love Nigerians and they are trying to reduce the rate of unemployment in Nigeria. If that is what, then they should pay every content creator equally. They should push every content equally. Let's also now go to the brands that are making these people their brand ambassadors and influencers. Some people own those companies. Somebody has made their fame from emptiness. I don't want to use any other word other than that. And the person has built followership and the person is trending. And you know that the moment the person endorses your product, customers are going up like this. You choose to use that person as against the one that represents morality, intelligence, education, and brain. You are part of it. You are part of them. So when the Western education has failed these people, they promised us that when we get to school, we get a degree, we get a job. We didn't get a job. We took student loan. Our parents sold their lands to send us to school. So many people are in private universities today, not because their parents can afford it, just because their parents don't want them to go through the disadvantages that is surrounding public schools. They don't want them to experience strike. They want 4 years to be 4 years. They sell property, squeeze themselves to send their children to school. You finish from school, there is no job. The government of the day has failed you in that regard. You would always find an alternative. Now you have a phone that is connected to Wi-Fi. You come to social media. You find out that social media is also paying people based on what? Their views, based on virality, based on their followers, based on influence. And then you study the system and see the content that people are going viral with, the content that is making money. And you are blaming them for creating those kind of content. I don't blame them. I don't blame them. They said here, I read it, World Bank as at April 2006. April 2026 was just a couple of months ago. 63% of Nigerians are currently living below poverty line. What do you expect somebody that is living below poverty line to do? I cannot say anything to them because I don't have any alternative to give to them. I can't call them out. I can't insult the content creators. I cannot. They are doing what people are paying them for. It's like somebody that is working in a cigarette company, British and American tobacco, or working in an alcohol company, and I'm saying that they say smokers are liable to unalive at a young age. They said when you drink, you don't drive. How can you be working in an office that produces that? That's the people that are paying him his salary. That's how he gets to feed his family. If I have not found an alternative of a job for him, I can't look at him in the face and say, go and quit that job. It doesn't make sense because the person will draw you back and say, in case I quit the job, ma, what job are you offering me? If I don't have, you keep quiet. So I don't have anything to say to Bella and his group of people that are creating that. But I have something to say to you that is consuming it. You are not making any money, at least they are making money from creating it. Are you making money from consuming trash? No. You are not making money from consuming trash. That is the part that I will hold responsible. You are the ones I will hold responsible. You are the reason these people are getting paid like this. You are the reason people are thinking that is the only way around making money. You are the ones that is flooding their comment section, giving them visibility. You are the one that is flooding their views. So if you really think it is a problem, the change of that problem starts with every one of us. A lot of you, especially those of us that are parents, we forget the fact that our children are coming to view this same social media. I cannot give my children phone. I cannot. I don't know at what point I'll be able to say, go ahead to social media. I don't know. Maybe when they become adults of their own, they can decide. Right now, I cannot. I don't know what I'm going to tell myself that is going to justify it. Because I am scared of the first thing they are going to see. I'm scared that the training I'm putting into them, will my voice be louder than the voice of social media? I'm scared. It's the reality of life. But you and I can change that. Start by making sure that the content you are consuming makes sense. Do it for yourself. And if there's something inside you that makes you feel comfortable around content like this, you also have a problem that you need to deal with. There is some childhood trauma that needs to be fixed. If as an adult, because I read comment section, people were saying, leave them alone, let them do. The country is hard. These are the content that makes us feel relaxed. When they come back from a hard day's work and they go to Bella's page, they smile. It reminds them of childhood. There's something wrong with you. There's something wrong with you. Go and heal that thing that is wrong with you. There's something absolutely wrong. If those are the kind of content that you find appealing, you are part of the problem, and the change depends on you. When people complain about sex workers, prostitutes, women are not supposed to be, I said, go to the men that are patronizing them. The day the men stops paying people they stop paying those sex workers. If they go out today and nobody calls them, they go out tomorrow, nobody calls them, they go out after 1 week, nobody calls them, 1 month, nobody calls them, they will find something else to do. You don't understand. It's like an engineer of BlackBerry phone, somebody that learned how to repair BlackBerry phone about 17, 16 years ago. You think the person wouldn't have found another job today? He would have found another job, because nobody has a BlackBerry anymore. Nobody is fixing BlackBerries anymore. The moment he opens his shop for 1 month and there is no customer, he will ask, what are people doing to make money now in phone engineering? Is iPhone and Android. He will learn iPhone engineering, learn Android engineering, and start a new business. That's the way it is. You want prostitutes to leave the street? Ask the men to stop patronizing them. The person that is bringing the money is the one that is fueling the system. You are the one giving them views that they are converting into money. Those that are paying them based on views and engagement and gifts that you are giving. You want it to stop? Don't give them your views. Don't give them your engagement. Don't give them your gift. The algorithm has nothing to pay them for. So they are not the problem. The algorithm has its own part, but the person that is going to change it is yours. The algorithm is not about to change. It is designed to keep black people in mediocrity, to keep them in mind chains, to keep them chained by ignorance and uneducation. That's what the algorithm is there to do. So the algorithm will always do what the algorithm will do. No matter how much complaint we give, the algorithm is not about to change. It's not as if the algorithm is going to discover, this thing we are doing is a lie. No, the algorithm knows what the heck is doing and is doing what is there to do. The content creators know what they are doing. They are after the money. They are creating what they know you will consume and follow and view and gift. So the power lies with every one of us. Have you seen it? You are the one that is baking this cake. The ingredients is with you. The flour, the baking powder, the egg, the milk. Everything is with us. You and I. We are the one that will decide if we want to bake vanilla cake or square cake or pancake or chocolate cake or puff puff with our flour. We are the ones that decide what we are going to bake. So if there is still banana bread outside, it's because you and I baked it. If this Olodo uprising continues to thrive and trend, it's because you and I are supporting it. I'm not going to say you and I, because on this matter, ask the people that know me on this matter code. If I show you my block list, people block people because they dropped a comment that you don't like, they are rude and disrespectful in your page. I block people because they are creating content I don't like, or they liked 3, 4, 5 content of the kind of content I don't like. That's my own reason. That's my own reason of blocking people. The moment I see that, wait, hold on. Let him do it. The moment I see that you are creating something that I'm not going to consume now or in the future, I block you. You have not interacted with me, I block you. I'm telling the algorithm that whatever it is that is on that page, I don't want it from this person or any other person that is similar. You are, aside from this whole Olodo uprising thing, do you know what else you are doing? Content that you consume is building you as a person. That is feeding into your subconscious. Your subconscious is taking it out of there. Somebody say, how do we block? How do you block on TikTok? Top right button. There are some buttons on the top right corner. When you click on it, you see block, part of it there. It will always be there. You find it. Blogs. Every Nigerian blogger that comes around across my page, I block them. I don't care what you are blogging. I will block you because I already know. Stand there. No, more stand there, Sarah. Can you just put it and use something? Yeah. I already know how Nigerian blogging works. Blogging among black people, I already know how it works. Tabloids, you already know how it works. They are there to sell a narrative. They are there to rage bait you. They are there to create controversies. A little bit of lie, just to get engagement. Blogging is not news. If you want to know what's going on in the society, listen to news. I'm not a fan of news either, but listen to news. Blogging is not news. You and I both know it's gossip. And the gossip is created in such a way that everybody is not. What did they say? Saidi, Kinikan, Moshudi, Kinikan, see the dress she wore to the party. At this your old age. At this your old age. You are coming to say, what dress did she wear to the AMVC? She borrowed somebody's dress. He's the father of the child, though. That one is the mother of the child. It's a lie. He's sleeping with some. Are you okay? Are you okay? You don't have work. You don't have anything to do. Go and sleep now. Is data that cheap in your country? And you don't know that these people are putting this thing to make money off you. That should already make you feel a certain kind of way. It's like a business person that somebody is marketing and selling to. The first thing I see is that, hey, you are marketing. That's the first thing I see. That, oh, you are marketing. That's the first thing that I see. Sorry, I'm trying to get... Hold on, please. Sorry, the person I sent that invite to, please ignore it. It was a mistake. It's an error. It's an error, please. Cancel it. Thank you. You should understand how these things work. Somebody has dropped a comment. A person said, people mistake blogging for news and truth. Pseudo gossip, the red tab prime people type of news. Exactly. You are too intelligent for that. You are supposed to be too busy for that. The government did not provide job. Yes, you have a brand you are building. You either have a job or a brand, or you are trying to start one. Put your energy into that. That's somebody's business. So that blogger is running a business. So that blogger is hoping to get paid. When you have that in mind, maybe the way you interact on social media and the things you interact with will change. When you know that the first reason that person is there is to trick you and bait you into using you as his own currency, and then you now allow yourself to be used that kind of way. The only people that should be flying around social media and be doing around is people that have made it in life. Iyanifa, you don't understand. Social media is the only one that keeps us relaxed and sane. There's something wrong with you. If this hyperstimulation that is going on social media is what keeps you calm, happy, and sane, there is something absolutely wrong with you. It's a trauma response. The hyperstimulation that is going on social media does not keep anybody calm. It's a dopamine rush. If you understand what is going on, see a therapist and understand what social media scrolling and scrolling and scrolling endlessly is doing to you. I just want to relax and laugh. See, ask yourself, before social media came, if I existed in this life, what will I use to relax and laugh? Go and do that. Start by doing that. Do that. That is more likely to give you that relaxation and joy to make you laugh than social media. Until you are forced to drop your phone before you realize how hyper addictive you are to that phone. Before you realize how hyper addictive you are to that phone. Before you realize the damage you are doing to your brain cells. You are paying ChatGPT Pro. Instead of you to sit down and say, ChatGPT, today I want to learn about Africa. Let me learn about the different countries in Africa. In between, another major form of education is traveling. But do you know what social media has done to you and I? A lot of people are traveling for fun. As a Nigerian passport holder, here are 7 countries you can travel to without a visa. Togo, Lome, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Kenya, Rwanda, Burkina Faso, Senegal. Join us in the comment section and comment travel, and I shall send you the itinerary to go. $1,500 for sharing, $2,500 for single. You people will send that money. You will join that group and go on that trip. The only thing you are going to do is record content. Every day of your 7-day trip, you are just doing like this. You are recording content. There is nothing wrong in keeping memories and recording memories. Education, relaxation, those are the 2 priorities of traveling. You have gone to a different country. You have gone to a different country. You have gone to see a different set of people, a different language, different food, different culture. You are supposed to learn, be educated. So the next time they talk about Kenya and Burkina Faso and Senegal and Dubai and what's this next place that everybody is going now? What's that next country that everybody is going now? On the island. Where is the rest of the people in this house? Where is Uncle Joseph? What's the name of that country? There's one country that I also want to visit that everybody seems to be going now. They have Airpeace is one that is flying directly to that country. Please, if you know the name of the country, drop it in the comment section. When you go there, your first, no, not Seychelles. Kiloruko country to Barbados is Barbados. Nigeria just got direct flight from Nigeria to Barbados now. So that's where everybody is going to now. I want to go to Barbados, you know. You get there. The first thing you should do, 2 things, relaxation and education. Educate yourself. Everything is for the gram. Is this social media? Everything you are going to do on that vacation, you have carried 20 bags to be able to change clothes and create content You are not a content creator that they are paying you. You just want to, or you want to take 1,000 pictures and save 1,000 videos because you want to show off. You have gone to that country. You have not learned anything there, 0 education, you have not relaxed, you have not released stress, you have not connected with the universe, you have not done anything like that. You are on your phone the whole time. You have lost the value of education in traveling. Relax. Relax. No networking. Thank you very much. Relax. Life is not like that. Life is not like that. I was in China. My tour guide, my translator, ended up being my first staff that I employed in China. So when I opened my company, I was required to employ somebody, and that lady became every day we go out, after I've done everything for the day, she will take me to local places. I wanted to see China from the view of a local person, teach me the language, tell me this, tell me that, all of these things. I got to know her as a person, and she said something. She said, "You are the first foreigner that I'm working with that is communicating with me as a person. Everybody just come here. You are doing a good job. You are doing a job. You are doing." I said, "Because I have come to China to build relationships." And the girl, she literally fell in love with me. Like, we fell in love with each other. Like, I've come to love Z so much. Like, she's like a sister, like a long lost friend. And after about 1 week, she stopped charging me for translation. She charges me per day. That's the standard. She stopped charging. We were just having fun together. And at the end of my trip, I paid her some money. I just sent it to her. This is me, from a friend to another friend. And we have since then planned a vacation together. Before the end of the year, we are going on a trip together. I'm taking her to see Africa. I met her as a tour guide in a foreign country. And I spent time. I went to her house. I met her people. We ate together. I have connected with another family outside of here. She has met other Nigerians, and she's like, "Oh, I met some of these other Nigerians. They're so loud. They were just shouting at me and yelling at me." I said, "I'm sorry. That's, some of my people can be like that. When in Nigeria is yelling, they are not angry with you. It's just their voice that is loud." She was like, "But you are so calm. You are so Me, I've had the opportunity to educate myself in different countries of the world." Now, emphasis on I prefer to say it as I've had the opportunity to educate myself in different countries, as against, "Oh, I've traveled to different countries," in a classist way. It's an opportunity to educate yourself in other countries. I have seen myself in Benin Republic, in Togo, in Ghana, in Kenya, in Rwanda, in Uganda, in Qatar, in Dubai, in the United States, in China, and counting. I have seen life through the lens of those people. I recently went to Rwanda with a friend of mine. And the guy is like, "Why are all these people slow like this, Seth? Why are these people slow like this? They are not." I said, "Welcome to the rest of Africa outside of Nigeria." I have interacted with other African countries. They are not in a hurry like us, so they are calm. They do their things one by one, step by step. Something happened when I went from Rwanda to Uganda. When I go to Uganda, the environment was different. Starting from their airport, Entebbe Airport is an airport I never want to go through, not as a transit traveler. Never. I don't even want to know the magic they do in that place. I didn't have a good experience in Entebbe Airport. I will not go back there again. For those of you that have passed through that airport, you know what I'm talking about. Exactly. Thank you very much. Otumba Obatala is terrible. The building itself is looking like something that is going to fall tomorrow. The people are hostile. They are just jati. That's the word. Now, while we were there, when they eventually attended to us, very terrible experience. I sat down, I was eating. I was asking myself, I was like, Kenya and Rwanda that I'm coming from, they are very nice people. You know, they are really very nice people in those other countries. Why is Uganda like this? And traveling from Uganda to, someone said it's like a park in Ibadan. Traveling from Rwanda to Uganda is just a 1 hour flight. So it's like going from Lagos to Abuja. It's like going from Lagos to Accra. So they are very close. You know, why are they this different? Then I decided to look up the story of Uganda. And then I found out that the president of Uganda has served 40-something years, and that was his 17th term. I was like, no wonder. You cannot have this type of rulership and the people will not be naturally just angry and everything will not be naturally faulty. It explained why they were like that. I learned something new. Even at their airport, at the food section of the airport, the way they were like, please can I have a cup of coffee? The way they were sounding, I was like, people in Uganda were so nice and so friendly. Kenyans were so nice and so friendly. And this one was just doing, I'm not surprised. Because if a democratic government says that they elected him 17 times and he has been president for 40-something years and his son is about to be the next president, how do you think the people will be behaving? People are not happy now. They are not. What will you expect? That's education. I said that to say that is education. So the next time you are making a trip, tell yourself you are going to school to get educated in another environment. See their food. Look at their environment. Find out why this is this, why that is that. Ask them questions about their community. I asked questions about Rwanda to the point where I found out that Rwanda works on a community base. Keep Rwanda clean and green is an intentional thing. It works on a community base. One plot of land, one plot is counted as one plot. When you count 50 plots, that's a community. The community has a head, financial secretary, this one, that one, in that community. If you rent an apartment in that community, at their next meeting, they introduce you to the rest of the community. As part of the community, everybody knows each other. You have to keep the community clean and green on a personal level. It's not federal government that is watching you. They're up to community level. They've rebuilt that country like a family. You know what happened there about 40-something years ago? The mass unaliving of people. They are rebuilding it. You will ask stories, find out, education. Traveling is not just about, selfie for the camera. You are visiting a place for 3 days. You will wake up at 5 a.m. and sleep at 12 midnight because you want to visit everywhere. Not for you to experience it, just to be able to record and come and post on social media. We have lost the value of education. And people have become olodo in every form that it comes, every ramification of it. Can I have my bottle? Kí ló dé tẹ́ gbé nǹkan wá directly láti inú freezer fún mi? It's frozen. Báwo lẹ ṣe expect kí n jẹ nǹkan tó wà frozen báyìí? Sorry about that. Education should be your priority. Every form of education you can get. God forbid that you should be included in this Olodo uprising. God forbid that that is what your children are going to experience. The unspoken trauma of social media. God forbid that that is what our children are going to experience. Western education has failed you. It's okay. There are other forms of education, which is what our ancestors thrived in, which is what built Africa. That's what built Africa. And if we are going to rebuild Africa and rebuild our race, we are going to go back to the educational system that our forefathers practiced. Educate yourself round, holistic form of education, all-round education, holistic form of education, educating yourself all round, not limiting it to just book. It's people that have money that can travel. Iyanifa, stop talking about traveling. Some of us don't have money to travel. It's okay. It's actually true. I'm not asking you to get on a flight and go. I'm asking you to visit the next community and learn. Learn. Emphasis on learn. Learn, unlearn, relearn. Continue to learn. ChatGPT is not a therapist. Stop pouring your life story into ChatGPT. ChatGPT is there, it's supposed to give you information. Get information out of it and learn. Not, I've come back to tell you what happened. ChatGPT knows that you and your boyfriend were fighting. I did exactly what you asked me to do, and here is what he did. He stood me up and he called another girl. Then ChatGPT would reply. Men that do like that are okay. You are paying for premium ChatGPT, and that's what you are talking about. Pick a topic and learn. Learn. The number of hours you spend consuming all these Olodo people's content and helping them to get paid, if you put it into what actually pays you or growing something that actually pays you, you will learn. Somebody was in the comment section now asking me something about China. I didn't ignore your message. I'm just, let me scroll back. The person said, please, ma, how can I travel to China? I want to learn a lot and be educated there. Okay. I will respond to your comments, to your question. But I will start by saying, you see that TikTok that you have? You see that social media that you have? That's where I learned about China. For a whole 2 months, 60 days straight, all I was searching for on social media, particularly on TikTok and Instagram, was content about China. That's where you hear people's real life experience. People will tell you, before you go into China, don't make this mistake that I made, or don't do this or don't do that. It depends on what you are looking for. No, if I give you information about China now, I'm giving you information based on my perspective, based on my level of finances, based on my income and tax brackets. Somebody else that is going to China as a hustler, that is going to look for life, is not going to, I cannot give you the information on that level. I will give you information on somebody that took her money out of excess and went to China and went to look for certain things out of, not that way. There are so many people visiting China for different reasons. China is a big and beautiful place. China is a land. China is what you should call land of opportunity. Sumaya, you just joined us right now. I've insulted your country, Uganda. See, when I landed Uganda last week, was it last week? Last week, I was immediately we landed Rwanda Air. I took a video at the airport before we entered into the airport. Outside, you see the outside part. I was recording video that I will send it to Sumaya and say, hey, I'm in your country. When I entered, I could not send you the video. I was angry till I left. I could not even send you the video. I could not even say anything to you. I'm like, what was going on here? May it not be in the record I passed through this country. May it not be in the record I passed through this airport. You're asking me what happened. It's your airport that happened. It's you people's airport. Otumba Obatala too has been seconding my motion in the comment section. He too was there in 2023. Me, I was there 2 weeks ago. Then you people did not tell me that is daddy that is ruling your country. I did not know that the president is a daddy of 43 years in rulership. What did they do? First of all, when I entered, I'm like, okay, where are the people that are on transfer? Where are the people that are, somebody says, sit down there. And I sat down there. Sit down there 40 minutes. People were just passing. Nobody was attending. There's supposed to be a stand now where I will see my other flight to this one, that one. And then I went outside to talk to security. Excuse me, they told us to sit down here. What's going on? Do I look like I'm the one that is supposed to attend to you? Am I the one that is supposed to stand up for me and talk to you? I said, don't be angry, sir. We're not fighting. I'm just asking you a question. Where do we go? They've kept us standing for 40 minutes. And the guy is like, I'm not the one. What flight are you going on? I said, Qatar Airways. Then you wait for the people from Qatar Airways to come. Can somebody call them? I'll be here from... There's nothing I can do. Go back there. They said I spoke to Rwanda Air. I don't know. I just spoke to somebody in the airport. Yeah, which one do I know? I didn't catch his name. I did not. I was so angry. We sat down there for another 10 minutes and somebody came. Please, can I have your passport? Then the person went with my passport. I'm very skeptical of giving people my passports. That's the only identity that I have in a foreign country. But we were in the airport. So I gave her the passport. She went, she came back. How many are you? I said two. Okay, you people should come here. Then she now took us to the lounge. We sat down there. Then she went again to bring boarding pass. I'm like, you people don't check? You work with airport people. You people don't check it. You people don't... Then the airport was smelly. The lounge was smelly. The airport lounge was smelly. I'm like, see me, Muritala Mohammed will be saying, Nigeria is not doing anything. When I came back and I heard somebody say, Nigeria is not doing anything, I told the person, I said, don't say that. There is airports in Nigerian, there is AC in Nigerian airports now. There is Wi-Fi at Muritala Mohammed International Wing. We can actually scan our passports inside now. Like, you will actually scan your passports and then stand, and then it will take your picture right now without anybody coming to attend to you. The custom officers are putting on uniform. They have camera on themselves. Everything they say and they do is being recorded. What are you talking about? You will not appreciate your country until you go somewhere else. I beg you, go to Entebbe Airport and come back and tell me that Muritala Mohammed Airport is not. I'm not saying we should compare Nigeria with Entebbe. No, I'm not saying that. Entebbe has no Wi-Fi, exactly. And I almost missed my flight. Thank you. Because I had about 50 minutes layover. And for 40 minutes, you kept me standing. Nobody was even talking to me. And you speak to people, they'll just say, The way they just do it, I was like, these people are angry. Like, for East Africa, these people are relatively angry. When I now found out that is a grandpa that has been ruling them for 49 years. 49. 17 elections. I knew that's where the trauma is coming from. People will be angry. Now, if it's you, won't you be angry? You'll be angry, it's okay. So that's what I said behind you. I was almost going to like surprise you to say, oh, Susan, I'm in your country, but I left there angry. But yeah, and I'm not going to come back. I'm not going to come back. No, I'm not going to come back. If we are going to meet, but we meet in another country. Maybe the next time I go to Rwanda, I'll tell you to come and meet me. That's what I wanted, for real. I thought I could call you to come there. I'm not going back there. Maybe after that daddy has gone. Maybe when that daddy leaves and they reconstruct everywhere, but okay, we can meet there. We can meet in that Tanzania. So I said all of that while I was talking about education. Travel and be educated. Me, I've traveled now and I've seen that Muritala Mohammed Airport is good. We have improved. We have changed. When we came to the airport, when I came back, they asked us to fill health reports, based on where you're coming from, what you have experienced, all of those things. And there was Wi-Fi to connect and fill the form. Until you fill the form, they send you a mail and they say, yes, you have done it. And you show it to the health workers before they allow you. It was so smooth. It was so smooth. Like you're moving through Muritala Mohammed Airport and it isn't so smooth. Nobody is harassing you for money. Aside from those people that will now be by the other door, say, what did you bring for us? But all those things that you used to see before, now. Daddy Sheyi is trying in that regards. Apart from the fact that Daddy Sheyi says you should go and be saying, no, his mommy Sheyi. She mommy hello be Sheyi. Mommy any God. Mommy Sheyi say you should go and be selling akara. Apart from that, I say they have tried for the airports. Apart from that, they have tried. Now, it's easy to follow up. I know that. You see, I said all of that to say that the educational system they sold to us has failed. And that is what has given rise to. They say she's not mommy Sheyi. Wọ́n sọ pé òun kọ́ ló bí Sheyi. Stepmother Sheyi. Stepmommy ni. In Yoruba, there's no stepmommy. Mommy náà ni. She stepmommy wà nínú Yoruba ni. Ṣá ní stepmommy. Ṣó ní nǹkan tó wá ń pè stepmommy. Ìyàwó bàbá mi ló wá ń pè stepmother àbí. Ìyàwó daddy Sheyi. Ìyàwó orogún ìyá Ṣèyí, orogún mọ́mì Ṣèyí ní ká ló máa ta àkàrà. Àti náà ń dé kò ń ṣe Ṣèyí tí yín o. Orogún mọ́mì Ṣèyí ní ká ló máa ta àkàrà àti kúlíkúlí. Ṣé tí mọ́mì yẹn bá wá ta àkàrà gbẹ̀yìn ayé wọn sìn, wọ́n á lé nìkan ló ń ṣe wọn. Mọ́mì kékeré yẹn tó bá sọ pé tí mọ́mì kékeré yẹn bá wá ta àkàrà gbẹ̀yìn ayé wọn sìn, wọ́n á ní nǹkan kan ló ṣẹlẹ̀. Wọ́n aláyé ló ṣe wọ́n torí wọ́n wò wá sùnsùn bá a ṣe ń tiraka tá à ń gbìyànjú tó yẹ jẹ́ sọ Yorùbá wọ́n wá wò wá sùnsùn wọ́n fi àkàrà àti kúlíkúlí lọ̀ wá. Àwọn mọ́mì tó dé ń ta àkàrà jẹ nílé níta wọ́n gbàdúrà pé káwọn ọmọ wọn má ṣe rẹ̀, wọ́n fẹ́ káwọn ọmọ wọn débi gíga. Àwọn wá ń fi ìpadà sẹ́yìn wọ́n fi ń lọ ara wọn láì ṣe àwa tó rárá wọn lọ́ fi ń lọ kò ń ṣàwa. Wọ́n dẹ̀ wá ń sọ àtẹ̀pà wọ́n ló tún fẹ́ pà náà kún. Pẹ̀lú bá a ṣe kàwé tó yìí kò sí wàhálà. Orí wa máa da fún wọn, Ẹlẹ́dàá máa da. Àwọn tó láyé máa da, àwọn tó nílẹ̀ máa da fún wọn. Àwọn tó ṣílẹ̀kùn ọjọ́ yẹn tó sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ó máa da fún wọn. Ṣèyí, let's conclude like this. Ó kù sáwà náà lọ́wọ́. Tá bá ń kí àwọn ọmọ ògbóni a máa ní ọmọ ṣíṣe ń rojú. Ẹ jẹ́ ká fìyẹn lẹ̀ fún àwọn ọmọlé Ajíbọ́lá. It's left to us now. Ó kù sí wa lọ́wọ́ báyìí. They have played us in our face. Algorithm has favoured nonsense, emptiness right in front of us. Those of us that are putting out educative content, we are struggling to get visibility. That's the reality. It's not because Pella is doing better than you. And that doesn't mean all of us will become Olodos and be putting out Olodo content. No, we will not do that. It has now become us. We are the ones that is going to rewrite this. We are the ones that is going to change the narrative. It starts with you. It starts with me. When I created the Ifa Business School, these are the things I talked about. The reason why Western education and MBAs has failed a lot of people. The people that are ruling the world economy, they don't have MBAs, but they employ people with MBA. That says a lot. That says a lot. The educational system that raised Baba Obafemi Awolowo, that built the first TV station, Western TV network, or what was it called? As a Nigerian, as a Yoruba man, he built and he launched the first TV station, WNTV, Eshe Gonisa. Western Network TV. The education that raised him, that raised the people that raised him, that's the education we are talking about. The education that raised Odua, what we have today as Odua Investments, that's the education we are talking about. The education that is legacy focused, that is not just about money that you are getting today, that is legacy focused, that trains us and teaches us holistically, not just about making money, but holistically. The form of education that puts community into focus, that puts your ori into focus, nǹkan tí orí ẹ yàn, nǹkan tẹ́lẹ̀dá ẹ yàn, not something that was written in jam form that you have to pick. The form of education that has the society in view, that has àjọṣepọ̀, collectiveness as its core value. The education that has integrity as its core value. Go back and see what Yoruba education is. Integrity and dignity. This whole Olodo uprising thing, I saw a picture side by side. They placed YC side by side with Pella. And they put YC's net worth and Pella's net worth. And they said, would you rather be called educated and intelligent with this net worth or Olodo with this net worth? Comment section says they will rather choose to be called Olodo with Pella's net worth. As though the way Pella made his money and the content that Pella is creating is the only way now that people get to make money. That broke my heart. Where is the Yoruba in us? Where is the Africa in us? That a good name is more valuable than money. Now, excuse me, listen here. They did not put Pella side by side with somebody that is in debt, somebody that is in penury, somebody that is poor, that is suffering, that is hungry. And they say, would you rather be on zero, hungry, homeless, no money, and be called educated and intelligent, or have this money? They put somebody that his net worth is still in thousands of dollars. Kini network, show, can you pull it up? I've forgotten the figures. Pella's zone was in millions. 1 million. This one was in thousands. They are not comparing him with someone that is broke. You cannot look at YC and say, God forbid that I will have this type of money. No. People that are in the comment section has not even made YC's kind of money. They are aiming to make Pella's kind of money under the same condition that Pella is. That's the society that we have. People cannot choose to say, I will be worth thousands of dollars. 500,000. Loco Funtani. 500,000. $300,000 to 500,000. $300,000 is about what? Is about $500 million in naira. So an average person in Nigeria right now cannot say, I want to have $500 million naira with a certain level of intelligence and integrity and dignity, and I will not be associated with this emptiness and rubbish. If they give you that 500 million in naira, do you know what you can do with it if you are intelligent? Do you know what you can do with it if you are intelligent? But you would rather be empty, olodo, and see, until you make money. Pella is a small boy. Pella has not seen life. His money will carry him to places, will give him opportunity to get to places where he will not be able to open the door and enter because of his level of education and intelligence. I'm not saying he's a dullard, no, but I'm saying what Olodo uprising represents in this case. I don't know Pella as a person. I'm using both of them based on that picture and what they represent in the context of this conversation. Another, what's his name, content creator that we have, comedian and content creator that we have is lawyer Lai. Is that what they call him? Lai Sabi, tall, slim. What is his stage name? Lai Wasabi. Okay, his name is Lai. He's a lawyer. That's the only content creator as at today that I can listen to and not feel cringe. That guy makes intelligent comedy, intelligent content creator. You see somebody that went to school and actually studied law, not auntie that has BSc in law. Auntie Lande, Ketode, Ati Soro, auntie Konto Sopa, only BSc in law. BSc in law. Layi does not have BSc in law. Layi is the opposite of Bella in this situation. They are both content creators. They are both gone viral. But you listen to content and you will be happy. The school fees that your daddy spent will be making you happy. Your certificate will be dancing inside your box when you listen to Layi speak. Layi went to kilo wan pe kini yen red kini kan kilo wan pe kini talk show kan by TEDx. Is that what it's called? TEDx, yeah. She went to give TED talk. It's called TED talk. TEDx, or yeah, I think that's what it's called. Layi went there and the guy made 15 minutes or 10 minutes or I don't know how many minutes of the conversation made me proud as a Nigerian. Can you give the Olodo uprising people, can you give them that platform to talk? Can United Nations invite them to speak on behalf of the youth of Nigeria? They don't know that there are places and things where that money will not take them to. They don't understand. And they don't know that some of us, life is not just about money. Education as a black person is not just about money. If you haven't registered for the Ifa business school, whether you have a business or not, these 16 principles that I pulled out of the Odù Ifá to create that 16 module course, you need to go into it. You need to understand it and learn it and find out how our people educated themselves. Why, as Yoruba people, integrity, good name went hand in hand with getting money and creating legacy. A kind of people that will not celebrate you in moral decadence. It doesn't matter how much money you have. Back in the day, parents would not even allow their children to be associated with you, despite the fact that you as a child, you are richer than their parents. That is the education that we had in Africa. That's the education we had as Yoruba people. That is the education that we need to go back to. That is the education that will remove these shackles that they've placed around us away. That's the education that will keep us out of that slavery. And nobody is setting up that kind of education in the real sense of it anymore. So you and I have to go and get that education for ourselves and give that education to our children. As your child is getting formal education, look for the skills that they have that they were born with. And let them get trained in the African way of growing skills so that they can benefit from other things aside from learning the skills. Yoruba educational system does not just teach a carpenter how to nail wood and put a nail on wood and nail it together. That's not the only thing that Yoruba education system teaches. It teaches that boy family values. It teaches him community. It teaches him integrity. It teaches him cleanliness. Teaches him how to balance everything together. How many of you got BSc and they told you that when you get a job, this is how to balance your home and work. In case you look for a job and you don't get it, this is what you are supposed to do in the meantime. This is how you work together with other graduates that are finishing from this school so that you guys can build and lift each other up. They taught you competition. They taught you a central grading system. That's one thing I will never be able to wrap my head around. A grading system for everybody in a world that has neurodivergent and neurotypical people. In a world where everybody has different capacities of learning. There is just one exam that determines whether you passed or you failed. That is already a failure. That's already a failure. That's already a failed system. Must you get it? Yeah, you should. Because the society we live in requires it at one point or the other. But aside from it, get the proper form of education on every level and layer that it presents itself. Auntie Lande, thank you so much. Build your timeline, your FYP, your what else is it called? Kilomangpe timeline. What other name do they call timeline? They call it FYP, they call it your feed. Grow your feed brick by brick. Control the kind of content you consume. The society is not going to help you do that. The society is putting chains on people through their content. The society is applauding trash content so that your mind can be captured into trash. They are throwing chains like this. The moment you open it and you start consuming, whoop, the chain is on you. And they are dragging you. They continue to drag you. One content after the other. One content after the other. The first one is just funny. The second one, we are just laughing. The third one, let's support our people. Until that becomes your reality. A friend of mine and I were speaking a couple of days ago. She had watched a movie. And in that movie, there was a European man married to his European wife, and the man had a secretary that was black, African American, and the man was cheating on his European wife with the African American lady. And she told me, she said, Ewa, it's disturbing that when I was watching that movie, I was low-key rooting for the black girl, despite the fact that she was cheating and breaking somebody's home. The movie did not give us a narration that the European woman did something wrong. But low-key, she said she had to catch herself that, why am I happy and supporting the fact that somebody else is cheating? He said, is it because he's a black woman that is being favored? I said, no. I said, because you have consumed a lot of Tyler Perry's movies. A lot of Tyler Perry's movies that you have consumed that has put the average black woman in this bad shape. So the moment your mind sees that there is a narrative that is supporting the black woman, low-key you are happy that, at least she's going to marry this white man. The man is spoiling her. The man is taking care of her. You already think she's a victim that needs to be saved. Low-key, your subconscious already looks at her that way. But the moment you catch yourself, you're like, whether European or African, no matter the color, nobody should be doing this. This shouldn't be right. Do you know how many of us rooted for Olivia Pope in Scandals? Look at me, I'm talking to you. How many of you has watched Scandal? Let's start from there. I need comments. Let me tell you what content is doing to you. If you have seen Scandals, Olivia Pope, what's her name? Kerry Washington is her name, right? Kerry Washington played the role of Olivia Pope in Scandals. How many of you have seen it? You're not commenting on comment section. I want to see all of you that have seen Scandal. Olivia Pope, Scandal. Olivia Pope and the president. What's the name of the president? Yes. How many of you were rooting for Olivia Pope? How many of you were rooting for Olivia Pope? Fitzgerald. How many of you were rooting for Olivia Pope? Meanwhile, Melly, that's Fitz's wife, right? Melly didn't do anything wrong. Melly didn't do anything wrong. If anything, Melly gave up on her law career to push that man to where he was. But low-key, I was in the US at the time he was casting on ABC while he was still showing as a series on ABC. I was living in the US at the time. A lot of us black women were rooting for Olivia Pope. First of all, my friend that said that she watched it, she said, Dami, go and see that movie, Olivia Pope. The person reminded me, there's somebody in that movie that reminds me of you. When you watch it, you will see. The first episode I watched, I saw Olivia Pope. I knew she was referring to Olivia Pope as reminding her of me. Now, we supported Olivia Pope, but what she did was wrong. It was absolutely wrong. What she did was absolutely wrong, but low-key, we supported her. My best friend who was married was rooting for Olivia Pope. We were confused. Yes. She was not rooting for... Let me explain it to you. Your best friend was not rooting for adultery. Your best friend was rooting for a black woman who had an opportunity to rule the White House with her woman power. She was literally ruling the White House. That was what your friend was rooting for. But we totally forgot that that was adultery. You see what I'm saying? That came from other content we had consumed. Other content we were consuming. She was rooting for adultery. She thought it was romantic, but she was a married woman. No. Do you know why I said she wasn't rooting for adultery? Because if it happens to her, she will not root for it. She will not say, go ahead and cheat on my husband now. They said now she's divorced. That says a lot. It comes from a lot of content that all of us... Exactly. Now, question is, why are black women cast in those roles? That's the point. Because they know that subconsciously, the person that is selling that role knows that black people... Now, that movie was, quote and unquote, it was an almost all-white movie. Right. I can count the number of people of color in that movie. Apart from Olivia, that other guy that works with her... I can count the number of consistent characters that were people of color. They will sell that narrative because they know that this is all white. Let's make these people of color feel like, she's smart, she's intelligent, she was ruling the place, and then she found her way into the White House through adultery, and there was nothing the president was going to do that was outside of her. It will make us feel good with ourselves. And it did make a lot of black women feel good. A lot of black people feel good. Low-key. And these are not people that will come outside and wholeheartedly support adultery. They are not people that will come outside and say, go and commit adultery if you want to know. But low-key, we supported it. Low-key, we supported it. The producer and the writer is black. Okay. Low-key, we supported it. That's the same thing that Tyler Perry is doing. Now, I respect Tyler Perry as a person of art. I respect his art. Yes, thank you, Shonda. I respect his art a lot. I love how Tyler Perry puts his stamp on everything that he does. I love how, Tyler Perry's My Dear's Homecoming, Tyler Perry's Beauty in Black, Tyler Perry's this, Tyler Perry's that. The way he puts his stamp on everything that he does, I love it. I love what he's building. But you see, that narrative has to just, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. His script is just okay. It's not... Stop. If you enjoy Tyler Perry's movies and the narrative in those series and movies, there's something wrong with you. If you have not come to a point where you feel like, no, this is okay. The first one is okay. You are trying to put something out. We hear. The second one, we are looking at it. Okay. By the third one, we are like, what's the problem? What is the problem? Like, what is this the only narrative you can sell? Somebody was saying that Tyler Perry is probably very angry that he's not the one that produced Polygamist. Because that looks like a story. That looks like what he will write and sell. In between, that's the story of an average South African. I was talking to Iyanifa, Dumade. She said she read in the comment section of one page while they were talking about the polygamists that every South African knows at least one Jonas. And she said she was shocked. Oh, I've worked with South Africans a lot. In fact, the story in polygamy sounds a lot like one of my clients. When somebody asked me to see it and I went to see it, the first thing I did was run to my client and say, did you sell your story to somebody? She was like, oh, you've seen the polygamist. I said, yeah, sounds so much like it. There were just a little tweaks and twists here. But that's the story of so many people in South Africa. That's like a culture in South Africa, what you have there. But the problem is when that becomes the constant narrative that you're consuming. It is defining something in your subconscious that you don't know. It is defining something in your subconscious that you don't know. And the day you need to pull something up, you will be pulling up that messed up idea. There are certain movies I will not watch. I said it on my live streaming, on my WhatsApp status, on a voice note. Nigerian community would know this movie by Femi Adebayo, Jelili. I can never. I can't. I just cannot. I cannot. I can't even make the statement. I cannot. You cannot find how. I cannot. It's not gonna happen. By the trailer that I saw, this is not my kind of comedy. This is not comedy to me. This is not the definition of comedy for me. Emphasis on me. Femi Adebayo is a great actor. Does Jelili define who Femi Adebayo is? No. But he puts out a story that people will buy. I'm not the kind of person that buys that. I have defined what comedy means. You want to know the kind of series that comes as comedy to me? Ask my family members. Let me call one of my children. Which of you is there? Call your sister. Okay, you come. In all the comedy series that we watch, which one do I always watch? Like you see me watching on my laptop, like it's just always playing, maybe when I want to sleep or something. Which of the comedy? Those comedy series that we watch.
Sheldon or Big Bang Theory.
Please move closer and say it.
Sheldon or Big Bang Theory.
My children know. Those are the kind of, now, if you have watched Big Bang Theory and you've watched Young Sheldon, you will know the type of comedy that I like. When I tell you that I watch Lai as the only person, I just called one of my children. There are 5 of them here. I just called one person randomly. They didn't know I was going to give this example, but they already know. Comedy that sounds like Big Bang Theory, Young Sheldon, comedian that sounds like Lai, those are the only ones that you cannot. Very enlightening. You know, comedy that comes with scenes. You are learning something and you are smiling, not. I was not raised to see Baba Sway as a comedian. With all due respect to his act and his craft, God bless his soul. He has passed, right? God bless his soul. I was not raised to see Baba Sway as a comedian. I was raised to see his art as ew. And that's not being classist. That's just the way I was raised. It's just the way I was raised. And it's the way I continue to raise myself. If I'm not watching Big Bang Theory now, you know, when I was asking, I said comedy that will just continue to play. It just continues. I've seen it from season 1 to season 13. I will continue to watch it repeatedly. I can just play season 4 again today and watch the episode that I've watched before. Every time it feels like it's new, it will be playing there in the background. If I'm not seeing that, I'm seeing one day at a time. That one is Cuban American. I'm seeing Fuller House. Those are the type of comedy that I watch. Don't come and stress my intelligence. Don't come and stress the education. Baba Sway was decadent, anti-black race. Thank you very much. Thank God I'm not the only one. I don't find cross-dressing as comedy. You see all these guys that come to make comedy and they have to wear wig and put on a bra and stuff it in and act like a woman to do comedy. You have lost me from that. What's wrong in you acting like a man? You've lost me from that. I'm not saying you are not intelligent. I'm not saying you don't have message to pass across, but me and people like me, you have lost us from that. I stumbled on one day. The guy wore one wig that is like this. Then he carried a bag. He was just running and running and running. And I was asking somebody that was next to me. I said, "Is this all the comedy is about?" You know the guy. He has one scattered wig. He'll just carry bag and he'll be running as if he's going to run into water, as if he's running on the road. I'm like, I'm trying to understand. I watched one. I watched two. I asked the person beside me, "Is this the only thing this guy does?" He said, "Yes." I said, "God, please save my children from social media. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but please. Olódùmarè, Ori, Egbe, Orishas, I don't know, but please save our children from what social media is giving us heartache." It's giving us a lot of heartache. I wish I can create my own social media. It's giving us a lot of heartache. It just makes, I don't know, it weakens. You know how they will say something is falling your hand? Like, you see such content and you're like, oh my goodness, where do we even start from? Like, where do we start from? Like, if we want to salvage this society, that's what you said. Please, comment section, if you can hear me and see me, let me know. I think it froze for a bit. Can you hear me? Can you see me clearly? Can you hear me? Can you see me clearly? Can you hear me? Can you see me clearly? If we are back, let me know. I think it went off for a bit. Can you hear me and see me clearly? I think it went off for a bit. It lagged. Okay, are we back? Can you hear me? Can you check if this is on now? Can you hear me now so that I know? We'll soon round off. I have about 6 minutes. Where are you? Here, on here. You can hear me now. Okay, so we have... No, it was not your signal. It was on this end. Open it up from there. It was from this end. I think we are back now. So the summary of everything we have said today. Everything that is going on right now, beginning from the education, neck deep in loans. It has messed up, it has failed. Now they have given us an alternative to say, hey, if you go to school and you did not get a job, come to social media, create trash content and we'll pay you for it. And where everything is targeted towards something, there's just one aim. That's what I want you to know. There's just one goal, there's just one aim, to continue the slavery and to continue the chains. So the question we're asking today is, you as a viewer, you as a person in the comment section, you as a person that is engaging, as a person that gives gifts on a platform, they need you to be able to fund this movement of change in our mind through content. This Olodo uprising, they need you and I to fuel it. So the moment you tell yourself that that content is okay, you will continue to consume it, you will continue to view and engage and gift and support the creators of those content, it will continue to be there. The chain gets on you and they are dragging you deep in. Where's the other one? Bring it is the one I'm using here. They will continue to drag you deep in. So if we want to change the narrative, it starts with us. As you are educating yourself, Western education, which is absolutely amazing. As you are educating yourself in Western education, which is absolutely amazing, are you still seeing it? Can you still see it? As you continue to educate yourself in Western education, make it a point of duty to educate yourself with every other form of education, including traditional African form of education. Look into your society. Go back to your roots and find out what form of education that your ancestors practiced. What is left of it? Find out what skills you were born with. Educate yourself the way they educated themselves, the way your ancestors educated themselves. Educate yourself in that. Your children that you are raising, as much as they are going to school, Western schools, make sure that they have alternative education in skills in the traditional way. When I say the traditional way, if your daughter has a skill of learning how to sew clothes, and you have taken her to fashion school in England, in Europe, in Paris, in all of those places, bring her into a society that values culture and let her learn that her sewing in that place too. Let her learn among people that are building community, building legacy. Let her learn among people that value family and community as you are building business. You will find in your society, in your environment. If you don't find, reach out to people that have. Let her learn to be part of a society as she's building her fashion brand or whatever brand that she's building. Let her learn the value of integrity and dignity in that business. You see what we have as the business and entrepreneurial world, dog eats dog society. Everybody thinks that success means pulling the next person down. That is the competition that Western education has created in us. That competition culture. Everybody wants to be first. I want to be first in my class. I want to be better than the second person. That competition structure of examining people and grading people, that grading system that Western education brought, is what brought this unhealthy competition that we have in our business world. That is what failed it. That's not African. African is community and collective base. One of the things I taught at the Ifa Business School, one of the 16 principles of business in that foundation class is Egbe, society. Yoruba traditional business principle, education principle believes in community and society. We rise by lifting others is a Yoruba sense of life. We believe in community. Everything we build, we know that one person cannot build an entire thing. So we work together, we collaborate together. This is the part that I know best. I call the person that knows this part, and together we build something. That togetherness is what your ancestors were raised with. Go and find that form of education and invest yourself into it. When we operate within our true modality, universe value is ensured. Exactly. Universal value is ensured. Find it. There are other forms of education, including traveling. The next time you have a travel opportunity, take it as two things. I'm going there to learn and I'm going there to relax. Don't let all your travel trips be about recording and creating content just to come and show the world that doesn't care about you. People that didn't put money together to fund your trip, they are your ultimate aim when you're on a vacation. They serve you food. Before you eat, you are creating content around the food. It's just about the content. You cannot eat and enjoy foreign food that you are eating. Ask questions about this food. Enjoy their spices. Enjoy and savor the experience. Savor the experience of being in another environment. Eat and ask them stories around their food. That's how I fell in love with Ethiopia. You see, for those of you that know Ethiopian food, two things would always stand out: Ethiopian coffee and injera. I love how injera is eaten in a family setting. It's a big tray. It looks like a pancake. It's made in form of in the shape of a pancake. It's made from cornmeal. You put it like that on the table, then you have different soups all around it like this, and we eat it as a collective. I don't like in a tray. I don't like to order injera and eat it alone. No, I want to eat injera with people. I learned the culture of collectiveness, of cooking and eating. Yes, with all sorts of meat and egg and all sorts of vegetables. And then their coffee that is served with popcorn. When I went to Rwanda, I also asked about their coffee. That was when I learned that, oh, the 3 top coffees in the world is Brazilian coffee, Ethiopian coffee, Rwandan coffee, in no particular order. I tasted it and I knew that, yes, I've tasted different coffee before I said Ethiopian coffee is the best. I lived in the Middle East for about 3 years at a stretch. And then I go to Rwanda, I tried Rwandan coffee. I was like, okay. Now, if I decide to do business, did you get their pepper? For which country, Ethiopia or Rwanda? If I decide to do business, go into business that have to do with coffee, by experience, I already know where to go to. The Egyptian coffee ceremony, yes, I love it. Rwandan pepper, no. I didn't really have any particular experience with their pepper. Akabunga. What I tried this thing in Kenya. I tried this food. It wasn't without food. Oh. The thing is white. It's made of cornmeal. They put it together and it's like, it is made into a shape that feels like a slice of yam, but it's made of corn. Then you eat it with spinach. The vegetable is not cut like this, like the way we cut our own vegetables to cook. Yes, ogale, yes, that's what it's called. Or is it ogale or ogale, something like that. It's very close to that gale pronunciation. It's very close to that. So it has spinach, ugali. Thank you very much, Sumaya. Ugali. It's called ugali. I tried it. I tried ugali, and they told me the story of ugali, you know, the different things that is there. I tried. Did I love it? No, I didn't love it. I did not love it, but I tried it and it was okay. I couldn't finish it because I didn't particularly enjoy it. So, you know, the person that says let's talk at some point, please, you can send the message through via DM or through the WhatsApp number that is posted on your screen. Educate yourself and learn while you're at it. Oh, it's only people that have money that can travel out. Travel in. It's not only when you travel out that it's called traveling. Travel inside that your country. Travel in that country that you are in. You live in Ibadan, travel to Oyo, go and experience Oyo town. People come to Nigeria to do Ifa and Ìṣẹ̀ṣe. They visit the historic places in Oyo. You have never visited the historic place in Oyo. I enter into some people's towns. I'm the one that will be telling them places in the town that they live. Explore. It is called education. Expand your brain, put your brain to work. Read books that would make your brain active. You already have social media and ChatGPT. That one is already dulling your brain. You can't think about anything. You already have autocorrect. You cannot spell correctly anymore. You will just type any rubbish. You will see options in autocorrect, you pick it. You don't know that you are weakening your brain cells. That's the Olodo uprising they are talking about. Educate yourself. Get education. You owe yourself that before you leave this life. One day is going to matter. You are going to have an opportunity one day, and your level of education and exposure will be put to test. Your level of education and exposure will be put to test. I beg of you. I beg of you. it is very important as Yoruba people, as Africans, as we return to our roots and our culture. These are the things that we are returning to. These are the things that we are returning to. Back to the educational system and the values. The educational system and the values that our people were raised with. Retrain your mind. Right now, I've given my children an option. Once you finish high school at age 15 or 16, it's not compulsory for you to go into university immediately. Don't worry, it's not compulsory. See, this world is not compulsory that you go into university immediately. You are going to get a degree in university, but you don't have to go immediately. Because right now, you probably haven't figured out what you want to do. And that's okay. I'm not going to waste my money to send it to school. And now you're saying, oh, I want to study medicine. Then 4 years down the line, you say, I discovered I have a talent in music. Then 3 years down the line, I think it's law. I'm not going to fund that rubbish. I'm not going to fund it. So listen up here. What we are going to do is this. Ifa will tell us what your skills are, what you have come to this life to do. Then the moment you finish secondary school, we are going to train you hands-on, the Yoruba African way on that skill. In the process of learning that skill and building it up, if you get to the age of 21, 22, and you begin to have sense as an adult, and you are looking at life, then you decide, I want to go to school to study this, yes. Because right now, if I had a choice about 10, 12, 15 years ago, I wouldn't study computer science technology that I did. I will be studying business, not in Unilag, not BSc marketing in one Nigerian university where the lecturer that is teaching me has never handled a business in his life. I would have taken money out because I started to grow business before, while I was not even working for anybody. I would have gone to Lagos Business School to learn about business from people that are actively building business. I would have used that money to get myself into some business clubs and business societies. I wouldn't have wasted my father's money to study computer because it's not useful for me. But at the time that I went to school and got a degree, computer was the best course that was worth the amount of money that my father was spending in school. Babcock University didn't have medicine then, they didn't have law then. How many science courses did they have? Computer was the in thing then, and I went to school, I studied it. I did well, I crammed and I reproduced what I crammed, and I finished with a 2-1, and I'm grateful. But did I ever have to tender that BSc? No. The first time I entered into a place and they said, can we see your BSc result as a requirement, was when I went to China to register my company. It is compulsory in China. You have to have a bachelor's, a first degree or equivalent of bachelor's in your country before you can register a company. That's the only time, 26 years after, I would have done another course that is relevant. I would have studied herbalism and traditional medicine. I would have studied international business. I would have studied business strategy. So I've told my children, after you have done high school, it's okay, relax. Let's face the world and know let's see where the world is going. After we see where the world is going, then you can now go to school and say, maybe at the time you are even going to do BSc, you will pay for it yourself because you'll be able to afford it. Does that mean me as a mother, I will not support you? I will support you, but you can flex as a child to say, Mommy, don't worry, I will pay my BSc myself. That's a proud mother moment, though. I beg. Nobody is rushing you to, so relax. Don't be scared. Nobody is rushing you to get a BSc. It's not. Let's focus on the other forms of education. And traveling has been one form of education that I have been investing in with my kids. Consuming literal contents, books, is one thing. If you know the way I buy books in boxes, picking and choosing the kind of information that my children is being educated with, that's why I'm homeschooling. The lie of Western education that is sold to us, it has passed. You cannot tell me that lie is a lie. You cannot tell it to me anymore. This time around, I am choosing what my children consume as education. I'm choosing it. We are handpicking it. We are picking it. Handpicking it one by one like this. I have a daughter that's finished high school. She has finished high school. And right now, we are taking gap years. Not gap year, gap years. What her calling is, that thing that she loves to do, that Ifa says this is what she will do, that's what we are putting it. Can I also save as Dami? Easier to call. Ewa is my name. If you call me Dami now, I might not answer because you're probably the only person who will be calling me Dami. I can't remember the last time I was called Dami. My brain does not respond to Dami as much as it responds to Ewa. So call me Ewa, yes. That's easier to save and pronounce. So we are doing that now intentionally. I'm picking my children's education intentionally. The kind of books they read, the kind of content they consume, the form of education we are focusing on intentionally. You are not going to use my children as garbage units. It's not going to happen. Like it cannot happen. And let every one of us to, as adults, choose the content you consume. If you're on this live streaming and your only goal in life, if I ask you, what's your goal in life? I just want to make money. Until you need therapy. If your only goal in life is I just want to make money, you need therapy. This conversation is not even for you. You need help. I'm serious. I'm not even gaslighting you. You need therapy. You need help. You need to heal from whatever it is that makes you feel like the only thing you are here on this planet to do is to make money. Money is important, very, very important. Don't get me wrong. But when money becomes the only goal you have, you will do anything at all to get it. It doesn't matter what is being, you will do anything to get it because that's your goal. You are supposed to do anything to get your goal. But when your goal transcends money, just money, your goal includes a certain quality of life. Your goal includes legacy building, community building. It includes rest, genuine rest, relaxation, exploring, having fun, good health, a good life, good quality life. Meeting people, building relationships. When your goal in life combines all of these things, then you will not tell yourself that you will do anything to make it happen. The moment you can specify your goals and choose, then you will also be able to choose the way that you want that goal to be achieved. You will be able to say no to certain things. You will build choices for yourself. But if the only goal you have in life is to make money, you have left yourself without option. Anything to make money, you will do it. We have come to the end of the teaching for today. I have another meeting that I need to attend to here. I have another meeting. Let's do this. Okay. Continue until we stop. I have another meeting I need to attend to. Eshegoni Adupe. Temiyemi Oju Enimala. He said, please, Iyanifa, follow back. You see this page is Ifa College page. It's not my page. This is not Iyanifa Ewa's page. It's Ifa College page. So Ifa College is an institution that chooses to follow who they want to follow. At the moment, I heard Ifa College is just following 3 people at the moment. And those 3 people are part of the community of Ifa College. So if I have my own page, which I don't really do, I don't do social media on a personal level. I don't see any need to be putting to create an entire page for my personal life. I'm not a content creator, so I don't think I've ever had a personal account on social media aside from Facebook back in those days. Everything you see me put online is a brand that I'm representing. Today, I'm the face of Ifa College. Tomorrow, it might be somebody else. Day after tomorrow, it might be somebody else, you understand? So, but thank you so much for following. We have come to the end of this, and I'm thinking, now speaking of content for our children, How many of you were here when we launched bring our book, the children's book? Okay, I think it's here. How many of you were here when we launched our children's book? How many of you were here when we launched our children's book and when we named the book for children? This is our children's book, Ase For Today for kids. This is for superstars age 7 to 11. Age 7 to 11. This is Ase Nation for teenagers. This is a daily devotional. So every day they have something to read, to learn. They learn the Odù Ifá. They learn so many things about Yoruba culture, Yoruba tradition, and Africa as a whole. And then we have this other one for the little children. This for the little children, age 3 to 6. So we have this. Now, a couple of weeks ago, we named these two characters. So these two characters are products of Ifa College. The image, their name, their image, and their identity are trademark products of Ifa College. So we named them. What's her name?
Ewa.
And what's his name?
Ase boy.
Okay, his name is Ase, actually. So this is Ase and this is Ewa. So the two of them are ready to create content for our children. So you will head over to YouTube, right? You will head over to YouTube. The YouTube channel is, please type it in the comment section. The YouTube channel is Ase Kids Network. Type it in the comment section as a single word, Ase Kids Network. So you head over to YouTube. If you are catching a replay, the link is in the description box below. Ase Kids Network. The first video has been dropped there, Ase Kids Network, as a word. Ase is A-S-E. Okay, it's typed there in the comment section. Let me pin it. Ase Kids Network. Every week we'll be dropping another episode teaching our children about Ifa, about Yoruba culture, about Africa as a whole, about our values, about our culture, about our language, and every other beautiful thing in between. That will be a channel that is safe to say your children can watch it without any monitoring. You are not scared of the kind of content that is being put out there. You are not worried about if they are putting things into your children under the guise of this. You are not worried about overstimulating. There are some cartoon programs that is just too overstimulating for the brain of children. You are not worried about that on the Ase Kids Network. So we have dropped the first episode yesterday, which was Sunday. So every Sunday there will be another episode drops down there for your children to watch, to enjoy. As parents, you can also watch alongside. If you have ideas of what you want your children to learn and you want us to animate it, maybe there is a value or there is something that you have seen in the society among children that needs to be addressed, just send a mail to us. Go to the Ifa College website, drop a comment, send a mail, drop it in comment section, drop it in the inbox, drop it on WhatsApp, put a call through, whichever way you can get the message across to us. We are building our children, my children included and yours. So we get to control what our children watch and listen to. It's going to be fun, entertaining, educating, rewarding, and it's not going to be addictive. We are trying to not put something that is addictive and hyper stimulating out there for our children. So Ase Kids Network is the YouTube channel. We'll be expecting you there. So we have come to the end of the live streaming for today. Let's make our Iwure as we round off. If you have any questions, we have the next 5 minutes. No, you have a minute. If you have a question, it's not even 5 minutes. If you have any question, okay. So the main YouTube channel is Iyanifa Ewa TV. Iyanifa Ewa TV is our main YouTube channel where you will catch replays of the previous episodes of our live streamings. Ase For Today is our daily live streaming that streams every morning, 6 a.m. Nigerian time. That will be 1 a.m. for those on the EST. Ase For Today is not going to continue tomorrow until next week. We still have a week break until next week. We are still tidying up a lot of things. So next week, not tomorrow, Ase For Today will continue next week. If you are catching a replay, you will check the times in the description box below. Eshe Goni Adupe. láṣẹ Èdùmàrè nǹkan táwọn Aláṣẹkù ṣe kò ní bàjẹ́ lórí wa. This Yoruba nation that we are rebuilding, this Africa that we are rebuilding, àwọn tó ṣàwòkù sẹ́yìn fún wa, wọ́n á kún wa lọ́wọ́ láti ṣe láṣepé láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àwọn alálẹ̀ ilẹ̀, àwọn tó láyé, àwọn tó nílẹ̀, wọ́n á kún wa lọ́wọ́ láti ṣe láṣepé láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àṣèbà kọ́dá o, àṣèbà ṣẹ̀dá, Elédùmarè ọba tẹ́rẹ̀ kárí ayé, àṣèbà àníkíbà wa ṣẹ o. Òràn ọmọ níṣẹ́ fàyàtì, àṣèbà ọba tó lọ kọrin kése, ọba lánàá, ọba lénìí, ọba títí ayérayé, ọba tí ń fọba jẹ, ọba tí ń gbẹ́kún ọmọ ẹ̀ tí ń ta tí wéré, àṣèbà àníkíbà wa ṣẹ o. Olódùmarè ọba lánàá, ọba lénìí, ọba títí ayérayé, àṣèbà àníkíbà wa ṣẹ o. Ajagunmalé olúwo òde ọ̀run, àṣèbà olúbíkin ọ̀sán ìbíkin, àṣèbà àṣèbà àwọn tó tẹ̀ ká tó tẹ̀, àṣèbà àwọn tó dá ká tó dá. Mo ṣèbà olúwo mi, mo ṣèbà àwọn ìyá àbíyè mi, mo ṣèbà àwọn Ìyánífà mi, mo ṣèbà olúwo, mo ṣèbà Odùgbọ̀nà, àníkíbà wa ṣẹ o. Àṣèbà àwọn lọ́balọ́ba níjòyè níjòyè lórígun mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin àgbálá ayé níbi tí gbogbo yín ti jókòó lórí ìtẹ́ àwọn bàbá yín tẹ̀ ń pàṣẹ. Àníkádé ó pẹ́ lórí yín, àníkírùkẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ́ lọ́wọ́, kí bàtà pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀, káṣẹ pẹ́ lẹ́nu, kí ìlú yìí kó má ti orí yín tú láṣẹ Èdùmàrè, àníkíbà wa ṣẹ o. Àṣèbà gbogbo babaláwo, gbogbo Ìyánífà, gbogbo bàbá lórìṣà, gbogbo ìyá lórìṣà, gbogbo àwọn àpẹ̀tẹ̀bí, gbogbo àwọn eléwé ọmọ, gbogbo àwọn oníṣègùn, gbogbo àwọn lẹ́kùnlẹ́jà, gbogbo wa tá a jókòó, àwọn bàbá ẹgbẹ́ ìyá ẹgbẹ́ tá a jókòó tá a ṣiṣẹ́ ẹrúnmọlẹ̀, àṣèbà àníkíbà wa ṣẹ o. Gbogbo àwọn ọmọ ilé Ajíbọ́lá ni mo kí, Ajíbọ́lá mi ògbódò ọ̀rà, mo kí ìyá mi Àbẹ̀ní, mo kí onílé, mo ṣe ogbó atọ́, ogbó ẹdọ, ogbó kọrin kése, ogbó alàwòrò lótù fún gbogbo ọmọlé Ajíbọ́lá, látòrí àwọn olúwo, ẹ̀yin olúwo mi àsápè ọlà, ẹ̀yin alábẹ́nú àsásí, ẹ̀yin ògbé màálù mi tìwotìwo, mo ṣèbà, mo ní kíbà mi ṣẹ o. Ẹ̀yin ìyá àbíyè lékelèké gbàràdà mọ́dà àbíyè, mo ṣèbà yín, mo ní kíbà mi ṣẹ o. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin apènà, gbogbo ẹ̀yin lísà, gbogbo ẹ̀yin balógun, gbogbo àwọn ọmọ onílé látòkèdókè láì dápá kan sí ni mo ṣèbà fún, àníkíbà wa ṣẹ o. Mo ṣèbà yín ìyá mi Ọ̀pàkẹ́ Àlàkẹ́, ẹ̀yin ìyá mi ọ̀sá méjì, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ ní ọdún yìí tá a wà nínú ẹ̀, ẹ̀yin ọ̀sá ẹlẹ́yẹ, ẹ̀yin ìyá mi òṣèrò mọ̀nìgà, mo ṣèbà, mo ní kíbà mi ṣẹ o. Mo ṣèbà yín olókìkí òru, ẹ̀yin atẹ̀dọ̀jọ̀rọ̀ òró, ẹ̀yin apanimáyọ̀dà, ẹ̀yin ọlọ́mú kan tí ń fún gba ọmọ ọlọ́mú ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ kan tí ń bẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀ méjì ìjà, ẹ̀yin ìyá mẹ́ta, ẹ̀yin ìyá ẹlẹ́yẹ, ẹ̀yin ògbẹ́kún ọmọ ẹ̀ta tí wéré, ẹ̀yin àbíamọ ọlọ́jà gbọ̀rọ̀gbọ̀rọ̀ tí ò jẹ́ kọ́mọ ó jábọ́, àṣèbà àníkíbà wa ṣẹ o. Àṣèbà àwọn ìyá mẹ́ta, àwọn funfun, àwọn dúdú, àwọn pupa, ẹ̀yin tẹ́lẹ̀dùmarè gbélé ayé lé lọ́wọ́, àṣèbà yín àníkíbà wa ṣẹ o. Ọdún yìí ọdún ẹ̀yin ìyá mi ẹlẹ́yẹ ni àníkẹ́ ẹ̀yọ́nú sí wa, ẹ̀yọ́nú àwọn àgbà òun la béèrè fún lọ́dún yìí, ká rí bá ti ṣe, ká rọ́nà gbégbà, ẹ̀yin tẹ̀ ń jí ayé, ẹ jẹ́ káwa náà ráyé ṣe láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo àwọn òrìṣà tá à ń ṣọ̀sẹ̀ fún lẹ́yìn la ṣèbà fún, àníkọ́lọ́sẹ̀ ó gbà kọ́ má dà sí wa lára o. A ṣe músòmúsò ẹgbẹ́ o, a ṣe àkíkà ẹgbẹ́ ayé, ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀run, a ṣe ẹgbẹ́ àkíkà, ẹgbẹ́ àṣẹ́ẹ̀gẹ̀, àníkíbà wa ṣẹ o. Ifá olókun asọ̀rọ̀ dayọ̀, Ifá ẹlẹ́rìí ìpín, Ifá torí ẹni tí ò sunwọ̀n ṣe, Ifá finimọ̀nà ọmọ aráyé, àṣeyé ìpà Ifá o, àṣeyé ìpà Ekin, àníkọ́lọ́sẹ̀ ó gbà kó má dà sí wa lára, kíbà wa ṣẹ ọ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àti tí wá kọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ Ifá mi lénìí, ó ti dénú wa gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọlúàbí tá a jẹ́, ó ti dódindi, ó ti múre ajé wá, ire ọlá ire ọlà wá fún gbogbo wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ọ̀sẹ̀ tuntun tá a wọ̀ lénìí á sàn wá síre, á sàn wá sówó, á sàn wá sáyọ̀, á sàn wá sí ìlera pípé, ìdùnnú, àṣeyọrí, ìgbéga àti àìkú tí ń ṣe baálé ọ̀rọ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Nínú ọ̀sẹ̀ tuntun tá a mú yìí, àní fẹnu kọ, àní fẹsẹ̀ kọ, àní ṣubú dànù, ibi tílẹ̀ tí ń yọ̀ lórílẹ̀‐èdè ayé yìí àní bá wọn rìn ní gẹ̀rẹ́gẹ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀bẹ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àwọn tó láyé wọ́n á fi jíǹkí wa, àwọn tó nílẹ̀ wọ́n á fi jíǹkí wa, àwọn tó ṣílẹ̀kùn ọjọ́ èní wọ́n á fàyè gbà wá nínú ọ̀sẹ̀ tá a mú yìí láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àwọn tó láyé á dúró tì wá, ire lọ́tún ire lósì wọ́n ní àtọ̀tún àtòsí báyìí lẹ́yẹlé fi ń kóre wá ire gbogbo ló máa jẹ́ tiwa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè àní ṣubú dànù àní ṣe lásán gẹ́gẹ́ bí òbí ẹrù tálábíàmọ ìtú wọn ní gbé wá káwa mọ́lé láṣẹ Èdùmàrè èmi àti yín ò ní fàìsàn ló gbà ọ àní dùbúlẹ̀ àìsàn fọmọ ọmọ ò ní dùbúlẹ̀ àìsàn fún wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè ire gbogbo báyìí òun ló máa jẹ́ tiwa ajé ògúngúlú sọ àwa filé wa ṣe lé àfọ̀nà wa ṣọ̀nà láṣẹ Èdùmàrè àní ṣe lásán gbogbo àwa tá a jókòó tá a ń ṣiṣẹ́ ẹrú mọlẹ̀ iṣẹ́ táwọn ọ̀yà mi ti parí iṣẹ́ táwọn ọ̀yà mi ti yọ́nú sí iṣẹ́ tẹ́lẹ̀dùmarè ti parí òun ló máa gbé wá fún wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè àwa ní fọmọ ṣiṣẹ́ àní fọkọ ṣiṣẹ́ àní faya ṣiṣẹ́ àní fira wa ṣiṣẹ́ iṣẹ́ tá a máa ṣe tá a máa gbé tẹ̀lé ẹlẹ́ni sórí tá a máa gbé tiwa sílẹ̀ Elédùmarè ò ní darí ẹ̀ sí wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè ire owó ire ọlá ire ọlà òun ló máa jẹ́ tiwa ẹ̀yọ́nú Ọlọ́run ọba ẹ̀yọ́nú ènìyàn òun ló máa jẹ́ tèmi àti yín láṣẹ Èdùmàrè àwọn tá a máa bá dòwò pọ̀ àwọn tá a máa bá da nǹkan pọ̀ tó máa di ìkà tó máa di ìdènà Elédùmarè ò ní jẹ́ ká pàdé wọn láṣẹ Èdùmàrè èmi àti yín ò ní tẹ́ní tìkà àní bákàrìn àní báwọn ẹni bí dòwò pọ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè ẹni títí ẹ ti bàjẹ́ àní bá dòwò pọ̀ tá a bá wá ṣèṣì bá dòwò pọ̀ kò ní bá tiwa jẹ́ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè àwọn tó la yá yọ́nú sí wa o àwọn tó nílẹ̀ á yọ́nú sí wa o àwọn tó ṣílẹ̀kùn ìní wá yọ́nú sí wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè wọ́n ní àwíṣẹ báyìí òun ní tifá àfọ̀ṣẹ ní tọ̀rúnmìlà wọ́n ní àbátá lágẹmọ́ bá dá òun lòrìṣà òkè ń gbà àwa tún ti dábàá lẹ́ni Elédùmarè ọba òkè ti bá wa fàṣẹ sí ó ti rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ó ti ṣẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ ò láṣẹ Èdùmàrè wọ́n ní kí Ifá ó bá wa ṣe k'Elédùmarè ó bá wa ṣe àwọn tó ṣàwo kù sẹ́yìn kó bá wa ṣe a ní kí Ifá ó bá wa ṣe kí Elédùmarè ó bá wa ṣe àwọn tó ṣàwo kù sẹ́yìn kó bá wa ṣe kí Ifá ó bá wa ṣe o k'Elédùmarè ó bá wa ṣe àwọn tó ṣàwo kù sẹ́yìn kó bá wa ṣe tiwa láṣẹ pé o láṣẹ Èdùmàrè wọ́n ní ká kí onírú pé wọ́n ṣe wọ́n ní ká kí ọlọ́bẹ̀ pé ó ṣe ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá wa jẹ́ náà wọ́n ní ká kí yín pé ẹ kú àìbínú títí ọ̀sẹ̀ tó ń bọ̀ tá a tún máa pàdé lórí ètò èmi ní tí yín ní tòótọ́ ọbabìnrin Awóbánkẹ́fà tí gbogbo ènìyàn mọ̀ sí Iyanifa Ewa. Until next week when I will come your way again, I remain yours ọbabìnrin Awóbánkẹ́fà, popularly known as Iyanifa Ewa, the founder of Ifá College. You should head over to the website ifacollege.ng to check out our courses and books and materials that we have for sale. If you are just coming into Ifá, we have a program titled Now That I've Come to Ifá, What Next? Now that I've come back to my roots, what next? How do I start my journey? How do I continue my journey? How do I guide myself on this path that I know nothing about? Ifá College is going to guide you. All the videos that you have watched on this live streaming is available as a replay on our YouTube channel, Iyanifa Ewa TV. The YouTube channel is Iyanifa Ewa TV. The Kiddies YouTube channel is Ase Kids Network. Ase Kids Network. You will be there to watch and guide your children into watching. Until next time, Ifá gbé wa, ìṣẹ̀ṣe á gbé wa, àwọn Aláṣẹkù wá bá wa ṣe tiwa láṣepé o láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. If you have not downloaded my free book, Èṣù is Not Satan, head over to the website ifacollege.ng and download a free copy of that book, Èṣù is Not Satan. Send the link to your friends, to your family members. Sorry? Send the link to your friends and family members to also download a copy of my free gift, Èṣù is Not Satan. Ẹ ṣé gan ni a dúpẹ́ o, ire gbogbo báyìí òun náà la máa bára wa ṣe láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àbọrú Àbọyè Àbọṣíṣẹ o. Ogbo Ato Asure Iworiwo fún Grand Rising and welcome. Is it Grand Rising? No, it's good evening. Everywhere you are, it's good evening. Good evening, and welcome to another episode of our live streaming. We're supposed to stream tomorrow, but we won't be able to stream tomorrow because tomorrow is going to be a busy day for me. So we're streaming today instead. Yeah, our Sunday morning live streaming will not be holding tomorrow, so we are streaming today instead. As you join, kindly let me know where you are streaming from. Alafia to every one of you. Àbọrú, Àbọyè, Àbọṣíṣẹ, Royal Art. Royal Art, where are you streaming from today? Ṣé gan ni ń bolẹ̀ tí ń gbọ́ wa lénìí? Mo ṣe Àbọrú, Àbọyè, Àbọṣíṣẹ. So today we are streaming. We are streaming today instead of tomorrow. Egbeji the Grace. Thank you so much for joining us. Let me know where you are streaming from as you join in. Let me know where you are streaming from as you join in. We're not going to be having our live streaming tomorrow, so we are streaming today instead. And today, I am breaking down a topic that we all love. You know, I said this month we'll be talking about issue, right? So today, we're breaking down the topic, Issue is Not Satan. For those of you that have gotten a free copy of my book, Issue is Not Satan, please drop a comment in the comment section. If you have gotten a copy of my book, Issue is Not Satan, please drop a comment in the comment section. Have you been able to download Àbọrú, Àbọyè, Sumaya? Have you gotten a copy of the book, Issue is Not Satan? If you have gotten a copy, please drop a comment in the comment section. Let me know that you've gotten a copy of the book, Issue is Not Satan. It's free. It's a free copy. It was my own way of saying, you know what? Let me celebrate everybody that has been there for us and that is still here with us. So that was our own way of saying, hey, Issue is Not Satan. So you've gotten your own. Iyanifa Ewa, SPD Galaxy, Ẹṣé gan ni adúpẹ́, Ogbo Ato Asure Ìwòrìwò fún. Let me know that you are here with us. Let's share with as many people as you can. Share with as many people as you can. Àṣẹ Àbọrú, Àbọyè, Àbọṣíṣẹ. Share with as many people as you can. Click on your screen and let's get this live streaming blowing. How has the year been? Aku Odun, Aku Yedun. Your brother introduced you to the live stream. Oh my goodness, that's beautiful. We need to say, Elédùmarè, Ifá gbé brother you, Ifá will continue to promote that person that invited you. See, there are some things I need to address today. There are some things I need. Ayobami was the one that introduced you. Oh my goodness, that's beautiful. Queen B Esther, Ẹṣé gan ni adúpẹ́, how are you doing? Thank you so much. There are some things that I need to address today. Before we get into it, there are some things I need to address today because I'm seeing a lot of things in this Ifá and ÌṢẸṣE community, particularly on this black app. Tó yẹ pé ó ń dójú tì yàn nǹkan tí ò dá olórúkọ méjì. There are some things that are happening in this Ifá community that we need to talk about. They are I don't want to use the word disgraceful things, but báwo ló ṣe máa sọ pé nǹkan tì yàn lójú in Yoruba without using the word disgraceful? I mean, it's not nice. It's not nice that we're experiencing this kind of thing. So let's get more and more people on this live streaming, and then I will talk about that. If you have not downloaded the free copy of my book, Issue is Not Satan, please head over to the website, ifakole.ng. ifakole.ng on the website. You'll be able to download a free copy of the book, Issue is Not Satan. That's one of the misconceptions that you all need to change. Issue is not Satan. So who then is Issue? You'll find out on the website. You'll find out in that book who Issue is. Issue is not Satan. So I said there's something we need to address in this Ifá and ÌṢÄШE community. There are some things that we need to address, but let us keep tapping. Let's keep clicking on the screen. Keep liking, keep sharing, keep reposting to as many people as you can. And let's get this live streaming on. Let's get it to every other person that needs to see it. Àwọn nǹkan kan ń ṣẹlẹ̀ tó dẹ̀ ń tì wá lójú. I'm seeing a lot of things happening, and I don't even think it is it's not nice. It's not good, especially on this black app. It's not good. So recently, I'm not very, how would I put it? I'm not very, I don't spend so much time on social media, like just scrolling through social media. I'm not a social media person. I have way too much work to do than to spend time on social media. And this is not a shade to people that have time to spend on social media. There's no problem with it. But I need those of us that are leaders of community, Ifá and ÌṢЭШE community, those of us that are leaders of communities, Babalawos, Iyanifas, Babalorishas, Iyalorishas, that are leading Ifá community, to understand the fact that the moment you come to this app and you are identified with Ifá, you are no longer representing yourself. You are representing an entire community. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ ní Yorùbá. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá ti wá sórí social media, tẹ́ ti fi orúkọ Ifá, tẹ́ ti so mọ́ ara yín pé onífá ni mí o, babaláwo ni mí o, ìyánífá ni mí o, babalórìṣà ni mí o, ìyálórìṣà ni mí o, bàbá ẹgbẹ́ ni mí, ìyá ẹgbẹ́ ni mí, tẹ́ ti identify mọ́ Ifá lórí social media apps yìí, mo fẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ mọ̀ pé ẹ ṣiṣẹ́ ara yín mọ́ o. Ṣiṣẹ́ ara yín mọ́. Tó wáyé pé òrìṣà bùnmi ló ń jẹ́, tó ti dórí social media tó ti sọ fún gbogbo èèyàn pé ó ti di ìyálórìṣà bùnmi, you are no longer bùnmi, ó ti di ìyálórìṣà. You are a representative of Ifá and òrìṣà. And anything that you do on social media, àwọn èèyàn máa wò pé Ifá ló ń ṣe. Àwọn èèyàn máa wò pé àwọn ancestors wa ló ń ṣe. Wọ́n máa wò pé àwọn òrìṣà ló ń ṣe. Àwọn èèyàn máa wò pé you are depicting ìṣẹ̀ṣe. So if you want to act by yourself, pé nǹkan tó bá wù mí ni mo fẹ́ ṣe, I'm just going to do whatever the F I want to do, then don't attach Ifá and òrìṣà to your name. The moment you attach Ifá and òrìṣà to your name, you are representing the entire Yoruba nation. You are representing the entire Yoruba people, and people will be looking at you. A lot of things has been happening in the Ifá community, especially on social media, and the people that we are encouraging that they should come back into Ifá, they are asking us, "Pé ṣé Ifá tó ní ká padà wá náà ni?" People are asking us that, is this the Ifá that they asked us to come to? Is this the ÌṢЭШE that they asked us to come to? Is this the go back to your roots and the and tradition thing? You will see Babalawos and Iyanifa set ring light. In the last few days, I don't know, I just decided to pay attention to certain things. Àwọn Babalawo, Iyanifa, Babalórìṣà, Ìyálórìṣà tí wọ́n níṣẹ́ tó ń ṣe. You have clients you are supposed to attend to. Ẹ wá set ring light. Ẹ wá máa ṣépè fúnra yín. Words that you cannot even repeat them with your mouth. Because people don't agree with you. Because Christians and Muslims don't agree with you. Ẹ wá bọ́ sórí live streaming. Ẹ máa ṣépè fún yàn. Ògún ló máa ṣe kinní kan fún yín. Àwọn ọmọ yín máa ṣe kinní kan. Is there something wrong with you people? Kí ló ń ṣe yín? Ṣé bá gbàlagbà lẹ pera yín? What is going on? These last few days, I don't know, they've been dragging one Babalawo that is in Benin Republic. I don't want to mention names. I'm not here for that. You want to correct another Babalawo, ẹ wá gbé sórí social media. You will now bring the case to social media on a live streaming that has all sorts of people on that street. And you are calling out another practitioner, and then some people are taking sides. They will now be telling themselves, Iyanifa yẹn ní sùúrù, Babalawo yẹn ní sùúrù. What is going on? I don't understand what is going on. What is going on? It is nǹkan tó ń tìyàn lójú ni. Lórúkọ méjì tá máa pè nǹkan tó ń tìyàn lójú ni. You can come on your live streaming, you can do your program without sounding so crude and uncivilized and uncultured. Without sounding so uncultured. Àwọn èpè, àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tó yẹ pé wọn gbọ́dọ̀ bá lẹ́nu ẹni tá a pè lágbàlagbà. In the name of what? You want to support ÌṢẹ̀ṣe, you want to support Ifá. Can't you people have conversations without sounding derogatory? People are watching us, oh. I wish you understand that people are watching us. The moment you come into an online space and you are identified with Ifá, people are watching you. People are listening to you. A lot of people want to come back home, but they are observing the community that they are coming into. They have gone to religion. They have been part of communities that they want to break out from. Wọ́n ti lọ sí church, wọ́n ti lọ sí mọ́ṣáláṣí. They have seen the mess that is going on there. They want to come back to their roots, but they are observing. They are observing what is going on. Wọ́n fẹ́ wo bá a ṣe ń ṣe. And then they come on those, it's live streaming, anybody can watch it, it's not a closed community. Then you people are there. People are insulting each other. Agbalagba. Elders that are supposed to be elders, they are insulting each other with their private areas. Like you actually set ring light and you open your mouth, this your cultured mouth, and you say things like that, insulting somebody with their private part. Like, is there something wrong with you people? Who raised you? Ilé wo lẹ ti jáde? Ta ló tọ́ yín? Wọ́n kọ́ yín ni. Didn't they raise you to know that there are certain things that people don't say in public places? You will now see them, 3, 4, 5 of them. The whole screen will show box. One to be 20 níbẹ̀. This one will now come. Are you serious? I'm trying to imagine myself and the group of people that I lead right now. Almost 200k people on TikTok alone. I'm trying to imagine if that was the first encounter we had about Ifá. You think we will come into Ifá? No, I would rather stay in my house and be seeking God in my house than identify with a community like that. Because what it tells me is that the day that I disagree with these people, this is the way they will drag me online, ridicule you and make a mess of you. It's not fair. You are representing a community. You are representing Ifá. Àwọn nǹkan kan wà tí wọn gbọ́dọ̀ bá lọ́wọ́ yín. If a babalawo is doing something wrong, you people don't have community where you can call the person to order. Wọ́n ní ilé ẹni, inú ilé ẹni la ti ń jẹ ọ̀pọ̀lọ́ tó ní dòdò àbí báwo ló ṣe ń sọ. You now want to correct another practitioner, you bring it into public place. Obviously, you people have something against that person. Ẹ ti ní ẹni yẹn sínú tẹ́lẹ̀. You just want to take advantage of whatever situation is going on out. Dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé gbogbo ìṣẹ̀ṣe lẹ fi ń ṣẹ̀sìn. People were calling me to go and see those videos. See, Iyanifa, go and see your people. People were in my DM telling me, Iyanifa, go and see your people. The Ifá that you are investing your life and your money and everything into, go and see how they are doing it. Kódà. Harmony àgbàlagbà ò kì í ṣe láńgbáláńgbá. It is not. There are some things that should not be. That must all those conversations must it come on a live streaming? Must it come on a live streaming? You people cannot call each other. Ní ilé ní awo tẹ́ lè pera yín sí kẹ́ sort out your problem within your community in closed doors. Everything has, and the number of hours that these people spend on live streaming, sometimes I wonder, do they have clients at all? Ṣoníṣẹ́ tó ń ṣe ṣá. Somebody is on live streaming talking about how ọ̀rọ̀ tí ò ní meaning kankan rárá, and they are on that live streaming for like 8 hours. 8 hours. Nínú how many working hours do people have? I understand that there are certain sect of people who are trying to say, oh, we want to correct what the Bible is saying. We want to correct what the religion is saying, all of those things. But you can do it without making a fool of Ìṣẹ̀ṣe. You can do it without making a mess of what everybody is trying to build. all the odds has been against us. All odds has already been against Ifá and Ìṣẹ̀ṣe for years. What we are trying to do right now is to rebuild that image, to rebuild the dignity, the integrity, the image, and the perception of Ifá. That's what we are doing right now. We don't need all of this drama that you guys are doing. We don't need all of this drama that you guys are doing. If somebody has reported a babalawo, find people within their community. That person must belong to a community. Find the people within their community. Àwọn tó lè gbọ́ràn sí wọn lẹ́nu, report to them and let them handle the person. Every profession has associations here and there. How many times do you find group of doctors coming online to drag another doctor? They have an association. They will call that person to order. And if the person has completely violated it, all you will see is what? A disassociation. This person is no longer associated with the Nigerian Medical Association. This person is no longer associated with so and so. But you people come online and you just thrive on drama. You just enjoy to be talking. You just enjoy it. Honestly, Ojugba miti fún yín. Ojugba miti fún yín is not, excuse you. Abba, please, to anybody that it may concern, I know there are a lot of you that watch my live streaming in window. I'm not saying everybody has to be as posh as I am. Some of us were raised like that. But even if you were raised in an uncultured environment, some of you need to learn what online communication, public communication is. You need to learn what PR is, public relation. You are in a public place representing a brand. And you see all of them. Ifá. Òun ló wà níwájú orúkọ wọn. You are representing a community. You are representing a group of people. And you should do it in such a way that it brings dignity, it brings integrity, and it brings respect to the people that are putting their life on the line for it. Ẹ fi àwọn àgbàlagbà tó ti lọ níwájú wa, ẹ fi wọ́n ṣe àríkọ́gbọ́n, ẹ fi wọ́n ṣe example. Look at the people that have gone ahead of you. Make them as an example. How many times would you find Baba Elebuibon, Professor Wande Abimbola calling out their fellow babalawos, or you think there is nobody in their age range that has crossed the line? How many times will you find them calling out people, insulting them, using derogatory words for them? Iwapele is the core of Ifá. Ifá does not have commandments here and there. We don't have thou shalt not do this, thou shalt not do that. Iwapele is the core of Ifá. Where is Iwapele displayed in 2, 3, 4, 5 grown-up people insulting themselves, using those words that you can only hear them láàrin àwọn ọmọ tá à ń pè ní ọmọ gọ́tà, láàrin àwọn agbèrò, people that are not cultured, àwọn ọmọ, I don't want to use those words. That is where you hear those words. Ewa said ring light, and you'll be repeating it to each other, exchanging words. Now, after you have done that exchanging of words, please, can I understand what have you gained? In that conversation, Tetini, how have you moved Ifá and Ìṣẹ̀ṣe forward? What has that added to you as a person? I came across one today. Wọ́n ṣàn sọ fún bàbá yẹn, ẹ ní sùúrù sà, òun ò ní ní sùúrù ni, òun máa ṣépè fún gbogbo ilé wọn ni. Can you imagine? Tẹ́ ẹ bá ti wá ṣẹ́ ìpè yẹn tán, ẹ jọ̀ọ́, what has he added to anybody? Ẹni tẹ́ ẹ ṣépè fún online, is the person, if the person steps out of their house, is somebody going to see it that you have insulted him? Is it going to change what that person has done? The change you are trying to effect, the correction you are trying to effect, are you able to effect it in a space where people are throwing insults back and forth? No. Has that added anything to Ifa and Ise-Se? No. On the flip side of it, it has reduced us. Certain people will never associate with such a thing. Look at everything I have been able to do in Ifa community over the last few years. You think if this was the community that I met, somebody like me will stay? You think somebody like me will come into this place and be investing millions of my money into this thing, not knowing if a return is going to come back? You think somebody like me will leave my job, leave businesses that I have been building to come and invest in Ifa College, writing books, researching, if this was the kind of community that we saw? Ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe é re o. Our ancestors are really counting on us. A lot of you don't know. Mọṣẹ́ tí àwọn irúnmọlẹ̀ gbé fún yín. You don't know the kind of work you've been given. A lot of you don't know. There is a lot of work to be done. You can spare 8 hours of the day coming online to insult. Over the last 5 days, ọ̀rọ̀ máa yẹn ló ti ń sọ. I'm still wondering ìjọ́ tó máa tán. At the end of the day, what have you been able to do? Ẹni tẹ́ ń drag láti bí 7 days. The guy has not come to respond one sentence. Ẹ wá ń fi gbogbo ìṣẹ̀ṣe, ẹ̀ ń fi gbogbo onífá, ẹ̀ ń fi wọ́n ṣẹlẹ́yà níta. People are there laughing at you. Is this the Ifa that they want us to come back into? Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, please. Some things are nǹkan tí ò dá ò lórúkọ méjì. Ẹ jẹ́ ká lè bára wa sọ nǹkan tí ò dá ò lórúkọ méjì. Can you disagree with somebody? Yes. Must you set ring lights and come and display that in a public place? No. 2 weeks ago, I was teaching about Ifa and structure. I was teaching about the fact that one of the reasons that religion has been able to stand these hundreds of years that they have been standing is because they have structure. One of the most important things in structure is PR, public relation, public perception. As terrible as religion is, with all the vices that is going on in religion, the reason religion is still selling today is because they have they have invested a lot in PR. The way people look at religious organizations, the way they have been able to build the lie that they are telling, and they have been spreading it wide and far, they are investing a lot in the way people perceive them. If we are going to build anything that is going to stand the test of time, we have to rebuild our image and the perception that people have about us. Forget the fact that Andafa, Antaoshe, Anse Gbogbo, that one is bare minimum. Ifa is bigger than that. That is bare minimum. You want the government to pay attention to you. Excuse me, hold on. Àwọn tí wọ́n set ring light, tí wọ́n ṣépè fúnra wọn, tí wọ́n pera wọn ní derogatory words, using swear words on each other on online. Imagine that one of those people has gone to the Lagos state government to say, please include Ifa studies in the Ministry of Education for nursery and primary school students to be able to learn Ifa. And their proposal is sitting on the table of the Commissioner of Education. And then somebody in that office is flipping through social media and is seeing that same brand, calling somebody, going to the extent of insulting each other with their private areas on social media. You think that that proposal you dropped will be taken into consideration if they find out that this is the image you are building online? You think all these government establishments that we are trying to get their attention, international bodies that we are trying to get their attention, you think with all of these things, they will take you people seriously? You think so? Or you think the Ifa we are building, it is us that is going to build it? Go and look at all of them. How much of their money, their personal money and time have they invested into the growth of Ifa? I don't mean Endafa, Entaoshe, Entakini. That's for your personal gain. I mean how much of your money and your time and your resources have you put selflessly into moving Ifa forward? Everything we are building in Ifa is beyond us. If you sit down and calculate in financial value, how much is going to take us to take Ifa from where it is to where it is going to be? We are talking hundreds of billions in dollars. You think you and I are the ones that is going to raise that funds? No. And we are very lucky that UNESCO has added, I think as of 2018, UNESCO has added Ifa to one of their historic facts. They have universally accepted Ifa as a traditional and historic knowledge that should be preserved. We have already, that foundation has already been laid by some fathers that went before us. What we are supposed to do is just build on it. Are these the people that are going to build on it? You don't know that all of these organizations, government bodies are watching us online. You don't know. Do you know how many people have reached out to Ifa College since I started, telling us that we love what we are doing. We want to be able to be part of it. We love how you are setting the tone for Ifa and ÌṢЭШE. You think we got there by coming online and talking? It saddens my heart. It saddens my heart because if you know how much our ancestors long to see a day like this, if you know how much our forefathers are watching on the other side, hoping that we are able to rewrite this story. Ẹ wá jókòó síbẹ̀, ẹ ń fira yín ṣẹlẹ́yà. Every day. In the last 1 week, Masha máa wò pé tó bá dijọ́ kan máa rẹ àwọn people yìí, tó bá dijọ́ kan máa rẹ wọ́n. No. At the end of the 5 hours they spend online, turn off the ring lights and ask yourself, what have you gained? What have you accomplished? What have you done? You cannot run a live streaming without cursing out on somebody, without insulting somebody, without acting out of character. And then you will come and say the government is not taking us seriously. If you are the government, will you take yourself seriously? No, excuse me. If you are the government, will you take yourself seriously? Please, you are representing a brand. You are representing an entire nation. You are representing an entire group of people. If you know you cannot do it well, you can bear you put your father's name there and drag it into wherever depth of mud you want to drag it into. But please, stop watering down what some people are spending every fiber of their being to build. Stop. Ijo Sunday, last week Sunday was when the Odù Ifá was divined for the new year. Since that day, I have not slept in my house. I have not slept in my house, traveling through West Africa to find out what is happening here. What is Ifa doing there? How are we moving this year? Especially because this year is Osameji, the year of the mothers. From one meeting of female awo to another. What is the tune for this year? Gbogbo ayé ló dáfá fún, àwa nìkan kọ́ ló dáfá fún. The divination was done for the whole world, though. It's not me alone, no. Some of us that they are working underground, making sure that things are moving forward, making sure that the world is seeing us in a good light. And the rest of you are there. And you come out and be saying, gbogbo àwọn òrìṣà tó wà nínú ilé mi wọ́n máa ṣe kinní kan fún ẹ, àwọn òrìṣà ṣe kinní. You think that is what the òrìṣàs are there for? So that you can drag their name online to come and curse somebody out. Nǹkan tẹ́yin fòrìṣà tí ń ṣe nìyẹn. A couple of days ago, in the process of this talking, I'm better than you are better than me, somebody is better than Kinikan. One woman was on live streaming. Mommy Yema Jumilo Dada, an elderly woman, so as to be able to brag about the soap that I'm selling is better than the soap that somebody is selling. She said she sold soap to a 19-year-old boy. The 19-year-old boy came back after 3 months to show her the soap has worked, and he drove a car of 18.5 million, and the boy gave her 1 million naira and gave everybody in her office 100k each. No, and I sat down there and I was wondering, and you really have to come and say this on a live streaming? No, excuse me ma, iṣẹ́ kí lọmọ 19-year-old ń ṣe tẹ́ ń gbọ́ṣẹ́ lé lọ́wọ́ tó ra mọ́tò 18 million. On that live streaming, she was calling people in the house. So, ẹ̀yin ọmọ yẹn wá, how much is the car that that boy bought? Everybody too was attesting that he bought car of 18 million. You and I both know that 90% of the chance, Yahoo lọmọ yẹn ń ṣe. And even if it is not, you have already given your audience that idea. If you want to talk about such a thing, can we say it in such a way that we are not putting pressure on every other 19-year-old? Gbogbo ẹni tó wà lórí live streaming yẹn sìn, is that soap that they are all looking for? A soap that will make you buy 18.5 million naira car in 3 months, and we make you be dashing people. Are you people okay? And you people don't know that internet will never forget. Internet will never forget. That statement alone from that woman, and she has a large following, you have already put pressure on young people online. Nǹkan tí ò sọnù òun làwọn ọmọ yẹn máa wá kiri. Nǹkan tí ò sọnù ló máa wá kiri. Ẹ̀ta ọṣẹ fọ́mọ 19-year-old, ó ra mọ́tò 18.5 million, ó dá ṣẹ̀yìn ní 5 million, ó fáwọn ọmọ ní 100,000. In all of this conversation, you did not tell us what the boy does for a living. At least, I'm not saying that a 19-year-old cannot do something legal for a living to be able to buy that. I'm not saying that. I mean, a 19-year-old is an adult. He can decide to say, I want to sell a house in Banana Island. I know the seller, I know the buyer, and his profit in that transaction might be 50 million if he sells a house in Banana Island or in LA or in wherever. But so as you are representing a brand, there is perception to what people are listening to. Give them that conversation, that information in such a way that it is not painting Ifa bad. It is not painting Ìṣẹ̀ṣe bad. We are still trying to rewrite the story that Ifa is not get rich quick. And you are here saying you sold soap to somebody in 3 months, they bought a car of... Are you okay? And that mommy, she is older than me. Mommy Yema Jumilo Dada. After that live streaming now, trust me, at least 20 people will be in our DM wanting to buy that soap. 18-year-old, 19-year-old, 20-year-old, no job description. And they will also come into my own DM. There's one soap that one woman, is you I want to buy it from. Not the one that will make people come and say, is this she Ifá tonic tele noni? If the network is breaking, please follow with your mind, okay? There's nothing I can do to control the network right now. So please, I needed to say that. As many of us have identified with Ifa, whether you're a public figure on social media or whether it is in your house and in your community, I beg of you, remember that you are representing an entire race. Remember that the moment you identify with Ifa, people are watching you. You are representing the entire Yoruba people, home and abroad. Represent us well. Represent us well. Let people look at you and be able to say, ẹni yìí jẹ́ kí Ifá wù mí. I was not planning to leave, but the way I look at you every day is making me fall in love with Ifa. Nǹkan tó yẹ kó máa máa sọ nìyẹn. If you have a problem with another Ifa priest, ẹ jókòó sínú ilé yín, go and sort it out there. There is no need to set ring lights. Is it because of this TikTok money? Is it because of this TikTok money? Because I know that a lot of you, constantly, TikTok is paying you for coming on live streaming. So you always look for, and people like drama. So you will give them drama. Every day, there's always one drama so that there will be a lot of people on your page. It's not, Ifa is more than that. Ifa is more than that. If only you know that Ifa is more than that. I beg of you, ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣeré. Our ancestors are looking at us. We have another opportunity to rebuild Ifa and Ìṣẹ̀ṣe. Let's do it right. Let's do it right. Ẹ jẹ́ ká wo àwòkọ́ṣe àwọn bàbá tó ti lọ níwájú. Take Professor Wande Abimbola as an example of people that you will follow. Baba Elebuibon, take them as an example of people that you will follow. You are following Ifa College now. From the little you have seen about Iyanifa Ewa, take them as an example of people that you will follow. And if you have friends among them, ẹ pè wọ́n sí kọ̀rọ̀, ẹ bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀. Let them know that these things they are doing, it does not make sense. Help us to beg them. We are fighting every day. My friends and I have been able to get our way into the government of the day. We have put out a letter to them asking that they add Ifa studies into the curriculum of primary and secondary school. We are hoping, we are praying that it will be approved. These are the things that we are fighting for. And it's not going to come by all of these things you are doing. They are watching, people are watching us. And we need support of people externally. Iṣẹ́ Ifá yìí a lè dá ṣe. We cannot do it alone. And the people that are going to support us, that are going to give us, huge amount of money to push Ifa to where we want to push, they are serious-minded people. They are cultured people. They are people that have sense and they are concerned where their investment is going. Those people are not on TikTok comment section sending 1 or 2 roses. But the only place that they can see you, the only place that people can evaluate you these days is on your social media presence. People are watching. What is going to happen to Ifa in the next 5 years, whether we will remain here or we will move forward, is in the hands of all of us today. Ọwọ́ gbogbo wa ló wà. In your little community at home, at your workplace, on social media, represent Ifa well. There are certain things that you want to do it. You want to, is doing you like you should just shout at that person. Let Ifa constrain you. Think of the community. Think of what our elders are doing. Ẹ fi ṣoṣùn, ẹ fi para. Ẹ fi ṣoṣùn, ẹ fi para. People are saying that would be nice so that we can teach our culture in school. Some of us are fighting for that. Some people are going down this way. And eventually, when we get it done, and they announce that, oh, Ifa studies is now a subject to be taken in secondary school, they will be the first person to set ring like, aso bẹ́ẹ̀, àwọn òrìṣà ti ṣe, àwọn òrìṣà èèyàn ló lò láti ṣe. Àwọn tí òrìṣà dẹ̀ lò láti ṣe, wọn ò sí lórí live streaming, kó máa ṣépè fúnra wọn. Wọn ò sí lórí live streaming, kí wọ́n máa fi 5 hours, 8 hours máa fira wọn ṣẹlẹ́yà. They are not on live streaming calling out other babalawos. They are on the field working tirelessly. You know how the system in this country is. You have to know somebody, to know somebody, to know somebody, to know somebody. We are tirelessly on our phone calling one person. Do you know anybody here? Do you know anybody here? Who do you know here? Who do you know here? Just to make sure that this thing is a reality. And there are just a few of us that are doing that. The rest of them, wọ́n joyè TikToker elépè. Set ring light lójoojúmọ́, máa ṣépè, máa ṣe. Anyway, wọ́n ní àbọ̀rọ̀ là ń sọ fọ́mọlúàbí, tó bá dénú ẹ̀ á dodindi, ẹni tó bá létí kó gbọ́, ẹni tí ò bá ní kó má gbọ́. But àwọn ọ̀rúnmọlẹ̀ ń wo gbogbo wa báyìí. Ifá ń wo gbogbo wa báyìí o. Ifá is looking at all of us like this. Àwọn Aláṣẹkù wọ́n ń wo gbogbo wa báyìí o. Our ancestors are looking at us like this. When the people that are doing it right begin to benefit from doing it right, heavens help any of you that open your mouth and say, yeah. Is she the only one? When we were grinding, going away from family, having sleepless nights, putting in the work, you will answer the question, where were you and what were you doing at that time? Is this year, Osameji has said everything will be exposed. We will see it this year now. We will see it. Atẹ́gùn máa fẹ́, a máa rí fùrọ̀ adìẹ. We will see the people that are moving forward and the people that are just hiding behind Ìlẹ̀kẹ̀ Ifá. Ọdún yìí la máa rí. Á ṣẹ̀mí gbogbo wa, á ṣojú gbogbo wa. We will see it. And when the people that are doing it day and night are benefiting from it, heavens help you if you open your mouth and say, it's because she's sleeping with the babas that are in the tub. That's why XYZ and ABC is happening. By the time they start to call some of us into the international place and summits to present our report of things that we have done with Ifa, and we start to get the attention of the who and those that matter, both home and abroad, you will still set that same ring light and be saying, because that's the only thing you will say. That's the only thing. But now that we are doing it, so when the benefit of it come, make sure you stick with the side that you have been. Ifá gbè wá, ìṣẹ̀ṣe á gbè wá, nǹkan tá wá sọ lé nìkan yẹn. But for those of you that have ears, please hear what we have said. This month we said we will talk about issue, and we have a book out. Issue is not Satan. It's a free book on the Ifa College website. It's also on the link in the bio of this page. You will find it. The issue is not Satan. So that's what we are going to be talking about today. We are going to be reviewing that book, Issue is Not Satan. That's what we will be reviewing today. If you have downloaded a copy of that book, please send a drop a comment in the comment section. If you have downloaded a copy, drop a comment in the comment section. If you have downloaded, it's a free book. I decided to give the book out free for as many people as want to learn. Issue is not Satan, so who then is Issue? If you have downloaded it, Issue is not Satan but a devil. Please wait and listen to the end of it. Issue is not Satan, Issue is not a devil. That's the misconception we are correcting. Issue is neither is issue Satan or the devil. Okay, you've downloaded it. Eshegoni Adupe. Download it. Download it. Download it. Issue is not Satan. If you have not downloaded it, go to the website of Ifa College. ifacollege.ng is the website. Download the book Issue is not Satan. If at any point the screen is freezing, if at any point the network is hanging or freezing, just exit and join again. Where can I download it? You can click on the link in the bio of this TikTok page. If you are catching a live streaming, click on the link in the bio. If you are catching a replay on YouTube, every link you need will be in the description box. Or you can go to the website. Go to the website. ifacollege.ng is the website. You'll be able to download it from there. Issue is not Satan. So this book has 4 chapters. The introduction says, before you fear issue, understand issue. Before you start to say, hey, me, I'm not a child of issue. First of all, understand who issue is. So the first chapter says issue is not Satan. Second chapter says issue at the crossroads. The third chapter says issue and accountability. And the fourth chapter says reclaiming issue in the modern world. And then you also have a private study. You have reflective questions that you can use in your own private study by yourself. Reflective questions. So we're going to start from issue is not Satan. This Odù Ifá Oturukponse is an Odù Ifá that we have treated before. The first day of this month. Yeah, we treated Odù Ifá Oturukponse. So we have talked about that. If you missed that live streaming, please head over to the YouTube channel, Iyanifa Ewa TV on YouTube, to get a replay of that video, Odù Ifá Oturukponse, where we were talking about issue. So I'm going to be reading now and explaining to you as we go. By the way, the book is written by me, so everything I say here in the person of I, first person, I'm referring to myself. I have sat in rooms where the name issue was spoken like a curse. I have watched people flinch. I have heard grown-up adults lower their voice as if the name itself will bring danger. You know, when people want to say, issue, issue, they will now whisper like this. I've heard grown-up adults do that. I grew up in those rooms. I know the fear that lives inside that flinch because I carried it myself. I grew up in a religious environment and I know what they said to us about issue. That fear did not come from Ifa. It came from a man with a pen. It came through a theological agenda. It came when the Bible was translated in Yoruba in 1842. The name of that man was Bishop Samuel Ajayi Crowther. He was the first African bishop of the Anglican Church, a Yoruba man who had been captured into Atlantic slave trade as a child. He was rescued by a British Navy that converted him to Christianity and eventually commissioned him to translate the Bible into Yoruba. In that translation, he rendered the Yoruba word issue as Satan. Bishop Ajayi Crowther was the one that did that. He was the one. We have a name to the person that created this misconception. All right. And that single translation planted a wound in several generations of Yoruba people that have been living with that name. I'm not telling you this so that we can persecute or dislike Bishop Samuel Ajayi Crowther. No. He acted within the world that shaped him. He was paid to do this translation. He was instructed to do it. So despite the fact that he was one that did the translation, he was bigger than him. It was more than him. He was doing something that was orchestrated. It was a big plan. That was just the minute part that is his own. So this book is not an argument. It is a correction. And that correction is possible only when we understand what was actually broken. Now, let's get into what was actually broken. The man, the Bible, and the mistake that became a law, the mistake that became our reality. Before 1842, the Yoruba people had no written word that Eshu is evil. Before 1842, when Samuel Ajayi Crowther translated the Yoruba Bible, there was no record anywhere that Eshu was evil. No. There was no Yoruba elder who went to a grove and prayed to Olodumare for protection against Eshu. None. There was no Ifa divination that listed Eshu among the Ajoguns, the negative forces of this world. None. Because Eshu is not an Ajogun. He was never classified as one within the Yoruba cosmology. He was and he remains an Orisha. Now, we have negative forces of life, right? We call them Ajogun. The negative experiences of life, Iku, Arun, Epe, Ewon, all of those things. But Eshu was never listed as an Ajogun. Eshu was never listed as a negative force of life. When Samuel Ajayi Crowther's Bible reached the hands of Yoruba leaders, Yoruba readers and Yoruba speaking missionaries, a new logic was introduced. And the being that we call Eshu, the Bible now told us that he's Satan. Say the name often through the text. They preach it on their pulpit. They put it in their Sunday lessons. And before we could go from one generation to the second and to the third, the fear of Eshu and the misconception of Eshu was already instilled. That mistranslation became a memory that every one of us is carrying. Now, if you're a Christian and you're Yoruba and you're coming back to your roots, one of the things that you will struggle with the most is identifying yourself as Omo Eshu. It's easy for us to say, I'm Omo Oshun, Omo Batala, Omo Yemoja. But you see that Omo Eshu, a lot of us still say it whispering. How do I say I'm Omo Eshu? How do I say I love Eshu? How do I say Eshu is my father? We are still fighting a memory that we have carried for so long. This is what happened. It was not through one person. It was through repetition. Yes, Bishop Ajayi Crowther translated it, but there was the repetition. Several generations of repetition is what brought us to where we are today. That fear that you have about Eshu, you did not choose it. It was installed into you from birth. It was groomed in your society. Now, let's find out what Yoruba cosmology actually says. Let me tell you who Eshu is inside of Ifa, not who a colonial translation says he is. Because we all say Eshu is not Satan. So the next question we should be asking is, who then is Eshu? Eshu was the first among the Orisha to receive Ashe directly from Olodumare. That is not a small thing. Ashe is the divine force of creation, recreation, and activation. It is the power that makes things real, that gives word the weight and the sacrifice that makes them move. When Olodumare distributed Ashe to all the Orishas, Eshu received it first. This is why every Ebo and Etutu that we give in Ifa and ÌṢÄШE begins by acknowledging it at Eshu. Tá a bá ṣẹbọ, tá a bá ṣètùtù, ìdí Èṣù la máa ń gbé lọ. When we give Ebo and Etutu, the first place we take it to is Eshu. Eshu was the first to receive the Ashe that Olodumare gave other Orishas. Eshu is the divine intermediary. Eshu stands between the human world and the world of the other Orishas. Eshu stands between this human world and the world of àwọn Ajogun, the world of the negative force. The negative forces include Iku, to be unalive, Arun, disease, Ofo, loss, Egba, Oran, trouble, curse, Ewon, imprisonment, Epe, negative infringement, and all of those negative forces. Eshu is the one that stands as the intermediary defending us against this negative force. Imagine that is the same Orisha that they demonized, that they called all sorts of names. Now, if you understand this, you understand that this is the precise reason that Eshu became the target of demonization. They could have picked Obatala, they could have picked Yemoja, they could have picked Oshun. Why Eshu? Because the moment you break the bridge, if you want to stop everybody from this side, everybody on this side from going to the other side, you will break the bridge. You will just cut down the bridge. The moment the bridge is cut down, you know that nobody goes from this side to the other side. Instead of having to deal with them one by one, just break the bridge. And issue is that bridge, and it was broken. So this thing was targeted. It wasn't a mistake of, let's forgive Samuel Ajayi crowd that he just made a mistake. No, the people that told him to go and do it, it was a targeted plan. It was well crafted. Think about it carefully. If you wanted to separate a people from their spiritual protection, which force would you attack first? You would attack the one that stands at the gate. You would attack the one whose cooperation makes every other spiritual movement possible. You will attack the one that stands as the intermediary. So that was well planned and well thought of. They thought among themselves, let's demonize Eshu so that we can cut them off from every other Orisha. Instead of demonizing all the Orishas one by one, demonize Eshu so that they do not have access to the other Orishas. Demonize Eshu so that there is nobody to protect them from the negative forces of life. And that they did. Now, you can cut a people off from their entire spiritual communication system. No prayers will reach the Orishas without Eshu. No Ebo will travel to the Ajogun without Eshu. No divination opens without first acknowledging Eshu. Eshu is not optional. Eshu is structural. And the missionaries knew this, and they aimed directly at that structure. As you join in, click on the plus sign to follow so that the next time we are on the live streaming, you are able to join us. Somebody says, please reveal our community gift. You can find it by tapping. Okay. Please click on the live gift. Are you asking me to do that, or you're telling the rest of the community to do that? Is it me you're asking to do that? I don't get the question of that person. Please, if you can explain your question better. They didn't demonize Eshu by accident. The intermediary between human and divinity is always the first target, so that they can control the line of communication, and that's what they did. Now, for those of you that says that, oh, even if Eshu is not the devil, even if Eshu is not Satan, Eshu has some form of evil. Eshu is the one that brings negativity. See, I told you that you need to unlearn that misconception. Excuse me. Religion told you that there is a God and there is a devil. God is the one that does good, the devil is the one that does bad, and then both of them are now competing with each other. Any good thing you want or you receive, God is responsible. Any bad thing that happens to you is the devil. You hear people, Ishuni, Ishuni, is the devil. Is the devil that did this. That is the idea that you had, but I'm about to debunk that idea. Are there negative forces in life? Yes. Who created both the positive and the negative? Olodumare. The divine and supreme being was the one that created both positive and negative. Yes. This is the first lesson you learn in Ifa. They will tell you to raise up your hand like this. Raise up your hand like this. Look at your palm. Look at the other side. You see the difference between the two, and they coexist side by side. You cannot go out with this one and not go out with this one. That's how Olodumare created life. So there is no devil that is responsible for evil and God is responsible for good. No. Now, the negative forces of life in Yoruba language, we call them àwọn ajogun. Eshu is not listed on that ajogun. Eshu is not listed on that ajogun. Eshu is not on that list. We're reading this book, Eshu is not Satan. To get a free copy of this book, head over to the website ifakolek.ng and download it on the home page, or click on the link in the bio of this TikTok page if you are catching this video live. If you are watching a replay, all the links you need will be in the description box. You'll be able to get a free copy of this book. Eshu is not part of the Ajoguns. Now let's go into it. Ifa identifies several Ajoguns. They are the forces that work against human destiny. They represent the negative side of life. When a person is not living in alignment, those negative forces show up. When Ebo has not been made, when Iwapele has been abandoned, Ajoguns will lead. Iku, Arun, Ofo, Oran, Eshe, Ewon, Epe. They will lead. When there are negative things, as long as you are not in alignment, you make it easy for the Ajogun to take over your life and your existence. Olodumare created them as a balance. They are not evil beings or demons in the sense of what Christians call devil. They are just cosmic forces that represent consequence of disorder. Responsibility, accountability, those are the two major things in Ifa. Remember that we have said that. Now, when you make choices, life is cause and effect. When you make the wrong choices, there are consequences and effects of it. This is where the Ajogun comes into play. They are there to put a balance in everything. Ejiogbe represent light and blessings and goodness. Oyekumeji represents the opposite. Then Ifa brings the balance. Now, Eshu is not listed among the Ajoguns. Eshu is not listed among those negative forces. He has never been. Inside Ifa, Eshu is an Orisha that mediates between the Ajogun and the human being. So when you hear people saying, it's Eshu that did it, oh, it's Eshu that brought this sickness, it's Eshu that is tempting you, it's Eshu that made you sin, Eshu is not responsible for that. Take responsibility as the adult that you are. Take accountability for the choices that you made. And understand the fact that Ajoguns are the ones that is coming to balance that your wrong choice and your misalignment is not Eshu. When a person's path is blocked, when illness approaches, when loss is cycling, the diviner consults Ifa and the appropriate Ebo is prescribed. That Ebo is carried to Eshu. Eshu takes the sacrifice to the spiritual crossroad and negotiates on behalf of that human being with the Ajogun. Eshu is not the cause of the affliction. Eshu is the one that helps you with the remedy. Eshu is the one that helps you with the remedy. You give your Ebo to Eshu. Eshu gbà lọ, ẹgbà gbà lọ, ohun ẹ̀rí ẹ f'Eshu. Eshu gbà lọ. Eshu la máa gbé ẹbọ fún tó máa gbà tó máa gbé fáwọn Ajogun. Eshu is the one that mediates on your behalf. So for every time you say she is the devil, she is responsible. Boya ko lọ kúnlẹ̀ sí di Eshu and go and ask Eshu to forgive you. Babe, I'm sorry, I did not understand you like that. Because a lot of times Eshu was supposed to have shown up for you. He should not show up for you because you have used this your mouth. Otifi Soros Eshu. And Eshu is one Orisha that has pride like that. Oh. If you do anyhow with Eshu, you will collect anyhow. And a lot of you have been collecting anyhow in the name of something that your family members instilled into your head. Omo Odudua, thank you so much for that gift. The role of carrying messages and medicine between human world and the unseen world is the role of a divine servant of the highest order. This is the role of a protector, not a predator. The role of Eshu is a protector. Eshu is the most empathic Orisha that we have. When we are giving Iba to Eshu, we say Elekun sun ekun, Laaroye sun eje. That's Eshu. The person that owns the situation is crying tears of their eyes. They are the one, or they are the owner of the situation. When Eshu decides to carry that matter on his head, Eshu is crying blood out of his own eyes. The person that owns the situation is running a diarrhea and they are going to the bathroom to stool poo. Eshu carries the matter on his head and is going to the bathroom to pull out his intestine. Eshu will carry it wọ́n ní ẹran èṣù níṣẹ́ ẹni kò jẹ dáadáa. Ibi téṣù máa jẹ dé ìwọ ọlọ́rọ̀ ló máa ní kò tí ì tó yẹn. You gave ebo to Eshu and you sent Eshu on an errand and you say, are you sure he's going to do it well? You, the owner of the matter, you are the one that will call Eshu back and say it has not reached like that. Relax. Eshu is the most empathic Orisha that we have. The one that carries our matter. If you are looking for any Orisha that is your intercessor, that is standing for you, representing you, your advocate is Eshu. Forget what the Bible told you that they say Holy Spirit is your advocate, Jesus is your intercessor. Iro is all bunch of lies. If there is any spirit being that fits into that position, it is Eshu. Now, before we conclude this, let me see. Before we conclude this, I want to pause at this point and say something. I saw a video online. Those of you that are on my WhatsApp status, I corrected that video. Somebody made a video, somebody in the community. The person is an Edo priestess. I think she said her name is Princess Ewa, something like that. Something. She's a doctor princess. She's not in Nigeria. I think she lives either in the UK or Canada, something. A lot of you have probably been seeing her on social media. I started seeing her video maybe last year or upper year or something when she did her itefa, like, because I saw the video of when her hair was scraped and all of that. Now, see, I am all for people sharing their journey online. I love it for everybody that is coming into Ifa, going back to African spirituality, and they are sharing their journey. I'm all up for that. Share your journey, share your experiences, it's beautiful. But please do not pass off as an authority when you have not had years of learning experience. Do not pass off as an authority when you do not have years of learning experience, learning and practice experience. Being called a priest or a priestess, a babalawo, babalorisha, Iyanifa, Iyalorisha, Baba Egbe, Iya Egbe is a profession that people spend at least 1 decade learning and practicing before they earn it. It is not because you have done Itefa yesterday and you have ring lights to set and you can talk and spirits have called you. In Ifa and ÌṢẸШE practice, there is no such thing as I have a calling. It doesn't matter how many, if all the 401 Irunmole and Orisha called you, you are still going to spend at least 1 decade learning. Ifa is knowledge. You will learn from elders that have spent their life learning. You will learn from experience before you can come up and present yourself as a leader, a priest or a priestess. And this is to the rest of you that are hopping from one page to another, listening to people. I'm not saying don't listen to people, but can you first of all research how many years of experience that person has in this thing that they are talking about? Ifa is vast. People have spent 60 years learning Ifa and they are still learning. So before you allow somebody to pass off in your life as a leader, please know where their wealth of knowledge is coming from. I have seen her put out a couple of videos. Now, I'm not here to call out people, but this is the year of Osameji, the year of àwọn Iyamieleye. A lot of things has to be reviewed and corrected. We listed them down. I'm not the one that listed it. They listed it down from Oketase, and I read it to you. One of the things that was said was that a lot of restructuring will take place. I saw a video that she made. She said, in that video, she said, Orishas are him. A lot of you don't know now, quote and unquote, not in the exact words, but with this same meaning. She said, a lot of you don't know that Orishas were not born Orishas. They were not born gods and deities. They were born as human beings. And they did X, Y, Z, A, B, C, and they grew themselves to become deities. They grew themselves to be called gods, and nobody wants to talk about it. She said the same consciousness that is in Oshun and Shango and Ogun is also inside of you. So instead of spending your life on the altar of somebody else, look inwards and also grow yourself. Excuse me, my dear, that is a lie. That is total falsehood. Total falsehood. If you do not understand what Ifa and Ìṣẹ̀ṣe is in Yoruba, please sit your behind down and learn. There is a difference between Orisha, Irunmole, and human beings. Now, let me ask a simple question. Who was responsible for creation of physical world? This physical world that we exist in, who are the beings that was responsible for this physical world that we exist in? Please, who are the people or the beings that were responsible for the creation of this physical world that we exist in? I need us to list them. Anyone, any being that you know by name that was responsible for physical creation, maybe the one that was responsible for creating human body, Irunmoles, thank you. Who was responsible for creating human body? This our human form that we know. Who was responsible for creating this human body that we know? Obatala. Now, I see some people are responding and they are saying that Olódùmarè is responsible. Olódùmarè is the divine and the supreme being, the source of everything. Olódùmarè is the source. Olódùmarè is not the one that descended into this earth to create the things that we can see. Ọbàtálá is the Orisha that created human body. Every metal device that you see, Ògún was the one that created it. There is an Orisha that created fire. There is the Orisha for water. There is Irunmoles and Orishas are the ones that created this physical life that we can see. The Irunmoles and Orishas that created this physical life that we can see, they were not born. If Ọbàtálá was the one that created human flesh, so who, and you are telling me that Ọbàtálá was born as a human being, so who created the people that gave birth to Ọbàtálá? Tó bá yẹ pé àwọn òrìṣà tá à ń gbẹ́bọ fún, tó bá yẹ pé a bí wọn ni according to nǹkan tí arábìnrin yẹn sọ, tó bá yẹ pé a bí wọn láti inú èèyàn jáde ni, a dẹ̀ tún wá sọ fún wa pé Ọbàtálá ló dá èèyàn, ẹran ara èèyàn, egungun àti ẹran àti iṣan tá à ń wò yìí, a dẹ̀ tún wá sọ pé wọ́n bí Ọbàtálá yẹn ni, ẹni tó wá bí Ọbàtálá yẹn ta ló dá yẹn? I need you to understand something. 401 Irunmoles àti òrìṣà tá ní. Kí ni 401 ní Yorùbá? Wọ́n ní irinwó ọ̀kànlénírinwó àbí ṣé 401 ni? Wọ́n ṣáà sọ pé 401. Igba lọ́nà méjì ó lé ẹyọ kan. Let's call it like that. Those 401 Irunmoles and Orishas that we have, wọn bí wọn o, they were not born o, wọ́n rọ̀ wá ní o. They descended from ọ̀run ni o. Go and read the creation story of Yoruba people. They did not create them. I saw somebody else too saying a couple of days ago that ÌṢẸṣE is not the original spirituality of the Yoruba people. That before the irúnmọlẹ̀ were born, àwọn irúnmọlẹ̀ yẹn gbà tó bí wọn pé ó ní nǹkan kan táwọn Yorùbá ti ń ṣe kó tó di pé wọ́n bí irúnmọlẹ̀. Who is confusing you? Ta ló ń dà yín lórí irú? Who is confusing you? Kí ló pé ọ̀kànlénírínwó òun ni 401. Ẹ ṣé gan ni. Wọ́n ní àwọn irúnmọlẹ̀ yẹn, the time that they gave birth to them, Yoruba people were already worshiping something before they came. You people are confused. Àwọn irúnmọlẹ̀ 401 àti òrìṣà, nobody gave birth to them. Is that okay? Wọ́n rọ̀ wá láti ọ̀run ni, kò sẹ́ni tó bí wọn. They were never human beings. Òrìṣàs and irúnmọlẹ̀ are the extension of the powers of Olódùmarè. When you need Olódùmarè to show up in creation, Ọbàtálá showed up. When you need Olódùmarè to show up with fire, Ṣàngó will show up. When you need Olódùmarè to show up in battle as in war, Ògún will show up. Those irúnmọlẹ̀ and òrìṣà tó kọ́kọ́ wá, nobody gave birth to them. Wọ́n rọ̀ wá láti ọ̀run ni. And they came here to create this earth. Nínú story creation, wọ́n sọ fún wa pé nígbà táwọn òrìṣà tó kù ti ṣe gbogbo iṣẹ́ wọn, when the òrìṣàs are already done what they were doing, this world was still in chaos. And they went back to Olódùmarè to say, ayé tẹ́ni ká dá, look at how everything is still looking. Olódùmarè said, where is the woman that I put among you, Ọ̀ṣun? Ọ̀ṣun tó wà láàrin yín dà. Until they went to meet Ọ̀ṣun and she added her milk and her honey and everything before this life took form. Before this life took the form of, you know, the love and the beauty and everything that she added. Those ones were the ones that was responsible for creation. They were not born as human beings and then they started working on themselves and they grew to become òrìṣàs. No. Òrìṣà la dá wọn, irúnmọlẹ̀ la dá wọn. Now, the other set of the ones that you hear, take for instance, Ṣàngó báyìí. Ṣàngó Ọba Kòso tó jẹ́ the third king, was it the second or the third king of the Ọ̀yọ́ empire? Ṣàngó tó jẹ́ ọba ìlú Ọ̀yọ́, wọ́n bí Ṣàngó yẹn ni. That Ṣàngó is a reincarnate. Is a reincarnation of àwọn òrìṣà àti irúnmọlẹ̀. Ṣàngó tó jọba nílùú Ọ̀yọ́ kò ń ṣe òrìṣà, kò ń ṣe irúnmọlẹ̀ o. I hope you are understanding it. Ṣàngó that came, that was king of Oyo Empire, that they gave birth to him in the lineage of the Oyo people, that ruled as a king. That's not Ṣàngó òrìṣà ni irúnmọlẹ̀. Ṣàngó èèyàn tó reincarnate nìyẹn. That's a reincarnation. Just like till today, you still have family that bears Ṣàngó. Ṣàngó Dóyin, Ṣàngó Dìran, Ṣàngó ṣe kìnìkan, reincarnation ni. Nobody is born a human being and then grows to become an òrìṣà. An òrìṣà is a spirit being. Irúnmọlẹ̀ is irúnmọlẹ̀. Human beings are human beings. So don't let anybody confuse you and say, instead of you are not supposed to spend your life on the altar of somebody else. You are supposed to look inwards. Ejò, mo fi títóbi Elédùmarè àti Ifá bẹ̀ yín. Don't confuse our people. Don't confuse our people. Sit down and learn. Before you can stand and become an authority and teaching people about Ifá, I'm telling you, at least 1 decade, 10 years. 10 years of learning before you get in that 10 years of learning, you will have heard this story. You will have heard this story. The same lady is on a mission to deconstruct ATR, to deconstruct African tradition and religion. John nítorí Ọlọ́run, kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? If you are doing new age spirituality, let us know it's new age spirituality that you are doing. I beg you, let us know his new age spiritual. Don't attach Orisha and Ifa to it. You want to deconstruct, go and deconstruct somewhere else. There is nothing that needs to be deconstructed in Ifa and Ìṣẹ̀ṣe. Ifa does not need deconstruction and addition and subtraction. If you do not like Ifa the way it is, create something else. But please don't attach our Orishas to it. Don't confuse people. Don't confuse people. I saw a video of the same lady recently saying that we need to deconstruct the patriarchy that is practiced in Ifa and Ìṣẹ̀ṣe, the patriarchy that is practiced in African religion. We need to deconstruct the patriarchy. Whatever it is that patriarchy has done to you, Ifa is not, if that patriarchy you are talking about is not inside Ifa, you need to get your facts straight. That patriarchy you are talking about is not inside Ifa. It's not Ifa that has that patriarchy. You need to separate Ifa and Ìṣẹ̀ṣe. You need to put Ifa and Ìṣẹ̀ṣe aside and separate what westernization has done to the culture of the people. That one is not Ifa. It is Ifa does not need any patriarchal deconstruction. You want to deconstruct patriarchy, just sit down there, sit down with the culture and continue to deconstruct. Whatever you have going on as patriarchy right now is a reflection of westernization and religion in African culture. It is not Ifa and Ìṣẹ̀ṣe. We don't need any deconstruction. Your Ori is your higher self. You grow into becoming your Ori. You manifest your Ori. Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? Níbo lẹ ti kọ́kọ́ kúkọ́? Your Ori is not your higher self that you are growing into. Òrìṣà Ori, ó ti yan orí ẹ, ó ti yan. You are not growing into it. It's not growing into you. You are not growing. Ó ti yan orí nílé àjàlá. When you are coming from Ọ̀run to Ayé, you stop by the house of one Orisha called Ajala, and you have picked your Ori, and everything in your Ori is revealed to you through your Odù Ifá, and you are living the life. How do you tell people that Orishas are not worthy for them to sit down and be worshipping and be shaking it and be giving a bottle? They are supposed to focus on themselves. Their Ori that is inside of them is... You people, I will say this, I will say it once and I will say it once. I will say it once and I will say it once. You know where to get knowledge from. If you need knowledge, you know where to get knowledge from. But if you still want to be comparing and conducting and comparing, continue. Is that okay? Somebody said, is Orisha good? I just described Orisha to you now as the extension and the projection of the powers of Olódùmarè. Olódùmarè is the divine and supreme being, the source. The extension of the power of Olódùmarè is the Orishas and the Irúnmọlẹ̀. Now, let me explain something to you that a lot of you don't understand. Have you ever seen somebody in Ifa and Ìṣẹ̀ṣe saying that this blessing that is posting CVS, I've told all of you that come to my live streaming without any form of respect to post things like this, whoever it is that is behind that post, whoever it is that is a human being that is behind it directly or indirectly, gbogbo ègún tí àwọn tó láyé ní fún ọdún yìí wọ́n máa gbélé yín lọ́wọ́. If you do not understand how to respect a spiritual space, the ones that own the earth will teach you how to respect them in a very hard way and in a public way. Is that okay? Take it like that. Let me explain something to you by asking you a question. Have you ever seen any Ifa devotee or any Babalawo or Iyanifa pray to Olódùmarè or give ebo to Olódùmarè, or call Olódùmarè in anything that they are doing? Like, you want to pray and you now say, Olódùmarè, ẹ jọ̀ọ́, ẹ ṣe kíní kan fún wa o. Olódùmarè, please do this for me o. I give this ebo to Olódùmarè o. Have you ever heard anything like that in Ifa? Or you see people that they want to name their children, then they are naming their children after Olódùmarè. Have you ever heard anything like that? Somebody wants to say name their children. They now name their children. Kí lorúkọ ọmọ yín? Olódùmarè ẹ ṣé. Olódùmarè tó fún mi. Olódùmarè mo dúpẹ́. Have you ever heard anything like that? Have you not wondered why we don't do that in Ifá and ÌШẸŠE? Have you ever wondered why we don't do that? How every other person would, Yoruba Christian would name their children Ọlọ́run tó fún mi, Olúwa tó fún mi, and Ọlọ́run and Olódùmarè refers to God. Why do you think Yoruba people don't refer to their own quote and unquote divine and supreme being in that manner that every other religion does? Has it ever occurred to you? If you understand why, in the comment section, please type it. Someone says respect for the spiritual being. Okay. Any other person? But you know we make Iba to Olódùmarè, right? We call the name of Olódùmarè when we are making Iba. We make Iba to Olódùmarè. So we show respect and homage to Olódùmarè. Now, here is why. Olódùmarè is divine and supreme being, right? Olódùmarè is at the head of everything. There are hierarchies of things that needs to be done. And there are different beings in that hierarchy. Every hierarchy of being has an extension of Olódùmarè. When people in religion are praying, God, come and fight my battle. All the people that are fighting against me, that are fighting a battle, there is a battle in front of you, and you need someone to fight the battle, and they are calling on God to fight their battle for them. We are directing our prayers and our iwuri to Ogun to fight battle, because that is the department that Olódùmarè's hand is extending into, as it were, when it comes to battle. Take, for instance, the CEO of United Bank of Africa, UBA, in Nigeria and other African countries. The CEO is Tony Elumelu. If you have an account with UBA and you have a problem with your account, no matter how many billions you have in UBA, you are not going to pick up the phone and call the CEO, Tony Elumelu, and say, I transferred 20 million to Dangote's refinery cement operation and it has not gotten there. No. Tony Elumelu has other people under them in that hierarchy that is supposed to take care of your transfer. Orishas are the ones in that hierarchy that is taking care of things. Olódùmarè is not a puppet that you are calling to say, move to this side, move to that side, quickly go and do this for me, come and do this for me, come and do that for me. No. Olódùmarè created, extended these other beings out of itself. It's a projection. I have told you that before. Nínú Odù Ifá Ejiogbe, wọ́n ní gbogbo irun orí àfín ewu, abuké ló rẹrù òrìṣàmásọ̀, adífá fún Ọ̀rúnmìlà ńjọ́ tí bàbá ń lọ rèé gbé ẹ̀mí ọmọ Olódùmarè níyàwó. They said the head of an albino is covered with white. The man with the hunchback is the one that carries the load of the orishas without putting it down. We did this divination for Ọ̀rúnmìlà the day that he was going to ask for the hand of Emi, the daughter of Olódùmarè, in marriage. Now, when they say Emi ọmọ Olódùmarè, English is limited in translation. Omo, in that sense, is not a biological child. Let me explain to you. When you have mortar and pestle, what do we call it in Yoruba? Type it in the comment section. What do we call mortar and pestle in Yoruba? Oya kia 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 kia. Type it in the comment section. What do we call mortar and pestle that we used to pound yam? What do we call it in Yoruba? Ẹ̀yin ọmọ káàárọ̀ oòjíire. Odò àti ọmọ odò. What do we call grinding stone? The stone and the grinding stone. What do we call it in Yoruba? Stone and grinding stone. What do we call it? Ọlọ àti ọmọ ọlọ. Now, Odù àti ọmọ odò does not mean, so we call it the mother and the child of the mother. Right. It doesn't mean that the mother gave birth to the person. The stone and the grinding stone, it doesn't mean that the bigger stone gave birth to it. It is the projection of it, the smaller version of it, the two that they work together, but this one is the main one and this one is the smaller one. So there are different ways to define Ọmọ in Yoruba. So when it says Ọ̀rúnmìlà lọ gbé ẹ̀mí ọmọ Olódùmarè níyàwó, it doesn't mean the biological child. It means a projection of Olódùmarè, spirit, a projection of Olódùmarè. Ọmọ Olódùmarè ni ẹ̀mí. Olódùmarè has several projections. Every spirit take their source from Olódùmarè. Gbogbo ẹ̀mí tó wà nínú wa yìí, this spirit that exists in every form of being, whether animal being, spirit being, human being, it came out of Olódùmarè as ọmọ, a projection. That is the same way Orishas and Irúnmọlẹ̀ are projections of Olódùmarè. Babaláwo Olúwanbẹ Pẹ̀lúmi, Afrofilm Herald, ẹ ṣé gan ni, a dúpẹ́, thank you for joining us. That's the same way. So don't let anybody tell you that Irúnmọlẹ̀ and Orishas were born into this world as human beings. Then they grew themselves, worked on themselves, connected with their higher self, and then they became Orisha. Nobody is born of a human being that becomes Orisha. Orisha and Irúnmọlẹ̀, they are complete already, 401. No addition, no subtraction. If there was a set of human beings that became Orisha, why don't we have anybody that is becoming Orisha again? The person that is teaching that, can she become Orisha? After she has lived herself and connected with her higher self, will her family make an altar for her and be giving Ebo there? Will Odù Ifá tell us to go and give Ebo to her? If Orishas were born as human beings and then they became Orishas, so who were the ones that was responsible for creation? If Orishas were born, then the people that gave birth to them, what were they doing? If Ọ̀rúnmìlà that was born of a human being is the one that brought Ifá, so the people that gave birth to Ọ̀rúnmìlà, what were they doing? What did they have? So it means that ÌṢẸṣE came at a certain time. It was not in the foundation. That is what that person is saying. If ÌШẸṣE is in the foundation, it means that the first set of people that brought ΙШΕШE, that brought Ifá, could not have been born. If they were the ones that brought the foundation, it means that nothing existed before they came. They were the first set of people. Wọ́n rọ̀ wá ni. They descended from above. They were not born. Please don't confuse people here, and you too, don't be confused. Somebody said that they want to ask a question. Ask your question in the comment section. Type, ask your question in the comment section. If your screen is freezing, scroll up and scroll down and come back in. Ask your question before we continue our teaching on issue. If you have asked any question before and I missed your question, let me see. Let me scroll in. Too many try to impact Western thinking and mindset into Yoruba philosophy. It cannot work here. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. We will continue to debunk all their misconceptions because we are still trying to teach ourselves something. Some people are now using English and abroad to come and confuse people here. Cannot use English and abroad to come and be confusing people here. Olódùmarè mena. I have Elegua necklace and I love Elegua. Okay. Have you been initiated? Okay, download it from the website. I'm trying to see if there are questions. The importance of studying Ifá under proper tutors is underrated. I'm telling you. I constantly see this patriarchy talk being a problem for Orisha people. Okay, I would address that patriarchy issue now, and I will start from telling you that I did not see. What did she say about Àbọrú Àbọyè? I'm a shinkan. Èmi ò rí yẹn o. àti rí Àbọrú Àbọyè o. Iyanifa Mena, Ifadumade, are you able to talk? Are you able to speak at this time? Are you able to speak at this time? Please, if there is any other thing that we need to correct. During Ifa initiation, must your hair that was barbed be put into a plate where the channels are? Olori Abim, Iyanifa Ifadumade, please send an invite. Send an invite. During Ifa initiation, your hair must not be, they shave your hair and they just dispose of it. Now, according to where I learnt Ifa, I learnt Ifa among the people in Oshogbo and the people in Ekiti. That's where I learnt Ifa. Is that taken? So where I learnt Ifa, there is no such thing as after they cut your hair, they will put it into a bowl for you and put your Ifa there. It is not there. Now, is there slight difference in the practice of Ifa amongst Yoruba people from one state to another? Yes. The way they do certain things in Ibadan is different from the way they do it in Oyo. Is different from the way they do it in àwọn ìlú òkè, àwọn Òkè-Ìhò, àwọn Gbọ̀ngán, all those places. It's slightly different from what they do in Lagos or in Ekiti or in Ondo State. We have certain slight differences. Is that okay? So I will not come here to categorically say that what somebody said is wrong or what somebody did is wrong. Now, if the Babalawo that did your Itefa for you is from a certain community, take for instance they are from Ile-Ife. Now you can ask other practitioners in Ile-Ife if that is the thing that they do in Ile-Ife. Like where I am from now, we do Itefa for women. Is that okay? We do Itefa for women. Where I am from, I want to Tefa Femi, want Tefa for Birin. There are certain babalawos, respected babalawos that I know that they do not do Itefa for women. They don't do it in that community. It's not as if they choose not to do it. Amongst their own people, they don't do it. They will just do Ishefa, which is the first hand of Ifa, be one hand of Ifa. The woman is going to go along with the Itefa of her husband. But where Ibidemiti ko Ifa Olekiti o Atini Oshogbo, we don't do that there. Women can do Itefa, and that's okay. So you have those slight differences that is there. Ifadumade, I need her to talk about. She was saying something about Àbọrú Àbọyè. Let me accept her invite. She was saying something about Àbọrú Àbọyè. Kí ló tún ṣẹlẹ̀ sí Àbọrú Àbọyè bá? Àǹtí Tọ́pẹ́ ló kọ́kọ́ fún wa ní gbàsgbòs lórí Àbọrú Àbọyè. Iyanifa Ifadumade, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, hold on. Let me increase the volume of. Okay. Please speak now. Let me know if I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now.
I was just asking if you saw what she said about
I didn't see it though.
She said,
Okay,
so
please,
I
can
don't know
you
how
read?
true it is, but it was something about the origin of Àbọrú and how
Okay.
it's I saw a post where she said something about the mothers used to massage their head and massage each other's head, like hair treatment kind of thing, and that's how they passed on kind of powers or energies, let me put it like that. And while they were doing it, that's the whole, so the first mother was like grandmother, your mother, and yourself. That's the Àbọrú. So like the idea of
Somebody said they can't hear you well. Hold on, please. I don't know. They said they cannot hear you well. Hold on.
is your
I think it
mic
must be from my mic. Yes. Let me turn it off. There's a place to turn it off so that you can repeat that. Let me turn it off so that I can repeat.
Okay, so I did see a post she made about the origin of Àbọrú. Now I don't know how true that is. I don't know if you probably would throw more light on it. Something about the greeting Àbọrú in ÌṢЭṣE comes from mothers, and how I think she had some kind of gathering where they're putting oils and stuff and massaging their hair, and she said like they pass on energies. And I think that's how, so the whole idea of greeting Àbọrú Àbọyè in ÌṢẸṣE is a feminine kind of thing. So we are rubbing some kind of oils on our head, like my grandmother rub my mother, and my mother rubs my head. So on her post, there are like 3 women and they're all massaging their head. And that's like the Àbọrú Àbọyè thing. And she had I kind of, I'll check. I think I screenshotted that thing. I don't know how I forgot to send it to you. And something about the origin of Àbọrú Àbọyè and how it's all feminine, you know, all this whole patriarchy thing, and the idea of Ìṣẹ̀ṣe being a feminine practice, and how it just threw me off because I didn't see the need for how we're trying to drag a feminine word. I felt it was unnecessary because, like, Ifa teaches us balance where we both need each energy. We can't underrate or play down the role of a masculine energy and try to make it look like the female part is more superior, or the male part is more superior and the female part is less superior. So when I saw that, I just felt like something about this is not right. I may not know all the T's and know where to dot and cross my I's, but that Àbọrú Àbọyè and how we came about that mode of greeting in Awo and Ìṣẹ̀ṣe, she portrayed that it was an energy transfer from mothers. Like my grandmother will rub some kind of oil on my mother's scalp, like, you know how the Indians massage hair treatment on their scalp, something like that, and then do it to your daughter. And then the first person that did this was Àbọrú, the next person was Àbọyè, the next person is Àbọyè, something like that. So why is your face like that? So anyway, that was like, that's just the round off of what I was just asking if you saw it, but it was something like that though. So I just know that there's been a whole lot of misconceptions and stuff. And I think she's in Nigeria right now. I don't know. I think she's in the UK and Nigeria. So I think it's a direct translation of the problem we have is a direct translation of the Yoruba language into English. I had a conversation with someone that said Orishas were born, and the reason she was holding that brief was because she said, I want Orisha. So I now said, that's not the same as Orisha. As in, it's not the same. So I want Orisha wa, Orilo shawa kuro, like the chosen ones, let me put it like that. It's not the same as Orisha and Irumole. So I think that's where the whole mix-up is coming from, where people are translating words. And we're talking about Eshu, right? And how he was translated as the devil. And there's a whole lot of other translations that is giving the wrong impression. And in իշẹ̀ṣe right now, we have different people from vast communities and different religious background, different exposures coming in to embrace Ifa. So if we're not really careful, we would end up confusing people. And you have to get to a level in իշẹ̀ṣe where you stop comparing. I believe that at some point at the beginning, when you just start getting into Ifa and իշẹ̀ṣe, you will subconsciously find yourself comparing the knowledge you are getting here with the knowledge that you've had prior to coming into Ifa and իշẹ̀ṣe. So it's something that is a phase. Everybody passes through that phase where you're like, oh, they said this, because you already had an idea, a misconception and all of that about Ifa and իշẹ̀ṣe before you came into Ifa and իշẹ̀ṣe. And you're coming in now to see that what you were told is not what you know. So that comparison thing happens. It's understandable. But if we're not careful in allowing that phase fizzle out on its own, we will continue in the same light. And I always say you cannot be right in an argument where you are wrong in. So if you are saying people are how do I put it, giving us the wrong impression about Ifa, and you have come into Ifa and you are doing the same thing, then I beg to differ. Like, what exactly are we saying? Because if we say Eshu was we're correcting Eshu that was misinterpreted as the devil, and in the same breath we have a human being saying Orishas were born, then we have a problem. we need to find a way to, I don't know, it's because we don't have regulatory bodies and all of that, but we need to find a way to adjust and fine tune things. Because if people are fined for wrong information, maybe to, that's why we have rules and regulation. Like if there's some kind of, if you match line, like you collect, that kind of thing, there's going to be some kind of balance, because a whole lot of people are virgin lands. Their minds and everything is just so pure. They are just eager to run with whatever information, and it breaks my heart because a lot of people would get this wrong information and move with it. And this lady, as much as I love what she's doing, she has followers. I am worried for those people. I'm not even very much concerned about her. I'm concerned about the people who pick her word and run with it, because we have a lot of people. I was predominantly Christian. We have a lot of people that go, my pastor said this and it's law. And if you have that mindset in Ifa and ÌṢÄШE, then we have a problem, because for everything Iyanifa teaches, if you cannot go and find it in an Odù, if there's no Odù that backs it up, if there's no study that backs up that knowledge, even if it's Iyanifa Ewa, drop it and run away, because there has to be something that backs up that knowledge. We need to get to a point where we go fact finding, verify these things. There are a lot of informations out there, and if we don't verify them, we'll get confused. And the crazy thing is, you don't know when you're confused until the day your knowledge is tested. And you just confidently say some kind of things that you not say, oh my God, what did I just say that? Because you honestly did not know. You know what I mean? So it's very important that we, coming into Ifa and իշẹ̀ṣe, we have to be very careful. Be mindful of the things that you digest. Words are seeds. And I like the fact that you're bringing this up, because a lot of people will just walk past and say, I don't want to be the one to bring out or point out any wrong misconception. But there has to be someone to bring it out. If not, people are going to pick those words and mix it up. We're not making food or different delicacies. This is lives and destinies. We have to be very, very careful. It could be, I worked with an owl that told me that at the early stage of his practice as a babalawo, he made a whole lot of mistakes, and he did not know he was making a lot of mistakes. That it took a senior owl to point it out to him, and he had to go back and relearn, because he had learned from somebody that did not finish a training. The guy had trained to a point and felt he had known everything and stopped training, and he did not know, and that was who he learned owl from. And so there are a lot of things he learned from his mentor that were not right. And he took those knowledge into practice, and he stumbled on someone who corrected him. So what if he did not meet somebody that had corrected him? Imagine if he had continued. That's how misconception grows. So regardless of your hierarchy or your level, the beautiful thing about knowledge is we can keep learning. Science is evolving. The beautiful thing about the Odùs are there. You come back, you get different knowledge from one Ase Ifá. One Ase Ifá can mean 5 things to different people. It just depends on how it resonates with you at that time, but it doesn't change what it says. So we need to stop putting what Ifá how it resonates with us as law. So if I study Irosomejì and this is what I get from it as time, it doesn't mean that's what Irosomejì is going to mean for Iyanifa. It doesn't mean that's what it's going to mean for someone else. But if I go outside and I put Irosomejì as it resonates with me as law, then I have erred. So there's a whole lot of little commas and full stops that we have to really put just to checkmate all these things. And that's my own 2 cents.
So 2 things I picked here that I think I should correct very fast. First of all, somebody came on this line to me and said, you girls are deceiving people. Èmi ni wọ́n pè ní girl. Àwọn tó láyé á bá mi fi girl hàn yín bí tó wà o. Àwọn tó nílẹ̀ wọ́n á fi girl hàn yín bí tó wà. Anyways, so you see, the first one, let me explain that word Orisha. When people say I want Orisha. Now, I gave us an example. Just when I recited Odù Ifá Ejiogbe, where Odù Ifá talked about Adífá fún Ọ̀rúnmìlà ńgbà tí baba ń lọ rè gbé ẹ̀mí ọmọ Olódùmarè níyàwó. Now, if an English-speaking person picks that Odù Ifá and wants to translate it, the person will say, we made a divination for Ọ̀rúnmìlà when he was going to marry Ẹ̀mí, spirit, the daughter of Olódùmarè. And then the person will run outside and say, Olódùmarè married, Olódùmarè had children. In fact, Olódùmarè is the one of the children of Olódùmarè is Ẹ̀mí. Another grandchild of Olódùmarè is Sùúrù. And Iwa too is a child of Olódùmarè because they were referred to as Omo in different points. But you need to understand the fact that Yoruba is an ancient language and English lacks the vocabulary to translate a lot of Yoruba words. Now, we just concluded now again, or we pointed out the example of Odo and Omo Odo, Olo and Omolo. So, do we now say Mota and the child of Mota? Do we say that Peso gave birth, Abi Mota gave birth to the Peso? Or do we say the big grinding stone gave birth to the small grinding stone? No, but it is an Omo. Omologesi. In Yoruba, if you want to use the word protogen in Yoruba, it is called Omo. Omo Ifá and Omo Awo. Omo Ifá is not that Ifá gave birth to a child. Omo Awo is not like Awo gave birth to a child biologically. Is that okay? So when you now say that Orisha means àwọn tí Orisha, you are breaking down words that have deeper meaning. There are so many Yoruba words that mean different things. When we are referring to Irúnmọlẹ̀ and Orisha, those ones are a separate being. They are not human beings. They were not born. Ori did not pick them. They are spirit beings that are the projections of Olódùmarè, the protogens of Olódùmarè, the extensions of the power and the ability and the supremacy of Olódùmarè. They are not the same Orisha that walks this earth that they were flawed and they made mistakes. Those are not Irúnmọlẹ̀. Now, when we say that your mother is an Orisha, Orisha bí ìyá ò sí láyé, your mother is not an Irúnmọlẹ̀. That's another Orisha. It is a different word, a different meaning. There are people in this life, tí Orisha wọn láti ṣe different thing. Ori picked them. Ori is picking you is not the same thing as Orisha and Irúnmọlẹ̀. There's something, oh, okay, sorry, my mic is, let me hold it in my hand. There is something, it is not the Irúnmọlẹ̀ and the Orisha that we are referring to when you say Ori pick somebody. Stop trying to use English or English meaning to interpret Yoruba words. Just leave it the way it is. So Orisha and Irúnmọlẹ̀ is not the people that Ori picked separately to do something in this world. No. Orisha and Irúnmọlẹ̀ are extensions of the power of Olódùmarè. They've come into this world 401, created everything, completed the circle, and they have gone. They were not born. Now, are there reincarnation of their powers? Yes, reincarnation. It will continue to happen. They will continue to reincarnate. Their energies and their power will continue to reincarnate in and out. The other ones that you hear them bearing the name of Orisha that were born, they were not the Irúnmọlẹ̀. Let's separate that. Now, Àbọrú, Àbọyè, Àbọṣíṣẹ. Àbọrú is not a name of a person. Àbọyè is not a name of a person. Àbọṣíṣẹ ń ṣorúkọ èèyàn ibi táwa cover dé yìí o. Àbọrú, Àbọyè, Àbọṣíṣẹ is greeting. Nílé awo. Àbọrú, ẹbọ, à ń bọ nǹkan, ó ń rú, ẹbọ wá rú. Tá a bá ń kíyàn pé babaláwo ẹbọ yẹn á rú, ẹbọ yẹn á dá, ẹbọ yẹn á dòde ọ̀run, we are saying that your ẹbọ will be accepted. We are knocking in the house of Ifá and say the people in this house, they are ẹlẹ́bọ, they make sacrifice. We are greeting them. Like I said, Yoruba language is embedded in his spirituality. It's like when you see somebody in Yoruba land and you greet them in the morning, Ojúmọ́ ire o, you are praying for them that this morning, this dawn, this day that has dawned on you, it will bring ire. Ojúmọ́ tó mọ́ yìí, this day that has been cleared, that is done, may it bring ire. That's the way we greet people in the morning. And somebody will look at that and say, no, that's not a greeting. Greeting is supposed to be, hello, how are you? Yoruba greeting is prayer. Ojúmọ́ ire ń bẹ̀ yẹn o, àlàáfíà fún yín bẹ̀. Àlàáfíà is not even a Yoruba word. Ẹ jẹ́ ká fi àlàáfíà síbi tí àlàáfíà wà. Ojúmọ́ ire o, ojúmọ́ ayọ̀ o, bá a ṣe ń kíra wa nìyẹn o. Will you see somebody in the market? Ajé á wá o, Ìyá Bọ́sẹ̀, ẹ káàárọ̀ ẹ kú ojúmọ́ o, Ajé á wá o. We are telling her that Ajé will come into our market today. That's how we have greeted somebody. If you get into a store in Yoruba land and you bargain on something and the price does not work, you did not buy from them. You are leaving their store. You will greet them. Instead of saying bye, you will greet them and say Ajé á wá o. I did not buy from you, but Ajé will bring somebody that will buy from you. That's how we greet. So when you enter into the house of a babalawo, what are they doing there? Ebo, you greet the babalawo. Ebo nyaru, Àbọrú o, Àbọyè, ebo nyaye. Your ebo ye is living. Your sacrifice will be a living sacrifice. It will not be a dead sacrifice. Àbọrú, Àbọyè, Àbọṣíṣẹ o, gbogbo nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ ṣe ó máa ṣẹ, ẹbọ tẹ́ ẹ ń gbé ó máa ṣẹ. There will be a share on the ebo. It is our own way of greeting and is a prayer. Then the person responds and says, Ogbo, Ato, Wagbo, Wato, according to Odù. Ìwòrì, according to the ìwúre tó wà nínú Odù Ìwòrì Òfún. Ogbo Ato Àsúre Ìwòrì Òfún. Ìwòrì Òfún is an Odù. Ìwúre kan wà nínú Odù Ifá Ìwòrì Òfún tó sọ pé a máa gbó bí orógbó ṣe ń gbó, àágbó, àátọ́, àáfèrègè jobi. You are greeting the person that wàá gbó, you will age. Wàá tọ́, you will age gracefully. According to the ìwúre that is in Odù Ifá Ìwòrì Òfún, òun ló ń jẹ́ Ogbó Atọ́ Àsúre Ìwòrì Òfún. Mo fi Odù Ifá Ìwòrì Òfún, mo fi súre fún ẹ. If there is nobody is rubbing anybody's head with oil. If you want to go and rub your grandmother's head, go and rub your grandmother's head. Kò sí kinní kan, and we greet both male and female like that. Why are we fighting for femininity in Ogbo Ato Asure Ìwòrì Òfún? Àbọrú, Àbọyè, Àbọṣíṣẹ. When she explained Àbọrú, Àbọyè, Àbọṣíṣẹ as oil on somebody's head, how did she explain Ogbo Ato Asure Ìwòrì Òfún? Oil on their back, àbí oil on their belly? Dédé ká máa bẹ̀rù Olódùmarè nínú gbogbo nǹkan tá à ń ṣe. Dẹ̀ máa bẹ̀rù Ifá. It is a greeting, and in Yoruba now, I'm able to explain this to you with other occurrences in Yoruba land. If you see a pregnant woman in Yoruba land, you don't say, "Oh my God, how you doing? Pregnancy look good on you." No, we will greet her. We will say, Ìyá Ìbejì, wàá rure, wàá sọre o. We are already calling her Ìyá Ìbejì. We are calling her the mother of twins. You will carry this pregnancy successfully, and you will drop this baby. So you will give birth successfully. That's the way we greet pregnant women. We already profess and manifest that in fact it will not be one, it will be twins, double blessing. That's the way we greet. Yoruba greets people with prayer. Àbọrú, Àbọyè, Àbọṣíṣẹ is a prayer. You are entering into an Awo's house. What do they do there? Ebo. You are telling them their ebo will be accepted, their ebo will be living, their ebo will receive ashe. Simple. And they will respond and tell you, Ogbo Ato, you will live long, you will age gracefully, according to the ìwúre that is in Ìwòrì Òfún. That's all. Nobody is rubbing anybody's head with oil. Kini. When a pregnant woman delivers a baby eventually, ẹ kú ewu ọmọ o, Elédùmarè á wò, Elédùmarè á dá sí o, ẹ kú ewu ọmọ. We are telling them that we are greeting them for successfully. What's going on here? We are greeting them for successfully. We are greeting the woman for successfully getting that baby through. Báwo ló ṣe máa ń kíyàn pé ó kú ewu ọmọ náà? Ewu ọmọ, ewu is what? What's ewu in English? Báwo la ṣe máa sọ pé ewu in English? You have found it? Oh yes, you can read it out. Please, someone should say ewu. Báwo ló ṣe máa describe? How do we describe a danger? We are telling the mother, congratulations on skipping ahead. Congratulations of the safety of childbirth. Safety of childbirth is even simple. We are telling her that congratulations for escaping being unalive. Escaping the danger that comes with pregnancy. That's the word. Congratulations for escaping the danger that comes with pregnancy, the danger of being alive, the danger of being unalive, because we recognize the dangers that is, or the risk that is involved with pregnancy and childbirth, and we are greeting that woman, congratulations for escaping it. And then we will pray for the child. Elédùmarè á wò ó, Ifá máa wò, Ifá máa dá sí o. Ifá will look after that child. Ifá will raise that child. Wọ́n máa kà wọ́n kún wa o, á mọ̀ wá o, á tó lórúkọ o. The child will grow and know us just as we have known him. The child will be able to use this name that we are giving to them. Every greeting is a prayer. So Àbọrú Àbọyè is also a prayer that we pray for Babalawo. It's not somebody robbing somebody's head. Please, okay.
So she said Àbọrú Àbọyè were three important women. They helped Orunmila when he was in despair. These women came and helped him out, as told in the sacred Odù Ifá Ogundameji. That's why Orunmila gave them the law that when anyone gets to the house of any Babalawo, before you greet the Babalawo himself, you must first greet the three important women by saying Àbọrú Àbọyè, Àbọṣíṣẹ, and the Babalawo will reply with Ogbuato. I give respect and salutations to all those important women in the world. Ifá bless us all, Ashe. That's it. I just found. I said I screenshotted it, right? So yeah. Then she has a picture of three women massaging their head with oil and everything. So
Sorry, they're helping me fix something here. Somebody said she wrote fan fiction. The Odù Ifá Ogundameji that she said, I would always, you see, that's one thing that I do on my program, if you guys have noticed, just like Iyanifa Ewa said. Every program I have is anchored around an Ase Ifa, and I will recite the Ase Ifa for you in Yoruba. Is not according to Odù Ifá Ogundameji. Ogundameji is not just one statement. Ogundameji has at least 400 essay. Can you recite that particular essay in Ogundameji in a public place? Ẹ jẹ́ káwọn awo sọ pé yes, we have heard this Odù before. Because if there is an Odù Ifá in Ogundameji that says there is one woman called Àbọrú Àbọyè, we would have heard it. Oh, me, I've spent at least 12 years studying Ifá, and the people that I learned Ifá for had spent at least 60 years of their life studying Ifá. Gbo story yẹn rí. My team of Babalawos have joined in and out on this live streaming. Ẹ̀yin Babalawo tẹ́ ṣì wà ń bẹ̀. Aṣojú ààrẹ ọba àrìṣà ẹjọ́ wọ́n ní Ògúndáméjì kan sọ pé àwọn obìnrin mẹ́ta kan wà tó ń jẹ́ Àbọrú Àbọyè Àbọṣíṣẹ tí wọ́n ran Ọ̀rúnmìlà lọ́wọ́. Tọ́ba Ọ̀rúnmìlà ṣiṣẹ́ awo ńgbà tó wà láyé ẹjọ́ tẹ́ bá ń gbọ́ if anybody that is on my team that is on this live streaming, go and call àwọn àgbà awo pé kó wá bá wa join live yìí toró dàbí ẹni pé wọ́n ti ń fi ẹsẹ̀ Ifá kún odù tá à ń kọ́ o. I need the person to, if you are making reference to Odù Ifá, quote it. Don't just say Ejiogbe said. That essay can be quoted. You can recite it, or you can write it down if you cannot speak Yoruba, or you can bring someone that can speak Yoruba to read it. And that is what I always tell you people. The only way to confirm and back up what you are learning, there has to be an essay that has been publicly learnt and accepted over the centuries, not àwọn Ifá Lekki tó ń kọ́ nsìn. Some people are making up their own essay. If there is no Baba from way back that can attest that essay Ifá you are reciting is an essay, táwọn awo ò lè sọ pé ogbó atọ́ yín o, èmi náà rántí essay yẹn, akọ nìbàdàn, akọ lẹ́kìtì. Please, Ifá is not your opinion. And this is for you now. I don't have a problem with calling out anybody. I don't have a business with anybody. Oníkálùkù ń ṣe tiẹ̀. My own is those of you that are learning. A lot of you that are following that page, you are also here. Those of you that are learning, the only way to confirm what you are learning is this thing I'm learning backed up with an Ifa that is universally and collectively accepted as an Ifa? When I took my time to write the book, where is the book? When I took my time to write this book, a lot of you thought maybe I just want my name to be stamped on a book. 256 Odù Ifá, 2 verses each. We are going to be having several volumes of it. As much as we are researching, we want to put out those Ifá so that you have something to learn and refer to. Ifá is not just somebody can set ring light and be speaking English and be saying, oh my goodness, I can. No, please, those of you that are learning, you are my concern. Anything that you are learning that does not have an ancient Ifá to back it up, drop it. It's somebody's opinion. And that is not a fact about your own life. It's somebody's opinion and it's not a fact about your life. Now, the other, I think the two things that are mentioned, the two things that you mentioned, I think we have sorted it out. The one for Orisha, the Àbọyè one, I think we have sorted it out. So if you know you are following Ifá, following Ifá. If you know you are following New Age spirituality, follow New Age spirituality. Nobody is holding you, but please don't mix and match. Ifá already has mix and match of so many things out there. Watered down versions of it mixed with some form of Catholic practice and everything. A lot of that is out there already. But if you want to learn Ifá and Ìṣẹ̀ṣe given by Ọ̀rúnmìlà to the Yoruba people, that's what we are teaching here. Ṣó ti yé yín? So those of you that Èṣù is not Satan, go and download the book Èṣù is not Satan from the website. Don't come here and be stressing me over. Go to the website and download Èṣù is not Satan from the website. It's free. I've made it free. Go and download it from there. So according to the book, as we were reading, Ajogun, Iyanifa Ifadumade, thank you so much. Ẹ Goni, you can disconnect it now. So we talked about the Ajogun, the negative forces of life, and we have established the fact that Èṣù is not one of them. So now, what was lost when we were taught to fear Èṣù? What was the thing that we lost when we were believing that Èṣù is Satan? When a people loses their intermediary, several things will collapse at once. Let me name them plainly. Number one, we lost a language for choice. Èṣù governs the crossroad. The moment when one path becomes many and you need to make a decision, Èṣù will always be called up. Now, without Èṣù, choices become purely personal. Everything about your life becomes your opinion and your choice, your personal choice. You do not have the person that is going to direct you on the right path to go. Èṣù is the one that directs us at the crossroads. The reason why the entire race, the entire people have lived in confusion, making wrong choices back to back, was because we took away Èṣù from where Èṣù was supposed to be. We also lost the language of consequence. Èṣù carries the result of choices back to the one that chose it. Once you make a choice, the consequences of that choice, Èṣù would bring it back to you, not as a punishment in the sense of the Christian God that is vengeful, but as a natural movement of cause and effect. When you have that understanding, you will know that the devil is not responsible for anything. When you have that understanding about life, it will help you to make better choices. But when that understanding was removed and replaced with the idea that the devil is somebody that punishes you for something that you did wrong and God is blessing you for something that you did right, you lose what responsibility and accountability is supposed to be. And that's where we are today. Lack of responsibility and accountability, that's where we are today. And the reason we got to this point was because Eshu was taken away from where it was supposed to be. Most of the thing that is happening in our life today is as a result of choices that people made. Your grandfather made a choice, your great grandfather made a choice, your mother made a choice, your auntie made a choice. People around you are making choices, and it's having a ripple effect on your life. What Nigeria is going through today, the insecurities that Nigeria is going through today, is a collective consequence of choices that different people and different leaders have made over the years. It's not the devil that is responsible for it. It's not God that has refused to do something. So don't come out and say, oh, these ÌṢẸṣE people, if your Elédùmarè is really God, let him go there and save the children. That's not the way it works. People made choices and consequences followed. You want to change that, reinstate what was supposed to be. You want to change everything that is going on in this nation. Let's start by fixing the things that were removed from where they were removed from. Let's start by learning the misconceptions that got us to where we are. Let's start by putting the powers and the authority that were supposed to be there back to where they were supposed to be. And then now let's see the consequences of that. Let's see if those choices are going to produce better results or not. When we lost the identity of Eshu, we lost the language of divine communication. Eshu is the carrier of messages between human world and the world of Orishas. Without Eshus, your prayer become addressed to nobody. Offerings travel nowhere. The relationship between the visible and the invisible becomes severed. You are not able to connect with your spirit and your powers. You are not able to connect with the powers that Olódùmarè has given to you. You are not able to connect with the spirit beings that Olódùmarè sent to this earth to work for us as people. Orishas are there carrying different powers. Oshun is carrying fertility. Ajé is carrying wealth. Ogun is carrying protection. Ṣàngó is carrying fire and music and dance. Ọbàtálá is carrying creation. You are not able to connect with all of this. And you are just there praying. You see the reason why everybody is stuck at one point, just praying. Your daddy prayed for 40 years. Your mommy joined that to pray. Your great-grandfather has been praying. You two have entered into the fasting and praying. 120 days fasting and praying. No result at all. This prayer, quote and unquote, that we are praying is supposed to be carried to somewhere by somebody. It's not going. As long as it's not reaching where it's supposed to go, there is no change that is going to be effected. After you people have now gone to church, they will now tell you, ẹ lọ fẹsẹ̀ létọ̀. I'm just advising, maybe you should go back to your roots. After you have gone to mountain and valley and prayer meeting and prayer point and everywhere, you now end up going back to your roots. Why is everybody always giving you that as last resort? Because they know that if everything else have failed you, your root is not going to fail you. People that leave religion to go and visit an Ifa priest and priestess, a Babalawo and whatever it is that is called in your language, they have gone through everywhere, nothing to show. They are now going back to their roots. Why didn't you start from your roots? Even those people, even your people around, they know that the roots cannot fail you. But your root was supposed to be your first point of call. If they did not remove ancient things from where it was placed, your root was supposed to be your first point of call. If Eshu was not taken away from where Eshu was taken from, I'm telling you now, you want your life to move forward, you better replace Eshu where Eshu was placed. You better replace Eshu and let Eshu do the work that only Eshu can do. You want to wait until life gets to the tail end where you have 10% lifespan, then you now start running to your roots. Now your life, your success span is still 80%. The only thing you have lost is 20. You will not go back to your roots then until it has reached 2%. You will now carry out the problem of your life and come and give to one babalawo and be expecting magic. This is for the reader that grew afraid. If you grew up being warned about issue, this book is not written to shame you or your family. No. Most people who taught that fear themselves, they learnt it and they taught you. Your grandmother who prayed against issue was protecting her child with everything she was given based on the understanding that she had. The pastor that preached against issue believed that he was guiding his congregation in the right way. The parents who changed the subject when the name of issue came up among their family members, they were doing it based on the things that they know. But now you know better. None of them came out of malice. None of them came out of a direct act of wickedness to the rest of the world. It came from a misconception. You inherited that fear as a misconception, but it doesn't have to become your permanent identity. You are allowed to ask questions and you are allowed to effect a change. You are allowed to study and find out the truth about Ifa, about Ìṣẹ̀ṣe, particularly about issue. You are allowed to go back home and look into your tradition and ask questions about how your forefathers did it. And when you ask that question, you will find out that issue is not Satan. Issue is the Orisha as your intermediary. Issue is the Orisha that carries your ebo. Issue is the Orisha that effects the changes that you are waiting for, that you have been asking for. Issue was not born from a Christian theology. Issue existed long before them. Issue was not created by a missionary. Issue existed within Ifa and իշẹ̀ṣe as the first carrier of the Ashe, the divine intermediary, the one that keeps the crossroads, the one that stands between human beings and other orishas, between human beings and Ajogun. Issue is not the darkness. Issue is the one that makes it possible for you to travel from darkness into light. The moment you start to correct this misconception, you get to enjoy the power, the person, and the Ashe of issue. You get to experience who issue is and all the positivity that comes with issue. You get to experience a direct flow of communication between you and the other orishas. You get to experience the defense, the attorney, the intermediary that issue has with the Ajogun. You can stand there and say, Èṣù gba ẹbọ yìí lọ gbé fáwọn Ajogun kó dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi. You will start to experience a new side of issue. But that starts from you acknowledging that whatever it is that you used to know about issue was false. Accepting the truth of the identity of who issue is. Sit down and study all the positive energy that comes with issue and begin to relate with it. Accept it, relate with it, and watch it manifest in your everyday life. If you have not downloaded the book, go to the website ifakole.ng or click on the link in the bio in this TikTok page. Or if you are catching a replay, it will be in the description box. Download the book, Issue is Not Satan, and start your journey of connecting with issue. At every crossroad that you are, ask Orisha Issue to help you make the right decision. Ask Ifa to guide you, Ifa ni afinimono, to guide you to make the right decision, because what your life is going to be tomorrow is based on the decision of today, is based on the choice of today. The future that you are praying for, you want a bright future. How bright that future is going to be or how dark is going to be depends on the relationship you have with issue today. You want an Orisha that will carry your matter on their head like gala. You want an Orisha that will speak for you louder than you can speak. You want an Orisha that will influence your brand, influence your business, influence your career positively. You are looking for issue. You need to connect with issue. You need to rebuild your relationship with issue. You need to normalize telling yourself that I'm a child of issue. Issue is working for me. Issue is speaking for me. Issue represents nothing but positivity in my life. Let it sink. Continue. Continue. continue to digest it until you are able to unlearn totally that devil and evil concept of issue, and you replace it with the issue that is love, that is caring, that is empathic, that fights for you, that speaks for you, and directs you in the right path. Like I said, we're not streaming live tomorrow. I have other things I'm doing tomorrow. We're not streaming live tomorrow. So that's why we had this live teaching today. Our YouTube channel is on 24 hours now. For those of you that have been seeing our YouTube channel, we are streaming 24 hours on our YouTube channel. So at every time of the day when you catch the live streaming on YouTube, there will be one thing or the other to listen to. The YouTube channel is Iyanifa Ewa TV on YouTube. This video you have watched today, this live streaming you have watched today, would also be uploaded on the YouTube channel as a replay. So if you're catching a replay, hi, this was recorded live on the TikTok channel of Ifa College. If you have any questions before we round off, please let me know. If you have any questions before we round up, please let me know. Chat Diva, how are you doing? It's been a while. Don't forget to click on the plus sign to follow. Do you have any questions? Any questions? The WhatsApp number is showing on your screen right now. Please, can you pin it? Moderator, the WhatsApp number is showing on your screen right now. It has been pinned. You have any personal questions? You want a divination? You want to do your Etefa, you want to receive your Odù, you want to receive your Orishas, or any other thing in between, you want to buy spiritual products, herbal products, and everything in between, just send a message to the WhatsApp number that is showing on your screen. To register at the Ifa College, head over to the website, ifacollege.ng. Head over to the website. You'll be able to register for different courses at the Ifa College, and you'll also be able to buy the books. You'll be able to buy the books. This is the sacred text of Ifa. Ọ̀rọ̀ tí Olódùmarè ń sọ. I said study. Ifa is knowledge. Start your studying of Ifa from here. Ifa is knowledge. Start your study of Ifa from there. The YouTube channel is Iyanifa Ewa TV. Somebody type that in the comment section. Iyanifa Ewa TV is the YouTube channel. You'll be able to catch replays of all our previous videos. All our previous videos. I think our live streaming videos is about 200. About 200. We have about 200 replays of live streaming videos on the YouTube channel Iyanifa Ewa TV on YouTube. In the absence of questions, let us make our Iba and round off our teaching today. Akọ́dá ayé àṣèbà o, àníkíbà wa ṣe o. Àṣèbà tí wáyé ọjọ́, àṣèbà tí wọ̀ oòrùn, Elédùmarè, ọba tẹ́rẹrẹ kárí ayé, ọba lèwí lè ṣe, ọba lè ṣe lèwí, ọba lánàá, ọba lénìí, ọba títí ayérayé, àṣèbà, àníkíbà wa ṣe o. Òràn ọmọ níṣẹ́ fàyàtì, kábíyèsí ọba tó lọ kọrin kése, kábíyín òsí, Elédùmarè ọba tó tẹ́ sọ́mọ̀ bí ẹni tẹ́ aṣọ, ọba tó tẹ́lẹ̀ bí ẹni tẹ́ní, ọba tó lọ kọrin kése, ọ̀pá tí ń rí kọ̀run ó kọlẹ̀, ọba tí ń fọba jẹ, ọba lánàá, ọba lénìí, ọba títí ayérayé, àṣèbà, àníkíbà wa ṣe o. Ajagunmalé olúwo òde ọ̀run, àṣèbà, olúbíkin ọ̀sán ìbíkin, àṣèbà, àṣèbà àwọn tó dá kí n tó dá, mo ṣèbà àwọn tó tẹ̀ kí n tó tẹ̀, mo ṣèbà àwọn tó là wá lórí, àwọn tó dá wa lóṣù, mo ṣèbà àwọn tó ṣawo kù sẹ́yìn fún wa, àṣèbà, àníkíbà wa ṣe o. Ẹ̀yin ìyá mi ọ̀pàkẹ́ àlàkẹ́, mo ṣèbà ọ̀sá méjì, mo ṣèbà ọ̀sá ẹlẹ́yẹ, mo ṣèbà àwọn ẹlẹ́yẹ, mo ṣèbà àwọn ìyá mi òṣòròmọ̀nìgà, àwọn arógbaṣọ má bòtán, àwọn arógbaṣọ má bolẹ̀, àwọn ìyá mi ọlọ́mú kan tí ń fún gba ọmọ ọlọ́mú, àwọn ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ kan tí ń bẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀ méjì jà, àwọn olókìkí òru, àwọn tẹ́lẹ̀dùmarè gbélé ayé lé lọ́wọ́, mo ṣèbà àwọn ìyá mẹ́ta, àwọn ìyá funfun, ìyá dúdú, ìyá pupa, àwọn abiyamọ ọlọ́jà gbọ̀rọ̀gbọ̀rọ̀ tí ò jẹ́ kọ́mọ ó jábọ́, abiyamọ ayé, abiyamọ ọ̀run, àṣèbà, àníkíbà wa ṣe o. Ọlọ́wọ́ gbọgbọrọ tí ń gbọmọ ẹ̀ lọ́fìn ayé, àṣèbà, àníkíbà wa ṣe o. Àṣeyé ìpà Ifá o, àṣeyé ìpà Odù. Ifá orí mi rèé o, Ifá olókun asọ̀rọ̀dayọ̀, Ifá ẹlẹ́rìí ìpín, Ifá torí ẹni tí ò sunwọ̀n ṣe. Àṣèbà Ifá, Ifá olójúlukára bí ajere, àṣèbà, 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 àṣèbà. Ifá agbóròyé ẹ̀dá, àṣèbà, àníkíbà wa ṣe o. Ifá ibi tó kù díẹ̀ kórí wa tó sí, ibi tó kù díẹ̀ tí kí orí wa kù sí, ẹ wá bá wa ṣe tiwa láṣepé láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àṣeyé ìpà Ẹkin o, àṣeyé ìpà Odù, àṣeyé ìpà odù àṣeyé ìpà ẹkin àníkíbà wá ṣe ọ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àwọn ọlọ́kọ̀ tó wá sáyé ìyá àti bàbá wa àṣèbà, wọ́n ní òrìṣà bí ìyá òsì àṣèbà àwọn ìyá wa, àwọn tó dẹ̀jẹ̀ lé wa lórí, àwọn tó ṣọlọ́kọ̀ tó wá sáyé, àwọn tó wà pẹ̀lú wa àtàwọn tó ti rebi àgbáre àṣèbà àníkíbà wá ṣe ọ. Lọ́mọdé lágbà lọ́kùnrin lóbìnrin, dúdú ni funfun ni, lórígun mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin àgbáláyé ń bi tẹ́ ẹ ti ń gbọ́ mi, tẹ́ ẹ ti ń wò mí, mo ṣèbà orí yín, mo ṣèbà ẹlẹ́dàá yín, mo ní kíbà wá ṣe ọ. Wọ́n ní àdáṣe ní hun mọ́, ìbà ò gbọ́dọ̀ hun ọmọ ènìyàn. Èmi àti yín àdáṣe ọ, a ti ṣèbà lénìí, a ní kó má hun wá láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Wọ́n léwúrẹ́ tó wọlé lọ́jọ́sí tí ò júbà ló dẹrun àmúso, àgùntàn tó wọlé lọ́jọ́sí tí ò júbà ló dẹrun àmúso. Èmi àti yín àti wọlé lénìí àti júbà. Wọ́n ní ọmọdé tó bá wọlé tó bá júbà ló máa roko dalẹ̀. Ó di dandan kémi àti yín roko ire, oko ọlá, oko ajé, oko ọlà dalẹ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àwọn tó láyé, àwọn tó nílẹ̀, wọ́n á dúró tì wá, wọ́n á bá wa ṣe tiwa láṣẹ pé láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àṣebá gbogbo babaláwo, gbogbo Iyanifa bàbá lóríṣà, ìyá lóríṣà, gbogbo àpẹ̀tẹ̀bí, gbogbo àwọn tó jókòó tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ irúnmọlẹ̀, gbogbo àwọn eléwé ọmọ, gbogbo àwọn oníṣègùn, gbogbo àwọn bàbá àtìyá ẹgbẹ́, gbogbo àwọn lékulẹ́ja, àwọn tewétegbò, àṣebà àníkíbà wá ṣe ọ. Iṣẹ́ irúnmọlẹ̀ tá a jókòó tá à ń ṣe yìí kò ní hun wá. Bá a ṣe ń já ewé á máa jẹ́, bá a ṣe ń lọ egbò á máa jẹ́ fún wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àní fọmọ ṣiṣẹ́, àní fọkọ ṣiṣẹ́, àní faya ṣiṣẹ́, àní fara wa ṣiṣẹ́. Iṣẹ́ tẹ́lẹ́dùmarè ti parí, iṣẹ́ táwọn ìyá mi Ọ̀pákẹ́ Àlàkẹ́ tó ti yọ́nú sí, òun ló máa gbé wá fún wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àní ṣàṣetì o. Ọmọ aráyé ò ní kọ̀dí àìmọ̀ṣe sí wa nínú iṣẹ́ irúnmọlẹ̀ tá à ń ṣe yìí láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àwọn tó láyé ti gbé àwọn ará wájú, wọ́n á gbé àwa náà láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo lọ́balọ́ba níjòyè ni mo ṣe ìbà fún. Mo ní kádé ó pẹ́ lórí yín o, mo ní kí rùkẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ́ lọ́wọ́, mo ní kí bàtà pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀, káṣẹ́ pẹ́ lẹ́nu. Orí ìtẹ́ àwọn bàbá yín tẹ́ ẹ jókòó sí yẹn kò ní hun yín, ìlú yẹn kò ní torí yín dàrú. Ẹ̀yin aláṣẹ èkejì òòṣà, ẹ á máa jú yín ṣe láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àwọn tó láyé, àwọn tó nílẹ̀, wọ́n á bá yín ṣe tiyín láṣẹ pé o láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Mo ṣèbà gbogbo agbára tó solé ayé ró, gbogbo àwọn òrìṣà àti irúnmọlẹ̀ tá à ń ṣọ̀sẹ̀ fún lénìí. A ní kọ́ lọ́sẹ̀ ó gbà kọ́ má dá sí wa lára ọ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ẹ̀kọ́ fámìlì látún ti kọ́lé ìní, ọgbọ́n ìmọ̀ àti òye tó wà níbẹ̀ òun ló máa jẹ́ tiwa. Àní fetí ọ̀tún gbọ́ kó gba tòsì jáde o. Adénú wa báyìí adòdìndín ni, àwa múri ajé wa, ire ọlá, ìdùnnú, àlàáfíà, ẹ̀yọ́nú, ìlera pípé òun ló máa jẹ́ tèmi àti yín láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ẹ̀kọ́ fátá ti kọ́ yìí á tọ́ wa sọ́nà. Ifá fi ẹ̀kọ́ yìí á fi ọ̀nà mọ̀ wá ní gbogbo ibi tá à ń lọ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àwa ní tójú ayé mọ́lẹ̀ o, àní taṣọ àgbà mọ́lẹ̀ o. Ẹrù tálábíàmọ́ ètú èmi àti yín wọ̀n ní gbé wá ká wa mọ́lẹ̀ o láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Kò wá sí bá a ṣe lè rìn láyé tó, àní rìn níbi tí ilẹ̀ ti ń yọ̀. Àwọn tó láyé ò ní kọ̀dí àìmọ̀ṣe sí wa, àní taṣọ àgbàlagbà mọ́lẹ̀. Àwọn tá a máa ṣẹ̀ tí ò ní dáríjì wa, Elédùmarè ò ní jẹ́ ká ṣe kòńgẹ́ wọn láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Orí wa báyìí kò ní gbàbọ̀dé, ire báyìí òun lójú owó ń rí, ire lójú wa máa rí. Wọ́n lọ́mọ kéré ọmọ tóbi báyìí, ọwọ́ méjèèjì la fi ń gbé wọn gẹ̀gẹ̀. Àwọn tó láyé á gbé yín gẹ̀gẹ̀, àwọn tó nílẹ̀ á gbé yín gẹ̀gẹ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ọmọ aráyé ò ní fẹnu àtẹ́, wọn ò ní fi wí tiwa. Ẹnu yọ̀ báyìí lọmọ aráyé á máa fi wí tèmi àti yín láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo ibi tá a bá wá kọjú sí, ire lójú owó ń rí, ire lójú èmi àti yín á máa rí láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ ti kúrò nílé, tẹ́ ẹ ti lọ sẹ́yìn odi, tẹ́ ẹ ti rìn àjò, tẹ́ ẹ ti lọ sókè òkun, ire lẹ máa mú bọ̀ wá sílé láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Bó ṣe lọ ló ṣe padà, ọmọ aráyé ò ní kọ̀dí ìyẹn sí wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ẹ wà ní gbé sájò bí èéfín, ẹ ní sọnù sájò bí èéfín. Èrè tó wà ń bẹ̀, ire tó wà ń bẹ̀, ẹ kó wá sílé ní ìlọ́po láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àwọn tẹ́yìn náà wá filẹ̀ sílé, ẹ ní gbúròó ìbànújẹ́ sí wọn. Wọn ò ní fòkú yín ránṣẹ́ sílé, ẹ ní bòkú àwọn aráalé yín nílé láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Tá a bá wá rí ẹnikẹ́ni èèyàn kí èèyàn tí wọ́n wà lókè òkun tó ṣì ń fà tí ò tí ì tóra wọn, àwọn tó láyé á lànà fún yín, àwọn tó nílẹ̀ á fàyè gbà yín níbẹ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ẹ ní ṣe lásán, ẹ ní fi ṣòkòtò péńpé báyìí, ẹ ní fi roko ọba. Àkóbá àdábá orí yín àtẹlẹ́dàá yín ò ní jẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ rí láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ọmọ aráyé ò ní lùlù fún yín jó o. ọmọ aráyé ò ní lùlù fún yín jó láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Kò wá sí bẹ́mi àti yín ṣe lè pẹ́ láyé tó, ojú wa ò ní ríbi, àní mọ sàárè ọmọ, àní fọwọ́ wa báyìí àní fi gbé ọmọ sí. Ẹrù tálábíàmọ ètò wọn ò ní gbé wá ká wa mọ́lé. Àwọn ọmọ tá à ń tì torí wọn ṣiṣẹ́, tá à ń tì torí wọn lọ sókè lọ sódò, àní kábàámọ̀ lórí wọn. Ọmọ aráyé ò ní fọmọ dà wá láàmú, wọn ò ní fi àwa náà, wọn ò ní fi dà àwọn ọmọ wa láàmú láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo ibi táwọn ọmọ wa máa dé, ire á ṣíwájú wọn, ẹ̀yọ́nú á ṣíwájú wọn, àwọn tó láyé á tẹ̀lé wọn débẹ̀, wọ́n á pa àlọ àti àbọ̀ wọn mọ́ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ògúnlákayé tó lànà falára á lànà fẹ́mi àti yín. Ògúnlákayé tó lànà fàjèrò á lànà fáwa náà, á lànà oore kàn wá. Gbogbo ibi tọ́nà ti dí, Ògún á là fún wa níre. Èyí tó ti là tẹ́lẹ̀ kò ní wá dí mọ́ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ọwọ́ wa báyìí ire la máa fi kó wálé, ire odindi torí wọ́n ní odindi báyìí látàrí ń di ti atare kan ìdí tiẹ̀ láàbò. Èmi àti yín ò ní di orí ààbò, àní bá wọn dúpẹ́ tipátipá, àní bá wọn dúpẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àwọn tó láyé orí odindi báyìí ló máa gbélé wa lọ́wọ́. Wọ́n níjọ́ tó rí bá fojú kan ọ̀run, ijọ́ yẹn ló ń yọ o. Àtọmọdé àtàgbà, ọkùnrin ni obìnrin, dúdú ni funfun ni, lẹ́bọ lóògùn ni, amọ́niṣe ni, afàìmọ́niṣe ni, oṣóolé ni, àjẹ́lé ni, àwọn aṣenibánidárò ni, wọ́n á máa yọ́nú sí wa ní gbogbo ọ̀nà ní láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Wọ́n ní àwíṣẹ báyìí òun ni tifá, wọ́n ní àfọ̀ṣẹ ni tọ̀rúnmìlà, wọ́n ní àbátálẹ́gbẹmọ́ bá dá òun lòrìṣà òkè ń gbà. Èmi àti yín tún ti dábàá lẹ́nìí, òrìṣà òkè ti bá wa fàṣẹ sí, torí tí eyín iwájú bá gé ẹran, tèrìgì ń gbà á nì. Èyí tá a wí lẹ́nìí, àwọn tó láyé ti gbà, àwọn tó nílẹ̀ ti gbà, wọ́n ti bá wa fàṣẹ sí. Ó ti rí bẹ́ẹ̀, ó ti ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Wọ́n ní táfẹ́fẹ́ bá fẹ́ á kangi oko lára ni. Gbogbo bí tẹ́ ẹ bá ti ń wò mí, tẹ́ ẹ bá ti ń gbọ́ mi, afẹ́fẹ́ ìwúre yìí á fẹ́ mọ yín, á mọ orí yín. Wọ́n ní tó wáyé pé kọ̀ọ̀kan lọ́ fi wẹ̀ yín jọ́tọ́ bí yín kó kàn yín lára. Wọ́n ní tó wáyé pé ọṣẹ lọ́ fi wẹ̀ yín jọ́tọ́ bí yín kó ṣẹ mọ́ yín lára. Tó wáyé pé omi báyìí lọ́ fi mọ́ yín lára jọ́tọ́ bí yín, kí ìwúre yìí kó mọ́ yín lára, kórí yín má kọ̀, kí ṣẹ̀dá yín má kọ̀, kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ kó ṣẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ o láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àṣẹ. Wọ́n ní kí Ifá ó bá wa ṣe, kí Elédùmarè ó bá wa ṣe, àwọn tó ṣàwo kù sẹ́yìn kó bá wa ṣe. Wọ́n ní kí Ifá ó bá wa ṣe, kí Elédùmarè ó bá wa ṣe, àwọn tó ṣàwo kù sẹ́yìn kó bá wa ṣe. Ifá bá wa ṣe o, Elédùmarè á bá wa ṣe, àwọn tó ṣàwo kù sẹ́yìn wọ́n á bá wa ṣe tiwa láṣepé o láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àṣẹ. Until the next time when I will be on your screen again, èmi ni tí ní tòótọ́, ọbabìnrin Awóbánkẹ́ tí gbogbo èèyàn mọ̀ sí Iyanifa Ewa. I don't know when next we are going to be streaming, but usually we stream every morning 6 a.m. Nigerian time on Ase For Today. We are taking a break right now because we have a lot of work to do behind the scenes. And on Sunday, we also stream 12 noon Nigerian time, but we're not streaming tomorrow. That's why we're here today. But until the next time when I'll come your way again, I remain your host, the founder of Ifá College, Iyanifa Ewa. And I say, Ifá gbè wá, ìṣẹ̀ṣe á gbè wá, àwọn Aláṣẹkù wọ́n bá wa ṣe tiwa láṣepé o láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. The YouTube channel is Iyanifa Ewa TV. The website is Ifá College. If you are catching a replay, every information you need is on the description box below. And if you are catching the live streaming, I know you can see the WhatsApp number that is pinned on your screen. Copy it and send a message for anything that you need. For all the Babalawos, Iyanifas, Babalorishas, Iyalorisha that joined us today, I say thank you so much. Iyanifa Owini, Sacred Grove, Eshe Goni Adukbeo, and all the students from her Ile, thank you so much for joining. Iyanifa Ifadumade, thank you so much for joining us. Eshe Goni Adukbeo.
Àbọrú Àbọyè Àbọṣíṣẹ. Àbọrú Àbọyè Àbọṣíṣẹ. Àbọrú Àbọyè Àbọṣíṣẹ. Àbọrú Àbọyè Àbọṣíṣẹ. Òṣèlú àtọ́ fún gbogbo wa o. Grand, how are you doing today? How are we doing today? Let me know where you're streaming from today. Let me know where we are streaming from today. Ashe Elaboru Elaboye Elaboshishero. Ashe Uguato Asure Iworofu. Leo from Kenya. Wow. Thank you so much for joining us today from Kenya. Àbọrú Àbọyè Àbọṣíṣẹ. Let's invite our family members on WhatsApp from Ibadan. Ẹ̀yin ọmọ Ìbàdàn nílé Olúyọ̀lé. Ọmọ Ìbàdàn kíni so. Babaláwo Ifáládé Onífánlá. Mo ṣe Àbọrú Àbọyè Àbọṣíṣẹ fún yín. Akúṣẹ́ irúnmọlẹ̀ o. How are we all doing today? Ó tójọ́ mẹ́ta o, ń bolẹ̀ tí ń gbọ́ wa. Vicky Spices from Lagos. Thank you so much. The topic of our discussion today is welcome to Ifa. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sínú Ifa. Welcome to Ifa. They've told a lot of you to go back to your roots, to go back to your source, to go back to your ancestors. So we're welcoming you to Ifa. What does it even mean to go back to your roots? Because ojoojúmọ́ la máa ń gbọ́, go back to your roots. Ẹ lọ padà sílé. Ẹ ṣe nǹkan táwọn baba ńlá yín ṣe. Go back to your roots, go back to your ancestors. What does it even mean? What does it mean to go back to your roots? When you go back to your roots, what's there to expect? Because a lot of people are scared. Ẹ̀rù ń bà àwọn èèyàn gan pé because of the things they've heard about Ifa, if we go back to our roots, what's going to happen? What do we expect? Are we going to be worshipping idols? Are we going to be worshipping smaller gods? You know, a lot of people are scared, really. I'm sure that there are a lot of people that have been seeing, different posts about returning to your ancestors and to your roots, and people don't know what to make of it. Like, a lot of people don't know what to make of it. They don't even know what to expect when they get here because of the so many misconceptions that has been put out, so many lies, so many wrong information that has been said. So people are looking from the window. One will Ifá tó tẹ̀ ní ká padà sí yìí, what is it about? What do I expect when I go back to Ifa? What do I expect when I try to connect with my ancestors? What's there to expect? How does it work? What does it mean for me? And that is a legit concern. You should be concerned. You should want to know what something entails before you dive into it. But the question is, who do you go and ask? Who do we talk to? Who is able to give us a summary of what Ifa is, what ÌṢÄШE is, before we start to practice it? It's not everybody that is as privileged as I was when I started my journey in Ifa. When I started my journey in Ifa, it was easy for me. I had spare time. I was working for myself. I was running my own business. Thank you so much for the gift. I was running my own businesses. So it was easy for me to, travel here and there, move from one place to another, to learn Ifa myself. It was easy for me to ask questions by myself. But a lot of people don't have that time. We don't have the luxury of time to pause our everyday life and then go to the villages and the rural areas to make inquiries about Ifa. And that's one of the reasons why Ifa College was set up. I set up Ifa College basically to be able to answer, the questions that people could not answer. People could not answer when I started, to bridge the gap. Okay. So while we share and repost and continue tapping, let's listen to this song. Let's listen to this song by 100. Ifa Elédùmarè. Babaláwo Ifa Elédùmarè. Babaláwo Ifa Elédùmarè. So today we're talking about welcome home. Like, now that we have come to Ifa, what's next? What does it mean to return to your roots? A lot of people want to go back to Ifa. A lot of people want to connect back to their roots, but you don't know what to expect. You don't know what it's going to look like. You don't know what it entails. You don't know if all the things that you have heard about your ancestors, about traditional worship, African religion, you don't know if it is something to be scared of. You don't know if all the things they told you is true. Say it out, say it out. It's, okay. Sorry, just a minute. So you don't know if it is real, if it is true. You don't know if all of those things they told you are things that you need to be concerned about. You don't know. But then you are here and you want to go back to your roots. You are looking through Abrahamic religion. You know there are a lot of things that is not adding up. As a Muslim, you know that everything that the Quran says has a problem. As a Christian, you know that everything that the Bible has said is questionable at this point. You don't even know what to believe. But then again, you are not also sure of these roots that they have asked you to come into. You are not sure of these ancestors they've asked you to connect to. You are not sure of what Ifa is. You have heard a lot of things. You have heard that there's no difference between Olódùmarè and God. So if there is no difference between Olódùmarè and God, why are you leaving God to come to Olódùmarè? Some of you have heard that Eshu is Satan. If Eshu is still Satan, it's the same Satan you are running away from in religion. If that same Satan is still in Ifa and ÌṢÄШE, why are you coming here? A lot of you have heard that our ancestors are demons. So you are wondering, why do I want to be associated with something that is demon? But deep down inside of you, you have something that is connecting you to your root. You have something that is pulling you back home. You have something that is dragging you back home. But you don't know where to stand. You don't know what to expect. I've met a lot of people who said, see, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in God. I don't have any religion. In fact, African spirituality, I don't know what to make from it. I don't know if it is true. I don't know if it is real. I just want to be on my own. I'm no longer a Christian. I'm no longer a Muslim, but I just want to be on my own. We've heard a lot of that. And usually, why people are at that stage is because there is nobody to teach them. There's nobody there to explain to them what their roots are, what their culture is, what African spirituality is. They don't have books to read. They don't have where to go to say, okay, let me get the instruction of this thing. Let me get the manual of this thing. Let me have somebody that would explain the truth about it to me. They don't have. So, and they don't want to get themselves back into the same thing from where they are coming from. Omo Oduduwa, Eshe Goni. They don't have anybody to teach them. They don't have where to get the real information from. Someone says, I've always wanted to learn Ifa. I'm sure you could help at this. Would you like to be of help? Ifa College, just look at the name of the page you are on. Ifa College. A college is a school of Ifa. So simple and straightforward. We are here to teach you about Ifa. So if you want a structured environment where you can learn about Ifa, just go to the website, ifacollege.ng. The website is ifacollege.ng. Let me type that in the comment section. So when you get to the website, ifacollege.ng, you will get all the information that you need about Ifa and ÌṢÄШE there to learn about it. But today we are talking about welcome to Ifa. What are those things that we need to know? What are those things? The things that you knew about Ifa that is scaring you from practice. I know there are millions of people out there who are contemplating going back to their roots, who are contemplating practicing African spirituality. They are contemplating connecting to Ifa, but they are not sure what to expect. And trust me, nobody should make you feel bad about that. It's a new thing. It's something you are not sure of. It's something that has a lot of rumors around it. It's something that has a lot of negativity tied around it. So it's only normal for you to be conscious of what you want to get yourself into. And I tell people, as an educated and intelligent person, you want to have information of what you are getting yourself into before you get yourself into it. But there's really nobody to ask questions. On so many pages of people that are practicing Ifa and ÌШÄШE, if you ask too many questions, they feel offended. A lot of people have to apologize. I'm sorry, I don't understand this thing. I just want to know. No, you don't have to apologize for the fact that you want to gain knowledge. This is new to you, particularly because this information is one that has been demonized. This information is one that has been painted wrong. So it's okay for you to ask questions about it. It's okay for you to want to know before you get involved in it, before you delve into it. And that's what we'll be talking about today. So if you're in the comment section and you have questions about Ifa, things that you have heard about Ifa that is confusing to you, things that you've heard that scares you, things that you heard that you're not sure where to place it, just put your messages or your questions in the comment section. I would answer it as we are going on. But right now, I'll be teaching you what to expect when you come to Ifa. What is Ifa about? Let's break it down in a way that somebody that is not a practitioner can understand. Let's break it down in a way that somebody with zero knowledge can understand. That's what we're talking about today. So please share the video with as many people as you can. As many people as you can, share it with them. And then Oluwapelumi Makinde Ogboato. So today I'm tagging this video Welcome Home. Welcome home. And as you come home, what are the things that you expect? Everything that Ifa needs you to know now that you have returned home. Everything that Ifa needs you to know about your roots, about your culture, about your tradition, about the spirituality of your people. Everything you need to know before you practice it. Now, Ifa didn't give us a mandate to go and evangelize. So one thing I need you to know is that there is nobody out there that is trying to build or raise a community. We are not gaining anything from telling you to come back home. There is a part of Ifa that says, "Nítorí ara ẹni la ṣe ń dáfá." When you, nítorí ara ẹni la ṣe ń kọ́fá, you are learning Ifa for yourself. It's a personal thing. The only thing that we are here to do is to guide you. The decision remains on you. But at least before you make a decision, you should have informed information, have informed knowledge about something, have knowledge about something, then you can decide. So I'm here to introduce to you what Ifa is. Just listen. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? You will listen and you will not like it, and then you will go. That's the worst that can happen. I hear people say this a lot. Let me start from here. I hear people say things like, I chose Christianity. Iyanifa, you cannot change my mind. I chose Christianity. No, you only choose when you have options. Now let's put these two things in front of me. They asked me to make a choice. I choose these sunglasses. Right. It's because there are options. If it is only these sunglasses that is there and they say pick one, can I say I choose? No. You choose when there's options. None of us were given options of religion. None of us were given options of spirituality. We were not given options of what religion to follow, what spirituality. We were handed over something. It was more like we inherited it. Pretty much like it was forced down to us. That's the only thing we knew. So whatever religion you are practicing right now, you really didn't choose. You really didn't choose. Even if you say, oh, I've been a Christian before, then I changed to Islam, or I've been an Islam practitioner before and I changed to Christianity, were you giving the same information about your roots and your culture? The same information you have about the Bible, you have about the Quran, were you giving the same information about Ifa, about ÌṢÄШE, about your ancestors to choose? That's not fair. It's not fair on you as an adult that you are not allowed to learn about your roots, about your culture, about your tradition, and then make an informed decision. It's like somebody that sits in Nigeria and sits in the UK and tells somebody back home that, London is not good, oh, don't come to this place. It's not a good place to be. Allow them to visit and decide for themselves if it is good. Some people have Japa, and there's something called Jakpada now. They've gone, they've come back. They've seen both sides, and they've decided to go back home. They have made an informed decision based on the both sides. You should be given the same privilege and opportunity about your roots and your culture. Allow yourself to learn it. What is the worst that can happen? If you find out about your roots today, you find out about Ifa and ÌШÄШE today, you find out about your ancestors today, what's the worst that can happen? You have gained knowledge. If you feel that knowledge doesn't resonate with you, you can move on to other things. But at least give yourself, as an adult African Black person, give yourself the privilege to know these things. And then when they are talking about African spirituality somewhere and you have chosen Christianity, you will be able to say, I have studied Ifa, I've studied my roots, my culture, my ancestors, and I chose Christianity based on these facts. It doesn't sound intelligent. If you have only studied one thing, if you have only been given the privilege to know one thing, and you are telling yourself that you chose out of one thing, that's not a choice. That's not a choice. That does not speak freedom. When we say you have freedom of what? Freedom of religion. It means that you can explore and you can choose. You can explore and you can choose. But if your religious leaders are scared to allow you to explore certain things, is because they think that when you explore it, you will find out the roots and you will stay there. Our flash goal for today is the TikTok gift. That gift that is shaped in the like a musical note. Send in your gift. Thank you. We need 29 people. We have 3 people already. Send in your gift. This is your own way of telling the algorithm that, hey, this is good content and they should share it with as many more people. Trust me, we need as many more people to know about what their roots is saying, what their ancestor is saying. Auntie Kimi, thank you so much for that. So I want you to come open-minded. Is that okay? I want you to come open-minded. Somebody like me, I have explored Christianity and I have explored Ifa and I have made a choice. If anybody comes to speak to me today about Christianity, I will be able to say without any doubt that I have explored it, I explored this side and I chose this side. That sounds like an adult. So we're going to start by taking questions. What are the things that you have heard about Ifa that is probably, it doesn't sit well with you, you don't understand it, what's it called? It's a little confusing. Somebody said, me, I need money. If you need money, please approach a bank. Is that okay? Approach a bank. Money lives in the bank. Or approach a business coach to tell you how to do business to raise money. Or pretty much just approach a bank. They'll be able to assist you on how to get money. Is that okay? This is Ifa College. What we can help you with is anything surrounding Ifa. Someone says, also, it should be a must to learn. It should be a must to know about them because we all came from them. Exactly. It should be compulsory for everybody to have knowledge about their roots. Someone said, as a Muslim, I realize that the religion gives us free pass to bastardize our ancestors. Exactly. Someone is also asking here, what was your Odù of initiation into Ifa? You are asking me what was my Odù of initiation into Ifa. Can I take my time to answer that question? Somebody is asking me what is my Odù of initiation. So it's like you walk up to somebody, a random person, and you say, please, can you share your DNA with me? Or you walk up to a random person and meet the person for the first time and say, please, what's your blood group, your genotype, your blood type? Can I know your basic health conditions? Can I know your DNA? That's what it sounds like. Because what do you need my spiritual DNA for? What do you want to do with the information about my Odù Ifá? You are not my father, you are not my mother, you are not my husband, you're not my children. I feel like those are the only people that are entitled to know what your spiritual DNA is. You understand? So please don't go around asking people that kind of question. It's rude, it's disrespectful, it is intrusive. And don't answer such question when you are asked. I beg of you. Anybody that comes into your space to say, what's your Odù Ifá during Itefa? Avoid them. Look at them the same way you look at somebody that says, what is your bank PIN or what's your social security number? This is information that is for you. Please, let's learn that one thing. As you come into Ifa, as you go into your roots, this is an information you need to keep because this Odù Ifá that births you during Ifa initiation pretty much gives the download of your life. Like your entire life. You guys are not clicking on your screen. What's happening? You're not clicking on your screen. What is happening? Someone says, I'm ԻΣΕΣΕ and grew up in Baptist Christian household and I chose Ifa. I'm curious about your story. Okay, I will share a little bit of my story today, but I have an 8-hour-long video on YouTube, Iyanifa Ewa TV, where I give you full details of my story, my journey from birth, through my experience as a young adult, an adult, and to right now. Okay, I grew up in a very strong Christian family too. I even became a pastor in church before I came into Ifa. How did that change happen? I have a full video of it on my YouTube channel, Iyanifa Ewa TV on YouTube. But I will make reference to it in bits and in pieces during the course of this live streaming. Someone says it is hard to really study because no one is willing to teach you. They want to go after money. I think you meant want. Ifa College is here. There is a school of Ifa. Why are you still complaining that it is hard to study? It's like you walk into a school and then you are still complaining, oh my God, it's hard to find a school around here. You are in a school already. You are on this page right now on this live streaming. You are in Ifa College. College is school. Ifa is Ifa, so we are in a school of Ifa as we speak right now. So you finding where to study is no longer a problem. The moment you have found this page, you have found a place to study. All you have to do is go to the website ifacollege.ng. Go to the website ifacollege.ng. Somebody just commented now. The person said Ifa College is very affordable. Thank you very much for saying that. So you just go there and then you will get everything that you need. So let me pick other questions. Let me see other questions before I start to unlearn the misconceptions that we have been taught. There's so many things you have heard about Ifa that is not true, that has been holding you back. How do I start to learn the basics? Go to the website ifacollege.ng. Okay, let me see. Is there any other questions? No. So let's pick the misconceptions one by one. Please, as you're joining in, I beg of you, if you have any questions, anything that has been holding you back in the practice of Ifa, you can talk about it here. On this platform, we don't take any question as, oh, you're asking a stupid question. You don't need to be scared to ask any question. This is a school. We are here to teach you and we want you to learn. So anything that involves Ifa that you have questions about, please go ahead and ask. Our flash goal is the TikTok gift. We need 24 more different people that have not sent in their gift to send it in. So the first thing that is common, one of the common lies that we have been told that I am coming to debunk today is this. The first one is the concept of God as being good and a devil that is evil, and both of them are competing for the world. Now, every religion, home and abroad, teaches us this. There is a God, there is a devil. God is good, the devil is evil, and both of them are competing. Christianity is what I am used to. I have more knowledge in Christianity. Christianity tells you that God created the heaven and the earth and everything in between, including an angel in heaven that was called Lucifer. And that Lucifer tried to go against God. And God cast Lucifer down from heaven to earth. Then God came to the earth to create human beings. He made Adam and Eve. Lucifer still tempted them and caused them to fall. And right now, God and Lucifer are in a competition of who is going to win. And they told us that at the end of the day, Lucifer is still going to win. Why? Because Lucifer is going to have more people that will go to hell than the people in heaven. That's the picture that religion has painted for us. But as you come into Ifa, the first thing we need you to know is that there is no such thing as God. If you sit down and you research where the name God came from, his research on the internet tells us that it came from a word, GAD, and GAD is a deity. So there's nothing like God in Ifa. Nobody should ever equate Olódùmarè to God. No. I feel like at this point, every form of religion has what they call their God. So in Christianity, they're called Yahweh. In Islam, it's called Allah. Now, go and research what Allah is. Go and research what Yahweh is, and you will understand that it's not God. Now, in Ifa, the divine and supreme being that people misconcept as God is called Olódùmarè. Some other Yoruba people will call him or call them Elédùmarè. Now, I'm using the pronoun them because Olódùmarè doesn't have a gender, so we cannot use he or she. We are using them because Yoruba doesn't have pronoun in that sense. Yoruba doesn't have a pronoun of he, she, they, them. We use àwọn for a group of people or somebody that is higher than us. So in this case, Olódùmarè is higher than us, so we are using àwọn. And in English, for lack of better words in English, àwọn is called them. So we are going to be using they and them as the pronoun for Olódùmarè. So Olódùmarè is the divine and supreme being. They created the heaven, the earth, seen and non-seen, past, present, future, and everything in between, including good and evil. Olódùmarè created good and evil. There is no Satan that is competing with Olódùmarè. Now, that even sounds very disrespectful, very minimizing to say that there is a God that is all powerful, and that God that is all powerful created a devil that is small, and that God that is big and the devil, they are constantly fighting. Let's take, for instance, this my pretty bottle, right? And this straw. My bottle created this straw, but for the rest of their life, this straw is going to be fighting with my bottle. Excuse me, how can you say that this bottle, as heavy as it is, as beautifully endowed as it is, glittering and stoned, how can you say it's fighting this paper? Don't you think that is an insult on this? It's like you say that a lion and a rat, they are constantly fighting. Don't you think that is an insult on a lion? It's like you said the president of a country is literally fighting an infant, a newborn baby that doesn't know their left from their right. Don't you think that is an insult on the personality of that president? It doesn't make sense. God created the devil, and the devil has been messing around with God from time immemorial, and God cannot just deal with that devil. No, but it is you. The war between the devil and God, they are going to take it out on you. The devil wanted to take over the throne of God in heaven, and God found out, and the devil still took 1/3 of the angels that God created with him. 1/3 is not a small number. 1/3 is 33%. That's a huge number. He took with him. God could not do anything to him. God decided to come to the earth to create human beings, his own children, and start a life with them. And the devil still came and said, you, this God, I'm going to deal with you. You cannot just escape like that. And he still went ahead to tempt Adam and Eve, and they fell. The devil still won. And then for the rest of the creation of the billions of people that God will make, the devil will still continue to fight God. Why can't he just deal with the devil once and for all? But he can deal with us as human beings. He's going to deal with us. He's going to punish us for everything that we did wrong. But he cannot deal with the devil. First of all, go and fight that devil. Go and fight him first and win, before I will take you seriously. So Olódùmarè is not God. Olódùmarè doesn't have any God attributes. Olódùmarè doesn't have any devil that they are fighting. Olódùmarè created everything in this life, including what you and I call good and evil. Now, in the concept of Ifá and ÌṢÄŠE, it is not called good and evil. It is just called words and opposites. So when you were in primary school, we had words and opposite, right? So they say up. The opposite of up is down. Opposite of east is west. North is south. Big is small. Good is bad. White is black. Summer is winter. Now, these are opposites. Opposite of summer is winter. It doesn't mean winter is bad and summer is good. They're just opposite. There is a way we feel during winter. We can feel very uncomfortable during winter. It is so cold. Everywhere is blocked. It doesn't make winter bad. It just makes it the opposite. So as far as Ifá and ÌШẸШE is concerned, we have these two things. When you come into the Ifá school, this is the first thing we will teach you. We'll tell you to raise up your hand like this. Look at your palm and look at the other side of it. On the same hand, you see this line? You see how this part looks like and this part looks like? Both of them exist together. That's a simple way to describe how Olódùmarè created this earth. This and that. Which is why Yoruba will say, Tibitire nile ayé. Tibitire nile ayé. This life, human life, exists as Ibi. Ibi is what we call in English evil or bad. Ire is what we call good. Tibitiri nile ayé, meaning that the good and the bad, they exist together side by side. Olódùmarè created both of them for a balance. It is for balance. Whichever one you are experiencing is a part of life. The devil is not responsible for it. Your choices will determine which side you will fall. Now, this part of my hand can handle temperature, either extreme cold temperature or hot temperature. This part of my hand cannot handle it. So if I decide to use my hand to touch hot, assuming there is water in this and it's hot, and I use my hand to touch it, what I'm going to feel is different from what I'm going to feel if I use my hand to touch this. This part of my hand is able to how would I put it, to bear more temperature than this part of my hand. Whichever part of my hand that I put, whatever I experience with it, it depends on me. It's my decision and consequences. So Ifa works with choices and consequences of choices. Now let's see if it makes sense. The people that serve God in either Islam or Christianity say that God gives good things and the devil gives evil things, right? So let's think about it. Think about a country that is going through a moment of insecurity, and children, pregnant women, innocent men are being unalive based on nothing, no reason at all. For instance, what is happening in Nigeria right now? They entered into churches and they unalive people. They hurt people. They took people away against their will. And somebody is trying to convince you that the devil is responsible for evil and God is responsible for good. So let me ask, what is God doing about innocent children, minors that are experiencing being unalive? They are experiencing being held against their will. There are children in Nigeria right now that are held against their will, held hostage and captured. What is God doing about that? If human beings experience bad things based on, if you commit a sin, something bad will happen to you. But a minor, what has those minor children done for the devil to give them evil? If God is good, why are those minor children experiencing that? If God is good, why were they able to enter into a church and capture the pastor of the church? The people that are being held against their will right now, they are in one form of religion or the other. Look at it and analyze that. Now, let's hold this. Now, when you come to Ifa, how does Ifa explain that to you? Ifa says everything you are experiencing in life is based on choices and consequences. Is based on choices and consequences. Now, let's think about it. People have made choices in a particular country, and the consequences of those choices has resulted in insecurity. The government of the nation is not able to provide security for its people. That is why those children are experiencing that's why it's easy for somebody to just walk into the street and pick another person against their will. Why are they not experiencing that in countries like China, in places like Dubai, places that you know that security of the citizen, the security of the life and property of the citizen is significant and is of importance to the ruling government? Why are they not experiencing that? Is it because they are praying more than us? Is it because God loves them more than us? We need logical explanations for these things. That is to show you that it doesn't have anything to do with God. Nigeria has to be one of the most religious countries in the world. If we put it on a scale by square meter of geographical location, I believe that Nigeria has more churches per square meter than the rest of the world. Yet all of these things is happening. It means it doesn't have anything to do with God and Satan. Because if it has something to do with God, China is not a religious country based on Abrahamic religion. You will not consider China religious based on Islam and Christian practice. Yet it is one of the, as populated as it is one of the most secured and safe places to be compared with what we are experiencing. So it means that what we are experiencing in Nigeria at the moment and major African and Asian countries is based on the choices of certain people. Now let's take it away from the government and let's come home. You and I are We know who Temi Otedola is, the wife of Mr. Eze. Look at Temi Otedola's life. A couple of weeks ago or days ago, the community of Nigerian men were, I don't know what video they saw, but they were reacting to something and they were comparing Temi Otedola to their average wives at home. You are expecting the same thing that Temi Otedola is doing, quote and unquote. Like I said, I haven't seen the video they were referring to. You want to compare it with your wife. You forget the fact that Temi Otedola is living a life based on the choices of her ancestors. Her great-grandparents made certain choices and passed it on to her grandparents and then passed it on to her parents, and she's living that life. The life she's living today doesn't have anything to do with God and the devil. The life she's living today doesn't have anything to do with prayer. Recently, we heard that Copy became born again, I think so. She became a little more religious and she changed certain things. Is that going to change the quality of her life? No. She has been copied since the day she has been copied. Her life has been copying in a beautiful luxury way since the day she has been born. She has better options of life more than you do because her parents, grandparents, great-grandparents made choices, cause and effect. You and I are working so hard today so that we can change the option that our children will have. We are not praying so hard so that the life of our children will be different. No, your great-grandfather prayed so hard. Your grandfather prayed so hard. Your father prayed so hard. It did not change your life. Now, you and I have seen the truth. We have removed our glasses and we have seen the truth that if I don't make better financial decisions, geographical decisions, your children is not going to have a better life. Consequences, choices, and actions. That's the way it is. So Olodumare created everything that you have seen, good and evil. What you experience depends on the choices you are making, depends on the choices the people ahead of you made. If your father made a decision to give birth to his children in a country that has a very strong passport, the quality of your life is different from the one of an average Nigerian whose father and mother gave birth to them and the only passport they have is the green passports. The quality of life is different. It has got nothing to do with God and the devil. That is what Ifa teaches. Ifa teaches balance. Now, for you to understand that balance, you need to know what does it take to live in this side of balance, what does it take to live in the other side of balance. Then you will choose. Some of you, your parents and grandparents have made choices that is not favoring you right now. You are the one that is going to change that choice moving forward. And it depends on you, which is why one of the major differences between practicing religion and African spirituality is responsibility and accountability. Religion teaches you that God is responsible and the devil should be held accountable. Any little thing that people do is, oh my God, it's the devil, it's the devil, it's the devil. Every time you say, hey, something wonderful has happened, it's God that did it, it's God that did it. There's something that offended me so much when I was in church, and it was testimony time. Somebody is in their house praying for school fees for their child. Their child is trying to get admission into a school, and they are praying for school fees for their child. And then a human being like them shows up and says, Iya Basira, what's wrong with you today? You are not your cheerful self. You are looking worried. Iya Basira happens to sell food by the side of the road or fruit by the side of the road. This her rich customer drives by. Iya Basira is not her smiling self. She's just, and a customer is like, yeah, Basira, what's happening today? You are not your cheerful self. Why is your face looking like the billboard of It Is Well? Yeah, Basira says, it's your daughter Basira. Oh, they've sent her out of school. This is her final year and she needs to write an exam. And that kind-hearted, rich customer says, how much is the school fees? Iya Basira says, her school fees is just 30,000 naira. and the customer is in her mind saying, because of 30,000 naira, a child will be denied writing her final year exam. Iya Basira, please give me your account number. She doesn't have Iya Basira's account number because everything she has always bought, she has paid in cash, 1,000, 2,000. And she wired 35,000 naira to Iya Basira's account. Use the 30,000 naira to pay for your daughter's school fees. Give her 5,000 to buy things to go to school. Iya Basira gets to the church the next Sunday, and she's giving a testimony. Come and see what God has done. God has been so faithful to us. Daddy said it that all our needs will be met. Last week Sunday, Daddy Gio said the things that we cannot afford, God will give it to us free. Praise the Lord of the mountain of Jehovah. And everybody says hallelujah. And Iya Basira goes to sit down. Nowhere in that testimony was the name of the person that gave her the money. The fellow Nigerian that is going through a lot, that decided to part with 35,000 naira that you did not work for, money that they don't owe you, and there is no part of that testimony that talks about that person, that acknowledges that person, that says thank you to that person, that asks the congregation to pray for that person on their behalf, that God will bless them. No, it's God. And then somebody is at the other side of that phone saying, if not because of God, can a stranger give you money? If not because of God, 1,000,000 among strangers will give you money without God. When you were having that conversation with that woman, you did not beg her to give you the money in the name of God. She chose as a kind-hearted human being. She wasn't under any obligation to do it for you. You see what I'm saying? Religion has told us that God is responsible for every good thing that happened. You will go to a hospital. Before your family is rushed in for an emergency surgery, you are holding the doctor. Doctor, how much is it going to cost? Doctor says, go and bring 10 million. Home and abroad, you gather 10 million. Doctor, please, oh. The doctor says, put your mind at rest. The doctor comes out after 2 hours, sweating, and tells the family, congratulations, the surgery was successful. The next thing you are going to do is pick up the phone. Daddy, you are calling your pastor. Daddy, thank you. You said it. None of us will lose our life in the process of saying, I want to bless pastor. And the doctor is standing there in your presence. Not even a word of thank you. The young man is sweating. Years of experience has gone into that delicate surgery becoming successful. No, it is your pastor. It is God. Why didn't you put your money on the table and ask God to do the surgery? Why didn't you rush into your daddy Gio's house and lie the money by the side of the young man that needed the surgery and ask God to do it? But there are so many surgeries that go on every day that is not successful. Is God that made this one successful? No. There's so many surgeries that go on every day that is not successful. If you sit down, there's an explanation to it. It's either the medical equipment were not good enough, or the doctor was not good enough, or you took them to a quack hospital, or the person was brought in at a point that they had almost been unalive. Or it is just the circumstances of life. The person has come to the end of their life journey and they must go. Yes, 90% of the time there is an explanation for it. But no, your religious brain cannot allow you to comprehend that. It has to be God. But when you come into Ifá and ÌṢẸШE, there is no such thing as that. Oh, do you now mean that Elédùmarè does not do anything for us? Do you mean that Ifá does not do anything for us? So why are we doing Ebo and Etutu? When we make Ebo and Etutu, which is loosely defined as sacrifices and appeasement, you are assigning a spiritual body a payment to do their part. Emphasis on do their part. You are not sitting down and praying and hoping that they will do something. No. In every situation of life, everybody has a part to play. I have my part to play as a human person. Make the right decisions. The part of Ifá is to guide me into the right decision. The part of the Orishas is to go and do their own part. Take, for instance, if whatever it is that you are going through requires, maybe you have been experiencing blockage. It's like promise and fail. Everywhere you go, there is a blockage. Ogun is the Orisha of opening doors.
Ogun is the Orisha that clears your path. Ogun is the Orisha that removes every obstacle. Ogun is the Orisha of metal. So think about Ogun when you think about bulldozers, when you think about tractors, when you think about hoes and cutlass that you used to clear the bush, when you think about metals that you used to cut down a tree, think about Ogun when you think about that. So that roadblock you are experiencing, promise and fail, every door seems to be closed against you. Ogun is the one you give Ebo to. You are giving Ogun a payment to say, go and clear the path for me. They are doing their work. Then your Babalawo will tell you the decisions you have to go and make, the instructions, the things, the actions that you have to go and take. You take your action. Ogun is taking his own action. Ifa has taken his own action by directing you, and then you get a positive result. And when you come back to say thank you, instead of what you do in church, that you say, oh, I thank God, Daddy G, I thank you. Ifa tells you to go back, first of all, to say thank you to the people that decided to allow themselves to be used. You will go back and say thank you to them. Then you will go to your Babalawo to say thank you for the divination that you did. Thank you for making Ebo and Etutu for me. Then you go and also thank you to the Orishas for playing their part. And we say thank you to Ifa, and then we say thank you to Olodumare in that order. We don't skip over the human beings that were used and just say, Olodumare, thank you, Ifa, thank you. No, we acknowledge the people that were used. And Yoruba says, if anybody does something good for you and you don't go back to say thank you to them, you are like an armed robber that broke into somebody's house and you took something away. Ifa says, ẹni tá a bá ṣoore fún tí ò dúpẹ́ bí ọlọ́ṣà kó ni lẹ́rù lọ ni. Ẹni tí a bá ṣoore fún, the person that was helped by a helper. You need to go back and say thank you to your helper. That's what Ifa teaches us. So to the woman that was used to pay Iya Basira's daughter's school fees, she needs to go back, acknowledge that woman and say thank you to her. Every time she's recounting that testimony, let her remember to add that woman's name to it and say, this so person chose to do this for me. Those are the misconceptions you are going to unlearn as you come into Ifa. So there is no God and devil that is fighting for good and evil, fighting for your soul. Your soul is your soul. Nobody is taking your soul away. You don't give your life to anybody. After you have given do you know what it means to open your mouth and say you give your life to somebody? I don't understand if you know what it means. That you open your mouth and you say you have given your life. Olodumare is not even demanding your life from you. Olodumare that made your life does not require you to give it back to him. Olodumare, they don't require you to give it back to them. Olodumare created your life and gave you this human life to live. Why are you giving it back to them? Why? Why are you giving it back? Oh, to Jesus I surrender. Then you are wondering why you don't have a life of your own. You are wondering why you cannot amount to anything. You have surrendered your life to somebody. You have given your life to somebody, and you still want to live that life. As how now? Olodumare is not requiring that you give your life to. Your life is your life. Go and live it to the fullest. Live it to the maximum. Follow the instructions of Ifa and live your life to the fullest. That is all you are required for. So the first misconceptions, we have struck it out. The concept of God being good and the devil being evil, and both of them are competing for the world. We have struck that out. The second thing, the concept of heaven and hell as a reward and punishment for moral performance. Somebody will say, but there is Orun in Ifa now. There is Orun. The Orun that is described in Ifa is not the heaven that you go to as a reward of doing good on earth. No. You need to understand the fact that Yoruba is an ancient language. English is a modern language. English lacks the depth and the vocabulary to translate a lot of ancient languages, including Yoruba. So when English translates, that is why I always say loosely translated in English. For lack of better words, English has picked a particular word. So ọ̀run is loosely translated as heaven. For lack of better words, that is why we use heaven in place of ọ̀run. What religion tells you about heaven is nothing. It doesn't describe ọ̀run in the concept of Ifa in any way. Is that okay? The concept of heaven in religion is a reward of when you do good. Is the place that God lives and his angels are living there, and you will go there at the end of life. A place where there is diamond and gold on the floor and there's mansions for you. That is what it is. That's not the concept of ọ̀run in Ifa. The concept of ọ̀run in Ifa is another realm. A realm where we have existed before we came here. Is another existence like this earth. But it is an existence or a realm that is superior to this earth. It is just another existence. People exist there. Bá a ṣe ń ṣe lọ́run ló ń ṣe láyé. The same way we are doing on earth, that's how they are doing in heaven. It's not good. It does not require you to be holy before. It's the same existence and the same expression. And here is why. I would recite this story. A lot of you have heard me recite this story a million times. I will recite it in Yoruba, then translate it in English. The story goes thus. Ìgbà tá à ń ti ìkọ̀lé ọ̀run bọ̀ wá sí tayé, ayálé àjàlá. Let me answer this question before I go on. The person says, how do you know, madam? Let me explain that in such a way that the question that you asked will not look stupid, because it sounds stupid, but let me respond to you in a way that it doesn't sound stupid. How do you know that your great-grandfather is your great-grandfather? How did you know? How did you know that you had a great-grandfather? Did you ever meet him in person? No. How did you know that Nigeria got independence in 1960? Take, for instance, you're a Nigerian. Did you experience Nigerian independence? Most likely not. How do you know that before the amalgamation of Nigeria in 1914, it wasn't Nigeria? Did you experience it? No. You know based on history, information that has been passed on from generation to generation. That's how you know that you have a great-grandfather. So that is how I know the things that I'm saying. And you can go and Google it. Information is open for everybody to learn. That is why we have something called history. It is passed on from generation to generation. So the same way your great-grandchildren is going to know you based on history is the same reason I know the history of my people and I know the history of the Christian people. I hope that answers your question. All right. So the story says, nígbà tá à ń ti ìkọ̀lé ọ̀run bọ̀ wá sí tayé, ayálé àjàlá, ìyẹn àjàlá mọ̀rímọ̀rí, ibi tá a ti yan orí tá a ti yan ìpín. Àjàlá yìí òrìṣà ọ̀mùtí ni, onígbèsè ni pẹ̀lú. Ó máa mọ àwọn orí kan, ó máa dá, á mọ àwọn orí kan, á kù díẹ̀ káàtó. Now, let me say that in English. Before we came from ọ̀run to ayé, we stopped by at the house of an Orisha called Ajala. Ajala is the Orisha that molds our head and our destiny. He molds what is called Ori. Each of us, we go there and pick an Ori. The Ori is the destiny and the life we are going to live in this earth. Individual life, individual path, individual destiny. We go to pick it. But they told us that this Ajala is a drunkard and is also a debtor. Sometimes Ajala will overdrink and mold some Ori too big and just empty. He molds some Ori too small. Some Ori is half-baked, different type of Ori. Everything Ajala does is imperfect. It is imperfect. So every time we go to pick an Ori, we are picking an imperfect Ori because the person that molded the Ori is a drunkard, is a debtor. So maybe when he's running after the people that he's owing, he will put the Ori inside there to mold them, and he runs away. The Ori is supposed to spend 20 minutes in the oven. Ajala is still running 2 hours from the people that is owing. By the time he comes back, that Ori has burnt. He will put it at one side. Somebody will go and pick it. Now that shows us that even before we came to Aye, perfection does not exist in all. Perfection does not exist anywhere. And then we pick the Ori and we come into the earth. And somebody might be asking, why would Olodumare allow somebody that is imperfect to create our Ori? Why doesn't Olodumare pick an Orisha that is perfect to create the Ori to be good once and for all? Because in the concept of Olodumare, there is no such thing as perfect. Perfect is an illusion, is a delusion. It does not exist. It is an unrealistic expectation that religion has created for you to keep you in a rat race, to keep you running around in circles. You are looking for perfection. Be ye holy, for I am holy. You will never be holy, you will never find it. It does not exist anywhere. It does not exist anywhere. So hold that. Discard the idea that there is a holy, as you are holy, you be sanctified, you be pure, you are perfect, you are righteous, you are like God, God-like. If your God is perfect and you are like God, if you are like God, you are supposed to be perfect. You are not supposed to aspire to be like God. If you are trying to be holy and trying to be perfect, it means that you are aspiring to be like God. How does a human being aspire to be like a divine being? It's like you say a dog is aspiring to be like a fly, or a cat is aspiring to be like a lion. Even though they are in the same family of cats, they cannot aspire to be that. It doesn't work, it doesn't happen. So it doesn't make sense. There is no such thing as perfection. Somebody was asking another question about that. Let me see. I wish to meet you on an intellectual ground one on one. You are meeting me here now. Are we two on two right now? It's one on one. Look at your phone. I'm the only one you can see. Look at the other side of your phone. You are the only one that is there. So it's one on one. So if you have any questions, do let me know. But if you prefer to have a private conversation, then you can send a message to the WhatsApp number that is shown on your screen. Somebody said, can history be wrong? History is wrong the day we are able to prove it wrong. Until we can prove the current information in history wrong, it remains right. You understand? That's the way human life is. Until you have something else to prove that the law of physics is wrong or the law of gravity is wrong, it is still the law of gravity. Whatever goes up comes down. Until you are able to create an aircraft that defies gravity and give us the explanation of why it defies gravity, we will continue to believe that anything that goes up comes down. So history is wrong until you are able to prove the current information wrong. As long as you do not have fact and proof to prove the current information wrong, it still remains that. Somebody said something about oral translation. Thank you so much for that gift. Oral history could be backed up with written. If not, it's hard to take everything seriously. Oh, yes, oral history and written history. Because we exist in a time where we can effect written, now we can say, okay, now look at all of the history that has existed. There was a time that written documents came into human existence. Before written documents, there was the oral rendering. And like I said, until you are able to prove it wrong, what exists right now is taken as the absolute truth. Which is why we say let everybody continue to research, particularly people of color. Continue to research. You might stumble on something that nobody knows right now. You might be here to unpack certain information that has been lost that a lot of us don't know. Go and make your research. Come out with the fact and proof, and it will be added to the written information today so that the next generation can take note of it. Is that okay? Any other question? Any other question before I continue? We're on learning the misconceptions and telling you what to expect when you come into Ifa. The WhatsApp number is on your screen right now. Sorry, the person that I sent the invitation to, please ignore it. It was an error. So we have unlearned the misconception that heaven is a reward for good and hell is a reward for evil. Somebody asked me a question on MS Baba's, is it MS Baba's little platform? I think so. I think it was MS Baba's live streaming. Somebody had asked me a question, and the person said, according to Ifa and Ìṣẹ̀ṣe, How do we explain people getting reward for wrong choices that they made? If we don't believe that there is a hellfire, if we don't believe that there is a place that is created and is burning with fire as a reward for people's wrong choices, how then does Ifa explain being rewarded for the things you do? Now, you are constantly living in your heaven and your hell, quote and unquote. You are constantly living it. In this life, every realm of life you are living, you are constantly experiencing your heaven and your hell side by side. Ifa and Ìṣẹ̀ṣe believes that, and which is a more realistic belief. As we make choices, the consequences are there and we are experiencing it on the go. Some choices, the consequences will come after 20 years, 30 years. Some choices that you are making today, the consequences might not come until another 100 years old. And the people in your lineage that are alive in that 100 years will be the one that is reaping the consequences. Some consequences, some decisions, you take them today, the consequences comes in 3 days' time, whether good or not good. So Olódùmarè did not design life that when you get to one certain place at the end of life, then all your consequences will be packed, then you will go into a place and experience it. No. You are experiencing it on the go. Depends on the timeline of that consequence. Now, is that not more realistic? Look at your life now. If truly there is a hell that is waiting for you as a consequence of your sin, why are you still experiencing the consequences of your sin in this life? Why would a Christian or a devoted Muslim make a wrong choice in this life and experience the consequence in this life? Why would you choose in this life that you want to steal from somebody and then the law will catch up with you in this life and then you go to jail in this life? If there is a hell that is waiting for you, why would a mother who is SS choose to marry a man who is AS and then they have give birth to a child that is SS and that child is living the experience of that painful health condition in this life? Why are they not waiting until hell to get it? Why would somebody cheat somebody else in this life? Nobody knew that you cheated. You covered it up. But 5, 6, 7 years down the line, you are experiencing the result of that thing. The very same heartbreak you took somebody through, everybody along your way is taking you through. Why do people start businesses on illegal choices and grow that business here and the business collapses after 10 years? Why didn't that reward come in hell? Because there is no hell that is waiting for you for anything. If you are experiencing the result in this life, what result are you going to experience in hell again? That means you are suffering double for your choices. You are being punished twice for the same sin. Because in this life, you will still experience the consequences. You will still experience the consequence in this life. And then you still go to hell and go and experience it. Someone says, is this lecture also on YouTube? We have a YouTube channel, Iyanifa Ewa TV on YouTube. Please, somebody type it in the comment section. Iyanifa Ewa TV on YouTube. Iyanifa Ewa TV is on YouTube. That's the YouTube channel. So after this live streaming, we're going to, download this video and it will be uploaded on YouTube. So you'll be able to get it on YouTube maybe 2 days time. Like 2 days from now, you should be able to get it on YouTube. But we're not streaming on YouTube at the moment. Is that okay? So you are telling yourself that you will suffer twice. If you will suffer in this life, and you will still go and suffer in another life, you are going to experience it. So you are already experiencing the consequences of your action in this life. There is no hell that is waiting for you. Some people are living in their hell right now. Some people are living in their hell right now. Their everyday life is hell right now. Let me answer this question on reincarnation. Somebody is asking, what's the essence of reincarnation then? I think about 2 weeks ago, I had taught on reincarnation, part 1 and part 2, reincarnation. The video is on YouTube. It's a full video. Part 1 was like 4 hours, part 2 was another 4 hours. So you can head over to our YouTube channel, Iyanifa Ewa TV on YouTube, and watch the full video on reincarnation. But I will still answer your question. The person says, so what's the essence of reincarnation? Now, I need you to understand this. This body is not you. This body is not alive. For you to know that this body is not living, the moment a person becomes unalive, the body is still there. The body is left there lifeless. So that thing that is inside the body is what gives it life, because the moment that thing goes, the body is just what it is. Take for instance your clothes. This cloth is hanging like this right now and is moving around because I am inside the cloth. I'm the one that is giving the cloth the ability to move. The moment I take myself out of the cloth is lifeless, it cannot move. So what is giving this cloth life is me. What is giving you life is your spirit. Spirit is neither created nor destroyed. It cannot be created, it cannot be destroyed. It's energy. It is only transferred from one form to another. According to Yoruba spirituality, Emi, which is our spirit, proceeded out of Olódùmarè. Olódùmarè is the divine and supreme being, the divine spirit. Olódùmarè is the source of all spirits. This human spirit is a projection of Olódùmarè, is a protogen of Olódùmarè. I will refer to one Odù Ifá, one Ase For Today in Ejiogbe. That Ase For Today in Ejiogbe says, gbogbo orun orí àfín, ewu, abuké ló rẹrù ṣàmọ́sọ̀. Adífá fún Ọ̀rúnmìlà nígbà tí bàbá ń lọ rèé gbé ẹ̀mí ọmọ Olódùmarè níyàwó. Let's stop it there. It says all the hair on an albino is white. The man with the hunchback is the one that carries the load of the Orisha and he never puts it down. This divination was done for Ọ̀rúnmìlà the day he was going to marry Emi, spirit, the daughter of the Omo of Olódùmarè. Let's use it like that. It says Emi Omo Olódùmarè. Because English lacks the depth of vocabulary to translate the word Omo, an English-speaking person will call Omo in that concept a child, a daughter, since Ọ̀rúnmìlà is male. So we say Emi is the daughter of Olódùmarè. No. The word Omo in Yoruba does not only mean a biological child. I give you this example a lot. Get a mortar and a pestle in Yoruba. You know that thing that they used to pound? In Yoruba, we call it Odù àti ọmọ Odò. The mortar and the child of the mortar. That's what it's called in Yoruba. It doesn't mean that the mortar gave birth to the pestle. When we are grinding in Yoruba, the grinding stone that we use in Africa, in Yoruba, we call it Ọlọ àti ọmọ ọlọ. The grinding stone and the child of the grinding stone. Does that mean the grinding stone gave birth to the small one? Omo is a smaller version of something, or a protogen of something, or an extension of something. So in that context, spirit Emi is an extension, a protogen, a smaller version of Olódùmarè. Olódùmarè is the big spirit, the divine spirit. Let's define it like that. Human spirit is the smaller version of spirit. Now, that spirit came from an endless source. Olódùmarè does not have a beginning or an end, neither do they. They are the beginning and the end of everything, but they neither have a beginning or an end. Meaning that spirit that proceeds out of them too does not have beginning and an end. Human spirit does not have a beginning, it doesn't have an end. It will continue to recycle from one form to another. Your spirit is taking human form in this life because it's wearing this skin. The day this body becomes unalive, it leaves this body and it goes into another form. That is why reincarnation happens. Sometimes it can go into an animal form. Sometimes it can go into a plant form. Sometimes it can go into the form of an element. Sometimes it can come back in human form. Which is why in Yoruba language, we don't have anything like living and non-living. Everything is living in different form of spirits. Water is a living being. This air is a living being. Fire is a living being. They possess spirit. Water has a spirit. It possesses spirit. There is a spirit inside of it. Spirit just continues to transform. It can take any form. So when that spirit, this your spirit that is existing in this your body, if it comes back to human life again, it is called reincarnation. It is just, it's like you are traveling from one country to another. It's still the same you. If you leave Nigeria today and you go to UK, does that mean you are dead? No. Can't you return back to Nigeria again? If you return back to Nigeria again, is it not a different clothes you are going to put on? But we know it's the same you. But the people that didn't know you in Nigeria when you were 5 years old, they see you as a different person. That's simply what reincarnation means. So we are existing in different forms, but the same spirit, and it can re-exist in this human form again. Simply what reincarnation is. Now let me pick out another question that has been asked. Okay. How do you know? User FVID says, how do you know? How do you know what? Please make your question a complete question. D says, what happened? D, what are you responding to? Steve says, do you believe in the existence of Jesus Christ? Okay, Steve, I'll answer you. Let me see if there's any other question. Olori says, why does it matter? Oh, okay. Somebody says, why do you care? Okay. One more question, ma. They tell us that Jesus died for our sins. Is there any truth in it? Okay. Since we have two questions about Jesus, I would answer. Someone says, Iyanifa, we are born with destiny, not sin. Okay, thank you for answering that. Another person says, you will not go and ask your pastor. Okay, all right. Let me answer the question about, do you believe in the existence of Jesus Christ? And they say Jesus came to die for our sins. Is it true? Okay. Now, let me answer the person that says, do you believe in the existence of Jesus Christ? The story of Jesus, according to history that we have, according to history, I didn't say according to what's written in the Bible, because there are so many things written in the Bible that do not have historical facts. Do you understand? It doesn't have historical fact outside of the Bible, and that is very tricky. Because if at the time that the Bible was being recorded, all of these things were happening, they were not happening in isolation. They were happening in a community, in an environment. A lot of it was recorded. Ethiopia was there, Egypt was there, Jerusalem was there, Israel was there. So it was happening among a group of people. Now, if those people have their own history recorded, we should be able to put the story of the Bible side by side with those history. Take, for instance, I want to write my story, and imagine that I was born in 1950, and then I'm writing the story about my childhood and how I lived, and I'm Nigerian. At the age of 10, I will write a story that, oh, my country got independence from the British, and we celebrated it on the 1st of October. That is my own book, my own story that I wrote. To confirm that story, we will go into the history of Nigeria and see, was there a time in 1960, October 1st, that Nigeria got independence from the British? We will find it in Nigerian history. That validates the story in my book. Now, outside of the Bible, there is no such thing in the history of all of these people that talks about a Jesus that anybody cared about. Now, let me explain something to you. You cannot write the history of South Africa without talking about Mandela. He was a prominent person that the history cared about. He did something very significant. Imagine that Israel has a story of a human being that performed all of these miracles, that did all of these things, that people looked at him at one point and acknowledged that he's the Son of God. That people looked at him at one point and they acknowledged all those things. You think the people of history, the people of Israel will not write it as part of their story? That's something significant. It's not an everyday thing. There was a Red Sea that was parted and people walked through the Red Sea. That's not an everyday thing. If it existed outside of the Bible, the people of Israel should have a record that these things happen. Jesus fed 5,000 people with 5 loaves of bread and 2 fishes. That's not an everyday occurrence. 5,000 people is not a small community. It did not happen at the back of his house. It happened in a public place. People heard it. It will have gone down in the history of those people that it happened. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Don't you think so? Don't you think that when Nigeria was amalgamated, they put the North, South, and East together and they gave it a date? If my great grandfather wrote it in his book, don't you think the history of Nigeria should have it? The first president of Nigeria is a significant person. Don't you think that every history book should have his name? So if Jesus was the way they painted the story, when he was born like a normal person. At what point did they think his story was significant? They would have started noticing things that were happening. These things were happening in real life. The parting of the Red Sea happened in real life. All the miracles that they said Moses did and everything, it happened in real life. Somebody that was turning water to wine is a significant thing. History should have recorded it. So one of the ways now, let's even put religion aside, this is just being logical. Why would they record the things of the Bible? Somebody was nailed on the cross. People were nailed on the cross every day at that time. They sentenced people to be nailed on the cross. What was the significant thing that made Jesus so different and special that they said that nailing on the cross was for the sins of people? Something significant happened. How come Israel did not record it as something significant? Why are the Israelites not the one that are selling the story of Jesus? When they gave an instruction in the Bible and they said, go ye into all the world and preach the gospel, they gave that instructions to the people that lived in that country at that time. His disciples were Israelites, or they were Jews, Gentiles, whatever they were called, Jews. They were there at that time. How come the rest of Israel did not hear that instruction? Why is it that when the story of the Bible was brought to us, it was brought to us by Europeans and not Israelites? It would have made sense. If it was the Israelites that brought their story to sell to us, it makes sense. I'm a Yoruba girl. I'm talking about Ifa. It makes sense that I'm sharing with you the story of my people. It should be a little question if it's a Chinese that is teaching you this. You should want to find out, what does a Chinese man have with Yoruba people? Why is he selling the story of Yoruba people? How do we know that this story he's selling to us is true? Then somebody will say, oh, there's a Babalawo that taught him. His wife is Nigerian. Oh, he spent 40 years in Nigeria studying the history of Yoruba people. Then it makes sense. Then we can listen to him. Do you understand? So whatever that story is, put it side by side with unbiased history, then you will know the truth. We are not here to condemn anybody's religion. We are here to, like I said, what I'm doing for you today is giving you information so that you can put it side by side with the one you already know and make an informed decision. So as an educated and exposed person, look at these things. I've been opportune to visit Egypt. I spent a period of time in Egypt researching. It was just last year. Researching. I wanted to hear the story of Egyptians from Egyptians. Egyptians have a lot of history, like back history. There is no way in their history that they say this is the story of the Red Sea that was parted and the Egyptians went through it and they did not go through it. And Pharaoh, there was that Pharaoh that Moses had an encounter with is not in the history of all their pharaohs that they have. Egypt has a very vast and robust history and story around their different pharaohs. In fact, they preserve the body of some of their pharaohs in a tomb, and people go there for tourism to see. You sit down with people and they would recount stories about Egypt. There was none of the stories that they presented to me that had any similarity with what we read about Egypt in the Bible. You can go to Egypt and research yourself. You can check their history online. The only time I heard about Jesus in Egypt was when we went to the church that they claimed that this is the church where Jesus was baptized. It is only inside that church. It's only the people in that church that know that Jesus was baptized there. The rest of history Egypt does not know that Jesus was baptized there. They don't know. It's not part of their story. Parting of the Red Sea is a big deal. If somebody divides River Nile today, in fact, if Osun Osogbo divides into two today, and people can walk on it, it will go down in history. Egyptians did not have the history. And come to think of the fact that the Bible is very popular. So if that story ever happened, Egyptians would have set their history to find where it happened. They will have added it to their story. It's a big story to sell. But no, they are not the ones that even sold the story to us. It's Europeans that packaged the story. And King James gave a go-ahead for it to be translated into English. And they started selling it. Does it make sense? What's their interest? I would want to find out what's the interest of the European in the story of Israel and Egypt, in the story of Jerusalem. What's their interest? There has to be an interest. Someone says, so if you manage to get away with buying somebody in this lifetime, there won't be consequences. You cannot manage to get away with it. That's the point. You cannot manage to get away. You cannot get away with it because life is based on the rules of choices and consequences. You cannot get away with it. Now, why do you say people get away with it? Because as a human person that is structured in the law of this land, your physical human brain tells you that if somebody unalives somebody, the person should be sentenced to XYZ number of years in prison, or the person should be sentenced to a capital punishment. That for you is the consequence of it. But Yoruba will tell you that, ikú ó yá ju ẹ̀sín lọ. Ẹni tó bá pààyàn, ó fi kú bò láṣìírí ni. Yoruba culture will tell you that there is something worse than unaliving someone as a consequence. In fact, sometimes to be unalive helps you to cover certain shame. Sometimes to be unalive is a better option in the consequences that you can face. To be unalive is a better option than the consequences that some people are facing. People are literally praying to be unalive so that they will not face the consequences of their action. To be unalive is a very good way to escape consequences. People think when you unalive somebody, you are punishing them. You are not punishing them. It is something that is going to happen to everybody. The moment they close their life, you see, when you unalive somebody, the people that are suffering in human life are their friends and their family that care about them. The person that unalive is not suffering. The people that they love, if somebody loses their child at age 6, the moment that child closes his eyes in this life into the other life, nobody knows what's happening there. There is no proof that that child is suffering. But do you know those that are suffering? The parents of those children who are watching a minor child that they raise go before them. They are the ones that are suffering. They are the ones that are suffering. So usually when you say if somebody unalives someone and the person doesn't get caught up by law and is unalived, we think that the person has gotten away with it. Wait, how do you want to get away with a structure that the person that created life has put into place? It's like you are playing a game of chess and you think that one of those king and queens and whatever it is you are used to play, you think that one of them can hide from you, can run away from you. You're looking at them like this. You're looking at them like this. They cannot get away from you. They cannot run away from you. You pretty much made them. You pretty much put them there. You bought them. So if you decide to leave it, he's going to meet his water loop. You cannot escape it. Forget the fact that anybody can escape consequences in this life. Forget it. It is a delusion that you have been sold that makes you think. And you see, I like to use this example because it's very wild that somebody wants to do something wrong, especially as a Muslim. You want to do something that is wrong, and then you precede it with God forgive me, astaghfirullah, for what I'm about to do. Are you not rubbing shit on the face of Allah when you do that? You are about to do something wrong and you are telling God, God, forgive me for this thing that I'm going to do. I know it's wrong, but I will still do it anyway. I really don't care what you think. I don't give an F what you think. You are still going to forgive me because that's how we roll, but I'm going to do it. It is insulting on the person you call God. It's like I'm a mother and I have kids. I've given my children instruction. And my child is about to violate my instruction and she starts by saying, Mommy, forgive me for what I'm about to do, but I'm going to break this glass. As an African mother, please, what are you going to do? Comment section. Let me pick up on that question. As an African mother, what are you going to do? Your daughter just looks at you in the face and says, Mommy, forgive me for this glass I'm going to break, but I'm about to break this glass and I'm going to break it anyway. But just forgive me before I do it. Please, as a typical African mother, please tell me what you are going to do. Because that's what it sounds like. You know you're about to do something wrong, then you hide behind God forgive me. So many people do things wrong every day. I'm like, he has asked God to forgive him. The moment he has asked God to forgive him, God has forgiven him. You should not look at it like that. No brainer, they can't go unpunished. Exactly. A video is going around Nigeria's social media platform. It's the baby shower pictures, I think that is what it is, between an actor, a Yoruba actor by the name Baba Jesha, that's his stage name, and a successful CEO, Lumini, who has a fashion label. Now, people have opinion on their union. Why? Because they say that Baba Jesha doesn't deserve to be in that marriage, in that relationship. First of all, she's a super successful, independent woman who is a single mother. Backstory, Baba Jesha was charged to court, was sentenced, and his charges were defiling a minor, raping a minor, molesting a minor, and he was charged, found guilty, and sentenced to 16 years imprisonment on different counts. So a lot of those counts, he served them concurrently. So eventually, I think he was there for 2 years or something, I can't remember. And then he was released, I think, in November or so. And then yesterday, or a couple of days ago at the time of recording this video, he was celebrating the birth of a child with this woman. Now, people are upset, not because they don't feel he has a right to have a child. People are upset because the woman in question has a minor girl and she is getting married or having a child with this man who was sentenced for defiling a minor. Everybody is wondering, how can you look away from such a thing? The Christian community is saying, don't judge him. God has forgiven him. He has saved the time. He's supposed to be given a second chance because that is the way, that is what God presented to you. That's what religion presented to you. That is the nonsense that religion presented to you. That the moment somebody says, I'm sorry for something, God has forgiven them, all things has passed away and all things have become new. There is no such thing. Before that man should be allowed to be integrated into a family that has a minor, he should go through therapy. He should go through. The 2 years he spent in jail is not enough proof for us in the community that that man has changed. The time that they caught him on camera, they set a camera for him to catch him in the act. It means that he has been doing it before. They needed evidence to catch him. He has been defiling minors before. That wasn't the first time. So it is something that he's used to doing, something he's already used to doing. How do we have proof that he has changed? Confessing his sins and serving jail time is not proof that he has changed. If that woman, CEO Lumini, happens to be living in my neighborhood, maybe we live in an apartment complex, and he brings in Baba Jesha as her new husband, I will move out of that apartment complex because I'm protecting my children, not because I don't think he deserves a second chance, because I'm not about to put my children at risk. What if he hasn't? These things take time. This thing is like an addiction. Nobody just goes to jail for 2 years and stops smoking. This thing is an addiction. This thing takes time. Religion is the reason we will blindfold ourselves to the reality of what might happen again. And if it happens again, God forbid, guess what? It will be hard for the woman to come out and say, because the society will tell her, didn't you know? And oftentimes are not, we have had stories of these people repeating the same act. Let's put religion aside and the stupidity that it has done to us. Let's break this thing down. I don't care about Baba Jesha as a person. I don't know him. I don't care about him. I care about the fact that somebody had a problem, a psychological problem that makes them attracted in an inappropriate way to a minor, and they go ahead and they act it out. I have a problem with the fact that people like that don't just turn around in the snap of a finger. 2 years is the snap of a finger when it has to do with psychological problems. But everybody is taking the toll of religion. Are you God? God has forgiven him. That's what religion has done. In Ifa, he is not allowed to be integrated into the society right away. In Ifa, he will be taken through some spiritual process. If it is a spirit, because some of them are yellow fishing, some of them, it is a spiritual problem that they've put on them to tell them to go about and be misbehaving. We will have a divination. If we are treating this thing the Ifa way, we would have a divination to find out, has this man dealt with this problem? Is there any Orisha we need to appease in this case? To be sure before he's integrated back into his society, because it is a risk factor. Somebody said that is my opinion. Your opinion is subjective. Everybody's opinion is subjective. Everybody's opinion is subjective, not mine alone. The opinion of everybody on God's internet of today is subjective. But let's not look at things clouded by religion. A lot of decisions we have taken based on religion has been faulted over and over again. Can we do ourselves some good? Somebody says he might have done spiritual work too. Yes. That's why I said I don't know him personally. Until I can verify that, I will keep my... See, let me give you an example. If you put your child in a school today, and you find out that one teacher was away from the school for 2 years, and you hear that that teacher was away from the school because he molested a minor, and you resume school next term, and they put that teacher in your child's class, please, what will be your reaction? I'm just saying, let's put religion aside. As a parent, what will be your reaction? As much as I don't want to judge that teacher, I don't want my children around. That is me protecting my children. And nobody is going to look at me in the face and say, why would you do that? No. I don't have proof to the fact that they have changed. So it is normal for the society to react the way we are reacting. It is normal for us not to be blinded. Somebody says he's being stigmatized. That exactly is what I'm talking about. Consequences of your actions. You can't run away from it. It is called consequences of your action. It is called the society is protecting themselves. Nobody should gaslight you for wanting to protect yourself. It's like an average person in the diaspora is thinking twice before he does business with a Nigerian. Are you going to blame them? I will tell my fellow friends who are foreigners, before you get into business with a Nigerian, please check several times. I'm a Nigerian. I will tell all my foreign friends that. But religion will tell you, no, don't do that. You're supposed to be supporting Nigeria. No, that's being delusional. We know what a lot of our brothers and sisters are doing out there that is illegal and criminal. Is it peculiar to Nigeria alone? No. But in this context, we are speaking about Nigeria. Even me, if I want to do business with a fellow Nigerian in the diaspora, I will review it in and out. The number of steps I will take to check that Nigerian, I might not take that much step to check a Chinese. I might not. Because what? The society where he lives in, it is easy for me to pull the plug on him if he messes up. It's not easy for you to pull a plug on a Nigerian. It's better for you to never get swindled by a Nigerian than say you want to get swindled by a Nigerian and then you want to follow the course of the law in Nigeria. We know how it is. That's the reality. It's not a Jesus problem. That stigma, we all carry it as Nigerians. Is the consequences of the choices of certain Nigerians that is making us live like that. That is reality. If somebody is being stigmatized for a choice that they made, that is part of the consequences of that choice. That is part of the consequences. He will need to live a life over a period of time to prove to us again. He has broken our trust. For him to be able to earn our trust again, he will need to live life over a period of time to prove to us that he has changed. That is reality. But religion will say no. Religion will say, which is why people can hide behind religion and commit a lot of atrocities. Look at all the atrocities that is being committed inside the church. And they get away with it under the guise of religion. Look at what the Islamic community is doing in Nigeria today under the guise of religion. This is exactly what we are talking about. We are the ones that make it easy for these people to perpetrate and continue to perpetrate wrongdoings. Because what? God said we should not stigmatize people. God said we should forgive and forget. No. Religion says you should forgive and forget. Ifá did not say you should forgive and forget. Ifá says you should forgive and remember that thing as you make other choices in life. Ifá says you can forgive somebody and not grant them access to you ever again, because the decision says this person is still going to the divination says this person is still going to repeat the same thing. Religion says forgive and forget. People have carried that placard over the centuries to continue to perpetrate wrongdoing. The idea that the consequences of your sin will be dealt with in hell is the reason you will continue to commit sin in this life, knowing that if you say, God forgive me in Jesus' name, he has forgiven you. Somebody says, God never said forgive people without consequences. Anything like that is absolutely false. How do you explain the verse of the Bible that says, if you confess your sins, God is faithful and just to forgive you of all your unrighteousness. If any man be in Christ, is a new creation. Old things have passed away and all things have become new. How do you explain the verse of the Bible that says, whoever is born of God cannot sin? People are made to believe that. Do you know for how long people will go into church to pick a marriage partner, to pick a business partner? Back in the day when I was younger, if you needed someone to marry, you go to the church because you believe that everybody in church is supposed to be a good person because they sold you that illusion. You know that the person is a human being. You know the person has wrongdoing. But the moment you meet them in church, there is a misconception that tells you that that person is holy, especially if he's a choir leader, usher. And people knew that, and they go into the church to catch their prey. People wanted to do businesses in those days. You pick a member of your church first. Over the years, we see how they have constantly swindled people in the name of church. Nobody is doing that anymore. Even if you meet a brother in church right now, you will still go and make your investigations, because life has shown us that it's unrealistic. It is unrealistic. So this is me telling you this. Ifa does not present that to you. Ifa tells you that every human being is imperfect. And if you want to deal with every human being, you have to ask Ifa to find out where you stand with them. Even if I'm going into business with another Ifa priest today, I will still sit down and ask Ifa, can I go into business with this person? Does this business align with me and this person? Not a misconception of everybody that is Christian is no. People have used that. It is okay. Don't let anybody guilt trip you. It's okay for somebody to do something wrong and they say they are sorry, and you still do not choose to deal with them. You still choose to protect yourself. It doesn't mean that you have not forgiven them. It doesn't mean that you are stigmatizing them. It means that you are dealing with a human being the way a human being is supposed to be dealt with. And that is okay. In fact, even if they lied to somebody, they lied to you about somebody, it's okay for you to make your findings and be sure without a doubt before you make a decision. There is no old things has passed away and everybody has become new. Nobody becomes new. A human being is going to continue to remain a human being, imperfect and flawed. Imperfect and flawed. Our Daddy Jew is holy and righteous is a lie. There are God's generals that are holy and righteous is a lie. Everybody is a human being, subject to make wrong choices and subject to have the consequences of their wrong choice. Deal with every human being like a human being, so that people will stop using religion to take advantage of you. So that people will stop using religion. A lot of these sisters, quote and unquote, that has been taken advantage of is because of I don't even want to go into that. The kind of relationship that goes on in the kingdom, under the guise of kingdom relationship, people have used religion to cover up a lot of things, and we are still doing it till today. Please, I beg of you, apply a little bit of sense in the things that you do. It's okay to put some things aside. It's okay to ask questions and think. It's okay. You have a brain. That's what it's used for. Somebody is asking, is Ifa a religion? Africans don't have religion. Is that okay? Africans don't have religion. Just take it like that. There is no part of Africa where religion exists. You probably want to go and find out what religion is. Define what religion is so that you understand that Africans don't have religion. When you get that basic fact that Africans don't have religion, then you would understand that Ifa is not a religion, because Ifa belongs to a part of Africa. I will define what Ifa is, but let's start with Africa does not have religion. I'm trying to ask ChatGPT what religion is. ChatGPT says religion is a structured system of belief, practice, rituals, values, and spiritual teachings that connect people to what they consider sacred, divine, ancestral, or higher than the ordinary life. Emphasis on a structured system of belief. Now, who structures that system? Other human beings. A group of people come together to structure people's practice, their beliefs, their spiritual teaching. They structure something around it. So everybody has their beliefs, their practices, their rituals, their values, and their spiritual teachings. Everybody has that. Nobody created that. We were born to have that in existence. We came into the world to meet it. But religion is a structure that is built around it. So, Christianity is a religion that is built around the beliefs of the people of Israel. Islam is a religion that is built around the belief system of the people of Saudi Arabia. There is a belief system and a spirituality of every people. Religion is a structure that is built around it. In Africa, we don't have such structures. We don't have man-made structure that's built around our belief system. We just practice our belief systems every day as we have it. So there is no such thing as religion in Africa. So that answers your question. Ifa is not a religion. West African voodoo is not a religion. Sangoma is not a religion. Whatever form of spirituality that is practiced in Africa is not a religion. We practice spirituality based on what was given to our people, our beliefs, our culture, our spiritual practices, our rituals. We just practice based on what was given to us. We don't have religion in Africa. So Ifa is not a religion. What we practice in Africa is the way of life, the culture, the tradition, the spirituality given to our people, which is why you will never find religious crisis in Africa. We can have differences in Africa based on language that was forced on us, based on classism, but we will never have differences in Africa based on religion. We cannot have it in Africa. Have you ever seen a Ghanaian fight in Nigeria based on their spiritual practice? You have seen a Ghanaian that is practicing voodoo, fighting a Yoruba person that is practicing Ifa, and saying that he's not, Elédùmarè is not God. Your Orishas are demons. This your Ogun is wrong. Have you ever seen it before? Have you ever seen the South Africans that practice Sangoma or whatever their form of African spirituality is? Have you seen them fight another person in Africa over their form of spirituality? No. Why? Because religion of a people is not something that, spirituality of a people is not something that you force on another person. It is the way my forefathers practiced it. How can I leave my country and go to Ghana and say the way my forefathers practice something is the way you are supposed to be practicing it in Ghana? Does it not sound stupid? Does it not sound stupid? That I will go and say the way we practice something, the way we dress in Nigeria, the way we dress in Nigeria is the way you people are supposed to be dressing. If you don't dress like that, there's something wrong with you. Does it not make sense? Don't you see that it doesn't make sense? You will never find that in Africa. It tells you a lot. We understand that these things were given to us by our ancestors for us. You cannot force. That's why you will never find Africans evangelizing their spirituality. If you love the way we practice and you want to become a part of us, you are welcome. We don't discriminate. We don't segregate. We welcome everybody. Africa is welcoming. Oh, you like Igbo people and you want to practice ordinary, they will welcome you. You come to Ifa, you love Ifa, you are Igbo, you are Chinese, you are Philippine, you are Austrian, like Susan Wenger, Iya Aduni Olorisha, that built what we know today as the Osun Osogbo Grove. She's Austrian, pure European blooded. She came to Osogbo, they accepted her, she learned Ifa, she became an Iyalorisha, an Orisha priestess, and she built what we know today as the Osun Osogbo Grove, putting Osun Osogbo Festival on the global roadmap. She was European. Ifa accepted her, she chose to. We will never campaign for anybody to come. We will never talk down on anybody that is not doing it. So is it not questionable that some people built religion around their own spirituality and came to give it to you? Why do you need it? Why do you need the spirituality of another person? What happened to the one that was given to you? Because there's a part of it that I don't understand. God created, the God of the Bible, Yahweh, created heaven and earth and everybody in between. He's one that created everybody. Then he now picked a group of people in Israel to give them the light. Then he told those ones to go and show other people. He is God for I don't want to swear. For F's sake, he is God. Why didn't he just, if he created Israelites to know what to do, why didn't he just create the rest of the world? What did we do wrong? What did the people of Israel ever do right to be called the children of God? The rest of us, what did we ever do wrong? That we are the world. And then the children of Israel are the ones that has to come and save us. And he's the father of all of us. He created all of us. He loved all of us. For God so loved the world that he sent his only begotten son, that whoever believed in him should have life. God so loved the world. He now sent his son that was born in Israel. If he so loved the world, why didn't he just create the rest of the world as his children? What was the drama? I'm just wondering, what was the drama? You have 12 children. You love all of them equally. You now gave one of them all the money that you have. You now tell him that if he should go and meet his brothers one by one, and he should go and be giving it to his brother. Then he now say, for I love all my children that I give one of them this money to go and give it to his brother. Anybody that accept this one as his brother is one that is going to receive the one. Daddy, what's wrong with you? If you want to play Game of Thrones, go and play. If you want to play Squid Game, go and play Squid Game. Why are you playing Squid Game with our inheritance? You gave birth to all of us. Give us our inheritance and let us go. What was all this drama about? If you accept me as your daddy, you are already our daddy. Are we arguing with you? Has anybody ever argued with God that God is not their daddy before? We are not arguing with you. You are the one that is more powerful than us. We are not in a competition with you. We are not fighting with you. Which one is now very narcissistic behavior? Why are you gaslighting us? Why are you gaslighting us? Why are you making us feel like we did something wrong? God has already condemned us in sin before he brought Jesus to come. How do you condemn somebody that you did not give I don't understand. Before you can condemn somebody in sin, it means that you have given the person the law. They say where there is no law, there is no sin, right? You cannot wear camel in Nigeria. But if you go to Benin Republic, few meters away from Nigeria, you can wear camel flag in clothing. Now, imagine now that I now go to Benin Republic, I now say, go and pack everybody that is wearing camel in that country and put them in prison. Then I will come and save them. Excuse me, you did not tell them that camel is wrong in Nigeria. That's Nigeria. This is Benin Republic. Until the president of Benin Republic says wearing camel is wrong, nobody knows that it's wrong. Why should we be punished for it? But no, you are condemned in sin the moment you are born. Does it even make it does it make sense to you? Does it make sense to you as a person? Does it make sense to you as a person? It doesn't make sense. It sounds very confusing. It sounds like somebody that is just a narcissist and is just trying to take out his pain on the rest of the world. It sounds like God is pained or he's bored and he doesn't know what to do and he's just playing games with all of us. Because tell me why he did not choose Oshun to go and save the world. Tell me why he did not choose Obatala to save the world. Tell me why the person that he chose is from Israel. Then they end it with, God says, I will have mercy on who I will have mercy. That's narcissist. That is the first sign of identifying a manipulative person. That's the first sign of identifying a controlling person. Somebody that says, regardless of what you do, I will choose to have mercy on who I will have mercy. It doesn't matter what you do, it's my choice. So, why are we trying to impress him? He's still going to choose who the F he's going to choose. Why are we trying to impress him? If he has just chosen the children of Israel to love them and he didn't choose my own people, then he now made me second thought and he's now sending one Jesus to me. Bro, I don't need your love. If I was not your first choice, you made me and I wasn't your first choice in the people that you love. I don't need it. Let me go back to my ancestors that chose me first. and that will continue to choose me. I don't need your love. I don't need it. And that is why you find out that the kind of relationship that thrives among religious people in their marriages and in their homes, the kind of relationship that thrives there, this is the God that is making it possible. Your husband gets to treat you the way God is treating you. Your Christian husband treats you the way God is treating you. You don't see anything wrong in it because that's the way God treats you. You are asking your Christian husband to love you unconditionally when the God that he's serving does not love him unconditionally. You are asking your Christian husband not to be manipulative. The God that created him is manipulative. Imagine that God loves the world and then he sent the king of Israel to go and fight their enemies. The king of Israel decides to save the king and to save some animals. And God is punishing him because he did not honor life the king. He wanted to save the king because God saves. The man after the heart of God is David. David was a fucking murderer. David staged a man to die just to sleep with his wife. And that is a man after the heart of God. So I can as well honor life my neighbor's husband and sleep with the wife. And be the man after the heart of God, because that's what it takes to be the man after the heart of God. Abraham was a friend of God, yet Abraham lied about his wife being his sister, and a man chose to sleep with his sister. It was his sister. He asked, "Is this your wife?" He said, "No, that's my sister." And the guy said, "Let me have her." And God gets to punish the man that was lied to based on a decision that he took out of the lie that somebody told to him. The man was the one that God punished, not Abraham, because Abraham is a friend of God. How can you beat that? I'm walking by your side. I see your brother. I see a guy walking next to you. I'm like, "Hey, I like this guy. He's fine. Can I date him?" And you're like, "Oh, he's my brother." I'm like, "Okay." And I go back and I talk to the guy. I chat him and we start dating. Then your God is going to punish me because what that person I slept with is your husband. But you told me he's your brother. And it's me that God is still going to punish. What happens to you that you lied? No, God loves you, so he's not going to do nothing to you. Make it make sense. I'm just saying. Make it make sense. It doesn't. Those stories don't add up. And it is insulting on us that they think that we are not going to read these things. It's insulting on us that they think we are not going to question these things. And the moment that you question it, you become Sister Dami, we'll be praying for you. Nobody can question God. The Bible is the word of God. If that Bible is the word of God, then permit me to say God has a level of dementia. Because there are some times that he seems to have forgotten what he said. He seems to have forgotten. There is no continuity on that story. His continuity manager needs to be sacked. There's no continuity in all of those stories. So can we not do this to ourselves? Can we not do it? Can we at least get to inform ourselves on, I'm a Nigerian not by mistake, I'm Yoruba not by mistake. Can I understand what my forefathers were doing before westernization and religion came? Can we accept the fact that there was a life before these people that brought religion interacted with us? Can we go and find out what life was like for our people? Just for the fun of it, let's even find out what was life for our people before they brought religion. How did they live? What were their values? Somebody says, even if not for anything, the fact that Jesus told us right from wrong is the Holy Spirit that convicts us of what to. Religion was one that told you right from wrong. The Holy Spirit is one that convinces you that something is a sin. Really? Really? So the rest of the world that are not Christian, they don't know right from wrong. You need somebody to tell you when you are doing something wrong. No, you really need somebody to tell you as an adult when you are doing something wrong. Meanwhile, as a child, at age 5, if you want to steal juice, you will look left, right, and center and make sure nobody is looking at you. When you sip it, you clean your mouth, you put it exactly the way that it was placed at age 5. And you are telling me that you needed religion to know your right from your wrong. No. I'm asking people today, let somebody just come to me today and tell me, what has Jesus done for you that nobody else can do for you? What is that thing that Jesus did for you that no other person has done for you or no other person can do for you? I sincerely put up every Christian soul to a challenge to come to me and tell me, what has Jesus done for you that no other person can do for you? Maybe it will make sense at that point. But please don't start by saying Jesus died for our sins. Because I'm going to explain that to you. Jesus died for your sins. It means that he paid the price for your sins, right? So somebody has paid for it. Meaning that the moment that if I pay for this thing and I give it to you, it is yours. You don't have to pay for it. Anytime somebody questions you about this thing, all you have to show is the receipt. You don't have to go ahead. You don't have to go through that process again. Okay. So Jesus paid for your sins, right? And then you accept it. The moment you accept it, like this gift, you accept it, you become born again. You have accepted the payment of your sin. You accept it today. What I'm expecting is that when I am given this bottle that was paid for, I have access to the water in this bottle, right? There's water in this bottle. The person has paid for the bottle. He has given it to me. There's water there, so it's mine. So I can drink the water. I don't expect anybody to come back and ask me, why are you drinking that water? The bottle was given to me, so it's mine. Now let's take it to Jesus died for your sins. Jesus has died for your sins. I would expect that either you will not be able to commit sin again, or if you continue to commit sin again, nobody cares about asking for forgiveness of that sin because it has already been paid. It has already been paid for. But Jesus paid for your sin. You are still going to commit sin. And you are still going to ask for forgiveness of the sin. And if you do not ask for the forgiveness of sin and the trumpet sound, you are still going to hell. What the F did Jesus die for? What did he pay for then? Let's analyze it. What did he pay for? He paid for my sins, but I am still subject to continue to commit sin. The same thing that made me sin yesterday before I became born again is still there in me to make me sin today. I'm still going to continue to ask for forgiveness when I sin tomorrow. And if, for instance, I sin and Jesus comes and I'm in sin, I'm still going to go to hell. So what did he die for? I need you to say it in logical sense. What did he die for? What was the crucifixion for? What price did he pay? What exactly did he pay for? I need to know the part that he paid for that as a human being, I don't have to worry about again. When they paid for this bottle, I didn't have to worry about the water inside it. I didn't have to worry about owning a bottle. I have this bottle every day. Nobody, if anybody stops me on the street, like, why do you have this bottle? It's for Iyanifa Ewa. Oh, this is the receipt. She paid for it. My name is on it. Okay, you can go. But if somebody can stop me tomorrow and say, oh, look, you have this bottle is from Iyanifa Ewa, and then I have to call Iyanifa Ewa and say, Iyanifa, the bottle they gave you, the bottle you gave me, they say you cannot. Iyanifa says, give the phone to the person, and Iyanifa now says, oh, let her go. I'm the one that bought it for her. Acknowledge that I'm the one that bought it for you. Yes, Iyanifa, you are the one that bought it for me. Then we go. 2 seconds later, I meet somebody else again. The person says, this bottle is for Iyanifa. I have to call Iyanifa again. Iyanifa tells me again, acknowledge that I'm the one that bought this bottle. After I will return the bottle. Please, take your bottle. If you want to give me, give me. If you don't want to give me, don't. Which one is stress? What's the stress about? That's the way it looks like. You are still subject to committing that sin. There is no difference between you and somebody that got born again. You are still subject to the same thing. The person that is not born again, that did not accept Jesus as Lord and Savior, knows that stealing and backbiting is wrong. They know it. They can choose not to steal. So many people are born again, so many people are not Christians and they choose not to sin. There are so many people that are atheists and they choose not to sin. They know the consequences of sin and they don't do it. And if they do it, they go to make it right. They ask for forgiveness. They face consequences of it. The same way you as a Christian will also sin tomorrow and ask for forgiveness and face consequence is the same thing. But the only thing that Jesus has done for you that you are holding on to is that in the end, you will go to heaven. The only thing that Jesus has done for you is the things that you cannot see and that you cannot prove. So it's funny how everything that has to do with Christianity as a religion is based on things you cannot question, things you cannot prove, things you cannot see. There is nothing Jesus has done for you that you can apply in this life that somebody else doesn't have. My friends in church will say, there is a peace like a river. When you become born again, there is this overflowing peace. You just get to sleep well at night. Did they tell you that those of us that don't know Jesus does not sleep at night? If you have not done anything to warrant sleepless nights, you will sleep in peace. If you don't use your hand to fan, you will live in peace. You think there is no peace in China? People are living in China in peace. Oh, the Bible says, by his stripes I'm healed. By his stripes I'm healed. He took away all my sicknesses and diseases. But Christians are still falling sick. Christians are still falling sick. ÌṢÄШE people are still falling sick. Muslims are still falling sick. The pastor of the church where I was raised, Deeper Life Bible Church, his wife died to cancer. Cancer of the breast, the same cancer that I also lost my mother to, who was also a religious member of Deeper Life. The same cancer of the breast was one that killed both of them, that one alive both of them, and they were both Christians. And so what is he was wounded for a translation, bruised for an iniquity, by his stripes we are healed. What was the healing? People go to hospital every day to use Panadol, to go through surgery, and they are healed. People fight cancer every day and they overcome multiple cancer without being Christian. I was talking to an Uber driver one day that said he's a Christian. He said, I asked him, what has God done? First of all, let's acknowledge the fact that God kept you alive till today. I say it's not God that kept me alive till today. No, you can't say that. I say, do Christians not pass away every day? Do Christians not become unalive every day? Who is keeping them? Is God that is keeping them alive? Okay, if God is in the business of keeping people that are not his people, people that don't give an F about him, if he's in the business of keeping them alive, why doesn't he shift that attention to the innocent children in their church that is being unalive every day? My neighbor's dog slept yesterday and woke up today. Is it because that dog is a Christian? My neighbor's dog has to be born again because that dog has lived like 3.5 years. And it has not by. Is that dog too born again? The tree at the back of my house, does it need Jesus to be alive? No. Christians will die unexpectedly every day like every other person. ÌṢÄШE people will pass every day like every other person. Muslim will pass every day. Atheists will pass every day. God is not the one that is influencing it. The car somersaulted 365 times. It's only a Christian that will survive. And I have also seen Christians that fell from the step and they hit their head and they were unalive. Was God sleeping that day? Do you know the number of Christians that bandits as unalive? Was God sleeping? The guy said God kept me alive. I said God is wasting his time keeping me alive. Let him go and face the people that are faithful to him and keep those ones. Let him do something for them that nobody else can do. What is his business with me? I don't need him. Why is he forcing love on me? I don't care about him. I don't need him. I don't want Yahweh. I don't need him. I'm existing without him. Let him go and face the people that are committed to him. Make it make sense. There is nothing that Jesus has done for you that nobody can do for you. For 3 years, she was looking for the fruit of the womb. Then Daddy Gio now prayed. She now became pregnant. People do IVF every day and it works. And when they tell you that they prayed 3 years, they will not tell you the number of IVF that they did. No, Christians have that thing. Christians have a degree in that thing. They will just tell you that they prayed and God answered their prayer. They will never tell you how many unsuccessful IVFs that they did. They will not tell you how many medications they took. They won't tell you how many fertility doctors they went to. They will only tell you, for 3 years we have been married. We are looking for the fruit of your womb. Hallelujah, God did it. They will never tell you the other part of it. Why? No, I need the Christian community to answer me. Why? Why can't you give us the full story? Why can't you give us the full story? A man had an accident and he survived that accident. Why did you skip the part of the story that good Samaritans rushed into the emergency and the doctors did their best to fight for his life and they did? Why? You didn't have a job. Pastor says everybody will get a job at the end of the year. You didn't tell us the part of the story that your sister's friend's husband's neighbor's wife's grandchild was the one that put your name and mentioned you to the HR in that company. You did not mention the fact that the CEO of that company owed your daddy a favor in 1942 and he decided to grant the favor today. God did it. God did not do it. Give us the full story. Give us the full story. Stop gaslighting yourself. Because if God does it, why does he choose the one to do and the one that he will not do? Why did he do for Bimpe and he did not do for Sister Catherine? What did Sister Catherine do? If only you have a little more faith. If your faith is as small as a mustard seed, who is weighing our faith? Somebody needs to weigh our faith, because the faith that my mother exhibited when she had breast cancer has to be more than a mustard seed, because I have seen a mustard seed before. It has to be the tiniest seed. And you cannot tell me that the faith of my mother was not up to a mustard. You cannot tell me that the faith of Pastor Kumuyi's wife, God rest her soul, was not up to a mustard seed. Who is measuring the faith? Who is measuring the faith? They need to give us measurements so that at least I will know when it's too much. I will know when it's small. I will know how to increase it. They just said, if you have enough faith. That's gaslighting. That's gaslighting. That's narcissism. That's manipulation. If you have enough faith, when do you know it's not? Continue to wait on the Lord. It will not tarry. It will come in his own time. Which time? 20 years has passed. When is God's time? They continue to gaslight you. God's time is the best. What time? 12 o'clock or 5 o'clock. Can I have it? Can I understand why God is saying no? Why? It's simple. There is nothing religion. There is absolutely nothing. A lot of people that say, you see a lot of Babalawo that became Christians is staged. 90% of the time is staged, because there is nothing that a Babalawo is looking for in ÌṢЭШE that he will tell you that he found in church. That's a lie. That's a lie. It's not possible. Is it a pregnant woman is going to have a baby after 25 years? Oshun has been doing that before church came. Oshun is Yorisha of fertility. She has been answering to TTC parents before church came. My God shall supply all your needs according to his riches in glory by Christ Jesus. Philippians chapter 1 verse 19. Ajay has been doing that before church came. God of Elijah, send down fire. God of Elijah, send down fire. Shongo has been sending down fire before church came. God is the mighty man of war, the mighty man in battle. He will fight every battle for you. Ogun has been fighting war and battles before church came. The peace of God that passes all human understanding. Jesus is the Prince of Peace, arising with healings in his wings. Obatala has been giving us peace before church came. He has been giving us peace before church came. The Holy Spirit will guide you into all things. He will direct your steps. He will show you the way you go. Ifa ni afini mono amorai. Ifa has been the GPS of life before church came. Ifa has been showing people the way to go. That still small voice in your spirit, that's the Holy Spirit that is ministering to you. Receive the Holy Spirit into your life today. Yori has been that still small voice guiding and directing you before church came. I don't know. We can go on and on. Open a verse of the Bible and tell me what God is doing for you. And I will go back to the Orishas and I'll tell you what the Orishas has been doing and they are still doing. And you know one beautiful thing? 50, 60, 70, 80, 100 years ago, religion covered African spirituality so much that a lot of people thought African spirituality stopped existing. Until recently, nobody could boldly come out and say, oh, I'm an Ifa practitioner. Nobody wanted to hear them. Nobody wanted to be associated with them, to the point we thought they were not existing. Newsflash, they are existing. And let me tell you why. Imagine that 50 years ago or 100 years ago, your grandfather was alive and he was a Babalawo. And everybody, according to what they would want us to believe, everybody has gone to the church and mosque. And there are just 10 people left practicing Ifa. And there are 20 or 30 or 50 Babalawos. Who do you think was patronizing those people? Who was coming to the Ifa shrine 50, 60, 70, 80, 100 years ago when you and I thought, or history told us that they were never in existence? That they have submerged them, they are empty. Some people were patronizing them. Do you know why I know? Because if that grandpa 100 years ago didn't have anybody patronizing him, he will not teach his own son about Ifa. Imagine your father is a carpenter. Or let's take, for instance, your father is an engineer that repairs BlackBerry phone. About 10 years ago, your father was in business. 12 years ago, 15 years ago, your father was in business. Do you think your father will sit you down today and teach you how to repair BlackBerry phones? No. Why? Nobody uses it anymore. Nobody uses BlackBerry phones anymore. Your father is not going to sit down and teach you how to repair BlackBerry phones because it's not useful. You're never going to get a customer. Your father doesn't even have a customer. So you think if people were not patronizing those babalawos of 100 years ago, 50 years ago, 60 years ago, 30, 40, 20, 10, you think they would have taught their children Ifa and taught their children Ishegu and taught their children the practice of Ifa? No, they wouldn't have. It will have gone extinct. But it did not go extinct because people still kept on patronizing them. People kept on going there, needing the services of the Babalawo, and they were getting results. And that other person will tell another person and tell another person. Your fathers were leaving church, your grandfathers were leaving church to drive down to a village, park their car, cover their head, and sneak into a Babalawo shrine to seek results. Come back to church and say, look what the Lord has done. He blessed my soul. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. The reason we still find Ifa practitioners today was because it never stopped. People never stopped needing their services. People never stopped getting results from them. That is why we still have it today. That's why somebody like me, when I wanted to leave the church and go into Ifa, I could boldly go through every southwestern state in Nigeria, to Benin Republic, to Togo, to Ghana, and still find people there that are practicing Ifa who taught me. It's because it never went extinct. There's a lot to learn about Ifa. There's a lot to unlearn. Today, I think I just picked 2 points. Just 2 points was what I've been talking about since. Give yourself the opportunity to find out the truth about your ancestors. After you have found out the truth, then you can make an informed decision of whether you will still choose Abrahamic religion or the spirituality of your people. But at least do yourself the honors of knowing the truth, of unlearning the lies and the misconceptions that you are told, and learning the truth about your people. Do yourself that favor. You deserve to know. It's information. It is your people. No matter how much you love Jesus today and you love Zion and Jerusalem, you will never become a citizen of Israel. No matter how much of a Muslim you are today and you visit Mecca 2 million times in a year, you will never become a citizen of Saudi Arabia. You are still a Nigerian. You are still Yoruba. At least do yourself the honor of learning about your people, finding out the truth about your people. After you have found out, then you can decide, everything I know about Ifa, I don't like it. I want to do Christianity. Then you can boldly say, I chose Christianity. I chose Islam. Right now, you have not made a choice. You can't make a choice from one thing. You have not made a choice. You are still being brainwashed. You are still being forced. You are still being handed over something. That's not choosing. So if you want to continue to learn, what you're going to do right now is head over to the website ifacollect.ng. ifacollect.ng. Pick up a course in Ifa. Pick up any course there and learn. If you are trying to decide on what to learn, just send a message to the WhatsApp number that is pinned on your screen. That is the verified WhatsApp number of Ifa College and Iyanifa Ewa, and say, Iyanifa, this is where I am. I don't even know where to start on this Ifa journey. I will be able to put you through. Is that okay? That's what we're doing. I'm helping you do 3 things. Unlearn the misconceptions and the lies that you have been told about your roots and your culture. Can you learn if you are not Yoruba? It's knowledge. Anybody can learn it. Anybody can learn it. So number 1, I help you to unlearn the misconception. Number 2, I help you to learn the undiluted, unwatered down truth. And number 3, I help you to relearn certain things that you used to know that you have probably forgotten or you did not take seriously. That's what we do at Ifa College. If you need a divination, you need an Ifa divination, you want to ask Ifa about your life, about your choices, just send a message to the WhatsApp number on your screen. Iyanifa Ewa will be able to do an Ifa divination for you. Yes. I've submitted my paperwork for the college. Okay, your mails will be responded to. We're still in a very busy period. This is just the first 2 weeks after the new year. So there's still a lot of things we're doing right now. Is that okay? So if you have delay in responses, it's because of the time of the year that we are. All right, so the Yoruba calendar year just started on the 7th of July. Is that okay? So we're still barely 2 weeks after then. Where, we get the information the day that everybody got it on that 7th. So we're going to put in a lot of things in place to be able to adjust to what this year has. So your messages will be responded to as soon as possible. Please be patient with us. Longest time, Britain. Okay, how are you doing? How are you doing? We have come to the end of this live streaming for today. This is not our usual live streaming, but a lot of things has not been usual in the last 2 weeks because we have just been in and out. Our usual live streaming is Sundays, 12 noon Nigerian time, and Mondays to Fridays, 6 a.m. Nigerian time. Just follow, click on the plus sign to follow. Click on the plus sign to follow so that you'll be notified the next time that we go on the live streaming. And you can also go to the YouTube channel, Iyanifa Ewa TV on YouTube. Can somebody type that in the comment section? You'll be able to watch replays of every live streaming that we have had, including this one. And if you're catching a replay, all the information you need will be in the description box of this video. Divine afternoon to you, Mr. Kelvin. Somebody says, can anybody learn Ifa? Yes, anybody can. Anybody at all can. As we wrap up, let's make our Iwuri. Akodaye Asheba Sheda. Àṣìbà tí wáyé ọjọ́ àṣìbà tí wọ̀ oòrùn, Elédùmarè ọba tẹ́rẹrẹ kárí ayé, ọba lánàá ọba lénìí ọba títí ayérayé, àṣìbà àníkíbà wá ṣẹ ọ́. Ẹ̀yin ìyá mi ọ̀pákẹ́ àlàkẹ́, àṣìbà yín, ẹ̀yin alágogo idẹ, àrógbàṣọ má balẹ̀. Ẹ̀yin olókìkí òru ọlọ́mú kan tí ń fún gba ọmọ ọlọ́mú, ẹ̀yin àtẹ̀dọ̀jú ròǹró. Ẹ̀yin ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ kan tí ń bẹ́lẹ́sẹ̀ méjì jà, ẹ̀yin apanimáyọ̀dà, ẹ̀yin àjẹfún èèyàn máyò. Ẹ̀yin ìyá mi òṣèré mọ̀nìgà, ẹ̀yin tẹ́lẹ̀dùmarè gbélé ayé lé lọ́wọ́, àṣìbà ọ̀sá méjì, àṣìbà ẹlẹ́yẹ, àníkíbà wá ṣẹ ọ́. àwọn ọlọ́kọ̀ tó wà wá wá sáyé ìyá àti bàbá tá a tara wọn jáde àṣebà, àwọn tó wà pẹ̀lú wa, àwọn tó ti rí bí àgbáre àṣebà, àní kí bá wa ṣe o. Akọ́dá àṣebà, àṣebà àṣẹdá, àjàgùnmálé olúwo òde ọ̀run àṣebà, olúbíkin ọ̀sán ìbíkin àṣebà, àṣebà mo ṣe bá bo àwọn olúwo mi, mo ṣe bá àwọn Iyanifa mi, mo ṣe bá àwọn àpènà, mo ṣe bá gbogbo ọmọlé Ajíbọ́lá, Ajíbọ́lá mi ò gbódò ọ̀rà, Ajíbọ́lá ẹ̀dàn, ìyá mi Àbẹ̀ní onílé, mo ṣe bá gbogbo olúwo, ẹ̀yin olúwo mi àsápè ọ̀la, kábíyèsí mo ṣe bá, ẹ̀yin ìyá àbíyè lékeléké gbàràdá mo ṣe bá, àpènà, balógun, lísà, gbogbo ọmọlé Ajíbọ́lá pátápátá ni mo ṣe ogbó atán, ogbó ẹdán, ogbó aláwòrán ló tù fẹ́, ogbó kọrin kése fún gbogbo wa, Ajíbọ́lá gbè wá láṣẹ Èdùmàrè, gbogbo babaláwo Iyanifa bàbá lóríṣà ìyá lóríṣà àpẹtẹ̀bí, ẹ̀yin oníṣègùn, ẹ̀yin eléwé ọmọ, ìyá àti bàbá ẹgbẹ́ mo ṣe bá, mo ní kí bá mi ṣe ọ. Ẹgbẹ́ ayé ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀run mo ṣe músòmúsò ẹgbẹ́, mo ṣe àkíkà ẹgbẹ́, mo ṣe ẹgbẹ́ àkíkà ẹgbẹ́ àṣẹ ẹ̀gẹ́ àṣebà, àní kí bá wa ṣe ọ. Ifá olókun asọ̀rọ̀ dáyà, Ifá orí mi rèé o, Ifá torí ẹni tí ò sunwọ̀n ṣe àṣebà, àṣeyé ìpa Ifá, àṣeyé ìpa Ikin, àṣeyé ìpa Odù, àṣeyé ìpa Ọ̀ṣà, àní kí bá wa ṣe ọ. Ẹ̀kọ́ fámìlì láti máa kọ́lé ni, ọgbọ́n ìmọ̀ àti òye tó wà ń bẹ òun ni kó jẹ́ tiwa, ká má fètí ọ̀tún gbọ́ kó gba tòsì jáde, kó dénú wa báyìí kó dodindi, kó wá múre owó, ire ọlá, ire ajé, ìdùnnú, àlàáfíà, ìlera pípé, ojú rere àti àìkú tí ń ṣe baálé ọ̀rọ̀, òun ni kó jẹ́ tiwa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àní ṣìwé, àní ṣìṣe, àní ṣìtẹ̀ torí Ifá máa ṣe àfinimọ̀nà wa. Ibi tó bá kù díẹ̀ kí orí wa, tó bá kù díẹ̀ kò káàtó sí níbẹ̀, Ifá torí ẹni tí ò sunwọ̀n ṣe kó wá bá wa tún ti wa ṣe láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Orí wa ò ní gbàbọ̀dè, ìṣẹ̀dá wa ò ní gbàbọ̀dè láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Wọ́n ní àwíṣẹ́ ní Tifá, àfọ̀ṣẹ́ ní tọ̀rúnmìlà, èyí tá a wí lẹ́nu ẹgbà ayé ti gbà, ẹgbà ọ̀run ti gbà, torí téyín iwájú bá gé ẹran tèrègé ń gbà ni, àwọn tó láyé ti gbà wọ́n ti bá wa fàṣẹ sí, ó ti rí bẹ́ẹ̀, ó ti ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ́lá Ifá, láṣẹ Elédùmarè. Títí ìgbà mìíràn tá a tún máa pàdé lórí ètò, èmi ni tí ní tòótọ́ Iyanifa Awóbánkẹ́fà tí gbogbo èèyàn mọ̀ sí Iyanifa Ewa, olóòtú àti olùdarí ilé ẹ̀kọ́ Ifá College. Until next time when I come your way again, I am Obabirin Awóbánkẹ́fà, popularly known as Iyanifa Ewa, the founder of the Ifá College and the host of the popular live streaming Ase For Today. Ifá gbè wá, ìṣẹ̀ṣe á gbè wá, àwọn aláṣẹkù wọ́n bá wa ṣe tiwa láṣepé o, láṣẹ Èdùmàrè, àṣẹ.
Kí Elédùmarè ó bá wa ṣe, àwọn tó ṣàwo kù sẹ́yìn.
Ojúmọ́ ire, ojúmọ́ ayọ̀, ojúmọ́ ìdùnnú àti àlàáfíà fún gbogbo wa. Níbi irúfẹ́ bá ti ń gbọ́ mi lé ìmúṣẹ Àbọrú, Àbọyè, Àbọṣíṣẹ.
Her mic is not on.
Gbogbo àtọ àtúrò Isiaka Eṣegbọ̀n. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Joining us today. Today is episode 17, season 4 of Ase For Today. For those of you that are probably catching us live for the first time, this is Ase For Today. It's our daily live streaming. So every day on this channel, on this TikTok channel, Ifá College, and on the YouTube channel, Iyanifa Ewa TV, we go live to stream Ase For Today. And what we do every day is dig into the Odù Ifá for each new day. Odù Ifá is the 256 compilations that make up the words of Ifá. Ifá is the words of Olódùmarè, ọ̀rọ̀ tí Olódùmarè ń sọ, òun ni Ifá. Mo ṣe Àbọrú, Àbọyè, Àbọṣíṣẹ. Keep clicking on your screen, share with as many of your friends as possible. Grand Rising and welcome to another episode of Ase For Today. Ojúmọ́ ire, ojúmọ́ ayọ̀, ojúmọ́ ìdùnnú àti àlàáfíà ni fún gbogbo wa o. Àbọrú, Àbọyè, Àbọṣíṣẹ. Those of you that are on the global Ifá community, mo kí yín, ẹ káàárọ̀, ẹ kú ojúmọ́ o. What is the Odù Ifá for today? Odù Ifá wo la máa gbé yẹ̀wò lénìí? Those of you on the global Ifá community, Odù Ifá wo la máa gbé yẹ̀wò lénìí? Àṣẹ Àbọrú, Àbọyè, Àbọṣíṣẹ. What is the Odù Ifá for today? If you know the Odù Ifá for today, type it in the comment section. Odù Ifá wo la máa gbé yẹ̀wò lénìí o? Odù Ifá wo la máa gbé yẹ̀wò lénìí? What's the Odù Ifá for today? If you know it, type it in the comment section. Odù Ifá wo la máa gbé yẹ̀wò lénìí? Àṣẹ Àbọrú, Àbọyè. Juliet, thank you so much for joining from Port Harcourt. Àṣẹ ojúmọ́ ire, ojúmọ́ ayọ̀, ojúmọ́ ìdùnnú àti àlàáfíà. Ọ̀túnba, thank you so much for joining. Grand Rising and welcome to another episode of Ase For Today. Odù Ifá ọ̀sẹ̀ ìrẹtẹ̀, òun l'Odù Ifá tá à ń gbé yẹ̀wò lénìí. The Odù Ifá for today is ọ̀sẹ̀ ìrẹtẹ̀. Odù Ifá ọ̀sẹ̀ ìrẹtẹ̀ ni Odù Ifá tá à ń gbé yẹ̀wò lénìí. Àṣẹ Àbọrú, Àbọyè, Àbọṣíṣẹ. If you have not gotten a copy of your sacred text of Ifá, where we have the compilation of the 256 Odù Ifá, if you've not gotten your own, head over to the website ifacollege.ng to get a copy of your sacred text of Ifá, where we break down every Odù Ifá one by one. Yoruba translation, English translation, the blessings and the blessings in that Odù Ifá, and how to apply it to your everyday lives. Those are the things that we do in Ase For Today every morning. And it's also broken down here for you. Take another 3 minutes. And it's also broken down here for you. So today we are going to be doing the same thing for Odù Ifá ọ̀sẹ̀ ìrẹtẹ̀. Odù Ifá ọ̀sẹ̀ ìrẹtẹ̀ is the Odù Ifá for today. We are going to break it down, reciting the original Yoruba text. We'll translate it into English. We would extract the lessons, the blessings, and the instructions that is in that Odù Ifá, and then we will break it down, interpreting how do we apply that Odù Ifá, that Ase Ifá, to our everyday lives. Because I always say it, there's no point reading Odù Ifá, reciting it, being able to recite it offhand without knowing how to apply it to your life. So whether you are watching it July 2026 at the time of recording this video, or you are catching a replay in a later time, 2025, 2035,
2050, the year 4000, whatever date you are watching this, you can always apply the Odù Ifá to your everyday life. So you head over to the website ifacollect.ng to pick up a copy of this book. It is translated from Yoruba to English, Yoruba to French, Yoruba to Spanish, Yoruba to Portuguese, Yoruba to Dutch, Yoruba to Swahili, Yoruba to every other language that it is. If your own language is not available at the time of you watching this video, just drop a comment and say, can I have it translated in my language? Let us know what the language is and the translation process will begin. Ẹ ṣé gan ni, a dúpẹ́. Ojúmọ́ ire, ojúmọ́ ayọ̀, ojúmọ́ ìdùnnú àti àlàáfíà. Please go to the website. Every information you need. Price is stated in different currencies, depend on your currency. So just go to the website. That's where to find it. ifacollect.ng. Please, can you type that in the comment section? ifacollect.ng is the website. So when you get to the website, you will find it, the price in your currency, how to purchase it, delivery process, and every other thing in between. Ẹ ṣé gan ni, a dúpẹ́. Ojúmọ́ ire, ojúmọ́ ayọ̀, ojúmọ́ ìdùnnú àti àlàáfíà. Today is Ase Ṣàngó. For those of you that don't have the Yoruba calendar, head over to the Ifá Collect website and download the Yoruba calendar. The days of the week in the Yoruba calendar is different from the days of the week in the regular Gregorian calendar. So in the Yoruba calendar, today is Ase Ṣàngó, Ase Jakuta, Ose Yemoja, Ọba, Ṣẹẹrẹ àti òrìṣà wo ni ó tún ní èní o, Ṣàngó, Yemọja, Ọba, Ṣẹẹrẹ, àwọn òrìṣà tá à ń ṣọ̀sẹ̀ fún lénìí nìyẹn. So just as we have Ase for today, like we do it every morning for children, for adults, we also have it compiled like this for children, starting from age 3 to 6. Age 3 to 6. This is Ase for today for cuties for age 3 to 6. So every day there is an Odù Ifá that is picked up and taught to your children. You can have this in hard copy or in soft copy. This is age 3 to 6. This is for age 7 to 11. Age 7 to 11, the write-up is longer to be able to match the age of those children. And this is for age 12 and above. 12 and above, so 12 to 16 or 12 to 17, depend on what minor age is in your country. So you also get to the website. This is a monthly publication every month. So the one for the month of July is already out. Enilo says Ṣàngó. Let's sing a little song, ká fi ṣèbà fún Ṣàngó. Ṣàngó ló ní ṣẹ́rẹ́, ewélèrè ọkọ mi. Ewélèrè ọkọ mi, ewélèrè ọkọ mi, Ṣàngó ló ní ṣẹ́rẹ́, ewélèrè ọkọ mi. Àṣèbà kábíyèsí Ṣàngó, ọba Kòso, kábíyèsí Ṣàngó, àṣèbà, 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 a ní kí bà wá tẹ ọ̀run. Àṣèbà kábíyèsí Ṣàngó, alágbádá iná, aláwọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ oòrùn, Ṣàngó ọba Kòso, àyárá iná, Ṣàngó tó ń yọná nímú, tó ń yọná lójú, tó ń yọná lẹ́nu. Wọ́n níná ń bẹ lọ́dọ̀ bàbá mi lọ́rùn, èéfín nìkan là ń gbá láyè. Arábàmbí ọkọ Ọya, lógun lẹ́kọ̀ọ́, orò lábísòkun, àṣèbà, àṣèbà, àṣèbà. Ṣàngó ló ní ṣẹ́rẹ́, ewélèrè ọkọ mi, ewélèrè ọkọ mi, ewélèrè ọkọ mi. Ṣàngó ló ní ṣẹ́rẹ́, ewélèrè ọkọ mi. Ewélèrè ọkọ mi, ewélèrè ọkọ mi. Ṣàngó ló ní ṣẹ́rẹ́, ewélèrè ọkọ mi. Kábíyèsí Ṣàngó wá ṣe.